The spark was so small that no one noticed it at all. However, the spark happened to float onto Shui Ying's body. In an instant, the small spark suddenly grew bigger and ignited in an instant. It flew rapidly on Shui Ying's body like a prairie fire. In the blink of an eye, most of the fur on Shui Ying's body was burned off. Arg! My fur! Shui Ying screamed and instinctively pounced on the master of the Hong family who was closest to it. The master of the Hong family was caught off guard and the two of them rolled on the ground. The flames on Shui Ying's body also set Master Hong's clothes on fire. When everyone saw this, they were dumbfounded for a moment. However, they quickly reacted and ran forward to help put out the flames on the two of them. Hearing Shui Ying's voice, Leng Ruoxue, who had already returned to her tent, ran out in a hurry. When she saw that Shui Ying's originally snow-white fur was now charred black, her heart ached. Woo, what beautiful and nice fur. But now, what a pity. When Leng Ruoxue saw Shui Ying sitting on the ground in a daze, she quickly walked over to it and asked with concern, Snow Shadow. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Shui Ying didn't respond, but sank into his own thoughts. Shui Ying, say something. When Leng Ruoxue saw Shui Ying's state, she could not help but feel anxious. This big fox wouldn't take it too hard just because its fur was burnt, right? She couldn't help but let her thoughts run wild. Shui, don't worry. It's just a little bit of fur. It'll be fine. At this moment, the evildoer came forward and comforted the anxious Shui. How did this happen? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be eating barbecued meat? Why did it become a roasted fox? Master Hong didn't do it on purpose. The sparks from the fish he grilled splashed on Shui Ying, so it caused the fire. Fortunately, it was put out in time, so they didn't suffer any serious injuries. The demon explained. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded, then looked at Master Hong, who was surrounded by the members of the Hong family. She walked over to him to express her concern. However, Master Hong had also suffered quite a shock, and he was in a daze. Woo! My fur! My beautiful fur! Suddenly, everyone heard Shui Ying's sorrowful and agonized cries. Leng Ruoxue quickly returned to Shui Ying's side. Snow Shadow! You must calm down. The hair will grow back. Leng Ruoxue didn't know how to comfort Shui Ying anymore. Usually, this fox only knew how to sleep and eat. It didn't seem to care much about its beauty. Why did he care so much about his fur being burnt? My fur! Shui Ying's eyes were filled with tears as he kept repeating this sentence. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could only order Yu Qing and Xiang to help bring it into the tent. Then, she moved them into the bracelet. After entering the bangle, Leng Ruoxue fed Shui Ying a pill. In an instant, all the burnt fur on Shui Ying's body fell off and regrown. The new fur was thicker and thicker than before. It was also whiter and more beautiful. However, Snow Shadow was still thinking about the fur that had abandoned it. Shui Ying, the fur on your body has regrown, and you're even more beautiful now. Don't be sad anymore. Leng Ruoxue reminded. That body of fur has accompanied me for over 100 years. I have very deep feelings for it. Now, it has left me just like that, sob. Shui Ying said with a sad expression. Why are you crying? Don't you shed your fur? That body of fur will abandon you sooner or later, but it's just ahead of schedule now, so there's nothing to be sad about. Besides, haven't your fur already grown out? Don't act pitiful. Yu Qing said unhappily. As a beastie, she really couldn't understand why Shui Ying would hurt his heart for a little bit of burnt fur. In fact, they would naturally grow a new body of fur after a period of time, and every time they shed fur, their defensive ability would also increase. Therefore, shedding fur was a good thing for them. It's different this time. You're mentally prepared for a normal shedding, but not this time. Shui Ying quibbled, his heart still silently mourning for the fur that had passed away. You can just treat it as shedding your fur in advance. The Moon Eye said disapprovingly. This was not a big deal at all. Yup. Shui Ying, aren't you fine now? Compared to you, the head of the Hong family seems to be in an even worse state. He didn't have thick fur to cover his body, so he was burnt. Xiang laughed. He only had himself to blame for that. Shui Ying said hatefully. If it wasn't for him creating the sparks, how could the fur on his body have been burnt? Although it had some suspicions that the evil man had done something, there was no evidence. Therefore, it could only put all the blame on the master of the Hong family. That's right, he asked for it. He's the one who harmed you, so we can't let him off. Xiang agreed. I won't let him go. Shui Ying said through gritted teeth. Snow Shadow. Now that you're fine, you should rest early. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly and said to Shui Ying. After he finished speaking, he left Shui Ying's residence with Yu Qing and Xiang Back at the purple bamboo house, the demon was sitting on a chair, waiting for Leng Ruoxue. Shui, is that fox all right? The demon said. Well, why don't you go and comfort it? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. After such a thing had happened, why didn't the demon show himself? It was really too strange. It doesn't want to see me now. The demon laughed evilly. Leng Ruoxue didn't know what to say anymore. Could it be that this whole thing was planned by that demon? If that was the case, then wasn't it all because of her? She touched Shui Ying's fur, so the evildoer thought of a way to burn Shui Ying's fur. However, the evildoer would not do such a stupid thing because even if Shui Ying's fur was burned, it would immediately grow back after eating a pill. Wasn't that unnecessary? This matter has nothing to do with me, although I've also thought of burning its fur. The demon explained indifferently. Previous chapter. I know you wouldn't do something so unnecessary, but you were the closest to them at that time. What happened? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. I can only say that this is purely a coincidence. The demon said without any sympathy. Although he had seen the small sparks floating from the grilled fish, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, this kind of situation often happened when he was grilling the fish. It was not a big deal at all. Who knew that the fur on Shui Ying's body was actually flammable? Master Hong didn't do anything? Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with suspicion. If he really did something, then I can only say that his acting is too good. However, I don't think he has that kind of intelligence. The demon said with a look of disdain. No matter what, Shui Ying has put everything on Master Hong. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. In fact, she could already foresee the tragic future of the Hong family's head. Hee. I'll go see Shui Ying and ask him about it. The demon suddenly said. You want to see it now? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. It seemed like the evildoer had something to say to Shui Ying. Otherwise, why would he choose to go when they were all leaving? Yes, if I don't go, it will definitely suspect that something is related to me. I'm a righteous and upright person, so of course I have to go and talk about it. The demon laughed. Didn't you just say that it doesn't want to see you now? Leng Ruoxue's forehead was dripping with 2 drops of cold sweat. Was this a man's heart? Weren't you all here just now? It's just me and it, so it's convenient to talk. The demon chuckled. Could it be that we can't listen to your words? Leng Ruoxue was depressed. There was actually something between the evildoer and Shui Ying that they could not listen to. Sob. She had been excluded. This is a secret between men. The demon said with a mysterious smile. It's a secret between men and male beasts. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Yes, I'm going. After saying that, the demon turned and left the purple bamboo house. When he arrived at the door of Shui Ying's room, the demon saw that the door was half closed, so he directly pushed the door open and walked in. Still sad? The demon looked at Snow Shadow, who was lying on the bed with her head lowered, and asked with a faint smile. When Shui Ying heard his familiar voice, he casually raised his head to look at the demon. Without saying anything, he lowered his head again. This new fur is pretty good. The demon saw that Shui Ying was not paying attention to him, so he walked to Shui Ying's side and praised him. What do you want to do? Don't you dare have any ideas about me. When Shui Ying heard the demon's words, he was so frightened that he quickly got up from the bed and looked at him with a vigilant expression. When did I have any ideas about you? If I really wanted your hair, I wouldn't have let it grow back. The demon laughed evilly. Then what happened before? Snow Shadow looked at the demon suspiciously. In fact, it had always felt that this damn demon was the most suspicious, but unfortunately, it had no evidence. What happened before was just an accident. The demon said indifferently. Really? Then why do you want me to eat grilled fish? If you didn't want me to eat the grilled fish, this wouldn't have happened. Shui Ying spoke out his remaining suspicion as he stared into the demon's eyes. In front of outsiders, of course I have to show you my concern and consideration. Otherwise, the Hong family will think that I can't tolerate a fox. The demon chuckled. TSK. Do you think I'll believe you? Do you really care about what others think? When Snow Shadow heard the demon's words, not only did his suspicions not decrease, it became even more serious. It's up to you to believe it or not. In fact, I was just playing along with your act. In the eyes of Master Hong, I'm just a useless man with no power or influence. The demon said helplessly. You really didn't want to burn my fur? Snow Shadow continued to ask. I've really thought about it, but if I do it, I don't intend to let them grow back. Moreover, compared to burning off your hair, I'm more inclined to beat you up. The demon said honestly. Everyone knew that Shui liked small animals, and he also knew very well that in Shui's eyes, Shui Ying was no different from her other beasts. So, out of love for the house, he let go of the fur on Shui Ying's body. Shui Ying was speechless, and his heart was filled with depression. Boo-hoo. This man was too cruel. But this was what he should do. At this moment, it completely believed that the previous incident had nothing to do with this demonic man. In fact, even if it had something to do with him, it would not dare to do anything to this demonic man, because it was not his opponent at all. If they really fought, Shui, that girl who would forget her friends for a woman, would definitely not stand on its side. So, a smart fox would not do anything stupid. Let's have a fight. The demon requested as he looked at the depressed Snow Shadow. I'm an injured and sick fox. I can't fight with you. Snow Shadow refused. Sob. It wasn't that stupid, okay? I don't want to be abused. Where are you hurt? Didn't the fur regrow? The demon pretended to be puzzled. Internal injuries. I'm still suffering from internal injuries. Snow Shadow said in a hurry. Oh. But Shui's pill can heal all internal and external injuries in an instant. Could it be that her medicine has expired, so you only grew hair but not your internal injuries? The demon was suspicious. It's not that I didn't, I'm not fully recovered. I'm too seriously injured, and I won't be able to recover in a short time. If you want to fight, you can go find someone else. The head of the Hong family is not bad, his body is very strong, he can be a meat cushion. Snow Shadow suggested. He doesn't feel as good as you. After the demon finished speaking, he even reached out and touched the snow-white fur on Shui Ying's body, causing Shui Ying's little heart to tremble in fear. I don't feel good with my hands. Woo. Don't touch it anymore. If you want to touch it, go touch Shui. Snow Shadow's eyes were filled with tears as it said pitifully. It was so afraid of this man. The pressure it was under was too great. How could it be like this? If it didn't feel good, would Shui like to touch you so much? The demon said with a smile that was not a smile, and the hand that was stroking the fur on Shui Ying's body unconsciously increased its strength. Woo. It hurts. Gentle. The fur on Shui Ying's body was in pain from being pulled, and his heart kept on trembling. A jealous man was definitely not to be provoked. In fact, he was really innocent. I also like this fur. If it's made into clothes, it'll be very beautiful. The demon muttered to himself. Don't. I was wrong. In the future, when I see Shui, I'll stay 3 meters away from him. Shuang begged for mercy. No. People will think I'm petty. The demon rejected. My lord. What do you want me to do? Woo. Shuang said gloomily. When Shui got close to it, the man was jealous. It said to stay 3 meters away from Shui, but the man didn't agree. What should I do to make the man satisfied? It was really hard on the dead fox. You can't bully a cute little animal like me like this, okay? Besides, it didn't think that the man in front of it would care about what others thought. He clearly wanted to give it serious psychological pressure. This was his goal. Just keep your distance. Don't be too deliberate. Otherwise, if Shui sees through you, I won't let you off. The demon thought for a while and said. Actually, he was also quite conflicted. He wanted this fox to get as far away as possible, but he was also afraid that Shui would be unhappy. Woo. He was also in a difficult position. Snow Shadow nodded vigorously. Although it did not know what it meant to keep an appropriate distance, for the sake of its beautiful fur, it had to agree first. That's a good girl. The evildoer nodded his head in satisfaction and did not mention fighting with Shuang anymore. After he finished speaking, he stood up and left Shui Ying's room. After the demon left, Shuang heaved a long sigh of relief, and his heart slowly calmed down. Woo, what a terrifying man. In the future, he would have to stay far away from them, Shuang thought to himself. However, that was just its own thoughts. Even though it was a good idea, it was extremely difficult to execute it. Unless it no longer hung out with Leng Ruoxue and the others, it would not be able to get rid of them. Late at night. Leng Ruoxue was woken up by Qingju. Qingju, what's the matter now? Leng Ruoxue, who was sleeping soundly, opened her eyes unwillingly and asked. Recently, Qingju seemed to have developed a habit of waking her up in the middle of the night. Sob. She really did not like this habit. Sister, there's a good show to watch. Qingju laughed evilly. His adorable face was still filled with a wretched smile. What good show? Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with question marks. Hee hee. Big sister, just follow me. Qingju smiled mysteriously, turned around, and left. Leng Ruoxue and the demon could only stand up and follow after them. They followed Qingju to the light screen. At this moment, most of the beasts were in closed-door cultivation. Hence, only a small number of beasts were gathered here. Leng Ruoxue's curiosity was piqued when she saw them discussing among themselves. She raised her head and looked into the light screen, only to see 2 people appear on it. One of them was a dirty man with unkempt hair and a dirty face. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his face was covered with a beard. The other was actually the eldest miss of the Hong family, Hong Lian. Ugh. What was this situation? Could it be that Hong Lian's brain wasn't working well and he really liked beggars? Leng Ruoxue's heart was filled with question marks. At this moment, Hong Lian's gentle voice entered their ears. Young master. From the first day I saw you, I fell in love with you. In the past, I've always thought that the 5th young master of the Yen family was the one in my heart. However, after seeing you, I finally know what a real man is. I was short-sighted in the past, but it's a good thing he rejected me. Otherwise, how would I have the opportunity to meet you? As Hong Lian spoke, his face was filled with shyness. When Leng Ruoxue, who was in the bracelet, heard Hong Lian's words, her forehead was filled with black lines. It seemed that Hong Lian had treated that silly beggar as a demon. Seeing this situation, she guessed that Shuang was up to something again. However, she was very curious, where did Shuang find this man? She was really of the highest quality. Most importantly, this man was clearly a fool. Thus, no matter what Hong Lian said, no matter how moving or how affectionate Hong Lian's words were, the other party was unable to respond. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to Snow Shadow. However, she only looked at it and did not say anything. We brought this man back from Yen City. Snow Shadow took the initiative to confess. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded and thought to herself, this man should have been invisible when he was brought back by Shuang and the rest. That's why I didn't notice his existence. In addition, Shuang had an accident earlier on, so I didn't have the chance to find out about Yen Cheng. As for why Hong Lian would treat this silly beggar as a demon, it's probably the work of Hua. Right now, Hua was practically in cahoots with Xueying. How could he hide such a thing from her, his master? Thinking about this, Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze unhappily towards Hua. Master, I wanted to give you a surprise. Hua sensed her master's thoughts and immediately wrapped her wrist around her to please her. Oh. Is there anything else you're not telling me? Tell me as soon as possible. Leng Ruoxue said with a straight face on purpose. There's nothing else. No more. Hua shook her little head and quickly said. What about you, Snow Shadow? Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and asked. Hee. Schwapper, didn't you see it? When we went to Yen City, besides meeting Ziyu, we also brought back this fool. Xueying saw Leng Ruoxue's unfriendly gaze and hurriedly explained. Where did you find this guy? Leng Ruoxue asked again. It was Ziyu who helped me find the Yen clan's prison. Xueying said honestly. You guys are really bad. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Actually, she didn't mind the people around her using such methods to deal with their enemies. However, she didn't intend to let them know her thoughts, lest they become too arrogant and complacent. In reality, even though Leng Ruoxue pretended to be angry, Xueying and the other beasts knew that Leng Ruoxue would not be angry over such a matter. After all, she was just an outsider that they hated and wanted to take advantage of them. Hee. We're doing this for you. Xueying said with a cheeky smile. Yup. Master, we're doing this for you. That woman is too annoying, we should teach her a lesson. Huiyi said. Oh my god. Not suitable for children. I didn't see anything. Suddenly, Qingju's scream was heard and everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to him. At this moment, in the screen of light, the delicate and lovely Hong Lian had already taken off half of her clothes. She was hesitating and looking at the dazed man with affection. The man's eyes were in a daze. He did not have any reaction when he saw such an active beauty. He just stood there without moving. When Hong Lian saw this, she was secretly angry, but she was also somewhat unwilling to let go of this opportunity that she had found with great difficulty. Thus, she directly pushed the evildoer in front of her to the ground and did not hesitate to press on him. Leng Ruoxue, the rest, and Beastie were all speechless when they saw this scene. Why was this woman so thirsty? He actually forced himself on the beggar, the tyrant. It was wrong. In Hong Lian's heart, that person was not a beggar, but the evildoer handsome man that she had been longing for. When she thought of this, Leng Ruoxue and all the beasties turned their gazes towards the evildoer. The slightly emotional beastie's eyes were filled with sympathy. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not that person. The evildoer received their sympathetic gazes, and the anger in his heart surged up. F***ck. He was so angry. Why were they looking at him like that? The one who should be pitied was that foolish beggar, okay? Calm down, we didn't say that person was you. Leng Ruoxue looked at the evildoer who was clearly showing signs of going berserk and hurriedly consoled him. However, it would have been better if she did not say anything. The moment she said that, the evildoer's heart became even more depressed. The demon gritted his teeth and pulled Leng Ruoxue into his arms. He hugged her tightly to vent the anger in his heart. However, his eyes were glaring fiercely at Xueying, and his eyes that were spewing fire were burning with anger. This is all your fault. What does it have to do with me? Receiving the evil demon's venomous gaze, Xueying felt extremely aggrieved. Although it was the one who found the beggar, it did not expect Hong Lian to be so bold and dare to use force. In fact, according to its original plan, when a certain young lady of the Hong family was confessing her feelings to the beggar, it was coincidentally discovered by the Hong family. Therefore, it was cleared of the suspicion of the evil man. Therefore, this time, it only let the bewilderment cast an illusion on the Hong sisters, while the other Hong family members were clear-headed. In this way, they had no way to frame the evil man. However, it did not expect that not only did this Hong Lian not act according to its script, but she even added more scenes without permission. How preposterous. Wah. This woman is too shameless. I can't stand it anymore. Isn't she bullying the helpless and vulnerable group? Sister, let's quickly go and uphold justice. Just as Xueying was mumbling softly in a wronged manner, Qingju's exaggerated voice sounded again. Although he said that he could not watch it anymore, his eyes were still fixed on the light screen excitedly. It was obvious that he was very interested in this live version of the passionate show. When Leng Ruoxue heard Qingju's words, she left the evildoer's embrace and came to Qingju's side. She covered his eyes with her hands and said helplessly, "Who said it's not suitable for children? You're not allowed to look anymore." She did not want Qingju to be led astray by such improper behavior. "I'm not a child." Qingju pulled Leng Ruoxue's hand down and said helplessly. In reality, he had no idea how many years he had lived. Even though he looked like a child now, he was no longer one. Then who is it? Leng Ruoxue raised her brows and asked indifferently. They. Qingju pointed at Xiao Xiao and Yuan Yuan, who were not far away from him. Those two little fellows were the real children. Leng Ruoxue saw that Qingju's words made sense, so she walked over and picked up the two little fellows who were looking at the light screen with great interest. She handed them over to their mother and instructed Yu Qing and Xiang to bring them back to their room. Sister. I'm not a child. I want to see it. I don't want to leave. Xiao Xiao pleaded coyly but was ignored by Leng Ruoxue. Bring them back to the room. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Yes. The two of them did not dare to disobey Leng Ruoxue's orders. Furthermore, they also felt that the scene playing out on the screen was not suitable for these two little fellows. Thus, they ignored the two little things' desperate struggle and forcefully brought them back to their room. After sending the two little fellows back, Yu Qing and Xiang returned. Miss, what should we do now? Yu Qing asked as she looked at the screen. Of course we're going out to watch a good show. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Right now, everything on the screen was at its most intense stage. It would be the perfect time to go out. Then let's go out. Yu Qing's face was filled with excitement. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. With a thought, she brought the demon, Yu Qing, Shuang, and Xiang out of the bracelet. After leaving the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue pretended to be very hungry and started to prepare food. When Shuang saw the fire, he reflexively hid far away. Leng Ruoxue could not help but laugh when she saw this. It seemed that what happened last time had given it a big scare. Shuang, come over and sit. What happened before was just an accident. Besides, it doesn't matter even if your fur is burnt off. I have pills that can help you. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with an evil smile. I don't want to. I can just sit here. Shuang had been burned by the fire and was now extremely afraid of fire. Although it knew that it would be completely fine as long as it ate a pill, it was not willing to be burned by fire for no reason. Alright then. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue did not force him. She then focused on the food in her hands. Very quickly, the alluring aroma of the food wafted around the Hong family's campsite. Not long after, many people from the Hong family were lured out by the fragrance. Although most of them had already fallen asleep, the fragrance that drifted into their noses made them sleep very uneasily. After waking up, they followed the smell of the fragrance and walked out of their tents. The guards that the Hong family had arranged to keep watch at night were already drooling all over the ground. Previous chapter. Previously, the food that Leng Ruoxue and the rest had eaten was all processed by green vessel in the bracelet. Hence, they did not realize how delicious the food was. However, in the middle of the night, in the dead of the night, how could they fall asleep when they were able to make such an alluring and fragrant food? Even the injured master of the Hong family was attracted by the delicious food. Seeing that almost everyone from the Hong family had come out, Leng Ruoxue nodded her head in satisfaction. Then, she gave the others a look. Everyone acted as if nothing had happened and started eating as if no one was around. Miss Leng, why are you guys having dinner at this time? The head of the Hong family saw that the other party didn't notice them and could only take the initiative to speak. Master Hong, why did you come out? How's your injury? Leng Ruoxue saw Master Hong standing in front of her and asked with concern, as if she had just seen him. We were all attracted by the smell of your food. My injuries are nothing serious. The master of the Hong family chuckled, but his eyes were fixed on the food in Leng Ruoxue's hands. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she passed the food in her hands over and said, Master Hong must be hungry. Let's have some together. Then I won't be polite. After the master of the Hong family finished speaking, he sat down on the empty space around them. Leng Ruoxue and the rest did not prepare much food, so he naturally would not be so insensible as to ask the other members of the Hong family to try it. Thus, the Hong family members could only watch him eat. Just as he took a bite, Master Hong said in shock, Miss Leng, how did you handle this meat? It's also roasted meat, but why is the one you made so fragrant? The meat really melted in his mouth, leaving an endless aftertaste. Master Hong, this is a secret. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you. Leng Ruoxue said apologetically. Hee. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. The head of the Hong family hurriedly said. After that, his gaze unintentionally landed on Shuang, who was hiding in a corner in the distance. He saw that the white fur on Shui Ying's body was the same as usual, and he asked curiously, what kind of medicinal pill did young Miss Leng give that fox to eat? How come its fur is growing so fast? It's just an ordinary healing pill. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. How can an ordinary healing pill have such a miraculous effect? The head of the Hong family had a look of disbelief. Isn't it normal for its fur to grow so quickly with the help of ordinary pills and the Fox clan's secret technique? Leng Ruoxue replied calmly. I see. Hearing the word secret technique, the head of the Hong family couldn't help but believe it. After all, he wasn't a beastie, and it was impossible for him to know what kind of secret techniques beastie had. In addition, since it was a secret technique, it was naturally impossible for him to tell anyone. Moreover, it would be useless even if he told anyone. It was impossible for humans to cultivate beastie's secret technique. Just as Master Hong, Leng Ruoxue, and the rest were eating and chatting, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. It was clearly a man's scream. When they heard this voice, Leng Ruoxue and the rest looked at each other in unison. Then, she turned to look at Master Hong and said, Master Hong, what's that sound? Miss Leng, don't be afraid. I'll send someone to investigate. After the master of the Hong family finished speaking, he summoned two subordinates and ordered them to go and investigate. Not long after, the subordinates returned. However, the two of them were mumbling and did not know how to start. Even in the night, it could be seen that their faces were red as if they had been roasted by fire. What's wrong? Didn't you guys notice anything? The head of the Hong family saw his subordinate hesitating and asked angrily. From the sound of it, it shouldn't be far from here. Could they not even handle such a small matter? When the two subordinates heard their family head's words, they didn't know how to answer. However, their behavior made the Hong family head a little unhappy. F***ck. These two subordinates had always been quite clever, so he had specially sent them to see what was going on. Who knew that these two people would not give him face, really infuriating him to death. At this moment, he still didn't know that it wasn't that his two subordinates didn't want to say it, but that they didn't dare to. After all, this would really damage the Hong family's reputation. Moreover, there were outsiders here. Did you guys notice anything? Hurry up and report the truth. Seeing that his subordinate was still silent and Leng Ruoxue was looking at him expectantly, the anger in his heart slowly rose. Master, it's the young lady. The two subordinates looked at each other and said unwillingly. This was what the family head had forced them to say. What's wrong, miss? The head of the Hong family was full of question marks. You'll know when you see it for yourself. The two subordinates said in unison. Master Hong, since they said so, I'm afraid there's something wrong. Why don't we go and take a look personally? At this moment, Leng Ruoxue reminded him with a face full of concern. Yes. Master Hong nodded and stood up first. He then walked towards the direction of the voice. Leng Ruoxue and the rest of the Hong family followed behind him curiously. As they walked, everyone heard a woman's moans. The Hong family members were shocked, and a bad feeling rose in their hearts. When the people from the Hong family saw the disgusting scene, they instinctively wanted to block Leng Ruoxue and the others. Unfortunately, they were a step too slow. Leng Ruoxue and the others had already seen the scene not far away. At the same time, another group of people happened to walk over from the opposite direction. They also saw the unsightly scene. Ugh. The things in this world were really full of coincidences. Leng Ruoxue was very sure that the sudden appearance of this group of people was not planned by anyone. They had really just run into each other by chance. However, if such a scene was seen by outsiders like them, the Hong family would probably fly into a rage. As expected, just as Leng Ruoxue had this thought, an elder from the Hong family questioned her with a livid expression. Who are you people? What's your purpose for coming here in the middle of the night? The leader of the group was a young man who was as gentle as jade. Even though the young man was not wearing any luxurious clothes, he had a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. There was even a faint smile on his face. Even though he only had the strength of an early-stage true god, Leng Ruoxue believed that this man was definitely not as gentle as he appeared to be. We're a team of adventurers. We just happened to pass by. What can I do for you? The young man said with a faint smile, but a hint of mockery flashed through his dark eyes. Since that's the case, then you guys can stay here. The elder said coldly. Killing intent instantly rose in his heart. Apart from those from the Hong clan, he couldn't let anyone off today. Stay here? Can I treat this as an invitation? The young man played dumb. Of course. The elder sneered. At this time, Hong Lian, who was carrying out some kind of exercise, gradually woke up after the matter was over. When she saw that there were many people not far away from her, she panicked and quickly found clothes to wear. However, looking around, other than people, there was no shadow of clothes at all. Father! Hong Lian called out softly in fear. Pa! Several crisp sounds rang out. The Hong family head was so angry that he directly slapped Hong Lian a few times. Immediately, Hong Lian felt dizzy and blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. When the various elders of the Hong family saw this, they hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. Their intention was naturally not to feel sorry for Hong Lian being beaten up. Instead, they felt that with outsiders present, it was best to handle this matter in a low-profile manner. They also did not want those people to know what relationship Hong Lian had with their Hong family. Otherwise, the reputation of the Hong family would be destroyed. However, they had underestimated the anger of the Hong family head. At this moment, the head of the Hong family's heart was filled with anger, especially when he saw that the man who was pressed down by his daughter and forced onto her was actually a beggar with unkempt hair and a dirty face. He could not suppress the anger in his heart at all. Although he did not love his daughter as much as Xian her, he had always thought that his daughter was sensible. Who knew that this scheming daughter would actually do such a shameless thing? At this moment, he even had the thought of killing Hong Lian. Since she was young, Hong Lian had never seen her father so angry before. Seeing her father's anger, she was a little afraid. However, she did not think that she had done anything wrong. After all, she did this for her own happiness. Although her actions would bring shame to the Hong family and disappoint her father, she did not regret it. After having an intimate relationship with the man she liked, in the future, that demon-like man could forget about getting rid of her. At this moment, although Hong Lian was beaten, as long as she thought that she was already the woman of the man she liked, her heart would feel as sweet as honey. You shameless thing, I'll just beat you to death. The head of the Hong family roared in exasperation. The slap on his hand was even louder. In just a moment, half of Hong Lian's face was swollen. Father! I'm doing this for my own happiness. Hong Lian held back her tears and argued. At this moment, she was not wearing a single piece of clothing. However, no one in the Hong family was in the mood to let her put on her clothes first. Everyone in the Hong family wished that they did not know Hong Lian. Meanwhile, those anxious elders were trying their best to persuade the Hong family head. Leng Ruoxue watched this scene coldly from the side and laughed to himself. Hong Lian's reputation was completely ruined now. However, who could he blame? If it wasn't for her evil intentions, how could Shuang have schemed against her? To put it bluntly, people couldn't have bad intentions, otherwise, the one who would suffer would only be herself. However, she had some sympathy for the foolish beggar who was being pressed down by Hong Lian. She did not expect that Hong Lian had the ability to torture people because the beggar's body was full of scratch marks. It was obvious that this was Hong Lian's work. The team that had suddenly descended from the sky was also watching coldly. The young man in the lead sneered as he looked at the dirty scene not far away. No wonder the other party was so angry after seeing them. It seemed that they had encountered something they shouldn't have seen and the other party wanted to kill them to silence them. However, they couldn't be blamed for this matter. How could they have known that someone would do such an unscrupulous thing in public? To be honest, they could also be considered victims. After all, seeing such a thing would pollute their eyes. He wondered if they should charge the other party some money to calm them down. However, the other party obviously couldn't care about the existence of outsiders like them. If he didn't want to be killed, this was definitely a good opportunity to sneak away. However, he didn't want to leave just like this. You still have the face to say that. Hearing Hong Lian's words, the head of the Hong family became even angrier. In his heart, he kept cursing, F***ck. If he had known that his daughter would do such a shameful thing, he would have strangled her to death when she was young. So that she wouldn't embarrass him when she grew up. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Father, what's wrong with me fighting for my own happiness? Hong Lian said again. Up until now, she did not think she was wrong. She felt that she was only good at grasping opportunities, so why did her father not understand her? Fight? Even if you want to fight for him, you should at least fight for a decent man. Look at what kind of man you found yourself. The master of the Hong family roared in anger. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Of course he's the man I like. Hong Lian lowered his head to look at the man beneath him and said with a shy expression. You, the man you like is a fool? He's a foolish beggar. The head of the Hong family choked and almost fainted from anger. He couldn't figure it out. Didn't his daughter like that evil man? Why would she fall in love with a beggar? Father. What nonsense are you spouting? How could the man I like be a stupid beggar? He's so handsome, his looks and temperament are unparalleled. Don't you slander the man I like. Hong Lian shouted angrily. She did not expect that even in this state, her father would still despise the man she liked. Why was it that her sister would do anything for that man while she would fight for her own happiness? Her father was so angry. He was too biased. She couldn't help but complain in her heart, and the hatred in her heart for her father gradually deepened. Are you blind? The head of the Hong family felt his head throb. He didn't know what to say. If the man under Hong Lian was really that evil man, he might not be so angry. However, it wasn't him. It was a dirty beggar. How could he not be angry? Father. I'm just in love with a man, how can you say that about me? Why can my sister like him, but I can't? Hong Lian accused. Sister. No matter how much you like him, you can't do such a thing behind my back. You know that I like him too. Hong Xian saw that his sister had dragged him into this, and couldn't help but speak with jealousy. She had admired that godlike man for a long time, but she never had the chance to make a move. She didn't expect that her sister would beat her to it today. How could she not be angry? However, her father was furious because of her sister's matter, so even if she was very jealous now, she didn't dare to say anything. Who knew that her sister would lead the conversation to her? As a result, she couldn't keep her eyes closed anymore. Of course I know that you like him too, but I'm already his now, so you should give up. Hong Lian said with a smug look. Coupled with her swollen face from being beaten by the Hong family head, her smugness at this moment appeared exceptionally sinister. I won't give up, and he won't want you. Don't forget, he still had a country-toppling beauty by his side. Compared to that woman, we're nothing. Hong Xian reminded her. Her heart was filled with hatred. If she hated Leng Ruoxue out of jealousy, then she hated her own sister to the core. However, although she was not as smart as her sister, she also knew that her sister would not easily get her way. Even if she was already in an intimate relationship with that man, he might not want her. So what? Now that I'm his woman, how can he not be responsible for me? Hong Lian said disapprovingly. In her heart, becoming the woman of the man she fancied was already set in stone. Therefore, her mood also relaxed a lot. Although her actions made her father very angry, what could her father do even if he was angry? I can't kill her. Moreover, what she had done was good for her father. Therefore, she was very confident that her father was only angry because he was embarrassed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. You're really too shameless. Hong Xian was so angry that he was trembling and stammering. Little sister. Why do you have to say that about me? If you were me, you would definitely do the same. Hong Lian laughed as he understood. I. Hong Xian couldn't say a complete sentence because she was very clear that what her sister said was the truth, yes. If she had the chance, she would also offer herself without hesitation like her sister. Unfortunately, she didn't get such an opportunity. All of you, shut up. The master of the Hong family heard the conversation between his two daughters, and the anger in his heart rose. Never in his dreams did he expect that these two daughters would actually quarrel so much over a beggar that their faces and ears turned red. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that they had lost their minds because they couldn't get that devilish man? At this moment, he was completely unaware that his two daughters had planted an illusion technique, which was why they had thought that the beggar was the man they liked. In fact, he could not be blamed for this, because things like illusions were extremely rare in the divine realm. They were almost something that only existed in legends. Father. You have to stand up for me. I was the one who fell in love with him first, but he was snatched away by my sister. Hong Xian cried like a pear blossom bathed in rain, his face full of grievance. Shut up. Take a good look at who the man underground is. The head of the Hong family said angrily. It was one thing for a daughter to like a beggar, but why were two daughters interested in the same beggar? This was too strange. The man we like, of course. Hong Lian and Hong Xian said in unison. Then, they glared at each other. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she gently touched the little snake that was wrapped around her wrist. Understanding the situation, she dispelled the illusion on the two sisters without a sound. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. The head of the Hong family roared furiously. When Hong Lian and Hong Xian heard the thunderous roar of the Hong family's master, they were both shocked and subconsciously looked down at the ground. Although the night was hazy and the face of the man on the ground was not very clear, anyone with eyes could tell that the man on the ground was definitely not a normal man. At this moment, the moonlight suddenly hit the man's face and the face of the man on the ground became extremely clear. When the two saw it, they were instantly shocked. Hong Lian couldn't stand this stimulation and directly fainted. Seeing Hong Xian's pale face and Hong Lian fainting, the head of the Hong family said with disappointment, "Is this the man you like? Even if you can't get the man you want, you can't just find a beggar. Our Hong family's face has been completely thrown away by you. Father. This has nothing to do with me. I thought, Hong's heart trembled, he didn't know what to say. Did his sister really give up on herself? However, she felt that it was more likely that her sister had mistaken him for someone else. After all, with her sister's pride, she would never fall in love with a beggar. Patriarch, please calm your anger. At this moment, an elder of the Hong family gathered his courage and walked up to persuade him. At the same time, he secretly gave a look to the Hong family to have someone take away the unconscious Hong Lian. Can I rest? The head of the Hong family glared angrily at the elder who had advised him. He even had the thought of killing Hong Lian now, so how could he calm his anger? Master, there are outsiders here. The elder reminded in a soft voice. Although they wanted to do their best to cover up this scandal of the Hong family, it was obvious that they could no longer hide it. The family head's fury earlier had already let those uninvited guests know the truth of the matter. AI. This was really terrible. The master was really not calm. In the elder's heart, he felt that if the family head didn't make a move just now, or even pretended not to know this daughter, or directly cut off this daughter who had tarnished the reputation of the Hong family, it would be better than the current outcome. Therefore, he also blamed the family head for being reckless and not considering the big picture. However, things had already come to this point. Even if they were depressed, it had already become a reality. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to control the situation to the smallest extent, which was to not let this matter spread out. And the best way was to kill everyone present who knew the truth. Of course, this was only limited to people outside the Hong family. Hearing the elder's words, the master of the Hong family subconsciously turned towards Leng Ruoxue and the rest. Then, he looked at the group that had suddenly descended from the sky. His heart was in turmoil. He understood the elder's intention and knew that killing them was the best way to prevent this matter from being spread. However, to be honest, he was very reluctant to kill Leng Ruoxue. Therefore, the best way was to make Leng Ruoxue a member of the Hong family. She naturally wouldn't reveal her family's dirty secrets to anyone. As for the others, it didn't matter if she killed them. At the thought of this, he made up his mind. Miss, the Hong family wouldn't be thinking of killing us, right? Yu Qing whispered as she felt the Hong family head's dark gaze. They do have that idea, but they won't do anything to us for the time being. After all, their target is the Yen clan. Compared to the Yen clan, we are nothing. Leng Ruoxue said. If the Hong family wanted to silence them, they would have done so by now. However, the fact that they didn't make a move meant that they still had their reservations. Or rather, the Hong family didn't even take them seriously. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes turned towards the young man's direction. Coincidentally, the young man was also looking in their direction. It was obvious that they had seen through the Hong family's thoughts. The young man sized Leng Ruoxue up, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Following that, he looked at the man beside Leng Ruoxue and praised him in his heart. What a handsome man. Originally, he was still very confident in his own appearance. However, the man not far away made him feel a deep sense of inferiority. In front of that man, he actually felt so small. This was really too unbelievable. Moreover, if he didn't guess wrong, the man that the sisters liked should be him, right? He was really a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. How could such a man take a fancy to that pair of sisters? He and the woman beside him were a perfect match. Previous chapter. Next. At this moment, the master of the Hong family walked in front of Leng Ruoxue and the rest and said, Miss Leng, I'm sorry that such a thing happened. It's getting late, you should rest early. The head of the Hong family was very considerate. An elder from the Hong family walked up to the young man and said with a kind expression, This young master, it's already very late, and it's not safe to walk on the road at night. Why don't we set up camp here? There's more than enough space for you guys. Although the Hong family elder spoke in a negotiating tone, the meaning behind his words did not allow anyone to refuse. The young man was well aware of this. If he refused the other party's good intentions, the other party would probably attack them now. Thank you for your kind offer. We'll accept your invitation then. The young man chuckled. His understanding performance made the Hong family elder extremely satisfied. Following that, Leng Ruoxue's group, the people from the Hong family, and the team led by the young man returned to the Hong family's encampment. As for the beggar who was not in his right mind, he was naturally brought back by the Hong family. They would definitely not let this foolish man go. After returning to the Hong family's encampment, the young man ordered his subordinates to set up the tent. However, they did not rest immediately. Instead, they gathered around the fire and started to prepare food. "Young master, they're clearly up to no good by leaving us here," a middle-aged man beside the young man said in a low voice. "I know," the young man nodded and said indifferently. In fact, the reason why he was willing to stay was only because he wanted to join in the fun. After all, the recent days were quite boring. It was rare for fun to take the initiative to come to his door, so it would be a waste not to take it. "Young master, what do you think is going on? Why would the two young ladies of their family be jealous of a beggar? It's so embarrassing," the middle-aged man asked in disbelief. "Uncle Zhong, how come you're so gossipy?" The young man laughed. Although he didn't know why the sisters mistook him for someone else, since it had already happened, there was no need to get to the bottom of it. After all, this kind of thing could not be explained. Those sisters must have lost their minds. Otherwise, how could they mistake the man they like? At this moment, someone beside him spoke. "What crazy? I think it's better to settle for the second best. If you can't get the best, then you'll find the worst." "That's definitely the case." Another person analyzed, and his remarks made the young man and the others not know whether to laugh or cry. The young man and the rest sat by the fire, eating and chatting. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had already returned to the bracelet. When Qing Ju saw them, he immediately ran over and said with a gossipy look, "Sister, where did the other team come from?" "I don't know either," Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. "Oh. Big sister, you guys have to be careful. The Hong family already has the intention to kill you all. However, the person that the head of the Hong family wants to kill is obviously not you." Qing Ju laughed evilly. "Are you trying to say that the person he wants to kill is me?" The demon raised his eyes and asked after hearing Qing Ju's words. He won't kill you, he's still counting on you to be his son-in-law." Qing Ju laughed out loud. "Oh, really? It seems that I have to kill him first," the demon said coldly. If he wanted him to be his son-in-law, it meant that the old man wanted Shui. Since that was the case, he would definitely not let that old thing off. "It won't be fun if I kill him," Qing Ju reminded. "Then let's keep him for now. He can't escape from my hands anyway." The demon understood what Qing Ju meant and said. "Yes, but I'm afraid he doesn't have the mood to find trouble with the Yen family now," Qing Ju said with a frown. His own daughter had done such a thing. At this time, the head of the Hong family must be very upset. After all, if this matter was not handled well, the reputation of the Hong family would be destroyed overnight. However, wouldn't this be advantageous to the Yen family? He had not forgotten how the father and daughter of the Yen family had treated his sister. Then let the Yen clan come and find trouble with them. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. With such a scandal happening to the daughter of the Hong family, the head of the Hong family would definitely be depressed to death and would not have the time to care about anything else. If the Yen family were to add fuel to the fire, wouldn't things be even more interesting? At the thought of this, she gave a few instructions to Shuang. After Shuang heard it, a wretched smile appeared on his face and he kept nodding his head. Following that, Leng Ruoxue gave the bracelet away. Shui Ying's destination was naturally the Yen residence in Yen City. Ziyu, who was at the Yen residence, was shocked to see a big snow-white fox suddenly appear in his room in the middle of the night. However, he quickly regained his senses. "Can you not suddenly appear like this? You'll scare me to death." Ziyu patted her chest exaggeratedly. "TSK. You're not that timid. You're a divine emperor." Shuang rolled his eyes at Ziyu, his face full of disdain. "Can't you be afraid, divine emperor?" Ziyu said, a little speechless. Actually, he couldn't say that he was afraid. It was just that this fox had appeared too suddenly, so he wasn't mentally prepared. "Speak. What's the matter?" Ziyu calmed her heart and said. He. Shuang laughed evilly and told him about what happened that night. Then, he told him about Leng Ruoxue's new plan. After Ziyu heard Shui Ying's words, she was filled with regret. "Oh. Such a fun thing, why wasn't he there? You don't have to look like this. The Hong family won't let us who know the truth get away with it. So, you still have a good show to watch." Seeing Ziyu's depressed expression, Shuang comforted her. "Yes, that makes sense. Leave the Yen family to me," Ziyu said with a nod. It seemed that he had to urge the Yen clan to act quickly. Otherwise, who knew when he would have to wait for the Hong clan to come knocking on his door. He was bored to death after staying at the Yen residence for the past few days. Then I'll be leaving first." After saying that, Snow Shadow disappeared. The next morning, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had just left the tent when the young man walked over and invited them warmly. "I've ordered people to prepare some food, let's eat together." "Thank you," Leng Ruoxue didn't reject him and smiled. She was very interested in this man. After all, they were now grasshoppers on the same vine. Therefore, she also wanted to know more about the other grasshopper's background. After she finished speaking, she, the demon, Yuqing and Xiang followed the young man to their camp. After they sat down, the man's subordinates very enthusiastically served them food. Looking at the food that had all the colors, smells, and flavors, and was even emitting heat, Leng Ruoxue muttered to herself, it seems like this man is also a person who is very particular about his food. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cook so many different kinds of food in the wild. Actually, Leng Ruoxue's guess wasn't entirely accurate. Usually, in the wild, the young man and his group wouldn't eat so luxuriously. It was only because they wanted to entertain Leng Ruoxue and the others today that the food was much more sumptuous than usual. Miss, you're welcome. Please enjoy. The young man said enthusiastically, but not solicitously. Thank you. I won't be polite. Leng Ruoxue chuckled, but she did not touch her chopsticks. May I know your name, miss? The middle-aged man beside the young man asked curiously. Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue said softly. Oh. I wonder what's Miss Leng's relationship with them? The middle-aged man asked curiously. Yesterday, the young master said that this woman had nothing to do with the Hong family. However, he didn't believe it. So, it was better to ask clearly to avoid hurting the innocent. We don't have any relationship. If you really want to count, I should be their Hong family's prisoner. The moment Leng Ruoxue's words left her mouth, the young man and the rest were stunned. None of them had expected to hear such words. How could there be such a free prisoner? They could not believe it. Do you see the father and daughter in the prison carriage? Leng Ruoxue knew that her words were not very credible in the eyes of outsiders. However, she didn't take it to heart. She then pointed to the prison carriage not far away. I saw it. The middle-aged man replied in a daze. I was originally the prisoner of the father and daughter in the prison carriage. They wanted to kill me, but on the way home, I was caught by my enemies. Therefore, I was also implicated by them and became a prisoner of the Hong family. The master of the Hong family knew that I had nothing to do with the father and daughter of the Yen family in the prison carriage, so he released me from the prison. Therefore, I can move freely. However, if I want to leave the Hong family, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Leng Ruoxue explained indifferently. Most of her words were the truth, with only a little bit of exaggeration regarding whether or not she could leave the Hong family. However, this would not affect the overall situation. After the young man and the rest heard Leng Ruoxue's explanation, they did not know what to say. This matter seemed to be more complicated than they had imagined. Does Miss Leng wish to leave? The young man asked with a faint smile. Of course I want to. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Then why don't you leave with us, Miss Leng? The middle-aged man suddenly said. I can't leave with you. Besides, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave so easily. Leng Ruoxue understood. If the Hong family wanted to silence them, then the team led by this young man would be the first to bear the brunt. Hee. Miss Leng doesn't need to worry about us. Since we dare to stay here, we naturally aren't afraid of their tricks. Moreover, he will definitely regret provoking me. The young man chuckled, his handsome face full of confidence. Some people won't learn without being taught a lesson, don't you think so? Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Miss Leng is right. Some people just don't have a good eye. They don't know who they can provoke and who they can tea. And such people with no eye for things are a waste of food and spiritual energy to live in this world. The young man said in disdain. I don't seem to know young master's name. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head slightly and asked with a smile. My surname is Yin, and my first name is Xiao. The young man introduced himself. Yin? Could Big Brother Yi be from the Yin family of the 8 great divine domains? Leng Ruoxue probed. The Yin clan was also one of the 8 great divine regions. However, the Yin clan was relatively low profile and mysterious among the 8 great divine regions. However, for the Yin clan to be able to become one of the 8 great divine regions, they must have their own outstanding qualities. Yes. Yin Xiao nodded his head slightly. He was very pleased with Leng Ruoxue's address of Big Brother Yin. Furthermore, he had an extremely good impression of Leng Ruoxue. After all, it was rare for a woman to not drool at him during their first meeting. After this woman had guessed his identity, she did not seem particularly surprised. He immediately concluded that Leng Ruoxue must be a woman who had seen the world and could even be from a powerful clan. However, the Leng clan did not seem to be among the top clans in the divine world. Hence, he did not dare to make wild guesses about Leng Ruoxue's identity. It seems like the Hong family has kicked an iron plate this time. Leng Ruoxue said with a hint of sympathy. Our Yin family has always kept a low profile and doesn't like to get involved in any disputes. Originally, we could have ignored the Hong family scandal, but they just wanted to drag us in. I can't do anything about it. Yin Xiao said with a face of speechlessness, as if he was extremely unwilling. When Leng Ruoxue saw Yin Xiao's aggrieved expression, she was speechless. Was this considered taking advantage of her? From his point of view, Yin Xiao and the others were not easy to deal with. Otherwise, which normal group would choose to travel in the middle of the night? The two of them were chatting happily and laughter could be heard from time to time. However, when the laughter reached the ears of the Hong family, it was so harsh. Some of the Hong family members even thought that they were gathered to discuss what had happened last night. And what had happened last night was a great humiliation to the Hong family. After the beggar was brought back by the Hong family, the family head and the elders had secretly dealt with him. However, the family head and elders did not act rashly when Leng Ruoxue and the young man were in the team. This made everyone from the Hong family extremely puzzled. Today, he saw the two of them gathered together again, so the anger in his heart naturally surged up. In the next moment, an impulsive member of the Hong family walked in front of Leng Ruoxue and Yin Xiao with a heart full of anger. He questioned loudly, "Who allowed you two to be together? You still dare to talk about our Hong family, you really don't want to live." When Leng Ruoxue, Yin Xiao, and the rest heard what this person from the Hong family said, they raised their brows in unison. After a long while, "Can't we have a chat together?" Yin Xiaokai asked, speechless. "Of course not." The Hong clan's people furiously roared. "Hee hee. You're quite a busybody. You even care about our conversation." Yin Xiao chuckled in a calm manner. "Chat? Humph. Don't think that I don't know that you're clearly mocking our Hong family in private." The person from the Hong clan said angrily. Although he didn't hear what they were talking about, it couldn't be anything good. Otherwise, why would they be laughing so happily? He thought to himself, feeling a little nervous. What do you have for us to laugh at? Not everyone is interested in that kind of scandal. If you have the time to argue with us, why don't you think about how to implement your plan? Don't forget the main purpose of your trip. Leng Ruoxue reminded them with a smile. It seemed like the incident last night had driven the Hong family crazy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forgotten their purpose and only wanted to cover up their family scandal. You all better be careful. If I hear a single word from your mouth that is disadvantageous to the Hong family, you will all be dead. The person from the Hong clan threatened. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left with his tail between his legs. Big brother Yin, it looks like we've been threatened. Leng Ruoxue shrugged her shoulders helplessly as she looked at the back of the Hong family member. Yup. I'm really scared, this Hong family is so powerful. Yin Xiao said exaggeratedly. After saying this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Clearly, neither of them took the words of the person from the Hong clan to heart. After breakfast, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had a simple chat with Yin Xiao before they bade their farewells and returned to the tent. In the afternoon, the master of the Hong family found Leng Ruoxue and wanted to talk to her in private. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the evildoer and nodded with a smile when she heard Master Hong's request. Following that, Leng Ruoxue followed Master Hong to an empty corner. Looking at their backs, Yin Xiao walked over worriedly and asked, "Why did Xue leave with that guy? What if that guy doesn't have good intentions?" In the short time they had spent together in the morning, he had a good chat with Leng Ruoxue and the rest. The way he addressed Leng Ruoxue had changed from Miss Leng to Xue. He had also treated Leng Ruoxue as a younger sister. Hence, when he saw Leng Ruoxue being taken away by that old fart from the Hong family, he was extremely displeased. "Xue will be fine," the demon said indifferently and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue followed the flustered master of the Hong family to the place they had been to last time. Seeing this, she was speechless. It seems like Master Hong has a special liking for this place. Miss Leng really likes to joke. The master of the Hong family looked at the familiar place and felt helpless. In reality, he did not bring Leng Ruoxue here on purpose. They had unknowingly walked here. "I don't like to joke, Master Hong. If there's anything you want to say, just say it." Leng Ruoxue suppressed the impatience in her heart and said. "Young Lady Leng, the elders in our clan are very angry about what happened last night." The master of the Hong family was silent for a while before he spoke. "Yes, it's normal for them to be angry. After all, this is not something to be proud of," Leng Ruoxue said in an understanding manner. "It's good that Miss Leng understands." The head of the Hong family seized the opportunity and said with a face full of joy. "What do I not understand? This is your Hong family's matter, it has nothing to do with me." Leng Ruoxue played dumb. "Miss Leng, you personally witnessed my daughter's scandal yesterday. Do you think the elders of our Hong family will let you off? For the sake of the Hong family's reputation, they will only get rid of you." The master of the Hong family saw that Leng Ruoxue did not understand the true meaning of his words, so he could only make his words more clear. "Master Hong, I'm not the one who ruined the Hong family's reputation. Why do you need to get rid of me? If you are really thinking about the reputation of the Hong family, getting rid of Hong Lian is the top priority." Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she reminded him. Then, as if she had a sudden realization, she continued, "I'm sorry, Master Hong. I forgot that Hong Lian is your daughter, so of course you can't bear to get rid of her. However, if you don't get rid of her, the main culprit, it's useless to get rid of me." "Miss Leng, why don't you understand what I mean?" The head of the Hong family was a little angry. Damn it, was this woman really that stupid or was she just pretending? "Master Hong, I really don't understand, and I don't understand why your family elders want to get rid of me. I'm not the one who fell in love with a beggar, and even if it was me, they don't have the right to deal with me. I don't have any relationship with your Hong family." Leng Ruoxue asked with a face full of question marks, vowing to play dumb to the end. "You have nothing to do with the Hong family, but you saw my daughter's scandal. The elders of the Hong family are afraid that the scandal will be leaked, so they want to get rid of you no matter what." The head of the Hong family explained. Humph. His words were clear enough now. If Leng Ruoxue still didn't understand, then she was really acting dumb. "The elders of the Hong family want to get rid of me, and you're here to tip me off, Master Hong. Are you planning to betray the family?" Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Her words caused the head of the Hong family, who was just about to express his gratitude, to choke and almost pass out. After calming down, the head of the Hong family gritted his teeth and said, "Young lady Leng, how could I betray my family? I came to find you to save you. I don't want you to die at such a young age." "Oh. I wonder how you plan to save me?" Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. "As long as you become a member of the Hong family, the elders of the Hong family will naturally not think of killing you." The master of the Hong family deliberately paused for a moment before speaking. "Become a member of the Hong family? I wonder how I can become a member of the Hong family?" Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with confusion. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the master of the Hong family. Master Hong's heart thumped like a little deer when he saw Leng Ruoxue's limpid and moving eyes. Who knew that Leng Ruoxue's next words would make his excited heart instantly turn cold? "Master Hong, do you want to acknowledge me as your goddaughter?" Leng Ruoxue blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with an innocent look. "But I already have a godfather. If he finds out that I've found another godfather, he will definitely not let you off. He's very fierce." Leng Ruoxue mumbled to herself, her beautiful face was filled with confusion. "I don't want to acknowledge you as my goddaughter." The head of the Hong family, who was so angry that he couldn't say anything for a long time, finally roared after a long silence. He was really about to be angered to death by this woman. Even a fool could tell what he thought of her, but this woman just didn't understand. "Is she going to be your daughter-in-law? I already have a husband, and I've never thought of getting married again," Leng Ruoxue said with determination. "I don't have a son." The head of the Hong family suppressed his anger and said, "This woman is really detestable. First, she said that she would be his goddaughter, then she said that she would be his daughter-in-law. Why didn't she think of marrying him? You're already so old, how can you not have a son? Could it be that he was already dying? If you don't have a son, won't your position as the head of the family be passed on to someone else's son? It's such a pity," Leng Ruoxue said with a look of sympathy. You. The head of the Hong family was so angry that he couldn't speak. Damn it, he actually said that he couldn't make it. "Humph. When you marry me, I'll let you know if I can or can't do it." "Master Hong, I know it's hard to say this, but don't be too sad. After all, age doesn't let you off." "I understand." Leng Ruoxue saw that Master Hong was so angry that he couldn't speak, so she consoled him considerately. Previous chapter. Next. As long as you marry me and give birth to a son for me, I will pass the position of the head of the family to him." After a long time, the head of the Hong family finally spoke his thoughts while suppressing his anger. "Master Hong, I didn't hear wrong, right? You want me to marry you?" Leng Ruoxue asked in shock, as if she couldn't believe Master Hong's words. "What's wrong? Don't tell me that I, as the head of the family, am not worthy of you?" The master of the Hong family could hear the disbelief in Leng Ruoxue's voice and said unhappily. "You're really not worthy of her." Leng Ruoxue deliberately paused for a moment before continuing. "How am I not good enough for you?" The head of the Hong family forced himself to maintain a good demeanor as he asked. "You're too old and can't do it in a certain aspect. You can't have a son. But that's secondary. The most important thing is that I already have a husband and I don't plan to marry another man in this life," Leng Ruoxue said with a calm smile. That man, other than having a pretty face, what can he give you? Besides, who told you that I can't have a son?" The head of the Hong family roared in anger. Damn it, with his power and status, how could he not compare to a pretty boy? Why couldn't this hateful woman see the situation clearly? And she always said that he couldn't make it, it really made him angry. "When you marry me, I'll let you know if I can or can't do it," the head of the Hong family angrily added. "Master Hong. I'm sorry, but I won't marry you. So, it doesn't matter to me whether you can or can't," Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. "Do you want to die? If you don't marry me, you'll only die. The elders of the Hong family won't let you off. And that pretty boy, he'll die without a doubt. Are you willing to let him die?" The head of the Hong family started to threaten Leng Ruoxue. Since she didn't want to marry him because of that pretty boy, then she couldn't blame him for using that pretty boy to threaten her. "Master Hong, life and death are up to fate. If you want to kill him, I'm afraid I can't save him even if I marry you. In that case, I'd rather die with him than marry you. So, you should give up." Leng Ruoxue chuckled. "You have to think this through. As long as you marry me, I can guarantee that he will live well. Moreover, only I can save him," the head of the Hong family reminded. "If the Hong family's elder is bent on killing him, how can you guarantee that?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. "He can marry my daughter. As long as he becomes the son-in-law of the Hong family, the elders of the Hong family will naturally not make things difficult for him," the head of the Hong family said matter-of-factly. He had already made plans. In this case, wouldn't his and his daughter's wishes be fulfilled? However, Leng Ruoxue and that man would never have the chance to meet again in the future because he would never allow them to meet again. It seems that Master Hong has everything planned out. Can I say no? Leng Ruoxue asked with a half-smile. Of course not, because this is your only choice, the master of the Hong family said confidently. Master Hong, you're wrong. This isn't my only choice, and even if it is, I won't choose it, Leng Ruoxue said very clearly. Are you not afraid of death? Could it be that you're willing to let that pretty boy die? The head of the Hong family continued to ask. Master Hong, I've said it before. I'd rather die with him than agree to marry you. He will definitely not marry your daughter, because he's my man in life and my ghost in death. Leng Ruoxue sneered at Master Hong. The overbearing tone in her voice made Master Hong tremble. Miss Leng, you'd better think this through. The head of the Hong family advised. He couldn't easily give up on such a beautiful woman who he could only look at from afar but couldn't get. I've thought about it very clearly. Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. Young Miss Leng, since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for not knowing how to be tender to a woman. The head of the Hong family was a little angry from embarrassment. He didn't expect that after he said this much, this woman still wouldn't agree no matter what. She even said that she wanted to die with that man. Humph. In his dreams. He would definitely not let them die together. Furthermore, he would not let Leng Ruoxue die. As for whether that man would be able to live, it would depend on whether he knew what was good for him. What does Master Hong want to do? Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with curiosity when she heard Master Hong's words. However, her expression remained extremely calm. In Master Hong's eyes, he thought that she was just putting on an act. Who asked Leng Ruoxue to be a weak woman in his eyes? Since you don't want to marry me, then you can be my exclusive property. The master of the Hong family laughed complacently. After he finished speaking, he made a hand gesture behind him. In the blink of an eye, Leng Ruoxue was surrounded by the Hong family's guards. Master Hong is trying to use force. Leng Ruoxue smiled and continued, no wonder Hong Lian knew that the overlord forced himself on the beggar. It turns out that he benefited from the true inheritance of the Hong family head. Humph. I originally wanted to give you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, you can't blame me. As for that man of yours, if he's tactful, I can consider letting him be Xian's boy toy. The head of the Hong family shamelessly stated his other plan. AI. Master Hong has planned everything out and secretly brought so many people to force me to submit. It seems that I have no choice but to obey. But, I'm not willing to accept this. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly and said gloomily. Miss Leng, a wise man is a man of practice. If you hadn't kept rejecting me, I wouldn't have used this last resort. I was forced to do this. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had given in, the master of the Hong family's tone became gentle. In fact, he had never been so concerned about a woman before. If it were any other woman, they would have thrown themselves into his arms long ago. However, this hateful woman just had to turn a blind eye to him. In her eyes and heart, there was only that pretty boy. How could he not be angry? Hence, before he had asked Leng Ruoxue out alone, he had already made all sorts of plans. His current plan was undoubtedly the worst one, and also the one he did not want to use the most. However, it was the most effective one. Previous chapter. What a good, forced, exclamation point. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. At this moment, a member of the Hong family ran over in a panic. Before he even reached them, he shouted, Master, it's bad. The Yen clan has us surrounded. What did you just say? The head of the Hong family strode over to the clansman and asked fiercely. Clan head, we have been surrounded by the Yen clan. The fifth elder has ordered a subordinate to inform you and ask you to return as soon as possible. The Hong clan member said hurriedly before he could even catch his breath. How did the Yen clan know we were camping here? The master of the Hong family questioned angrily. This subordinate is not sure, but the Yen clan has already cut off our escape route. The elders would like you to quickly return to discuss this matter. The member of the Hong family said. I know. The Hong family's master nodded, but his heart was filled with resentment. Damn the Yen family, they really came at the wrong time. Miss Leng, let's go back. Master Hong turned to Leng Ruoxue and said. All right, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After she finished speaking, she followed behind Master Hong and slowly walked back. The guards of the Hong family followed behind her in the name of protection, but in reality, they were monitoring her. The moment they returned to the encampment, the elders of the Hong family dragged the master of the Hong family into their tent to discuss some matters. The guards did not receive an order from the master to restrict Leng Ruoxue's freedom of movement, so they could only allow her to return to their own tent. In the tent, the demon and Yin Xiao were sitting inside waiting for her. Shwe, you're back. When Yin Xiao saw that Leng Ruoxue had returned safe and sound, his heart that had been in a state of suspense finally settled down. Why is big brother Yin here? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. She didn't expect Yin Xiao to be waiting for her with the demon. I'm just worried about you. That's right, that old thing didn't bully you, right? Yin Xiao asked with concern. What did that thing say to you this time? The demon also took the initiative to ask. He said that the elder of the Hong family wanted to get rid of us and asked me to marry him so that I could keep my life. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she explained. As soon as she finished speaking, the evildoer crushed the cup in his hand. What are you doing? Leng Ruoxue's heart ached when she saw a trace of blood flowing out from the evildoer's fingers. She then quickly took out a pill and stuffed it into the evildoer's mouth. What else did that damn thing say? The demon continued to ask. He even asked you to marry his daughter. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly. Then, she reported the entire matter to the two of them. That old fart. How can he be so shameless? When Yin Xiao heard this, he immediately shouted in anger. His originally gentle and handsome face clearly had a trace of anger. Brother Yin, calm down. He didn't succeed. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Why didn't he succeed? If it wasn't for the Yen clan's sudden arrival, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to see you. Yin Xiao roared in anger. However, after listening to Leng Ruoxue's words, the evildoer did not say a word. However, Leng Ruoxue knew very well that the more the evildoer acted this way, the angrier he was. Even though the evildoer knew that Master Hong's words were nothing but a joke to them, he would not let off any man who dared to have designs on her. Brother Yin, even if the Yen family didn't come, they would still be able to see me. 2 drops of cold sweat hung on Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she sighed helplessly. Why did this man who looked so gentle and warm on the outside become so exaggerated? You're going to be that old fart's exclusive property. How can we see you? Unless we charge into the Hong family and save you. Yin Xiao said honestly. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Let's assume that Yin Xiao was telling the truth, but there was no need to exaggerate. Shue'er, you have to stay away from that old man. If he asks you out alone, you must not go out with him. Yin Xiao reminded. Big brother Yin, Master Hong has already made it clear. Naturally, he won't ask me out alone. Furthermore, he won't be able to take care of me before the Yen family's matters are resolved. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Right now, the head of the Hong family must be in a terrible fix because of the Yen family's encirclement. How could he still care about her? That's true. Shue'er, why don't I take you away now? Yin Xiao said after some thought. He had a feeling that Shue'er would be in danger if she stayed here, and that the old man would keep thinking about her. Thus, he wanted to take them away immediately. Big brother Yin, it's rare to see 2 families fighting. Don't you want to stay and watch the fun? Moreover, I have a deep relationship with the Hong and Yen families. If I leave now, I will be depressed. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. All right then. Yin Xiao's forehead was filled with black lines. He should have known long ago that Leng Ruoxue was a woman who loved to see the world in chaos, right? However, he had been deceived by her delicate appearance and could not help but want to protect her. However, it was fortunate that Leng Ruoxue was unaware of Yin Xiao's thoughts. If she were to find out that Yin Xiao had treated her as one of those weak women who needed someone to protect her at all times, she would be even more depressed. Just as Leng Ruoxue had expected, after the Hong family head was dragged into the tent by the Hong family elders, the elders all requested for the family head to make a decision as soon as possible. They did not want the Yen family to be too smug. Clan head, the Yen clan actually has the guts to besiege us. This is unforgivable. An elder said with a face full of disdain, but he was extremely puzzled in his heart. Wasn't there news that the Yen clan didn't care about the Yen clan's first master and daughter? Why did they send people to rescue him? Yup. Clan head, we must think of a good way to dampen the Yen clan spirit, and let them know that they will pay a price for besieging us. Another elder chimed in. At this moment, they were extremely angry because they only thought of the Yen clan coming to besiege them. They didn't realize that if they didn't come to find trouble with the Yen clan first, why would the Yen clan find trouble and fight back? Master, I don't understand. How did the Yen clan know we were here? Another elder asked. That goes without saying. Someone must have leaked the news and betrayed our Hong family. An elder replied. F***ck. If I find out who betrayed our Hong family, I will definitely cut him into pieces. One of the more impulsive elders of the Hong family roared. Listening to the elders' discussion, the Hong family's master was silent and deep in thought. His gloomy expression made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Patriarch, say something. What should we do about this? The elders' faces were gloomy. Originally, they were the Oriole, but now, how did they become the cicada that was caught? Their position with the Yen family had been swapped, and this was something they absolutely could not accept. Family head, I feel that the most important thing now is to find the person who betrayed our Hong family. If we don't get rid of this person, the Yen family will find out about our situation. This will be very disadvantageous to us. An elder of the Hong family reminded. Sigh. Why had things been so rough for the Hong family these past 2 days? First, it was the 2 daughters of the master who had a fight and almost turned against each other. Then, the young miss raped a beggar, and now they were surrounded by the Yen family. Sigh. Why did all these unpleasant things come together? He couldn't understand it no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that today was destined to be an eventful year for the Hong family? 7th elder's words are reasonable. All the elders quickly agreed. Master, please tell us your decision. At this moment, the 5th elder of the Hong family, who had also not said anything, spoke. You think that someone betrayed the Hong family? The head of the Hong family asked indifferently. Yes. Otherwise, how would the Yen clan know that we are here? The Hong family's elders said. Since that's the case, 7th elder, I'll leave the task of finding the person who betrayed the Hong family to you. The head of the Hong family said after some thought. Master, how should we deal with the Yen clan? The 7th elder of the Hong clan couldn't help but ask. Although it was important to find the person who had betrayed the Hong clan, they couldn't ignore the Yen clan that was surrounding them like a tiger watching its prey. The encampment they had chosen was hidden on a small road not far from Yen City. Although the road led from north to south, only one side led to Yen City, and the other side led to a forest not far from Yen City. Now that the Yen clan had blocked the road to their home, although there was no other movement from the Yen clan for the time being, they were very clear that if they took another step forward, the Yen clan would definitely launch an attack. They only had 2 choices. They could either return to Hucheng or retreat into the forest. However, if they were to return to Hong City like this, what face would the Hong family have in the future? Retreating into the forest was not a good choice, so they urgently needed the family head to make a decision. The Yen clan won't act rashly for the time being. If I'm not wrong, they're probably just trying to force us back. Don't forget, that old man from the Yen clan is seriously injured. The head of the Hong family said with absolute certainty. So, family head, you mean that we should first find the person who betrayed the Hong family? The fifth elder asked with certainty. Yes. Otherwise, our every move will be under the Hong family's control. The head of the Hong family said in a depressed manner. But who would betray our Hong family? The seventh elder was at a loss. To be honest, he had no clue at all and didn't know where to start. Who else is needed? It's definitely Leng Ruoxue and the others. Suddenly, Hong Xian's voice came into the tent. Then, Hong Xian walked in from the outside with an angry face. She had been eavesdropping outside, but after hearing the seventh elder's words, she couldn't help but speak. Xian, Don't talk nonsense, she has never left our sight, how would she have the chance to betray the Hong family? The master of the Hong family angrily rebuked his daughter. Father. She's not part of the Hong family, so she's the biggest suspect. Hong Xian shouted. I'm not protecting her, I'm just judging the matter as it is. She has never left the camp, so how could she betray the Hong clan? Moreover, she has a grudge against the Yen clan's first master and his daughter. She's not an idiot. The head of the Hong family retorted. Miss Xian, we know that you're unhappy with Leng Ruoxue. However, what the family head said makes sense. She really doesn't have the chance to betray the Hong family. The seventh elder said. If it's not her, then who is it? Hong Xian said angrily. She couldn't understand why these shrewd elders didn't believe her. We will find out who betrayed the Hong family. Miss Xian, you don't have to worry about such a small matter. The seventh elder said with a faint smile. Humph. If you don't believe me, you'll regret it. Hong Xian's face was filled with anger and her heart was filled with hatred. She admitted that she had wronged Leng Ruoxue on purpose, but she did not expect the elders of the Hong family to not believe her. After saying that, Hong Xian left the tent in a huff. Elders, please don't mind. Xian, is still young and insensible. After Hong Xian left, the head of the Hong family saw that the elders' expressions were not very good because of Hong Xian's words, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Master, these two daughters of yours are not the usual kind of willfulness. If we do not discipline them properly, I'm afraid that they will cause even greater trouble. The fifth elder could not help but remind him. Fifth elder, don't worry. They've become much more restrained now. The head of the Hong family sighed. Just like that, the Hong family secretly investigated the person who might have sold out the Hong family's information. However, after a few days of investigation, they did not find any suspicious people. This made the seventh elder, who was in charge of the investigation, quite depressed. The Yen clan was still guarding the exit of the road, blocking them, and the two sides were in a stalemate. On an afternoon a few days later, a guard of the Hong family came to report to the seventh elder, who was resting in his tent. He was ordered to lead a team to monitor the Hong family and Leng Ruoxue's group. Once he found anything suspicious, he was to report to the seventh elder immediately. However, this time, after he told the seventh elder the news, the seventh elder's face turned serious. Is your information true? The seventh elder said with a frown. Seventh elder, many of my subordinates and I saw it with our own eyes. Second miss had a conflict with that Miss Leng again. After that, she ran out angrily. I was worried, so I brought some people to follow her quietly. Who knew that she would actually be in contact with the Yen family? The guard didn't dare to hide anything and answered truthfully. You have to know that Hong Xian is the daughter of the master. Without any evidence, we can't just convict her. So, we can't act rashly. The seventh elder said very cautiously. After he finished speaking, he ordered the guard to leave. He then stood up and left his tent. At this time, Hong Xian had already returned to her tent. However, her heart was not calm at all, because as long as she thought of what the man she had met before had said to her, her heart would beat wildly like a little deer. That man told her that he wanted to know the exact location of the Yen clan's first master and asked her to cooperate in rescuing the Yen clan's first master. He also promised that he would not harm anyone in the Hong clan. However, she did not dare to agree because she knew very well that such an action was no different from betraying the clan. However, the man's following words hit the nail on the head. That was because he knew that she hated Leng Ruoxue. It was obvious that he had been observing them for a long time. This made her even more frightened. Although she was not as smart as her sister, she knew that the Hong family was already under his control. Although she did not know who the person who betrayed the Hong family was, the man's words had moved her. That man had said that if she helped the Yen clan accomplish this task, he was willing to cooperate with her and push the blame onto Leng Ruoxue so that she could take the blame for this. She was rather interested in this man's suggestion. Humph. Didn't those elders and her father not think that Leng Ruoxue would betray the Hong family? Since that was the case, she would show them some evidence. At this moment, Hong Xian's heart was set on scheming against Leng Ruoxue. She did not know that her actions had long been known by the seventh elder of the Hong family. Furthermore, he had already sent people to keep a close watch on her. After making his decision, Hong Xian headed to the place the unfamiliar man had told him about. He left a signal for the two to meet, and then returned to the Hong family's estate as if nothing had happened. Originally, the man had asked her to think about it carefully and give him a reply within 3 days. However, she only thought about it for a while before impatiently replying to the man. The seventh elder of the Hong family had seen this scene. The next night. Taking advantage of the night, Hong Xian quietly left his tent and went to the place where they had agreed to meet the strange man. When they arrived, the man was already waiting for them. Miss Hong Xian is indeed trustworthy. The man said with a faint smile. I hope you can keep your promise. Hong Xian warned. Don't worry, the Yen clan's members always keep our word. Since we've agreed to help you frame Leng Ruoxue, we naturally won't go back on our word. The man promised. This is the key to the prison carriage that holds the Yen clan's old master and Yen Ling. They are now being taken to the forest not far from Yen City. If you want to save them, you must not alarm the Hong clan's guards, and you must not hurt them. Hong Xian warned. Don't worry, Miss Hong, we know what to do. The man said. He was about to take the key from Hong Xian's hand when he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the seventh elder of the Hong family. How bold! You actually dare to betray the Hong family. The furious seventh elder of the Hong family howled in disappointment. This howl scared Hong Xian so much that she instinctively retracted her hand. The key in her hand fell to the ground. Seeing this, the man immediately picked up the key and disappeared. You guys, hurry up and chase. Don't let that man get away. The seventh elder of the Hong family saw that the other party had run away and quickly ordered the guards. Seventh elder, we can't catch up to him. He teleported away, the captain of the guards reminded. Then bring Hong Xian back and hand him over to the master. The seventh elder of the Hong family roared in anger. He was already very upset when he couldn't find any traces of the traitor after a few days of investigation. However, when he found the traitor who betrayed his family, he couldn't be happy either. He never dreamed that Hong Xian would betray his family, and to frame a woman who lived in his family. He was so disappointed. After bringing Hong Xian back to the base, he immediately gathered all the elders and personally invited the family master over. After the master of the Hong family and the other elders were summoned by the seventh elder, they were all a little confused. The fifth elder looked at the seventh elder and said indifferently, Seventh elder, why did you call all of us here in the middle of the night? Family head, elders, we found the person who betrayed our Hong family. The seventh elder said with a heavy heart. Who is it? All the elders were shocked and quickly asked. As members of the Hong family, they didn't want anyone to do such a thing. Now that the seventh elder told them that the person had been found, their feelings were quite complicated. Men. Bring the man in. The seventh elder shouted towards the outside of the tent. Then, two guards came in one after the other, and Hong Xian was in the middle of the two guards. The elders stretched their necks and searched around, their faces full of question marks. Seventh elder, who is the person who betrayed the Hong family that you mentioned? An elder could not help but ask. It's our Hong family's second miss, Hong Xian. The seventh elder's words were earth-shattering and caused a huge commotion among the elders. The master of the Hong family was even more furious and in disbelief. Seventh elder, you can't say such things. Xian, is the second miss of our Hong family. How could she do such a thing? The master of the Hong family said unhappily with a dark face. Family head, the guards and I saw this with our own eyes, and we caught the second miss who was in contact with the Yen family. As a member of our Hong family, the second miss may not have truly betrayed the family, but she betrayed the family to frame others, and that is unforgivable. If the patriarch has any questions, you can ask the second lady yourself. The seventh elder reminded with a faint smile. Xian, did you really do this? Master Hong's face darkened as he questioned loudly. Father. I didn't do it on purpose, father. You must help me. Hong Xian stammered in fear. Ever since she was caught red-handed by the seventh elder, she had been in a state of anxiety and fear. How did things turn out like this? How did the seventh elder find out? She thought she was very secretive, but she couldn't figure it out. Pa! With a crisp sound, the master of the Hong family slapped Hong Xian's face. In an instant, half of Hong Xian's face swelled up, showing how much strength he had used. You actually dared to do such a thing. The head of the Hong family said disappointedly. Lien Er's previous scandal had already shamed him, and now this daughter he doted on the most had actually betrayed the family. According to the seventh elder, it was to frame someone else. This was preposterous. Thinking up to this point, the head of the Hong family coldly asked, who do you want to frame? I. Hong Xian stammered, not daring to speak. Isn't the master an advisor? The person that second young lady wants to frame is naturally the person that she is jealous of and hates. That person is Leng Ruoxue. The seventh elder sneered. Although the Hong family was not considered a top family, it was still a disgrace for them to have such a young lady from the direct line. Therefore, the seventh elder was extremely angry. No wonder second young miss kept saying that Leng Ruoxue betrayed the Hong family. So that's the reason. An elder said with a look of understanding. Second miss, even if you hate Leng Ruoxue, you can't sell out your family. Don't forget, if you didn't have your family to support you, would you be able to live so well? If our Hong family is swallowed up by the Yen family because of you, can you still be the young miss who swaggered around? Will the Yen family let you go? All the elders chimed in, their words full of criticism. I. Hong wanted to defend himself, however, he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Elders, please be quiet. Since the matter has come to this, blaming second young lady is of no use. It's better to first think about how to solve this matter. The seventh elder said loudly. Of course, this matter has to be resolved. However, the second miss has betrayed the family and must also be severely punished. An elder said. Master. You must give the clan an explanation for this. Another elder said. When the head of the Hong family heard this, he didn't say a word because he really didn't know what to say. A few days ago, Hong Lian had done a shameful thing and the elders were already very dissatisfied with him. Now, Xian had betrayed the family. These two incompetent daughters had met with mishaps one after another. To him, it was simply adding hail to snow. If this spread back to the main family, he would probably be done as the head of the family. Thinking of this, he really wanted to cry but had no tears. Patriarch, you should make the decision on this matter. At this moment, the fifth elder of the Hong family, who rarely spoke, raised his eyes and said calmly. Right. Master, you're the head of the Hong family. We believe that you'll handle this matter fairly. Another elder immediately agreed. Since the elders trust me so much, I will definitely not disappoint them. He knew that if he didn't express his attitude, the elders would definitely not let him off. Thus, the Hong family head could only force himself to speak. Not only that, this matter had to be handled strictly. Otherwise, his position as the family head would probably be over. Although he doted on his two daughters, they were too disappointing. Moreover, compared to the position of the family head, these two troublesome daughters seemed insignificant. Moreover, as long as he continued to sit in the position of the head of the family, he could get any woman he wanted. There would naturally be many children in the future, so why should he make these elders dissatisfied for his two crippled daughters? At this moment, his mind was spinning, and he quickly made a decision. That was to abandon these two daughters. Other than this, there was no other way. Take Hong Xian away and let the Yen family watch over him. The head of the Hong family ordered the guard. Then, he asked for the elders' opinion with an apologetic expression. Elders, we can only imprison Xian for now. How about we deal with her after we return to the Hong clan? Yeah, that's the only way. The elders said helplessly. This was indeed not a good place to deal with Hong Xian. Clan head, Hong Xian has betrayed the clan. I'm sure the Yen clan knows our situation like the back of their hand. It's not a wise decision to remain in a stalemate with the Yen clan. The seventh elder spoke again. Then what is seventh elder's opinion? The head of the Hong family asked. I will leave this matter to the patriarch. The seventh elder hurriedly said, and couldn't help but think to himself, this is something your daughter has done, yet you don't make a decision, and you're actually asking me. How would I know? In that case, let's go back. The head of the Hong family thought for a moment and said, sigh. Although it was a little embarrassing to go back like this, now that their background had been exposed and they were so close to Yen City, there was no advantage for the Hong family. Therefore, they could only return home. Fifth elder, what do you think? The seventh elder asked for the fifth elder's opinion. The fifth elder had the highest status among the elders who had come with the family head. Let's do as the patriarch says. The fifth elder helplessly sighed. After the decision was made, the master of the Hong family personally sent someone to inform Leng Ruoxue of their decision. When Leng Ruoxue heard it, she couldn't help but think to herself, you guys can come as you please. Leave if you want to. What did he think of the Yen family's face? If the Yen clan still wanted to preserve their dignity, they would not let the Hong clan off. After that, Leng Ruoxue sent Shuang to spread the news of the Hong family's decision to return. At this moment, in the Yen clan's camp, after the elders of the Yen clan heard this news, they split into two groups. Some of the elders felt that since the Hong clan had retreated, then they shouldn't be looking for trouble. Meanwhile, some of the elders felt that the arrival of the Hong clan had already caused the Yen clan to lose all face. Moreover, the Hong clan had captured their clan's eldest master. Therefore, they definitely couldn't let the Hong clan members go back so easily. In reality, their encirclement of the Hong family was getting smaller and smaller. If the Hong family wanted to return, they would definitely encounter them. Therefore, they only had to wait for the Hong family to take the initiative to come to their door. At that time, it would be up to them to decide whether to release or capture them. After a few hours of discussion, the elders of the Yen family finally reached a consensus. That was, if the Hong family wanted to return to Hong City, they could. However, he had to return the Yen family's father and daughter, as well as the many guards, and also compensate them. Otherwise, he would just stay here. After coming to a consensus, the Yen clan waited for the Hong clan to pass by their camp. At the same time, the Hong clan was almost done packing up. However, when they were on their way back, they realized that the Yen clan's troops had actually blocked their way back. The head of the Hong clan looked at the people from the Yen clan not far away, and a bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Damn it, when did the Yen clan get so close to them? Why didn't they receive any news at all? Previously, he said he would go back because the road back to Hucheng was not blocked. Therefore, it was easy for them to go back. However, the Yen clan's troops were guarding the only way back to Hong City. Could it be that the Hong clan was planning to fight with them? He could not help but think to himself. Hong family head, long time no see. The first elder of the Yen clan looked at the dark-faced master of the Hong clan and greeted him with a faint smile. Great elder, long time no see. The head of the Hong family also replied hypocritically, but he was cursing in his heart. F***ck, it's not like we haven't seen each other for a long time. We just met last month, okay. Hee hee. Is Master Hong planning to go back just like this? The Yen clan's first elder said with a smile. Yup. I originally brought my family out to hunt, but unfortunately, there was too little prey in that forest and I didn't manage to catch much, so I could only return home. The head of the Hong family said in a hurry. In any case, he had made up his mind. He would never admit that he was here to destroy the Yen family, especially when something like this had happened to his two daughters. The Hong family's hearts were unstable, so he had to remain calm. Master Hong is in such a good mood. Why did you bring my lord and lady to hunt? The Yen clan's first elder said as he looked at the father and daughter locked up in the last prison carriage of the Hong clan's group. The father and daughter had a conflict with me. I was going to find a suitable time to send them back to the Yen family, but there was an emergency at home that I had to go back immediately, so I had to take them back. The head of the Hong family lied through his teeth. He knew very well that the other party would not believe him, but he had to say it. Since that's the case, then let me take care of the father and daughter, Master Hong. I'll thank Master Hong on behalf of the master. Yen tribe's first elder feigned civility as he spoke. That won't do. I've said it before. The father and daughter duo offended me, so I have to personally hand them over to Master Yen. I still have to ask Master Yen to give me an explanation. The head of the Hong family said shamelessly. You've captured our lord, and you still want the master to give you an explanation? The Yen clan's first elder laughed in anger. This Hong clan head's skin was thicker than he had imagined. And they were extremely shameless. They were clearly here to loot a burning house, yet they still said it in such a dignified manner. It was really preposterous. I didn't catch them. They bumped into me, so I had no choice but to lock them up. The head of the Hong family emphasized. Ha ha ha. You're all so hypocritical. You clearly know each other's purpose, but you're still playing Tai Chi here. At this moment, Yin Shao, who couldn't stand it anymore, said speechlessly. His words had undoubtedly pierced through the Yen and Hong clan's last layer of shame, revealing their thoughts that they didn't want to show in front of both parties. In fact, according to the thoughts of the Hong family's master, the hearts of the Hong family were not stable now. Therefore, it should be the best choice if they could avoid conflict with the Yen family. The Yen clan's first elder had similar thoughts. After all, the Yen clan head's injuries had yet to fully recover. If they were to engage in a battle with the Hong clan now, it would not be beneficial to the Yen clan. Hence, both parties were well aware of the situation and were feigning civility. However, Yin Zhao's words made it impossible for them to continue their pretense. Thus, the two of them could not help but glare angrily at Yin Zhao who had spoken. Don't stare at me like that, I'm so scared. Yin Zhao fearfully said. When Leng Ruoxue, who was sitting in the beast-drawn carriage, heard Yin Zhao's words, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Hee, it seemed that this Yin Zhao was also eager to see the world in chaos. Since that was the case, she would also add fuel to the fire. Thinking of this, she whispered a few words to Shuang. After that, Shuang jumped off the beast carriage with a happy face. Master Hong, didn't you say you wanted to take over the Yen clan? Why aren't you doing anything? Now, the Yen family has delivered themselves to my door. Shuang said to the head of the Hong family with a smirk. By the way, you also said that you wanted to seek justice for your daughter. Where is your precious daughter? Shuang said as he searched around. Damn it, when did I say those words? When the head of the Hong family heard Shui Ying's words, he glared fiercely and roared. The Yen family's first elder's expression wasn't very good either. However, this was also within his expectations. Before we came here, you told us yourself that you wanted to use your daughter's name to take over the Yen family, right? Hurry up and do it. Shuang urged. You. The master of the Hong family was so angry that he couldn't speak. Yen clan's first elder, right? I'm telling you. Master Hong is very powerful, and the Yen clan won't have a good ending if you encounter him. So, I advise you to return to Yen City before Master Hong makes a move. As long as the city gate is closed, he shouldn't be able to break in. However, if the gate of Yen City is not strong enough, even the Divine Master can't save you. Shuang said to Yen tribe's first elder. There's no need for you to worry about this. The Yen clan's first elder gritted his teeth, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. F***ck, where did this hateful fox come from? Was he here to sow discord? Hee. I'm just afraid that you'll all be annihilated, and the Yen clan will have no successor. You should know that Master Hong already has no one to send him off. I don't want you to be like that, AI. Poor thing. Shuang said with a look of sympathy. Damn it, what nonsense are you talking about? The master of the Hong family and the first elder of the Yen family shouted in unison. They were so angry that they almost fainted. I'm not talking nonsense, I'm an honest fox, don't slander me. However, all of you are of one mind. Could it be that there's an affair between you two? Shuang asked with great curiosity. Master Hong and the first elder of the Yen clan turned pale with anger, while Yin Shao and the others couldn't help but laugh. Yin Shao had a look of realization on his face as he said, no wonder you guys said so much nonsense even though you knew the other party's purpose. So that's why. Damn it. I won't let you off. The head of the Hong family roared in anger. He was really about to be angered to death by these people. He really regretted not killing them earlier. These people clearly wanted to cause trouble for him. At the thought of this, the furious master of the Hong family quickly gathered divine power in his palm and threw it in the direction of Shuang. However, something unexpected happened. The divine skill that was originally flying toward Shuang suddenly changed its direction and went straight for the Yen family's great elder. Seeing this, the Yen clan's first elder quickly dodged. However, that divine skill was a wind attribute divine skill and was extremely fast. Although he dodged it, the Yen clan's people beside him were not spared and died directly under the divine skill of the Hong clan's patriarch. Wah! Master Hong had actually killed a member of the Yen clan. You've got guts to make a move in public. When Shuang saw this, he quickly shouted out with a face full of adoration. His words immediately caused the Yen clan to unite against a common enemy. Master Hong, you actually killed a member of my Yen clan. The Yen clan's first elder shouted angrily. A member of the Yen clan had died in front of everyone's eyes. This was definitely more shocking and infuriating than the fact that the Hong clan had captured the first master and daughter. Because this feeling was too direct, they couldn't ignore it even if they wanted to. Moreover, killing their own clansman in front of them was a clear provocation to the Yen clan. If they turned a blind eye to it, it would definitely make the hearts of their clansmen cold. That was just an accident. The head of the Hong family said disapprovingly. He originally wanted to kill that fox, but who knew that his divine skill would actually miss? He was also very puzzled in his heart. However, he didn't think that the Yen family would fall out with them just because of the death of a clansman. After all, neither of them had any intention of immediately exchanging fire. What a surprise. Master Hong, you're really good at shirking responsibility. Shuang said disdainfully after hearing what the Hong family had said. You shut up. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. The master of the Hong family gritted his teeth in anger. That damned fox. If it was not Leng Ruoxue's beast pet, he would have killed it long ago. Do you want to kill the fox? I wasn't the only one who saw what happened just now. Everyone saw it. Do you want to kill all of us? Shui Ying's eyes were filled with tears as he asked timidly. Yup. Master Hong, we all saw it. You were the one who killed that Yen clansman. Unless you eliminate all of us and the Yen clansman present, this matter cannot be covered up. Yin Xiao kindly reminded. All of you, shut up. The head of the Hong family was furious. He wanted nothing more than to kill Shuang and Yin Xiao's team right now. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything in front of the Yen family. Otherwise, he would probably kill them to silence them. He was so aggrieved. Yen clan's first elder, let's all shut up. Whatever Master Hong says, we'll just listen to him. Yin Xiao said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. When the great elder heard Yin Xiao's words, his heart was filled with hatred. Although he knew that the other party was just trying to sow discord, he had no choice but to fall for it. Otherwise, how would he be able to convince the people of the Yen clan in the future? Clan head Hong, first you captured the Yen clan's eldest master, young lady, and many of our guards, and now you've killed a member of the Yen clan in front of me. If the Yen clan doesn't settle this score with you, I'm not worthy of being the Yen clan's first elder. Yen tribe's first elder coldly said. I told you it was an accident. What else do you want? The head of the Hong family said impatiently. You want to seek justice for the dead members of our Yen tribe. Just as Yen tribe's first elder finished speaking, he heard someone in his team shout, charge. Kill this bunch of bastards from the Hong family. To avenge our dead Yen clansmen. Then, everyone from the Yen clan rushed out, and in an instant, the two sides were in a chaotic battle. When the Yen clan's first elder saw this situation, it was already too late for him to stop it. Moreover, under these circumstances, he couldn't stop it either. Otherwise, the clan members would definitely think that he was afraid of the Hong clan. If that happened, his prestige as the first elder would be completely gone. Therefore, he could only brace himself and keep a close eye on the Hong clan's clan head, and pray that his clan members would be able to win in a single move. If they could really destroy the Hong clan and capture the Hong clan's clan head, that would be a great thing for the Yen clan. The head of the family would be very happy when he found out. The head of the Hong family looked at the two families fighting and the anger in his heart slowly rose. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. Since that was the case, then let's fight. As he observed the battle situation, he searched for his target. However, under the close watch of the Yen clan's first elder, it did not seem easy for him to deal with his target. Thinking of this, he decided to bide his time and hold back the Yen clan's first elder. After all, the two of them were the strongest among the two clans. The two of them bided their time, and neither of them dared to make a move, lest the other party take advantage of the situation to deal with their own clansmen. Seeing this situation, Shuang took advantage of the chaos and began to fish in troubled waters. In a short while, the Hong and Yen families suffered countless casualties. By the time master of the Hong family and the first elder of the Yen family realized the severity of the situation, more than half of the people from the two families had already died. Great Elder Yen, do you still want to continue? Tell them to stop. If there's anything, we can talk it out. The head of the Hong family looked at his dead clansman and said with heartache. One had to know that the clansmen he had brought with him were all the elites of the family. Now that he had died just like that, he was really depressed. Yes. Yen clan's first elder nodded. He also felt that they should not continue fighting, otherwise, the two clans would really have to fight to the death. Immediately, the two of them shouted in unison, all of you, stop. Unfortunately, the people of the two families, who were already in a state of frenzy, ignored the words of their family head and great elder and continued to attack each other. Suddenly, all kinds of divine power flew around in the middle of the battlefield, and screams of pain rang out continuously. As for Leng Ruoxue, Yin Xiao, and the rest, they had already hidden to the side to watch the show after the battle, so as to avoid being affected by the divine power. All of you, stop. The master of the Hong family shouted again. However, the two sides still ignored him. The head of the Hong clan was furious. He turned around and walked towards the prison carriage that held the Yen father and daughter. He lifted the father and daughter out of the carriage. Then, he returned to his original position and raised the Yen father and daughter up. He shouted loudly, "Yen family, stop." When the people from the Yen clan heard this roar, they subconsciously stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. However, the people from the Hong clan did not stop. The godly skills in their hands were still flying around. At this moment, two godly skills coincidentally flew in front of the Yen clan's old master, and only of Pucci was heard. With a sound, the divine skill entered the Yen clan's first master's body, and he instantly died. Seeing this, the head of the Hong family was stunned and looked unhappily at his clansmen. Everyone from the Hong family also looked at each other because none of them knew whose godly skill had killed the Yen family's first master. However, this scene was a great shock to the Yen family. They had stopped attacking, but they started to fight with their opponents again. This time, neither the Hong clan's patriarch's roar or the Yen clan's first elder's words could stop them. This made the two of them rather depressed, but they could do nothing about it. The master of the Hong clan looked at Leng Ruoxue, who had already fainted from fear, and threw her on the ground in disgust. Then, his gaze turned to the first elder of the Yen clan. "Great elder, it seems that this battle is unavoidable. In that case, let's have a contest." Although Master Hong was seeking the opinion of the first elder of the Yen family, his tone did not allow the other party to refuse. "Since Master Hong has such an intention, then this old man will accompany you to the end." Yen tribe's first elder lightly sighed. With that, the two figures began to fight. In an instant, the glint and flash of the blade and the shadow of the sword streaked across the air, leaving behind beautiful arcs. The two of them were evenly matched. Hence, it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, other than Leng Ruoxue and the rest, the people from the two clans were not in the mood to watch the battle between them. Everyone's eyes were red from the killing. After a long time, the two families were either dead or injured. Master Hong and the first elder of the Yen clan were also heavily injured. After countless rounds of fighting, their Shen power was almost exhausted. The patriarch of the Hong clan and the grand elder of the Yen clan sat on the ground, staring at each other with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. At this moment, neither of them had the strength to continue fighting. The two of them were panting, and the people of the Hong and Yen clans who were still alive were lying on the ground like corpses, not moving at all. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue walked over and looked at Master Hong and First Elder Yen. She chuckled and said, "The battle between the two of you is truly wonderful. It's a feast for our eyes. Who are you? What do you want?" The Yen clan's first elder was on high alert. However, the Hong clan's clan master seemed to be very relaxed. In his heart, Leng Ruoxue was already his. "I don't want to do anything, I just want to express my feelings," Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. "Shui, why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Now that they don't have any strength left, they can only let us do whatever we want, hee. Shuang said with a smirk. "Stupid fox, what do you want?" When the head of the Hong family heard Shui Ying's words, the anger in his heart surged. He was now extremely regretful. Why didn't he kill this fox earlier? Even if he wanted to kill it now, he couldn't. I don't want anything. However, now that your two clans have suffered heavy losses, we're perfectly fine. Do you understand what I mean? Shuang deliberately didn't make himself clear. What conditions do you have? As long as my Yen family can do it, just state them. The first elder of the Yen clan quickly said. He and the head of the Hong clan were both smart people, so they naturally understood the meaning behind this fox's words. However, the two of them used different methods. The head of the Hong clan was angry, while he wanted to win them over because they really needed the help of these people now. With their help, the Hong clan would definitely be easily captured. Actually, it wasn't as if the head of the Hong family didn't understand this logic. Unfortunately, his rationality had been replaced by anger. Therefore, as soon as he heard Shui Ying's words, he would reflexively shout and curse. "Old man, you're the most sensible one," Shuang said with a smile. "What conditions do you have? As long as it's within my Yen clan's means, I will not object." Yen tribe's first elder repeated, afraid that Shuang and the others would not believe him. "The first condition. We want Yen Ling, Shuang said indifferently. When the Yen clan's great elder heard Shui Ying's first condition, he couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. What did they want Yen Ling for? He couldn't have taken a fancy to Yen Ling's beauty, right? After taking a look at Leng Ruoxue, he felt that the possibility of this was not very high. Then, what was the reason? He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. "How is it, great elder Yen? Is there a problem?" Shuang asked with a smile that was not a smile. "I wonder what you guys want Yen Ling for?" After thinking for a while, Yen clan's first elder asked. "Of course it's for revenge. The Yen family's old master and his daughter wanted to kill us. Now that the old master is dead, Yen Ling is the only one left, so we can only reluctantly accept him. Of course, you can also refuse, great elder. Think carefully." Shuang warned him cautiously. After the great elder heard Shui Ying's words, he fell into deep thought again. Although he didn't know why Yen Ling wanted to kill them, if Yen Ling fell into their hands, she would definitely not have a good ending. However, this was one of the conditions for these people to help their Yen clan. If he didn't agree, these people would definitely change their direction to help the Hong clan, or they would capture both of them in one fell swoop and benefit from the situation. These two consequences, no matter which one it was, were not something they could bear. However, if he handed Leng Ruoxue over to them and let the clan head know, he didn't know if he would be dissatisfied. After all, Leng Ruoxue was his biological granddaughter. If he didn't hand her over, he was afraid that they would have to die here. For a time, the Yen clan's first elder was in a dilemma. After waiting for a while, Shuang saw that the Yen clan's great elder was still thinking, and couldn't help but ask, "Great elder, have you not decided yet? You're not efficient enough. I can give Leng Ruoxue to you, but you have to guarantee the safety of our Yen family." The Yen clan's great elder finally spoke. In fact, this was just a temporary measure. His plan was to agree to it first, and then make plans after returning to the Yen clan. At most, he would compensate them with some other things. After all, whether he would really hand Leng Ruoxue over to them or not, he had to get the approval of the clan head. Don't believe his words. He's lying to you. He would never hand Leng Ruoxue over to you. However, if you're willing to help our Hong clan, I'm willing to hand Leng Ruoxue over to you to deal with. At this moment, the head of the Hong family, who saw that they were about to reach an agreement, was truly anxious. You have to believe in the Yen clan's sincerity. We won't lie to you. Yen tribe's first elder quickly said. He. Master Hong, we're not fools. We have our own judgment, so there's no need for you to worry. Shuang said, unappreciative. Right. You have to believe in your own judgment. The Yen family's reputation has always been better than the Hong family's. Yen tribe's first elder echoed. However, there's no proof, so it's better for Great Elder Yen to make an oath. Shuang changed the topic. The Yen clan's first elder was dumbfounded. He didn't think that the other party would actually want him to swear an oath. Woo. Could an oath be casually made? If he couldn't do it after he sent it, he would end up very miserable. I'll swear on the bloodline of your Yen clan. Snow Shadow added, and with this addition, the Yen clan's first elder even had the thought of killing himself. F***ck. What a cunning fox, making him swear on his family's bloodline. In this way, it was impossible for him to go back on his words, because if he did, he would not be the only one in trouble, but the entire Yen family. This was no small matter. If he really agreed, even if the family head wanted to object, it would be useless. But if he didn't agree, these people would not help him at all. Woo, what should he do? Yen tribe's first elder was extremely depressed. And when Shuang saw Yen tribe's first elder's expression, he could not help but laugh to himself, hee. Old fox, let's see what you're going to do now. Don't think that beastie can be easily deceived. The consequences of lying to beastie were very serious. At the thought of this, Shuang decided to double the compensation that they had originally set. Humph. Who asked the Yen clan's first elder to deceive them? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Great Elder Yen, are you afraid? Aren't you taking too long to think about this? Our patience is limited. Seeing that Yen tribe's first elder did not speak for a long time, Shui Ying's patience gradually ran out. I'll agree to it. The Yen clan's great elder helplessly sighed. For the sake of the entire Yen clan, what was the big deal in sacrificing Leng Ruoxue? I'm sure the family head would have made the same decision if he knew about it. He could not help but comfort himself in his heart. The reason why he thought this way was because the family head had once said that he would give up on the father and daughter. Although they didn't dare to take his words seriously, at this time, he could only firmly insist on the patriarch's words. Otherwise, none of them would be able to return to the Yen clan. At this time, the Yen clan's great elder had made it very clear. Since that's the case, then Yen clan's first elder can make a blood oath. Shuang said with a smile. Other than handing over Leng Ruoxue to you, what other conditions do you have? Before making the blood oath, the Yen clan's first elder asked worriedly. He didn't forget that this was only the first condition that this fox had raised, and just the first condition made him so conflicted. The other conditions also made him afraid. What if these guys wanted to take the clan head's life? Could it be that they would also give it to him? Don't worry, we only have two conditions. The first is to have Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue and her father have caused a serious trauma to our hearts. Therefore, your Yen family must compensate us. As for the compensation, we'll draw up a list, and you just need to compensate us according to the list. Shuang explained in an understanding manner. Oh. After hearing Shui Ying's words, Yen tribe's first elder's heart relaxed quite a bit. However, he still couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Which part of you looks like you've been hurt? Hurt? In his opinion, it was more like the father and daughter had suffered a psychological trauma. However, he didn't dare to say this out loud. After all, he really needed her help now. Great Elder Yen, you can swear now. Shuang said. All right, he said. Yen tribe's first elder nodded, then started to read the contract. With the descent of a contract rule, the Yen clan first elder's bloodline oath was officially established. Now, you can fulfill your promise, right? Yen tribe's first elder said. Of course. Don't worry, Great Elder Yen. If we don't fulfill our promise, your oath won't come into effect, so there's no need to worry. Snow Shadow consoled. How could he not be anxious? The Yen clan's first elder thought to himself. However, he was the one who had a favor to ask, so he did not dare to push the other party too much. If he were to make the other party anxious and turn around to help the Hong clan, the loss would outweigh the gain. Shui. The deal has been made. Shuang turned to Leng Ruoxue and said. Big brother Yin, I'll have to trouble you. Leng Ruoxue looked at Yin Xiao and asked. She had mentioned to Yin Xiao before that she wanted to borrow his men. Yin Xiao had a good impression of Leng Ruoxue and the others, so he naturally had no reason to reject her. It's just a matter of raising one's hand. Yi Xiao laughed. He liked to rub salt into the Hong family's wounds. After all, they were also the target of the Hong family. Then, he gave a look to his subordinates. Yin Xiao's subordinates immediately gathered the injured members of the Hong family together. This naturally included the Hong sisters, Hong Lian and Hong Xian. When the master of the Hong family saw this, he roared in disbelief, "What do you want? Our Hong family is not to be trifled with, don't stand on the wrong side. Master Hong, you don't need to remind us. We know what we are doing." Yin Xiao said with a smile. He had a deep understanding of how thick-skinned the head of the Hong family could be. He was clearly someone who wanted to kill them, but now he was willing to rope them in to survive. These words didn't sound right no matter how one heard it. It seemed to be more of a threat. Don't regret it. You'll end up in a miserable state for offending our Hong family. The head of the Hong family said. Even if I didn't offend you, you would still want to kill us, right? Since that's the case, what do we have to be afraid of? Yin Xiao laughed and said disapprovingly. If you don't help the Yen clan, I'm willing to let you go. The head of the Hong family sighed. Master Hong, it's too late to say anything now. Besides, it's not about you letting me go, but whether we will let you go. Yin Xiao reminded him speechlessly. Such a supercilious and self-righteous person was actually the head of a family. This was simply too unbelievable. Big brother Yin, don't waste your breath on him. He won't understand. Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. Leng Ruoxue, don't forget that you're my woman. The master of the Hong family shouted angrily when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Master Hong, do you have dementia? When did I become your woman? How come I didn't know? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. At the same time, she thought to herself, this master of the Hong family is really delusional. He actually said that she was his woman, Sai. Since he wanted to court death, then he couldn't blame her. As expected, the moment Leng Ruoxue's words left her mouth, the infuriated evildoer threw a punch at Master Hong's body. Bang! Bang! With the sound of fists hitting flesh, the master of the Hong family's body was soon covered in wounds. It was a terrible sight. In addition, Master Hong's physical strength was almost exhausted and he had no strength to fight back. Therefore, he could only let the evildoer do whatever he wanted. Ugh! When the Yen clan's first elder saw the Hong clan's clan master's miserable state, he couldn't help but turn his head and think to himself, F***ck. This man's attack was really too heavy. Poor Master Hong. He didn't even dare to look at her now. However, he was very happy in his heart. Who asked the first elder of the Hong family to injure their patriarch? They had always wanted to take revenge, but they had never had the chance to do so. In addition, the first elder of the Hong family was extremely powerful. There was really no one in the Yen family who could deal with the first elder. The only person who had the same strength as the first elder was the family head, who had been injured by the first elder. Therefore, they had been holding back their anger. Now that they saw the family head of the Hong family being beaten up, they felt very relieved. However, the evildoer's performance was not something that just anyone could watch. After beating the Hong clan head into a pulp, the evildoer strode over to the Yen clan's first elder and stared unblinkingly at him, causing the Yen clan's first elder's heart to race like a little deer. Woo! What was this terrifying man staring at him for? He didn't offend this scary man, did he? His little heart was palpitating. Yen clan's first elder, right? Was my performance good? The demon asked with a smile that was not a smile. It's good. It's nice. The Yen clan's first elder hurriedly said with a look of fear. Woo! What did this man mean? Did he want to beat him up? Since it's so good, pay up. The demon extended his hand in front of the Yen clan's first elder. Because of the evildoer's words, Yen tribe's first elder's forehead was full of black lines. He thought to himself, what kind of situation is this? He had only taken a few glances at the grand scene of Master Hong being beaten up, why did he have to collect money from him? The Yen clan's first elder had lived for so long, but he had never encountered such a thing. Thus, he did not react for a moment and only looked at the evildoer in a daze. First elder of the Yen clan, pay up. It's useless to act dumb. The demon said patiently. Brother Yi, I think this first elder of the Yen clan is probably scared out of his wits. Why don't you write down this debt first, and when you go to the Yen clan head, I think the Yen clan won't go back on their word. Yin Xiao suggested, suppressing his laughter. Shui and the others were really too interesting, how did they come up with so many wicked ideas? This time, not only was the Hong family in trouble, even the Yen family was dumbfounded. It's not that I can't write it down, but I'll calculate the interest. I'm afraid that Great Elder Yen won't be able to afford it even if he sells himself. The demon reminded him with a troubled expression. How much do you want? Upon hearing the words, selling himself, the Yen clan's first elder suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly asked. He even secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought, that was close. He could tell that these people were all ruthless people. Not much. 100 top-grade crystals it is. The demon lightly said. 100 top-grade crystals is not a lot. Yen tribe's first elder almost vomited blood after hearing the demon's words. This was really a lion's mouth. He had only watched the show for a while, so why did he have to pay the price of 100 top-grade crystals? Even if he owned a crystal mine, he would not be able to afford such an expensive price. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but worry about the compensation these people were asking for. Great Elder Yen can't even pay 100 top-grade crystals. The demon said with an expression of disbelief. In other words, he was saying that the Yen clan was a little too poor. It doesn't matter if you can't pay. I'll keep the accounts for you and calculate the interest. You can work for me. When you pay off your debt to me, we'll be even. By the way, the money you owe me will be compounded with interest. The demon added. I can afford it. The Yen clan's great elder's face was filled with pain. Even as the great elder of the Yen clan, it would take him a long time to save up 100 pieces of top-grade crystals. However, just because he had watched the show for a while, those 100 pieces of top-grade crystals had left him just like that. Woo. He was really depressed. Although he had thought of reneging on the debt for a moment, once he thought of the other party's terrifying means that made his heart tremble, he decided to spend money to avoid disaster. After all, he did not want to be like the Hong clan's head. He had been beaten up so badly. Moreover, he still had a favor to ask of him. Hand it over. The demon said impolitely. The Yen clan's first elder unwillingly took out 100 top-grade crystals from his storage ring and handed them to the demon with a pained expression. The demon naturally accepted them without any hesitation. Then, his gaze turned to the other members of the Yen family. Although they were all injured, their eyes were not injured. Therefore, they were also part of the crowd. Everyone from the Yen clan subconsciously lowered their heads when they saw the evildoer's probing gaze. They did not dare to look at him, afraid that they would also become the target of slaughter. However, regardless of whether they looked at the evildoer or not, the result was destined. Now it's your turn. The elders of the Yen family and the great elder have the same price, 100 top-grade crystals. As for the ordinary clansman, the price was halved. If anyone says they don't have money, they can also choose to work for me and slowly pay me back. The demon laughed evilly. The evildoer's words made the Yen clansmen, who had their heads lowered and did not dare to look at him, lower their heads even more. However, if they thought that they could renege on their debt by lowering their heads, then they had made a mistake. This was because Shuang had already walked to their side and was collecting money from everyone. Looking at their great elder, the Yen clansmen unwillingly took out the crystals they had been saving up for a long time. Their hearts were bleeding, but with the great elder as a precedent, they did not dare to not pay the money. Oh. What a demon. Their hard-earned money. It was gone just like that. At this moment, the Yen family members were furious but didn't dare to speak up. After collecting the money, Snow Shadow took the initiative to pass the crystal stones to Leng Ruoxue. It then stood obediently by Leng Ruoxue's side, acting as a qualified beast pet. Brother Ye's money-making methods are truly superb, Yin Xiao admires you. Yin Xiao said enviously. He also wanted to be like this demonic man and rob others, but he couldn't do such a thing. I have no choice. I have to feed my family. Everyone in the family is waiting for Jingshi to be put into the pot. The demon pretended to be pitiful. Hee. Brother Ye's family must have many people, are these Jingshi enough? Yin Xiao asked curiously. In other words, he was asking if he still wanted to continue robbing. Of course it's not enough, this amount of Jingshi is not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The demon said gloomily. After he finished speaking, he even deliberately sighed. When everyone from the Yen clan heard the demon's words, they all fainted at the same time. They didn't want to face this vampire anymore. This demon. Yen clan's first elder, your clansmen have all fainted, what do you do? We can't bring them back to the Yen residence. We were only willing to help them because we thought they could go back on their own, but now. Why don't we just leave them here? It's also a contribution to the beasts in the small forest. Who asked you to be neighbors for so many years? The demon paused for a moment before continuing. As soon as the evildoer finished speaking, the people from the Yen family who had fainted woke up one by one. This showed the power of the evildoer's words. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest saw this, they couldn't help but laugh to themselves. These people from the Yen clan were really funny. Seeing this, the demon smiled and said, Great Elder Yen, since your clansmen have woken up, let's go. Stop wasting time. His so-called journey naturally meant that they had to go to the Yen residence, and the Yen clan's great elder understood what he meant. However, ever since he saw this evil-looking man as a demon in his heart, he didn't really want them to go. However, he didn't dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, he was afraid that this man would beat him up like how he beat up the Hong clan head. It was too terrifying. Then, the evildoer ordered the awakened members of the Yen clan to escort the members of the Hong clan towards Yen City. Upon entering Yen City, the Yen clan's grand elder invited Leng Ruoxue and her group into the main residence. He did not dare to show any neglect and went to report to the clan head. In reality, they had gone to intercept the Hong family's team without telling the family head. After all, the family head was injured and it was not appropriate for him to worry about these facts. Although the Yen family had suffered quite a lot of losses this time, they were lucky to have caught the Hong family's team. This could be considered as an explanation to the family head. However, when he thought of the conditions that Leng Ruoxue and the others had proposed, he could not feel happy at all. When he arrived at the master's courtyard, he carefully reported the matter to the master. Then, like a child who had done something wrong, he stood uneasily by the master's bed, his head lowered in silence. Those people want Ling, the patriarch of the Yen clan asked after a long while. Yes, I had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, they would have definitely changed sides and helped the Hong family deal with us. The Yen clan's first elder explained. What compensation do they want? The patriarch asked again. Patriarch, I'm not sure about this. They said that after they come up with the list, we only need to compensate them according to the requirements. However, I think they will definitely ask for an exorbitant price, so we'd better be prepared. Yen tribe's first elder warned. How exactly did they become a match for Ling, and her father? The Yen clan leader asked again. These things were just worldly possessions. As long as they could protect the Yen clan's foundation, he didn't care about losing some worldly possessions. However, he was more concerned about how those people would form a grudge with the Yen clan. He had always been very strict with his clansmen and had often warned them not to cause trouble outside. If this brought disaster to the family, they could not blame the family for being merciless. However, who knew that after he was injured, some people thought that he would not live long and no longer took his words to heart. His eldest son was one of them. This son of his had never let him be free of worry since he was young. In the past, with his restraints, he did not dare to do as he pleased. However, ever since he was injured, he became more and more uncontrollable. In addition, Ling had been spoiled since she was young. He did not believe that the father and daughter together would not cause trouble. In fact, he had sent them to northern Yen City because there was no one else in his family to send. Yen Kun, the city lord of northern Yen City, not only shared the same surname as him, but also had a deep friendship with him. Therefore, as long as his son did not make any big mistakes, Yen Kun would not be too calculative for his sake. Therefore, he was at ease to let them go. However, he did not expect that his son would still cause trouble. Suddenly, he thought of the people sent by Yen Kun, and his mind became clear. It seemed that those people had come to inform him of this matter. However, he had been injured and could not meet with guests. Therefore, he only knew that his eldest son and granddaughter had caused trouble at this moment. Yen Kun must have caused a lot of trouble for his troublesome son and granddaughter to send people here. Now that his son was dead, and his granddaughter was targeted by others, and the great elder had been forced to swear an oath on his bloodline, he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. After all, the Yen clan was indeed indebted to them. Otherwise, if the other party had changed his direction and helped the Hong clan deal with the great elder and the others, he would probably not be able to see them at this moment. If that really happened, it would be a fatal blow to the Yen clan. The head of the Yen clan was a very rational and wise person. He wouldn't blindly cover up his shortcomings and be unable to distinguish right from wrong. Therefore, he couldn't say anything about the other party's actions. Moreover, everyone's standpoint and perspective were different. Therefore, although he was dissatisfied, he could still look at these problems very rationally. After all, the other party didn't have the obligation to think for the Yen clan in all aspects, and he couldn't ask them to take it for granted. It was precisely because he had such thoughts that he did not fly into a rage out of humiliation after listening to the great elder's report. Instead, he was more used to looking for problems from his own side, which was why he was able to protect the Yen clan. A few years later, when Leng Ruoxue had already reached a height that no one could reach, he could not help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had been wise enough back then and had not chosen to make an enemy out of her. Otherwise, the Yen clan would not have existed. After sorting out his thoughts, the Yen clan master called his second son over and ordered him to go to the guest courtyard to see Ziyu and the others. Now, he was almost certain that the other party must have some kind of connection with the person the great elder had mentioned. After second master Yen received his father's order, he went straight to the guest courtyard. When he arrived at the guest house, he found two people he had never seen before and a huge white fox. He immediately understood that these should be the people his father and the great elder had mentioned. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue, the demon, and Shuang were sitting in the garden, chatting with Ziyu and the others. When they saw second master Yen, they stopped and stared at him. Under their gazes, second master Yen's heart was beating rapidly. Wu, why did these people give him so much pressure? He really wanted to cry. Second master Yen, why are you here? Ziyu chuckled, asking despite knowing the answer. I'm here to see everyone. Who are these? Second master Yan's gaze swept across Leng Ruoxue and the rest. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He had thought that Ziyu and the rest were already the most beautiful he had ever seen. However, after seeing this pair of peerless beauties, he finally understood that there was always someone better. He had lived for more than 40 years and had seen many outstanding people, but this was the first time he had seen someone who could make people not dare to look at him directly just by looking at his appearance. He really didn't know how his big brother and his incompetent niece had provoked such a person. If this matter was not resolved properly, it would definitely be a great disaster for the Yen clan. This is my family's young lady. This is young Master Yi, young lady's husband. That fox is my young lady's beast pet. Ziyu gave a simple introduction. In the divine realm, for the sake of convenience, they would tell the outside world that Yi Chen was the young miss husband, in case there were blind people who wanted to hit on the young miss. May I know how to address you, miss? The second master of the Yen clan was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that a godlike figure like Ziyu would actually have a master. This was simply too unbelievable. Never in his dreams would he have thought that they would have such a relationship. My master's surname is Leng. Shuang spoke on behalf of Leng Ruoxue. Hello, Miss Leng. I'm very polite. The Yen clan's second master very courteously saluted. Second master Yen, you don't have to be so polite. I can't accept it. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. She was thinking to herself, even if you're so respectful, don't think I'll let Yen Ling off. Miss Leng, I know that Big Brother and Ling have offended you, but now that Big Brother is dead, we are willing to hand Ling over to you to deal with and compensate for the harm you have suffered. So, I hope that Miss Leng will not take their rudeness to heart. The second master of the Yen clan said straightforwardly. His words had also expressed the Yen clan's attitude. They would do everything according to the conditions laid out by Leng Ruoxue and the others. Their only request was for the other party to not haggle over this matter. Even though they were still unclear of Leng Ruoxue's identity, but for Yen Kun, the city lord of Yen Bei City, to value her so much, her identity must not be ordinary. Therefore, they took the initiative to express their goodwill. After all, their father's principle in dealing with people had always been to not look down on anyone, even if they were temporarily in dire straits. It was precisely because of his father's humble attitude towards others that his father had a wide range of friends. At the same time, it also allowed the Yen family's business to be successful. It's good that the Yen clan has thought of it. With Yen Ling and a little compensation, you want me to let go of the fact that they wanted to kill me? Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly. If Miss Leng has any other requests, please state them. As long as it's within our Yen clan's capabilities, we're willing to do our best to satisfy them. The Yen clan's second master continued as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I think of it. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently and did not say anything else. Looking at Leng Ruoxue's expression, second master Yen knew that she was still in a fit of anger and did not intend to have a good talk with him. He sighed helplessly, and then casually chatted with Ziyu and the others for a while, before he got up and left the guest courtyard. Originally, he wanted to ask the other party how his big brother and Ling had offended them, and also to test the other party's thoughts. Unfortunately, the other party did not give him any chance at all. After leaving the guest courtyard, he went to report to his father about the gains of the guest courtyard. Then, he went to find the subordinates who followed his big brother to understand the situation. As she watched second master Yan's back, Ziyu smiled and said, Miss, hasn't the list of compensation already been drawn up? Why don't you just give it to him? No rush. If he comes to you again to ask about the situation, you should reveal a little. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Actually, she did not hand the list of compensation to the other party immediately because she wanted to keep him in suspense. Otherwise, she was sure that the other party would not be as calm as he was now when he saw the list of compensation. Thus, she was waiting for the best opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. She wanted to make the Yen clan anxious and angry, but at the same time, there was nothing she could do. When that time came, no matter what conditions she offered, the other party would not reject her. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Good. Young lady, how should we deal with Yen Ling Ziyu asked again. Didn't the Yen family not send Yen Ling over yet? After they bring Yen Ling here, we'll let Bai Su handle her. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Supreme. Next chapter. Big brother Ian, I'm not playing with you. I meant it when I said I would get some compensation from the Hong family, but you naturally don't need to reveal your identity. Leng Ruoxue said seriously. Will the Yen clan do as we say? Yin Shao asked curiously. They can't wait to see the Hong family become a joke. Furthermore, the great elder of the Hong family is said to be very powerful. No one in the Yen family can deal with him. However, that great elder should not be difficult to deal with for brother Ian. Leng Ruoxue reminded. You mean, you want me to help the Yen clan deal with the Hong clan's first elder? Yin Shao asked. Of course not. The Yen clan and the Hong clan have suffered heavy losses in this battle. Naturally, they wouldn't wish for any conflict between the two clans in the short term. What I mean is that we should let them know our strength appropriately. Only then will the Yen clan be willing to seek justice from the Hong clan on our behalf. Leng Ruoxue explained. Your idea is not bad. However, we have to find a suitable time to show off our strength. Otherwise, why would the Yen clan value us? Yin Shao said. Hee. As long as brother Ian is mentally prepared for this, it's fine. Furthermore, there's no need to find an opportunity. The Yen clan will give us this opportunity. In a moment, I'll send someone to inform the Yen clan of this matter. At that time, we'll just act according to the Yen clan's reaction. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Good. I'll listen to your arrangements. Yin Xiao nodded. Big brother Yin, if the Yin family heard what you said, would they come and scold me? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. They dare. If anyone dares to come and scold you, I'll ruthlessly take care of them. Yin Xiao shouted. Ha ha ha. Big brother Yi is so bold. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she finished speaking. She then instructed Yu Qing to inform the Yen clan's great elder about this matter while she continued to chat with Yin Xiao. Not long after, Yu Qing returned. Moon Eye. What's wrong? Things aren't going well. Leng Ruoxue saw that Yu Qing's expression wasn't too good and couldn't help but ask curiously. Miss. I found the Yen clan's first elder and told him about this matter, but who knew that he would actually say that he wanted to discuss it with the clan head and the other elders. This is really infuriating. Yu Qing said unhappily. It's normal. This is within my expectations. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Miss. You're not angry? Yu Qing asked in disbelief. Miss's reaction was so calm. One had to know that when she heard the Yen clan's first elder's reply, her lungs were about to explode from anger. If I'm angry because of this, I'd be dead already. Moon Eye. Calm down. Our request is a little beyond their expectations, so it's normal for them to need to discuss it. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she consoled him. Miss. I suggest that we continue to increase the compensation to the Yen clan. Humph. I don't believe that the Yen family won't be so heartbroken that they'll vomit blood. Yu Qing said furiously. Moon Eye. If that's the case, the Yen clan won't be treating us with courtesy anymore. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. The Yen family had already expected them to demand an exorbitant price, so they were already prepared for it. Although the list she had given would cause the Yen family to feel some heartache, it wasn't to the extent that the Yen family couldn't bear it. However, if it was as Yu Qing had said and they continued to increase the compensation, the Yen family would definitely be unable to accept it and retaliate. If that happened, the harmonious scene that she had created would be completely destroyed. This was not what she wanted. Basically, she was quite satisfied with the Yen family's current performance. At least the master, who had never shown his face before, still had some brains. Otherwise, she would not be able to stay here temporarily. As for whether or not Yenbei City would continue to cooperate with the Yen clan, and how they would cooperate, it would depend on the Yen clan's performance. At this moment, in the Yen residence's main hall, other than the family head who was bedridden, all the elders were gathered. Even the elders who were injured from the conflict with the Hong family were gathered. However, they were not sure what had happened. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, the Yen clan's first elder cleared his throat and slowly said, I've called you here because I have something important to discuss with you. Great elder, you must have something important to tell us, so you might as well just say it. A certain elder with a fiery temper couldn't stand the great elder's slow temperament and shouted anxiously. He was only short of pointing at the great elder's nose and saying, hurry up and say what you want. Don't talk nonsense. You should know that the head of the Hong family and a few of their elders are in our hands. The Yen clan's first elder sighed lightly. However, his words were also regarded as nonsense by the other elders, just that no one said it out loud. Yes. The elders nodded and continued to wait for the next part. There's been a little mishap. Yen clan's first elder said. What happened? Could the Hong family have run away? Or is the first elder of the Hong family already here? An elder guessed. None of them. Someone is trying to get a share of the Hong family's profits. Yen tribe's first elder finally revealed the reason why he had asked the elders to come. Great elder. What do you mean by that? Who wants a piece of the cake? Some of the elders did not understand the Yen clan's first elder's words and asked with question marks on their faces. The ones who helped us deal with the Yen clan. Just now, they sent someone to say that they want the Hong family to compensate them as well. The Yen clan's first elder explained. Oh. I was wondering what it was. Since they also wanted the Hong family to compensate, then let the Hong family compensate as well. It's not like you want us to pay, so why did you gather all of us in such a hurry? An elder said in dissatisfaction. What do you know? Originally, we only wanted the Hong family to compensate us for our losses and also cure the master's illness, but the Hong family might not even agree to it. Now, if we add their compensation, the Hong family will definitely not agree. We can ask for less compensation, but the master's illness can't be delayed any longer. Other than the first elder, no one else can help with this illness, so I gathered you all here to discuss how we should deal with this matter. If we refuse them, we have to find a good reason. The Yen clan's first elder said with a face full of headache. He didn't want to offend the people living in his Yen clan now. However, if the Hong clan asked for too much, the first elder would not agree at all. He might even tell them directly that the Hong clan members in their hands were not worth that much money. That eccentric old man would definitely do such a thing. After hearing the Yen clan's first elder's words, all the elders fell silent. After hearing the first elder's explanation, they also realized the seriousness of the matter. The first elder of the Hong family wasn't the patriarch of the Yen family. Not only was that old man powerful, but he was also very stingy. It wasn't easy to get compensation from him, and they might want more than one, which made it a bit difficult. First elder, it's not easy to deal with the Hong family. I'm afraid that those people are not easy to negotiate with. Moreover, the compensation we have to pay is still in their hands. Why don't you go and tell them what exactly they need to give a straightforward answer? If this drags on, the longer it drags on, the more uncertain I will be. One of the elders said fearfully. He didn't know why, but compared to the head elder of the Hong family, he seemed to be more afraid of the people living in the guest house. You think I don't want to know? In the beginning, I sent people to ask every day, but they told me that they hadn't decided yet. What could I do? The Yen clan's first elder said in a depressed manner. It's been a few days, why haven't you decided yet? The elders were all puzzled. I don't know, but you'd better be prepared. This time, the Yen clan will definitely bleed a lot. Yen tribe's first elder was afraid that the other elders were not mentally prepared, so he cautiously reminded them again. Great elder. Does the head of the family know that the other party also wants the Hong family to compensate? At this moment, another elder asked. I haven't mentioned this to the master yet. I don't want him to worry about this, so don't let him know about this. The Yen clan's first elder reminded the other elders. However, did the other party say what their reason for wanting compensation is? After the elders nodded, they continued to ask. He said it. The other party said that the Hong family had also wanted to kill them and caused them to panic, so they asked for compensation from the Hong family. The Yen clan's first elder said speechlessly. He really did not know who was the one who caused panic. Why was it that when someone asked for compensation, they asked for it so naturally? On the other hand, they had to be overcautious. He also wanted to be like the other party. However, as soon as he thought of the devilish man's money-making methods, his heart began to beat faster. Great elder, since the other party's reason is so sufficient, then you should directly speak to the Hong family's great elder like this. As for whether the Hong family will compensate them or not, that's not something we can decide. An elder suggested. I've thought about it, but I'm afraid that the great elder of the Hong family will fly into a rage out of humiliation. You all know that no one on the divine mainland can cure our patriarch's injuries. With our strength, it's impossible for us to go to the divine world to ask for elixirs. There has been no news from the main family until now, so I'm sure they haven't found any elixirs that can cure our patriarch. Therefore, we can only rely on the great elder of the Hong family. I'm afraid our clan head, Yen clan's first elder only finished half of his sentence and did not continue, because he knew that all the elders present understood. First elder, this won't do, that won't do. What should we do about this? The elders of the Yen family all frowned. This matter made them feel very conflicted. After much discussion, the Yen clan's elders were still unable to come to a conclusion. The Yen clan's first elder was rather helpless. In the end, he could only go and see Leng Ruoxue personally. In the guest courtyard. Leng Ruoxue sat on the main seat in the living room and looked at the Yen clan's first elder and the rest. She could not help but laugh in her heart. It seemed like the Yen clan's first elder and the rest could no longer keep their cool. Otherwise, they would not have come knocking on their door so quickly. Miss Leng, your maidservant came to tell me today that you also want the Hong family to compensate? The Yen clan's first elder said with a smile. Yup. However, the people of the Hong clan are now in the hands of your Yen clan, so we can only leave our matter to Great Elder Yen. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Young lady Leng, I'm afraid this matter is a bit difficult to handle. Yen tribe's first elder said with a bitter face. What's so difficult about it? The patriarch of the Hong family and so many elders are in your hands. Can't the first elder of the Yen family even handle such a small matter? Or is it that the Yen clan's first elder is not giving us face and is deliberately trying to avoid it? Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly. Miss Leng, we really don't have a choice, because the first elder of the Hong family won't agree at all, and that old man is holding it. Based on my understanding of him, if the compensation we ask for is too much, he would rather give up the Hong family members in our hands than give us even a little bit of compensation. So, do you think your compensation can be excluded from our Yen family, S? The Yen clan's first elder had come to an agreement, and his attitude was extremely good. The reason why he was like this was because he hoped that Leng Ruoxue would give up on her own idea. It would be best if they could settle the score with the Hong clan themselves and not involve the Yen clan. However, how could Leng Ruoxue let him have his wish? The matter between the Hong clan and I can choose not to involve your Yen clan. As long as you hand over the Hong clan head and the elders to me, I will go and discuss the compensation with the Hong clan myself. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. The Yen clan's first elder was depressed because he would never agree to Leng Ruoxue's condition. If they didn't have any important figures in the Hong clan, what bargaining chips would they have to negotiate with the Hong clan's first elder? If Great Elder Yen doesn't agree, then help us get the compensation from the Hong family. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. That's impossible. If you want to get any benefits from the Hong family, go and ask them for it yourself. Don't drag us into it. At this time, an elder with a bad temper from the Yen clan couldn't bear it anymore and spoke. Great Elder Yen, you have two choices. One is to hand over the people of the Hong family to me, and the other is to ask for compensation from the Hong family for us. Choose one. You guys decide for yourselves. Ziyu. Send the guest away. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the elder who spoke and said coldly. With that, she turned around and left the living room. Elders, please return. By the way, if you anger my master, you'll end up in a miserable state. Ziyu said with a smile. After she finished speaking, she even deliberately released her pressure and invited the Yen clan elders out of the guest courtyard. Previous chapter. The elders of the Yen clan left the guest hall in a sorry state and returned to the meeting hall drenched in sweat. At this time, their faces still carried a trace of shock and disbelief, and the back of their clothes was completely drenched in their own sweat. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the man with the looks of an early-stage true god was actually hiding his true strength. What was even more unexpected was that they were unable to withstand a mere pressure from him and almost made a fool of themselves on the spot. If it wasn't for the man who had left them some face, they might not have the face to see anyone in the future. It was too terrifying. At this point, they had a new understanding of Leng Ruoxue and the others' abilities. Not long after they returned to the main hall, the elders who had gone to find Yin Shao also returned with ugly expressions. After sitting down, the elders were silent for a long time. After a long time. First elder, why don't we help them ask for compensation from the Hong family? Someone said. Sob, those people were too scary. They couldn't afford to offend him. Yup. Great elder, although the patriarch's illness is very important, if we anger them, I'm afraid the entire Yen family will have to answer. An elder agreed. Yup. The great elder. We can't afford to offend these people. All the elders agreed. Right now, they were extremely resentful of the trouble that the Yen clan's eldest master had caused. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yen clan's eldest master was no longer in this world, they would definitely have given him a good beating first before handing him over to Leng Ruoxue and the others to deal with. Since that's the case, then let's settle the score with the Hong family together. Yen tribe's first elder said tearlessly, Clan Lord. I've let you down. It was such a good opportunity, but we didn't grasp it. He couldn't help but feel sad in his heart. After making his decision, he went to the clan head's room in the main courtyard and reported the matter to him. At the same time, he also told him that there were people who seemed to be from the god realm by Leng Ruoxue's side. After the Yen family head heard this, he didn't say much and just nodded his head, letting the first elder handle it. Following that, the Yen clan's first elder paid a visit to the guest courtyard where Leng Ruoxue and the others were staying. As he sat in the living room waiting to be received, the Yen clan's first elder was extremely depressed. This was clearly his home, but why did he seem like a guest, so uneasy? Especially Ziyu, who was sitting with him not far away, made his heart thump even more. It jumped wildly without stopping. Great Elder Yen, you've decided so quickly? At this moment, Leng Ruoxue walked in from outside and said with a smile. Yes. Miss Leng, we've decided to help you get compensation from the Hong family. Yen tribe's first elder quickly said. That's more like it. There's strength in numbers. Even if that first elder of the Hong clan is trying to knock on the door, he would have to consider the situation. Otherwise, he will only bring the Hong clan to a dead end. Even though Leng Ruoxue's words were directed at the Hong clan, she was also trying to warn the Yen clan's first elder. Miss Leng's words make sense. Yen tribe's first elder echoed, but he was somewhat absent-minded. Is Great Elder Yen worried about your clan head's illness? Leng Ruoxue glanced at the Yen clan's first elder and said. How did Miss Leng know? The Yen clan's first elder was deeply shocked by Leng Ruoxue's ability to read people's expressions. Although it was no secret that the clan head was currently bedridden, he thought he had concealed it very well. He didn't expect that the other party would actually see through it. From this, it could be seen how meticulous the other party's thoughts were. It's all written on your face. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. That's right. Our patriarch was injured by the Grand Elder of the Hong family, and the divine skill used by the Grand Elder is a family heirloom of the Hong family. In the entire Hong family, only the Grand Elder is able to use it, and our patriarch's injuries can only be healed by the person who injured him. The Yen clan's first elder lightly sighed, a helpless look on his face. Other than the first elder of the Hong family who can cure your master's injuries, can't any other healing pills do the same? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. It seemed like she would have to meet the first elder of the Hong family and see what kind of godly skill he had used to cause such an injury that only he could heal. Medicinal pills are fine too, but they're extremely difficult to find and can't be concocted by ordinary alchemists. The great elder of the Yen clan said with a worried look. There had been no news from the main clan for a long time, so they had given up on the pills. The great elder of the Hong clan was their greatest hope, but under the pressure of Leng Ruoxue and the others, they had no choice but to give up 100% of their hope. Now, they could only pray that the great elder of the Hong clan would not give up on the clansmen of the Hong clan who were currently locked up in the Yen clan's prison. Otherwise, they would really have no more hope. May I know what kind of medicinal pill you need? Leng Ruoxue asked again. She had quite a number of pills with her, but she didn't know if there were any that they needed. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the Yen clan's wise decision, she wouldn't have returned the favor. If we want to cure the master's injury, we need the frost pill. The herbs required to refine that pill are very rare. Furthermore, the frost pill is very difficult to refine. That's why we have been unable to find it. The Yen clan's first elder explained. Frost pill? I just happen to have one in my hands. Leng Ruoxue's words immediately caused the first elder to fall into a daze. Seeing first elder's reaction, Leng Ruoxue didn't say anything else. She waited for him to digest this information. In fact, other than the rare ingredients required to refine the frost pill, it was not considered a very good healing pill. Moreover, the frost pill could only treat injuries caused by the cold attribute. Therefore, it was a very unpopular pill. Very few alchemists would refine this kind of pill that almost no one wanted. The reason why she had this kind of pill in her hands was because her ice attribute beasts like to eat pills as snacks. In order to satisfy their appetite, she had refined all kinds of pills in case they needed it. In addition to the pills that Zheng Yan and his disciples used to practice, she had a lot of these less popular pills. Young lady Leng, do you really have the frost pill? After a long time, the Yan clan's first elder regained his senses and asked in disbelief. Of course. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue took out a cold jade bottle from her bracelet. Inside the bottle was the cold frost pill that the Yan clan's first elder had mentioned. Looking at the small jade bottle that was emitting waves of cold air, the Yan clan's first elder felt waves of excitement in his heart. He couldn't believe that he would be so lucky. Initially, he had wanted to use the Hong clan's members to threaten the first elder so that he would cure the family head's injuries. He had also been prepared for the first elder to take the opportunity to lower his conditions. However, he didn't expect Leng Ruoxue to give him such a big surprise. With this, why would he have to accommodate the first elder of the Hong clan? After using Leng Ruoxue's cold frost pill to heal the clan head's injuries, he would be able to take control of the situation. Thinking of this, he suddenly became excited. Young lady Leng, this cold frost pill is exactly what our clan head is in urgent need of. If you have any conditions, please state them. I am willing to pay a high price for this pill. The Yan clan's first elder said, suppressing the excitement in his heart. With this frost pill, he would no longer have to worry about the clan head's injuries. Furthermore, he would be able to hold the initiative when negotiating with the Hong clan. I can give you the frost pill, but I only have one request. That is, when Great Elder Yan is negotiating with the Great Elder of the Hong clan, do not go easy on him. We'll do our best to obtain as many benefits as possible. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Don't worry, Miss Leng. I've been thinking too much because of the master's injury, but now that I have the frost pill, I don't have to worry about it anymore. This time, I'll settle all the old and new scores with the Hong family. However, the Great Elder of the Hong family is a cold person. I'm afraid he'd rather not take the members of the Hong family than spend so much money. The Yan clan's first elder said worriedly. Previous chapter. Next, that will depend on Great Elder Yan's ability. The master of the Hong family and so many elders are in your hands. I think that even if the Great Elder of the Hong family is heartless, he can't possibly ignore the life and death of so many clansmen. If he really didn't care, wouldn't you be able to do whatever you want to those Hong family members? I don't believe that he won't feel heartache, but there's a high chance that he'll use Master Yan's injuries to threaten you, so you have to be mentally prepared. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she reminded him. Miss Leng's words are reasonable. I will take precautions in advance. No matter how cunning that old fox is, I will not let him escape easily this time. Yan clan's first elder guaranteed. Yes. Also, this is the list of compensation we want. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she nodded towards Ziyu. Ziyu understood her meaning and took out a thin piece of paper from her storage ring, handing it to the Yan clan's first elder. After the Yan clan's great elder received it, he swept a glance over it. Immediately, his heart began to twitch and he couldn't help but feel disgusted. Woo. These people were really too ruthless. Although he had long prepared in his heart that the other party would demand an exorbitant price, the compensation they wanted had still exceeded his expectations. This time, his Yan clan would probably have to pay until they went bankrupt. However, he didn't dare to have the slightest thought of reneging on the debt, because as long as he thought of Ziyu's shocking strength, his heart would tremble. Don't be afraid, Great Elder. This is all the compensation you and the Hong family have to offer. I've written it all down. Do you understand what I mean, Great Elder? Leng Ruoxue looked at the Yan clan's first elder's face, which flickered between light and dark, white for a moment, then black for a moment. She almost laughed out loud in her heart. This Yan clan's first elder was so scared that he didn't even bother to hide his thoughts. Miss Leng, you mean? When the Yan clan's first elder heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he was bewildered, afraid that he had guessed the other party's thoughts wrong. The compensation on this list is what I want. As for whether the Yan family or the Hong family will compensate me, I don't care. As long as Great Elder Yan is able to gather everything according to the list I've written, it'll be fine. Great Elder Yan should understand now. Leng Ruoxue looked at the Yan clan's first elder, who was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. He was so frightened that he didn't even believe her own judgment. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart, and could only explain it in a clearer manner. I understand. I understand. After listening to Leng Ruoxue's words, the Yan clan's first elder finally heaved a sigh of relief. He no longer felt so stifled in his heart. Sob. He was really scared to death. With so many things, the Yan clan would be emptied out. Luckily, the Hong clan was still there to support them. If there's nothing else, Great Elder Yan, please leave. Leng Ruoxue chuckled and asked her to leave. She then instructed Ziyu to pass the frost pill to the Yan clan's first elder. Good. Miss Leng, I'll take my leave first. The Yan clan's first elder carefully took the frost pill, and after he finished speaking, he stood up and left the guest courtyard. After the Yan clan's first elder left, he felt depressed as he walked. Woo. This was clearly his home, okay? Why was he the one who was invited out? He had lived for so long, but he had never seen a guest who ignored the host like Leng Ruoxue. However, he had the right to be proud. After the Yan clan's first elder left the guest courtyard where Leng Ruoxue and the others were staying, the first thing he did was to go to the main courtyard to meet the clan head. Grand Elder, is there anything important for you to return? The patriarch of the Yen clan looked at the first elder in confusion. Master, I just came back from Miss Leng's place. Yen tribe's first elder said. Oh. Do they have any other requests? The Yen clan master understood. If not for this, the great elder would not have come to discuss with him in such a hurry. They gave me the list of compensation, and this. The Yen clan's first elder was in a good mood as he kept them in suspense before taking out the small cold jade bottle. Oh. Great elder, what's in that bottle? The Yen clan head looked at the small white bottle that was emitting a cold air that made one's heart palpitate. He was extremely puzzled. What medicine was the great elder selling in his gourd? Master. This was the frost pill. A frost pill that can cure your injuries. The Yen clan's first elder said with an excited expression. Frost pill? How did you get the frost pill? Could it be that the main family sent it over? The head of the Yen clan was extremely excited. He had been injured for quite some time, and he had thought that the hope of recovery was getting slimmer and slimmer. He didn't expect that such a big surprise would suddenly land in front of him. He was really, really excited to the point that he didn't know what to say. It's not the master, it's Miss Leng. She happened to have the frost pill and knew that the master's injuries were in urgent need of this frost pill, so she gave it to me. Master, please take it quickly. After the Yen clan's first elder gave a simple explanation, he urged the clan leader to take the frost pill. However, the Yen clan head did not consume it immediately. Instead, he looked at his clan's great elder with a serious expression and said, Grand elder, what price did you pay to obtain this cold frost pill? Clan head, these frost pills were given to me by young Lady Leng, and she didn't pay any price for it. Yen clan's first elder was startled for a moment before saying. Don't hide it from me. I won't believe it. We're not related to him in any way, and we even have some enmity between us. How could he be so kind as to give me the frost pill? Did you agree to some conditions? The patriarch of the Yen clan asked in disbelief. Family. Any conditions, I've agreed to make the Hong family bleed. Other than that, I have no other conditions. The Yen clan's first elder carefully recalled, and then said with absolute certainty, AI. After hearing the family head's words, he started to doubt himself. Hence, he recalled his conversation with Leng Ruoxue from the beginning to the end. You really didn't, T. Great elder, don't try to deceive me just so I can eat this frost pill. The patriarch of the Yen clan reminded him worriedly. Master. Why would I lie to you? I really don't have any more. The Yen clan's first elder said with a depressed look. Woo. Could it be that his credibility was so bad? Why didn't the master believe him? Then I'm at ease, great elder. It's not that I don't believe you, but I can't believe those people. I'm afraid that you'll be willing to pay any price for my illness. The Yen clan leader sighed softly and said slowly. He had grown up with the great elder, so the two of them had an extremely good relationship. They could also trust each other, and this was one of the main reasons why the Yen clan could be so harmonious. Previous chapter. Next. Patriarch, don't worry. This frost pill was given to me by them without any additional conditions. Quickly take the pill. This way, we'll be able to have more initiative in the negotiations with the Hong family. Yen tribe's first elder urged. All right, he said. The Yen clan master nodded and took the pill from the first elder's hand, swallowing it. After a while, the patriarch's face, which had been extremely pale, slowly returned to normal. The cold energy in his body was gradually expelled, and it didn't take long for his injuries to recover. Feeling the warmth on his body, Patriarch Yen stretched his arms and legs in disbelief. Then, he lifted the blanket and got off the bed. How do you feel, Patriarch? The Yen clan's first elder stared at his clan master, afraid that he would not be used to it. Good. Very good. After taking this cold frost pill, not only was the cold chi in my body completely expelled, I even faintly showed signs of breaking through. This is truly too incredible. The Yen clan head's face was filled with shock and disbelief. What was going on? One had to know that he had been stuck at the mid-level of the high-level deity stage for a long time. He had never been able to break through. However, after healing his injuries, he actually felt like he was about to break through. This was too strange. Congratulations, Master. After the Yen clan's first elder heard the clan head's words, he was also very happy. If the clan head could break through to the advanced divine realm, then the Hong clan's first elder wouldn't be a problem. Hee. Grand elder, for the time being, it's best not to spread the news that I've recovered. The patriarch of the Yen clan said after some thought. Yes, if the news of family head's recovery reaches the ears of that old fox of the Hong family, he will definitely take precautions. We will not be able to catch him by surprise. The Yen clan's first elder agreed. Great elder, it's all thanks to Miss Leng that my injuries can be healed. Please take me to the guest house to thank her. The Yen clan leader said impatiently. He had always wanted to meet the celestial-like figures that the elders and his second son had been talking about. However, he had been bedridden for a long time and had not been able to meet them. Therefore, the first thing he wanted to do after recovering was to meet them and thank them personally. After all, they had saved his life despite their past grudges. Master, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to see them now. Yen clan's first elder said after some thought. Why do you say so? The patriarch of the Yen clan was puzzled. Master, didn't you just say that you wanted to hide your recovery? If you go to the guest courtyard and are seen by the clansmen, and someone accidentally tells them, then wouldn't our efforts be in vain? I think you'd better be patient for a few days. It won't be too late to thank him after the Hong family's matter has been satisfactorily resolved. Yan tribe's first elder suggested. What you said isn't without reason. However, he gave me the medicinal pill to cure my injuries. If I don't go and thank him, wouldn't he be overthinking it? The head of the Yen clan asked worriedly. After all, they weren't friends with the other party, and there was also enmity between them. So, if the other party knew that his injuries had recovered, but didn't come to thank him, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain if the enmity between them and the Yen clan worsened? He was a little worried. Clan head, I don't think Miss Leng and the others are petty people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given me the frost pill. Yen clan's first elder pondered for a moment before saying.
These are two different things. After all, are you?
Now that they have shown us kindness, I should go and thank them personally. The patriarch of the Yen clan said stubbornly. Family head, don't be anxious. Why don't I go and sound out Miss Leng's opinion tomorrow and see what she means? It's too late today, so don't go. Yen tribe's first elder saw that he could not persuade the patriarch, so he could only use a roundabout method. That's good. The patriarch of the Yen clan looked at the sky outside the window. It was indeed getting late, so he had no choice but to dispel this thought. The next morning, Yen clan's first elder left for the guest courtyard. When he saw Leng Ruoxue, he first expressed his gratitude on behalf of the family head. He then said that the family head wanted to express his gratitude personally, but Leng Ruoxue declined his offer. Let your master rest well. You've just recovered, so don't run around. Leng Ruoxue, who was sitting on the main seat, said with a faint smile. I understand. I'll let the patriarch know. The Yen clan's first elder tactfully said. It seemed that the other party was thinking the same thing as him. They didn't want the family head to appear in front of their clansmen now. Great Elder Yen, that great elder from the Hong clan should be arriving soon, right? It's been so many days, but he's still able to keep his cool. Leng Ruoxue laughed. Yes, I've received news that First Elder Hong has left Hong City and is heading towards our Yen City. He should be here in less than 2 days. The Yen clan's first elder nodded. Before that old man arrives, I think Great Elder Yen should have a lot of things to prepare. I won't keep you any longer. Leng Ruoxue started to chase him away again. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the Yen clan's first elder was deeply depressed. Why was he always being chased out? Was his relationship with others that bad? Every time he was chased out, he felt like crying to death. However, since the other party had already spoken, it would not be good for him to stay here and not move. After bidding Leng Ruoxue farewell, he left the guest courtyard with an extremely depressed heart. 2 days later, the first elder of the Hong family had finally arrived in Yen City. Although the Yen and Hong clan had many conflicts now, in order to show his clan's magnanimity, the Yen clan's first elder still very politely invited the Hong clan's first elder and his party into the Yen clan's main residence. However, the accommodation they had arranged for the Hong family was not the best guest house. Hence, it caused some dissatisfaction in the Hong family. Great Elder Yen, you're just letting us stay here. A certain elder of the Hong family said with a dissatisfied expression. What happened here? The Yen clan's first elder had a puzzled look on his face. In his opinion, he was already giving the Hong clan a lot of face by allowing them to stay here. Although this was not the best guest courtyard in the Yen clan, it was not too bad. We used to stay at Liuxiang residence. The elder said. Elder Shan, as you said, that was in the past. In the past, people from your Hong family could let you stay in the Liuxiang residence, but do you think that with the relationship between our families, you can stay there now? Moreover, there's someone living there now. The Liuxiang residence that Elder Shan mentioned was actually the guest courtyard that Leng Ruoxue and the rest were staying in. It was also the best guest courtyard in the entire Hong clan. However, even if there was no one living there, he couldn't possibly arrange for the Hong clan to stay there. After all, the Hong clan was here to negotiate with them, and many of the Hong clan's clansmen were in his hands. Therefore, it could be said that the Yen clan had the upper hand now. Since that was the case, how could he be considerate of the Hong clan and act according to their wishes? If that happened, where would the Yen clan's face be? Moreover, in the hearts of many members of the Yen family, the Hong family was equivalent to a prisoner. He had already given them a lot of face by being willing to invite them into the main residence. How could the Hong family have the right to be picky? You're clearly looking down on our Hong family. That Elder Shan roared out in a somewhat annoyed manner. Elder Shan, if you really want to think that way, I won't object. However, please correct your position and don't forget the current situation of your Hong family. The Yen clan's first elder reminded him with a straight face. This Elder Shan was really brainless. No wonder he was able to escape death. It was because the Hong clan had looked down on him. Therefore, he did not intend to bring him to the Yen clan because he was afraid that he would ruin things. Otherwise, this Elder Shan would probably be in their Yen clan's prison by now. How could he still be able to show off in front of him? You. Elder Shan was so angry that he couldn't speak. He gave the Hong family members a look, but none of them were willing to help. This made him even angrier. Great Elder Yen, we are very satisfied with this place. At this moment, the first elder of the Hong family, who had not spoken all this while, glared at Elder Shan before he spoke. It's good that first Elder Hong is satisfied. You must be tired from the long journey, have a good rest today. We'll talk business tomorrow. I'll take my leave first. After the Yen clan's first elder finished speaking, he left with the Yen clan's people without looking back. After Yen tribe's first elder left with his men, Elder Shan said with a dissatisfied expression, "Great elder, why do you indulge them? They really don't have any respect for our Hong family." "You shut up. Don't blame me for being impolite if you continue to speak nonsense." The Hong family's first elder said with a cold face, as if he had a headache. The clan head and the others were in the hands of the Yen clan, and now he couldn't even find anyone to discuss things with. He was really depressed to death with only a group of trash who only knew how to eat. Great elder. Elder Shan's face was filled with disbelief. Although the great elder was usually cold and heartless, he still looked down on him even at this point. Thinking of this, he felt extremely depressed. All of you better use your brains. Our Hong clan is no longer the same as before, and the Yen clan is no longer the same as before. The clan head and the elders are all in the hands of the Yen clan, so you should all think carefully about what you should say and what you shouldn't say. Don't always make me follow behind you and clean up your mess. The Hong family's first elder said with a face full of disappointment. Yes. Great elder. The members of the Hong family in the room didn't dare to say anything after hearing the first elder's reprimand. They could only nod. Go back to your rooms and rest. We still have a tough battle to fight. Even if you can't be of much help, don't add to my troubles. Don't blame me for being merciless. The first elder of the Hong family warned. Yes. Yes, master. Everyone from the Hong family replied and then carefully returned to their rooms. The next day. After a sleepless night, the first elder of the Hong clan went to find the first elder of the Yen clan to prepare for negotiations. The Yen clan's first elder, who had not fully woken up, looked at the uninvited guest in his room and felt extremely depressed. It seemed that first elder Hong, who had always been calm, was a little impatient because of this matter. However, he could understand. After all, if their positions were to be reversed, he was afraid that he would be even more anxious than the first elder of the Hong family. Great elder Yen, I'm sorry. I've come to disturb you so early because our Hong family's affairs are really very busy. The family head isn't around, and there are many things that I have to deal with. So, I really don't have much time. Let's quickly discuss the conditions so that I can return to the Hong family earlier. The first elder of the Hong family said apologetically. First elder Hong, I know you're in a hurry to return to the Hong family, but you have to give me some time to put on my clothes. The Yen clan's first elder helplessly reminded him. This Hong clan's first elder had just happened to block him under the blanket. It was really too embarrassing. Hee hee. I'm sorry, we've known each other for so many years, but I didn't expect great elder Yen to be shy. The Hong family's first elder said with a smile. However, he couldn't help but think to himself, old thing, you can't be the only one who's laughing at our Hong family. I have to look at you too. Otherwise, I'll feel unbalanced. Shy, my ass. Upon hearing the Hong clan's first elder's words, the Yen clan's first elder could not help but curse in his heart. However, he still had to put on a helpless expression and said, First elder Hong, you still like to joke so much. Hee hee. This is called unexpected. The Hong clan's first elder said proudly. Then, he urged the Yen clan's first elder, Great elder Yen, quickly put on your clothes. After you're done, we'll talk. AI. The Yen clan's first elder sighed softly and felt extremely helpless. He could see that this old thing was planning to watch him change his clothes. Woo. In his entire life, other than the clan head and his already deceased wife, no one had ever stared at him with such big eyes and watched him change his clothes. The Yen clan's first elder was clear that this old thing from the Hong clan could not be driven away. Therefore, he could only brace himself and endure the discomfort in his heart as he picked up the clothes that were thrown on the chair by the bed and quickly put them on. After a while, the first elder of the Hong family saw that he was fully dressed, so he pulled his hand and prepared to find a place to negotiate. First elder Hong, don't be anxious. Let's have some breakfast first before we talk. The Yen clan's first elder, who was being held tightly by the Hong clan's first elder, said in a speechless manner. I'm not hungry. Let's talk while you eat. The Hong clan's first elder thought for a moment, and then pulled the Yen clan's first elder towards the dining room. He had been to the Yen residence many times, so he was very familiar with the layout of the Yen residence. Finding the dining room was not a difficult task. At this moment, there was no one else in the dining room other than the elders from the Yen family. However, when they saw the two of them walking in hand, the elders' faces revealed a puzzled expression. Since when did their elder and the first elder of the Hong family have such a good relationship? The two of them were actually holding hands. This scene was really too strange, and they couldn't help but let their thoughts run wild. Could it be that there was an affair between them that they shouldn't have? Previous chapter. Seeing the expressions of the elders, the Yen clan's first elder, who had guessed what they were thinking, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. However, the Hong clan's first elder did not care at all. After pulling the Yen clan's first elder to sit down, he very attentively filled his bowl with porridge and all kinds of side dishes. Seeing this scene, the Yen clan's elders' jaws almost dropped. Their eyes were wide and round, and their faces were all filled with an expression of disbelief. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat your food. The Yen clan's first elder roared in a depressed manner. He hated the Hong clan's first elder's actions to death. Damn it, this old thing must be doing this on purpose to make things difficult for him. I'm done. Seeing that their first elder was angry, the elders of the Yen family quickly said. Then, they put down their bowls and chopsticks and left the dining room as if they were running for their lives. However, they didn't go far, but eavesdropped at the door of the dining room. First Elder Hong, what the hell are you doing? Seeing that there were only the two of them left in the dining hall, the Yen clan's first elder couldn't help but ask through gritted teeth. How can you say that about me? Can't you see that I'm trying to please you? The first elder of the Hong clan said in an extremely aggrieved manner. His current appearance was completely different from when he faced the people of the Hong clan yesterday. If the people of the Hong clan were to see this, they would also be shocked. Don't try to please me. I'm afraid you'll be like this. Yen tribe's first elder spoke the truth, his little heart trembling from the stimulation. Ling. We've known each other for quite a few years. Although we've never had a deep friendship, we've never really become enemies. The first elder of the Hong family said softly, playing the emotional card. Don't call me that. I'm getting goosebumps. When the Yen clan's first elder heard the Hong clan's first elder call out his name, his heart turned cold. Oh my god. It was really too disgusting. Although his name was Yen Ling, he really couldn't accept being called the first elder of the Hong family. Then how do you want me to call you? Ling Ling? The Hong clan's first elder whispered into the Yen clan's first elder's ear. You can just call me Great Elder Yen. The Yen clan's first elder said, feeling a little nauseated in his heart. Just now in his room, this old thing was still quite normal. Why did it seem like he was a completely different person the moment he left his room? He really couldn't get used to it. That's too polite. I think Ling or Ling Ling sounds more intimate. After all, we've known each other for so many years. The first elder of the Hong clan laughed. We're not friends, so there's no need to be so friendly, really. The Yen clan's first elder hurriedly said in fear, F***ck. What was this old thing up to? Why did he feel that his brain couldn't keep up with the flow? I'm so sad to hear you say that. The first elder of the Hong family said, pretending to be sad. His eyes were sparkling as if he was about to cry. First Elder Hong, I don't care what your purpose is. I'll tell you directly now that our Yen clan and the Hong clan can no longer be the same as before. In fact, the relationship between our two clans has already been broken since you injured our clan head. You should know this. Yen tribe's first elder warned. I know, but I have my own difficulties. I did it to save our family head. Besides, I didn't hit him hard at that time. Besides, I was also injured by your family head, so we're even now. Let's not hold it against each other. The first elder of the Hong family said with a wronged expression. Even, my ass. Your injuries can be healed with just a few healing pills, but our family head can't. Do you think the cold poison in your Hong family is so easy to remove? If you really want this matter to be even and want our two families to restore our past relationship, you should take the initiative to come and treat our family head's injuries. But, did you come? Not only that, but your Hong family's head even brought people to try and swallow up our Yen family. If it wasn't for our good luck, we would have long since disappeared from the divine mainland. Humph. Is this what you mean by even? The Yen clan's first elder angrily roared. As long as he thought of this, he would not be able to suppress the anger in his heart. That's because the children are insensible. You adults should be magnanimous and not bicker with children. Moreover, my injuries have only just recovered, and even if I wanted to save your family head, I'm afraid I'm powerless. The first elder of the Hong family said shamelessly. The child he was referring to was naturally the head of the Hong family. After all, in terms of seniority, the head of the Hong family was one generation lower than them. You're talking nonsense. If it was someone from the Yen clan who tried to annex your Hong clan and was caught by your Hong clan, would you say this? I'm afraid their end will be even worse. Worse. The Yen clan's first elder understood. These people from the Hong clan were really too full of themselves. Moreover, their standards for people and things were also different. If someone provoked the Hong clan, then that person deserved to die 1,000 deaths. But if the Hong clan provoked someone else, then they would become a child who didn't know any better. How could there be such a cheap thing in the world? Moreover, who would believe that the first elder of the Hong family had just recovered from his injuries? He clearly didn't plan to save them and was waiting for the Yen clan to take the initiative to come and threaten them. Did he really think that they were all fools and couldn't see through the Hong clan's intentions? With the Yen clan's first elder's rebuttal, the touching words that the Hong clan's first elder had long prepared could no longer be said. Sigh. Did he misjudge? He clearly remembered that this Yen clan's first elder was quite easy to talk to. He had originally thought that as long as he played the emotional card, the other party would give him some face and let the Hong family off. Then, he would take the opportunity to say that he wanted to cure the Yen family's master's injury. In this way, wouldn't everyone be happy? Unfortunately, the Yen clan's first elder didn't act according to his script, and didn't plan on giving him any face at all, which couldn't help but put him on the spot. However, he would not be easily discouraged. After clearing his throat, he spoke again. Great Elder Yen, I know that our Hong family has let you down in many ways. I apologize to you on behalf of the Hong family. In addition, one of the main purposes of my visit this time is to cure your family head and repair the relationship between our two families. I believe that you must be thinking the same in your heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't just lock up the members of our Hong family, right? First Elder Hong, I have long given up on the relationship between our two families. The reason why we have locked up the people from your Hong family instead of directly killing them is only so that the Hong family can redeem them. It's our fault for being short on money to treat our master. The Yen clan's first elder directly stated his purpose without even blushing or panting. He was very clear that if he didn't make things clear, this old fox from the Hong clan would definitely continue to play Tai Chi with him. Humph. I can't play dumb. AI. After listening to the Yen clan's first elder's words, the Hong clan's first elder was truly depressed. The other party had already made it so clear, so it would be a little redundant for him to play dumb. Thus, he could only correct his thoughts and look at the Yen clan's first elder with a sincere expression, saying, "Great Elder Yen, may I know what conditions your Yen clan has? As long as it's within our Hong family's means, we'll try our best to satisfy you." Try to satisfy her? When the Yen clan's first elder heard the Hong clan's first elder's words, he sneered in his heart. Did he mean that he would not be able to satisfy all of them? It seemed like the first elder of the Hong family was afraid that they would demand an exorbitant price, so he didn't dare to be too confident. An old fox was indeed an old fox. However, he had guessed it right. They would definitely make the Hong family bleed this time. First Elder Hong, this time, your Hong family has more than 50 people in our hands, including the patriarch, elders, and ordinary clansmen. How much do you think they're worth? If I'm not wrong, they're all the elites of your Hong family. That's right, there's also your family head's 2 daughters. Although they caused your Hong family to lose all face, they're still young ladies of your Hong family. You wouldn't ignore them, right? The Yen clan's first elder said with a smile. Lien, and Shiner? What's wrong with them? The more the first elder of the Hong clan listened to the first elder of the Yen clan, the more he felt that something was amiss. Especially when the other party had mentioned Hong Lien and Hong Xian, this made him even more suspicious. What did the first elder of the Yen clan mean by being disgraced? What's wrong? Didn't first elder Hong know? I thought that this matter had already reached first elder Hong's ears. The Yen clan's first elder said in surprise. What is it? You might as well just say it. The first elder of the Hong family was a little impatient. He had almost not left the house recently, so he really did not know what the 2 girls had done, and no one had mentioned it to him. Hong Lien fell in love with a beggar and even forced himself on him. As for Hong Xian, in order to frame others, you actually betrayed your Hong family and revealed your family's secret to us. The Yen clan's first elder said proudly. Seeing the Hong clan's first elder's face change like a palette, he felt very happy. This is impossible. How could they have done such a thing? Don't use this kind of thing to slander them. After a long while, the first elder of the Hong clan spoke with a face full of disbelief. Previously, the Yen clan's first elder's words had caused him to fall into a daze and anger. However, after calming down a little, he finally reacted. Moreover, he did not believe the Yen clan's first elder's words at all. After all, the relationship between their 2 clans was no longer like before. It was normal for the other party to slander the young lady of their Hong clan. He knew very well the other party's purpose for doing so. It was just to see their Hong clan become a joke. First Elder Hong, of course you won't believe my words. However, you can't possibly not believe the words of the Hong family, right? I'll bring you to the prison and let you ask your Hong family members personally to see if what I said is true. How about it? Do you dare to go? The Yen clan first elder said provocatively. Humph. Why wouldn't I dare to go? The Hong clan's first elder said angrily. Even if the Yen clan's first elder didn't take the initiative to invite him to the prison, he would still want to go and take a look. Since that's the case, First Elder Hong, please come with me to the prison. With that, the Yen clan's first elder stood up and walked out of the dining room. The Hong clan's first elder naturally followed closely behind. Seeing them walk out one after the other, the elders of the Yen clan who were hiding in the corner couldn't help but whisper, "Hey! Did you guys see that? They didn't hold hands, most likely because the negotiations between our 2 families fell apart, sigh. It's such a pity. Actually, they look quite compatible." The fire of gossip was burning in their hearts, and all kinds of thoughts began to float in their minds. Compared to the depression of the Yen clan some time ago, they were absolutely relaxed now. However, the first elder of the Hong clan, who had followed the Yen clan's first elder all the way to the prison cell, was not happy at all. Not only had he not used any of the strategies he had thought of, he had even found out about the family's dirty laundry from the Yen clan's first elder. Although he didn't completely believe it, the Yen clan's first elder wouldn't make irresponsible remarks and casually joke about such a matter, right? Therefore, although he said that he didn't believe it, he couldn't convince himself in his heart. At the entrance of the prison, the Yen clan's first elder smiled and said to the Hong clan's first elder Hong, you can go in by yourself. I won't disturb you from reminiscing with the Hong family. All right. The first elder of the Hong family nodded and strode into the cell. Seeing the Hong family's first elder enter the cell alone, the guard guarding the cell was a little worried and said to his first elder, should we go in and take a look? What if the first elder of the Hong family saves the clansman of the Hong family? As a member of the Yen family, you should have confidence in the facilities of your own cell. If he can rescue the people, then there is no need to set up this cell. The Yen clan's first elder said in an unusually serious manner. Great elder is right. The guard tactfully said. All you need to do is guard the cell door. If first elder Hong comes out from inside, just pretend you didn't see him. The Yen clan's great elder thought for a moment and said. He was well aware that when that old fox from the Hong clan found out that he was telling the truth in the prison, his expression would definitely not look good. Therefore, he wanted to avoid it for now so that the old thing would not blame the Yen clan for the debt. It should be known that the old fellow was very vengeful. However, before he could leave, he saw the first elder of the Hong family walking out of the cell in a rage with a dark face. He ignored him and strode away. He came out so quickly. As he watched the back view of the Hong clan's first elder, the Yen clan's first elder could not help but mutter to himself. It seemed like this old thing was quite angry. Hee. Seeing this situation, he felt great. After he finished speaking, he turned around and returned to his room. He reckoned that the first elder of the Hong family would not bother him again today. After the Hong clan's head elder angrily returned to the guest courtyard where he and the others were staying, he called all of the Hong clan's clansmen into his room. After a round of reprimanding, he glared at them and roared, "Why didn't anyone tell me about such a big thing?" The first elder of the Hong family was furious. However, he was even angrier that he had found out about this from an outsider first. This made him rather passive. The Hong family's members, who had been scolded for no reason, were all confused when they heard the first elder's words. They asked softly, "Great elder. What happened? What did we not tell you?" The members of the Hong family were all somewhat baffled. The great elder had scolded them the moment he came back, saying that they had something to hide from him. However, he did not tell them what it was. This made them feel a little wronged. Could it be that the great elder had been bullied by the great elder of the Yen family, so he was treating them as a punching bag? They could not help but let their thoughts run wild. Previous chapter. Next. Did I not say what it was? The first elder of the Hong family said angrily. Great elder. You didn't tell me. The members of the Hong family all shook their heads and whispered in unison. I just found out about some of the Hong family scandals from the Yen family's first elder, so I personally went to the prison to verify it. Humph. Why didn't you guys tell me? As long as the first elder of the Hong family thought about how he had been kept in the dark, the anger in his heart would surge. What scandal? Everyone from the Hong family looked at each other and looked at their first elder in confusion. Lien, and Xian, didn't you hear? The great elder of the Hong family had a look of disbelief on his face because the great elder of the Yen family had secretly told him that this matter had already spread throughout Hong City. Since that was the case, how could the Hong family not know about it? This was really too strange. Great elder. Did something happen to them? Elder Shan's face was full of question marks. Yes. The first elder of the Hong family nodded and told them what had happened. After hearing it, the Hong family fell silent. After a moment, Elder Shan, who had just reacted, said angrily, "Family head, those two wretched girls actually did such a thing and caused our Hong family to lose face. The two of them must be severely punished. I suggest that they be expelled from the Hong family." Elder Shan's furious words immediately received a response from the people present. Although they were all a little surprised that the two daughters of the family head would actually do such a thing, since it had already been confirmed, the two of them naturally could not remain in the family. Otherwise, what face would the Hong family have left? We definitely have to expel them, but they're in the hands of the Yen clan now. I'm thinking, should we let them be in the hands of the Yen clan, or should we get them out with the other clansmen and then make a decision? The first elder of the Hong family frowned and said in a somewhat conflicted manner. Great elder. Why should we care about them after what they did? Just let them live and die on their own. Someone suggested. Yup. The great elder. Of the two of them, one has committed a shameful act and the other has betrayed the family. If they continue to stay in the family, many of the family members will not accept it. Someone immediately agreed. Great elder. We'll just leave them at the Yen residence. As for how the Yen family wants to deal with them, we don't care. We'll just pretend that we never knew these two. Elder Shan said. It wasn't that first elder Hong didn't have the thought of leaving the Yen clan behind. However, he thought about it again. If he left Hong Lien and Hong Xian behind in the Yen clan and didn't care about them, then they would probably be a level lower in front of the Yen clan in the future. Therefore, he was in a difficult position. Grand Elder, we'll listen to your decision. Elder Shan couldn't help but ask anxiously when he saw that first elder didn't respond for a long time. Let me think about it. All of you can leave. The first elder of the Hong family waved his hand, stood up, and went into the inner room. When the people of the Hong family who were left in the hall saw this, they could only turn around and leave. The next day. For some reason, gossip about the first elders of the Yen and Hong family had started to spread in the Yen family's main residence. After the Yen clan's great elder left his room early in the morning, he saw the Yen clan's clansmen whispering to each other along the way. When they saw him, they all scattered like birds and beasts. Seeing this, the Yen clan's great elder was extremely puzzled and couldn't help but secretly think to himself, when did he become so terrifying? When the clansmen saw him, they were actually like mice seeing a cat. This is really too strange. Even though he was surprised, he did not think too much about it. Instead, he went straight to Liuxiang residence where Leng Ruoxue and the others were staying. When he entered Liuxiang residence, the Yen clan's great elder was sitting in the living room, waiting for Leng Ruoxue's arrival. However, he noticed that Ziyu and the rest were also looking at him in surprise. This made him even more suspicious. What exactly had happened? First elder, why are you here so early in the morning? Leng Ruoxue walked into the living room and looked at the first elder of the Yen clan, who was sitting uncomfortably on the chair. She chuckled and teased him. I'm preparing to go to First Elder Hong to discuss the compensation, so I came here to see if Miss Leng has any other requests. Yan tribe's first elder said honestly. Oh. Didn't you guys talk about it yesterday? Leng Ruoxue asked out of curiosity. No, I didn't. That old man was in a bad mood yesterday. He didn't show up for the whole day after he came to see me this morning. Yan tribe's first elder said. Not in a good mood? Could it be that you guys? Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly, but she stopped mid-sentence. What's wrong with us? Yan clan's first elder looked at Leng Ruoxue's expression, and his face was filled with question marks. Did you guys quarrel? Leng Ruoxue asked nosily. No, I didn't. It's not my fault that he's in a bad mood. The Yan clan's first elder instinctively explained. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart, as if something was going to happen. Woo. Why did he have such a feeling? It was too strange. How can it not be related to you? Aren't you two very close? He's in a bad mood and you didn't comfort him. Although there's a conflict between your two families, isn't it a pity to lose the person you like for the sake of the family? Leng Ruoxue reminded. Her words were like a sudden clap of thunder, blasting the Yan clan's first elder out of his wits and almost causing his soul to fly out of his body. Miss Leng, what do you mean by this? The Yan clan's first elder asked in disbelief. He didn't hear wrong, did he? The meaning behind Leng Ruoxue's words shouldn't be what he was thinking, right? He could not help but console himself. Great Elder Yan, you can't control your emotions. I won't laugh at you. On the contrary, I admire your courage. After all, it's not easy to find someone you like. Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of envy. What do you mean by someone you like? Yan clan's first elder was somewhat dumbfounded. Could he be dreaming? Why did he hear that she had someone she liked? Who was it? Why didn't he know about it? There's no need to be shy, Great Elder Yan. Everyone in the Yan clan knows about you and the Great Elder of the Hong clan. Even we have heard about it. Leng Ruoxue consoled. Even though she didn't believe in any rumors, she couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the matter when she saw the Yan clan's first elder's shock and his unwillingness to let others know. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. We're fine. What do you guys know? The Yan clan's first elder carefully asked, the doubt in his heart deepening. Great Elder Yan, your Hong family's Great Elder scandal is already all over the place. Don't play dumb anymore. However, don't blame me for not warning you. No matter how good your relationship is, you can't be soft on the Hong family. Otherwise, we won't let you off. Yu Qing couldn't bear to see the Yan clan's first elder stammering, and directly shouted. Scandal? What kind of scandal could we have? I'm not even close to the first elder of the Hong family. Yan tribe's first elder argued, the cold sweat in his heart dripping down. F***ck. What the hell is this? Why would he have a scandal with that old thing? He really couldn't accept this. If we're not familiar with each other, we'll have a scandal. If we're familiar with each other, we'll definitely cause some trouble. Yu Qing said with a look of disdain. She looked down on people like Great Elder Yan the most. He pretended that nothing had happened. He was really hypocritical to the extreme. Are we really fine? Miss Leng, please don't misunderstand me. The Yan clan's first elder said somewhat anxiously. Great Elder Yan, what does it matter if we believe it or not? Now that this rumor is known to everyone, I'm afraid that the matter between the two of you can't be hidden anymore. Leng Ruoxue reminded kindly. Miss Leng, I really have nothing to do with that old thing. I'll leave first to deal with this matter. Goodbye. After listening to Leng Ruoxue's words, the Yan clan's first elder left Liuxiang residence on his own accord without Leng Ruoxue chasing him away. After the Yan clan's head elder left, Yu Qing couldn't help but ask curiously, Miss, do you believe that rumor? It doesn't matter if we believe it or not. What's important is that this matter has been spread, and it may be made an issue by the Hong family. In reality, she suspected that the Hong family was behind all this. The Hong family's motive was to mess with the Yan family's thoughts. However, would the first elder of the Hong family joke around with his reputation? It seemed that if a person was forced into a corner, they could do anything. Then what should we do? Do we need to take precautions? Yu Qing asked again. No need. We just have to do whatever we want. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. If this matter was really related to the Hong family, then their thinking was a little too simple. The Yan clan's first elder left Liuxiang residence and immediately gathered the elders he had met in the dining hall yesterday. In the meeting hall, sitting in his seat, the Yan clan's first elder kept a straight face and silently looked at the few elders sitting opposite him. The Yan clan's elders felt their hair stand on end from the great elder's cold gaze, and they couldn't help but think to themselves, woo. What is the great elder planning to do? Did he call them over just to glare at them? Moreover, the great elder's gaze was so terrifying. It shouldn't be so frightening, okay? After staring at them for a while, the Yan clan's first elder coldly said, do you know why I called you here? Great elder. If you have something to say, just say it. We really don't know why you've called us here. An elder said in a low voice. Let me ask you, what did you do after you met me and the first elder of the Hong family in the dining hall yesterday? Yan clan's first elder asked, suppressing his anger. We didn't do anything. Didn't we leave the dining room after that and leave it to you too? An elder said in a soft voice. They had heard the rumors about their own great elder and that person from the Hong family today. When they heard about it, their first reaction was that things were bad. This time, the Great Elder was probably going to put the blame on them. As expected, the Great Elder quickly found them. Woo. This really had nothing to do with them. You guys still dare to talk? Yen tribe's first elder said angrily. As long as he thought of this, he would be filled with anger. First elder, this matter really has nothing to do with us. We don't know why such a rumor would appear either. Could it be that the Hong family intentionally spread it to disturb first elder's mood and make him unable to concentrate on the negotiations? Another elder couldn't help but guess. Great elder, it's not impossible. Those despicable things from the Hong family are capable of doing anything. The elders said in unison. Although they had seen what had happened yesterday and were deeply suspicious of the relationship between their great elder and the great elder of the Hong family, they only thought about it in their hearts or gossiped in private. They absolutely did not dare to spread the matter because they were well aware of the seriousness of the matter. Naturally, they would not spread the matter about their great elder. The Hong family? Yen tribe's first elder narrowed his eyes and coldly said. Yes, this matter is definitely the doing of the Hong clan. They're capable of anything. However, if they think that our Yen clan will let them off just because there's a scandal between their great elder and our Yen clan's great elder, then they're just daydreaming. The great elder. This time, we must make the Hong family bleed. An elder suggested angrily. Right. We'll make the Hong family bleed. The elders agreed. Where did this matter come from? Immediately go and find out. I'll go find the grand elder of the Hong family. After Yen tribe's first elder finished speaking, he stood up and left the meeting room. Taking large strides, he arrived at the guest courtyard where the Hong clan's group was staying, and the Yen clan's first elder directly walked in. Great Elder Yen, why have you come? What's the matter? Elder Shan, who was in the courtyard, saw the Yen clan's first elder's ugly expression and quickly came forward to greet him. What's wrong? Can't I come? Don't forget that your Hong family is here to negotiate with us. Today is the third day, so it's time for our two families to have a good talk. The Yen clan's first elder said unhappily. The meaning of his words was clearly saying that your Hong clan was not here to be guests at my Yen clan, and that business was more important. Our grand elder is still resting. Elder Shan said with an obsequious smile. It's already 3 poles high, why is he still resting? Quickly wake him up, I want to negotiate with your Hong family now. The Yen clan's first elder urged. That damned old thing, he had trapped him in his bed yesterday. Today, he would give him a taste of his own medicine. At the thought of this, he walked past Elder Shan and headed straight for the first elder's room. Watching the back of the Yen clan's first elder, a Hong clan member whispered in Elder Shan's ear, Elder Shan, are we just going to let him in like this? Aren't we going to stop them? What's there to stop? Isn't this just the way to confirm the affair between the two of them? I want them to see for themselves how close the relationship between their grand elder and our Hong clan's grand elder is. Elder Shan said with a wicked smile. If first elder finds out, will he be angry? The member of the Hong family asked fearfully. What are you afraid of? As long as you and I don't say anything, no one will know. Elder Shan reminded. Okay, then I'll get someone to go now. After the Hong family member finished speaking, he left the courtyard. At this moment, the Yen clan's first elder directly pushed open the door to the Hong clan's first elder's room and walked in. When he saw that the first elder of the Hong family was still lying on the bed, he went up and pushed the first elder, trying to wake him up. However, the first elder did not wake up. Why is this old thing sleeping so sound? After a while, the Hong clan's first elder opened his eyes in a daze. When he saw the Yen clan's first elder sitting not far away, he was shocked. Arg! What are you doing here? The first elder of the Hong family said in surprise. However, his was a little loud, so almost everyone in the courtyard heard it. Among them were not only people from the Hong family, but also some people from the Yen family who had been tricked by Elder Shan into coming here in the name of losing something. Damn it! What do you think I'm doing here? Tell me, what good things have you done? The Yen clan's first elder was so embarrassed that he grabbed the Hong clan's first elder's collar tightly and questioned him angrily. What did I do? Don't play dumb. Tell me, did you get someone to spread this? The Yen clan's first elder asked in a bad mood. What is it? It's a scandal between the two of us. The entire Yen family is spreading rumors of our ambiguous relationship. Hee hee. How could there be any gossip between us? Are you still sleeping? Of course I've woken up. Now, in the eyes of outsiders, the two of us are that. You understand. The Yen clan's first elder said in a depressed manner. I don't understand. However, no matter what kind of scandal we have, it's impossible. I'm not interested in an old man like you. The first elder of the Hong family said straightforwardly. I'm not interested in you either, but there are rumors going around that we have a relationship. Tell me honestly, did you ask someone to spread it? The Yen clan's first elder said suspiciously. Do you think I'm stupid? What good would it do for me to order people to spread such a thing? It really wasn't you. If I'm the one who spread this news, I'll die a horrible death. That's enough. The Hong clan's first elder was depressed. Are you satisfied now? Yes. Yen tribe's first, how can you be so sure that it's our Hong family? Can't it be your Yen family that spread the news? When the first elder of the Hong family heard this, he was instantly unhappy. Why were all the bad things done by the Hong family? In his opinion, the Yen clan was also a suspect. Why would our Yen family do such a thing? They're not that bored. The Yen clan's first elder said with absolute certainty. You mean our Hong family is very boring? No one in our Hong family would do such a thing. The first elder of the Hong family retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Humph. It's your Hong family's doing. It's the Yen family who spread the news. Just like that, in order to protect their family's reputation, the two old men actually began to bicker like children. When the members of the Hong clan and Yen clan in the courtyard heard the loud noise coming from the room of the Hong clan's head elder, they were all extremely curious. However, as the movements in the room, Elder Shan, what are the two grand elders doing? With such a huge commotion, could there be any deaths? A member of the Hong family said worriedly when he heard the voice in the room. Second elder, what do you think? Elder Shan did not reply to the clansman's words. Instead, he turned his gaze to the second elder of the Yen clan, who was helping them find the lost item. If you're worried, you can go in and take a look. The second elder of the Yen family hesitated. In fact, he was very afraid of seeing things that he shouldn't see inside. However, when he thought of what the great elder had said to them before, he was afraid that the two people inside would start a fight if they didn't agree. If something happened to the Hong family's first elder, he couldn't care less. However, if their own first elder suffered a loss, how depressed would they be? In that case, let's go in and take a look. Elder Shan said. He had spent so much effort, if he did not go in to take a look, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Thinking of this, he pulled the second elder of the Yen clan and led the clansmen of the two clans towards his great elder's room. The door to the first elder's room was left ajar, but no one dared to push the door open immediately. Instead, they stood at the door and listened for a while. However, as the loud banging sounds in the room grew louder, they braced themselves and pushed the door open to enter. However, after they entered, they were all stunned. At this moment, the two first elders were entangled on the bed with their clothes in a mess. Some parts of their clothes were torn. The first elder of the Yen clan was on top of the first elder of the Hong clan, his hands firmly holding the first elder's hands. Their current appearance was as ambiguous as it could be. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell what they were planning to do with a single glance. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. Even some of the more timid ones were at a loss for what to do. Wu, why did they have to see this? Would the two great elders kill them to silence them? Elder Shan, who had deliberately wanted the Yen clan to see the ambiguous relationship between the two elders, was also dumbfounded when he saw this unexpected scene. He didn't expect that the actions of the two great elders in the room would be so shocking. He didn't expect that his great elder would be the bottom. This was really too unacceptable. No matter what, he had to suppress the Yen clan's first elder. The people who entered the room had different thoughts at this time, but most of them were overthinking. The elders of the two families who were fighting on the bed obviously noticed that the situation was not right and quickly kept a certain distance from the other party. However, their actions made it seem like they were trying to hide something, which made people more suspicious. Damn it! Who let you in? When the first elder of the Hong family saw so many people in his room, he couldn't help but roar in anger. Arg! The great elder. I'm sorry. We came in because we heard the noise. You've made too much noise and we were afraid that something might have happened to you. Elder Shan quickly explained when he saw the unfriendly expression on his first elder's face. His heart was trembling with fear. So, it's our fault? The first elder of the Hong family said in an unpleasant tone. It wasn't tea. It wasn't tea. It's our fault. You guys continue. With that, Elder Shan gave the people around him a look and they immediately left the first elder's room. After they went out, the Hong family members, led by Elder Shan, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads. Their little hearts were also trembling non-stop. Sob. It was really too dangerous. Second Elder Yen, thank you for helping us find the things. I think we should stop here for today. Okay, then we'll take our leave first. After the second elder finished speaking, he immediately took the head and left without looking back. After the Yen family, yes. The Hong family members said. Then, they scattered. Elder Shan, it seems that our plan is quite successful. Seeing that there were only the two of them left, the Hong clan member softly asked. Shut up. You can't let anyone know about this. Elder Shan, don't worry. I won't say anything. After they had left, the two great elders Hong and Yen tidied up their clothes and walked out of the room. However, their expressions were not very good. Let's talk in the living room. Yes. After the two of them sat down, after a long time, the first elder of the Hong family, who had been silent all this while, finally couldn't help but speak up. What will it take for the Yen clan to release the Hong clan? State your conditions. Hee. When did first elder Hong become so open? It's not easy to hear such words from you. The Yen clan's first elder said with a smile. Old man, do you want to talk or not? The first elder of the Hong family said in an extremely depressed manner. Of course we have to. Furthermore, we've already prepared a list of compensation. As long as your Hong family is prepared according to the list, I can return all the Hong family members to you. The Yen clan's first elder said with a faint smile. He also guaranteed that when the Hong clan's first elder saw the list, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood. Only this? The Hong family's first elder asked in disbelief. This didn't seem to be what he had imagined. Why didn't the Yen clan treat their clan head's injuries as one of their conditions? This was really too unusual. Originally, he thought that he could use this condition to threaten the Yen clan to release the Hong clan members. But who knew that they didn't even mention this at all? When he thought of this, he felt a little uneasy. Yes. Yen tribe's first elder nodded, but he sneered in his heart, hee hee. Are you surprised by our conditions? It was simply a dream to use the family head as a hostage. Where's the list? The first elder of the Hong family suppressed the shock and dissatisfaction in his heart as he extended his hand to ask for more. Here you go. The Yen clan's first elder took out 2 thin pieces of paper from his storage ring and handed them over. The first elder of the Hong family took it and glanced at it. His eyes widened in disbelief. You guys are really demanding an exorbitant price. Do you think I'll give it to you? It's up to you whether to give it to me or not. However, if you don't pay the compensation in full, I won't hand the Hong family over to you either. So many Hong family members are going to die here. Can you bear to do that? The Yen clan's first elder warned with extreme caution. Humph. What's there for me to be reluctant about? The Hong family doesn't lack people. The first elder of the Hong family pretended to be nonchalant. If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. After saying that, the Yen clan's first elder stood up and walked out of the hall. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he was stopped by the Hong clan's first elder. Wait, is there no room for discussion? The first elder of the Hong family asked helplessly. To be honest, the compensation that the Yen family wanted was beyond his expectations. He really couldn't bear to part with it. However, the Hong family couldn't just ignore it. After all, most of the people who came with the family head were the elites of the Hong family. It wasn't easy to train these people. Moreover, if he really didn't care about the Hong family members, the main family would blame him if they found out. First Elder Hong, our Yen clan isn't the only one who wants this compensation. Your Hong clan has also done some other things and offended others. Furthermore, these people have done a favor for our Yen clan. They want us to help them ask for compensation. We can't just ignore it. The Yen clan's first elder said with a difficult expression. In other words, there was no room for discussion on this matter. What else did they do? The first elder of the Hong family quickly asked after hearing this. You'd better go and ask your Hong family. I really can't explain this matter clearly. How about I accompany you to the prison again? The Yen clan's first elder suggested. Although he said this, in his heart, he absolutely did not want this old man to go to the prison again. Yesterday, he went to the prison and wasted a day without any negotiations. Therefore, he must make this matter come true today. No need. You just need to tell me who the other person is. The first elder of the Hong family sighed and said helplessly. He did not want to go to the prison again. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Elder Hong, come find me after you've thought it through and are willing to compensate. However, don't make me wait too long. After Yen clan's first elder finished speaking, he turned and left the drawing room. After the Yen clan's first elder left, the Hong clan's first elder sat alone in his chair, occasionally looking at the list in his hand, feeling pained. During this period, he called Elder Shan over and ordered him to make a trip to the prison to find out everything. After all, they were all in Hong City and did not know what had happened, let alone who they had provoked. Just as the first elder of the Hong family was deep in thought, Elder Shan, who had understood the situation, finally returned. Great Elder, I've asked clearly. The clan head and the elders once wanted to kill a woman and a team that discovered Hong Lian's scandal. It was also them who helped the Yen clan and captured our Hong clan. Otherwise, our Hong clan would not have fallen into the hands of the Yen clan. Elder Shan revealed everything he knew in anger. Where are those people staying now? The first elder of the Hong family asked after hearing what Elder Wan said. I don't know, but I heard that there seems to be a group of people living in Liuxiang residence. I don't know if they are the people that fifth elder and the others mentioned. Elder Shan said after some thought. Oh. Go and find out more. The first elder of the Hong family instructed. Yes. Elder Shan responded and turned to leave. Not long after, Elder Shan walked into the living room again and said loudly, Great Elder, I've asked around. The person who lives in Liuxiang residence is indeed the person that the master and the elders once wanted to kill. I know, you may leave. The Hong clan's head elder said softly, but he was extremely puzzled in his heart. Since the Hong clan wanted to kill him, why didn't they kill him earlier? They even let him help the Yen clan. Sigh. What a bunch of useless trash. At the thought of this, he stood up and walked out. With Elder Shan in tow, the two of them arrived at Liuxiang residence. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the two saw a few men and women in their early 20s with extremely outstanding looks sitting on the stone chairs. At this time, they were gathered together and chatting. When they saw the uninvited guests, they did not show much emotion, not even the slightest surprise, as if they were just passers-by. Seeing the other party's calmness, the Hong family's first elder secretly praised him. Why didn't the Hong family have such an outstanding person? Although these people didn't seem to be very powerful, one could tell from their appearance that they were all smart people. Hee hee. Hello, everyone. I'm the first elder of the Hong family. Please forgive me for my presumptuous visit. The first elder of the Hong family greeted him very politely. First Elder Hong, what's the matter? Ziyu asked with a faint smile. We are here to apologize. Before this, the Hong family has offended you many times. We hope that you will not hold it against them and forgive them this time. The Hong family's first elder said with an apologetic smile. Originally, according to his character, he would never lower his voice to anyone. However, now that he had a favor to ask of someone, he could not put on airs. Hence, his attitude was extremely good. Ziyu and the others looked at each other and looked at the first elder of the Hong family as if they were watching a joke. Then, Ziyu spoke on behalf of the others. First Elder Hong, as long as you pay us the compensation, we will naturally let this matter go. Hey! Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You should feel honored that our great elder is willing to come and apologize in person, yet you still dare to make so many requests. You really don't know what you're talking about. Before the first elder of the Hong family could reply, Elder Shan, who was beside him, jumped out and roared impatiently. Is this how First Elder Hong apologizes? Ziyu rolled her eyes at Elder Shan, who had just spoken, and said in a cold tone. Elder Shan, shut up. Don't talk nonsense. The first elder of the Hong family reprimanded. Great elder. When has our Hong family ever taken other people's faces into consideration? These people clearly don't have any respect for our Hong family. Let me teach them a good lesson. After Elder Shan finished speaking, he directly released a light blue water attribute divine skill at Ziyu and began to fight. Seeing this, Ziyu smiled coldly. With a slight wave of his hand, the divine power that was flying towards him in the air fell to the ground. How is this possible? Elder Shan's face was filled with disbelief when he saw that his divine skill had been knocked away. The first elder of the Hong family beside him was even more furious. Who asked him to attack this incompetent and useless thing? Fortunately, he didn't hurt the other party. However, the pressure that Ziyu released after that made even his heart tremble. This kind of strength clearly did not belong to the divine mainland. He immediately concluded that the other party was someone from a divine world who had concealed his strength, so he was even more careful. Then, a crisp "pa" sound was heard. Elder Shan was slapped on the face. The force of the slap was so strong that it knocked him to the ground. Elder Shan, who was dazed, could not react at all except to sit on the ground in a daze. After that, the first elder of the Hong family said to Ziyu and the others apologetically, everyone, I'm sorry. Elder Shan's mind is a bit unclear, I hope you don't take it to heart. First Elder Hong, you first hoped that we wouldn't be calculative with the Hong family, and now you're telling us not to stoop to this elder's level. Why did you say all these things? Yu Qing sneered and then continued, it's fine if you don't want us to haggle over it. As long as you pay the compensation we want, the debt between us will be settled. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the fate of the Hong family members who are locked up in the prison. This. The first elder of the Hong family didn't expect that the other party would not give him any face. However, in fear of Ziyu's pressure, he didn't dare to say anything to annoy the other party. He only secretly hated his own family's poor judgment. Of all the people they could provoke, why did they have to provoke such a difficult enemy? Wasn't this forcing the Hong family to a dead end? First Elder Hong, you can go back now. Ziyu laughed and asked him to leave. Then we'll take our leave first. The first elder of the Hong family said helplessly after a long silence. Then, he helped Elder Shan, who had been sitting on the ground in a daze, up and left Liuxiang residence with a depressed heart. After the Hong clan's great elder left, he locked himself in his room for a few days and did not come out. The Yen clan's great elder had sent people to invite him many times, and he had personally gone to look for him. However, he had always been blocked by the Hong clan's people, saying that the great elder was considering something. This could not help but make the Yen clan's great elder, who had returned empty-handed, feel quite depressed. Not only that, the scandal between him and the first elder of the Hong family had been spreading more and more fiercely these few days. There were even people who said that the first elder of the Hong family was the one who suffered. Although such rumors gave him a headache, his mood was much better when he heard someone describe the old man of the Hong family as a submissive. However, it wasn't good for the old man to keep avoiding him, right? Could it be that he had to continue to provide for the Hong family in vain? Thinking of this, he sent a guard to pass on his order. From now on, the Hong family was cut off from food. After all, the two families weren't friends now, and they had lived here for so long. Therefore, they wouldn't be entertained. If they wanted to eat, they could buy it with their own money, cook it themselves, or get the ingredients to be cooked by the kitchen. When the Hong family members heard this news, their noses almost went crooked from anger. What the hell is this? Why were the Yen family members becoming more and more stingy? In the past, when they had a good relationship with the Yen family, they wouldn't say anything even if they stayed for a year or so. But now, they had only stayed for a few days, and they were already complaining that they were idle. This was really too much. Following that, the Hong clan's elder Shan led the team to find the Yen clan's first elder to reason with him. Great Elder Yen, what do you mean by this? They actually cut off our food? How could you do such a thing? Elder Shan roared angrily. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The Yen clan's first elder sat on a chair and sipped his tea, his tone extremely cold as he asked. He did not even lift his eyelids. Of course there's a problem. You're a guest, and the Yen clan should treat you well. How can you let us prepare our own food? Could it be that your Yen clan is so poor that you don't even have the money to prepare food for us? Elder Shan's face was flushed red as he questioned loudly. Yup. You also know that our family head was injured by your great elder. In order to treat our family head's injury, we have spent a lot of money, and you have been eating and living for so many days. We really can't afford to feed you. However, considering the friendship between our two families, I can continue to provide you with the accommodation for free and won't charge you money, but you have to find a way for the food yourself. The Yen clan's first elder said with a difficult expression. Yup. Elder Shan, the members of our Yen clan have been eating without a next meal, AI. We're all waiting for your Hong family's compensation to buy rice to cook. An elder immediately chimed in and even exaggeratedly wiped his eyes. In order to cooperate with his words, all the elders present sighed and looked worried. You. Seeing the Yen family's behavior, Elder Shan was so angry that he couldn't speak. Seeing Elder Shan's face turn from white to red, and then from red to black, Yen tribe's first elder laughed in his heart, but he still said with a serious face, Elder Shan, if you're afraid of trouble, you can also pay us for your food. We'll be able to prepare food for you every day like before. No need to worry. We will prepare our own food. Elder Shan said in an unpleasant tone. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left angrily. Looking at the back view of the Hong family, the Yen family's first elder and the others couldn't help but laugh. Second elder, send someone to keep an eye on them. Report to me immediately if there's any sign of trouble. The Yen clan's first elder instructed, and after he finished speaking, he stood up and left. 3 days later. The first elder of the Hong family, who had been hiding in his room, finally came out. Moreover, as soon as he came out, the Yen clan's first elder's men immediately arrived. Looking at the haggard face of the first elder of the Hong family, the first elder of the Yen family chuckled and said, First elder Hong, what's wrong? I haven't seen you for a few days, how did you become so dispirited? When did I? You're wrong. The first elder of the Hong family suppressed his anger and said in a low voice. Seeing this guy as soon as he left the room, his mood became even worse. Moreover, Elder Shan, who originally wanted to complain to him, didn't have the chance to speak. He could only keep winking at him. Hee. That's not important. I'm just here to ask if First Elder Hong has considered it. It's been so many days, I'm getting impatient. The Yen clan's first elder said with a sincere expression. Great Elder Yen, you've asked for so many things at once. You should at least let me think about it. The first elder of the Hong family, who was also a little impatient, said in a bad mood. First Elder Hong, you have to think about it carefully. Once you've thought it through, you'll have to spend time preparing these things. I want to ask, when will the compensation we want be delivered to us? The Yen clan's first elder frowned and asked curiously. We're not in a hurry, so why are you? Elder Shan couldn't help but roar when he heard the Yen clan's first elder's words. You are in debt, of course you are not in a hurry. But we're anxious. Also, don't forget that there are still many people from your Hong family locked up in prison. Don't they need to eat every day? The longer we delay, the more our Yen clan will have to pay. So, if you don't pay the compensation quickly, and they starve to death in prison, don't blame me. The Yen clan's first elder indifferently reminded. What's the meaning of this? The first elder of the Hong family quickly asked when he heard that something was wrong. What I mean is, if you don't pay the compensation quickly, our Yen family won't be able to afford their meals. The Yen clan's first elder said with an evil smile. In fact, from the day he cut off the food for Elder Shan and the others, he had also ordered that the Hong clan members in the prison cell would only be given 1 meal a day. He felt that he had already done his best. After all, they were enemies. You. The first elder of the Hong clan, whose face was flushed red, was a little angry after hearing the first elder of the Yen clan's words. However, he couldn't say anything, nor was he in any position to criticize him. After all, the relationship between the two clans was no longer the same as before. First Elder Hong, quickly make your decision. It's not good for us to drag this on. Yen tribe's first elder urged. Good. Since you've said so, I have something to say as well. The first elder of the Hong family said. Previous chapter. Next chapter. What do you have to say? The Yen clan's first elder, whose face was filled with question marks, couldn't help but ask. The compensation you want is too much. I want to change it. The first elder of the Hong family suggested. I'm sorry, I can't change it. I've said it before, that's not the compensation that our family is asking for. Yen tribe's first elder's face was filled with stubbornness, and there was no room for discussion. Let me finish. The first elder of the Hong family roared. All right. Then tell me. Yen tribe's first elder was extremely helpless. Humph. He wanted to see what this old thing had to say. I request that the compensation be reduced by half. The first elder of the Hong clan had just started to speak when he was interrupted by the first elder of the Yen clan. No. Not a single cent less. The Yen clan's first elder didn't give first elder Hong a chance to continue speaking and said straightforwardly. What a joke, not all of those things were what the Yen clan wanted. If he reduced it by half, wouldn't the Yen clan have to bleed a lot again? According to his original intention, he wanted the Hong family to help them share the burden of the compensation. Hence, the Hong family had to pay the full amount. Let me finish. The first elder of the Hong family couldn't take it anymore and shouted at the top of his voice. Then, he continued, what I mean is, we'll only pay half of the compensation. In addition, I'll be responsible for treating your family head's injuries. That should be fine, right? This was a compromise that he had thought about for a few days. He knew that if he only said that he would cure Master Yen's injury and did not mention any compensation, the Yen family would definitely not agree. Therefore, they would have to pay the blood, and now it was only a matter of how much. First Elder Hong, the compensation we ask for cannot be any less. Yan clan's first elder said with a faint smile, "Humph." Sure enough, as he thought, this old thing actually used the family head's illness as a threat. If the family head's injury had not been cured long ago, he would have agreed to the Hong family's request even if he was not willing. You don't want to treat your master's injuries? After hearing the Yan clan's first elder's words, the Hong clan's first elder's face was filled with disbelief. According to the news he had received, the Yan clan had put in a lot of effort and racked their brains for the sake of their clan head's injuries. Now that he had taken the initiative to offer treatment, they would rather compensate him than accept his conditions. This made him a little at a loss. He had thought about it for a few days before coming up with this compromise. He thought it was almost certain, but he didn't expect the other party to reject it. This made him a little confused and didn't know what to do. Seeing the stunned look on the Hong clan's first elder's face, the Yan clan's first elder felt extremely happy, hee. The feeling of not being threatened by others was really good because their Yan clan had suffered quite a bit from the Hong clan recently. Therefore, seeing the Hong clan's first elder being suppressed, he felt extremely pleased in his heart. First Elder Hong, I actually wanted to say that we will think of a way to treat our patriarch's injuries ourselves, so there's no need for First Elder to worry. You just need to prepare the compensation we need. You can't miss a single thing. Of course, you can also choose to give up on these elites of the Hong family. Yan tribe's First Elder deliberately provoked. From the Hong family's hesitant attitude, he knew that the Hong family had no intention of giving up on these people. It wasn't hard to understand. 8% of the people that the Hong family's head had brought were elites. If the Hong family decided to give up on these people, the Hong family would never be able to stand on the godly mainland. This was not a blow that the Hong family could take. Great Elder Yan, I know that our Hong family has offended you many times recently, but our two families have been friends for so many years. Can't you be magnanimous and let us off? The first elder of the Hong family played the emotional card again. First Elder Hong, did your Hong family not consider the many years of friendship between our two families when you were doing these things? Do you think it's useful to say this now? The Yan clan's first elder said with a look of disdain. Humph. This was the way the Hong family dealt with people. They had two completely different attitudes towards others and themselves. If others did not do what they liked, it was the other person's fault. However, even if they did something that everyone pointed fingers at, they would still think that they could be forgiven. How could there be such a good thing in the world? It was simply nonsense. Isn't it all because of the marriage of the next generation? The children are insensible, do we really have to argue with them? The Hong clan's first elder's face was completely red as he stammered. Of course, he knew that his clan was in the wrong. However, at this moment, he would rather die than admit it. Otherwise, their Hong clan would forever be controlled by the Yan clan. Are kids that easy to use as excuses? If a child of the Yan clan were to kill the head of your Hong clan, can we also say that the child is insensible and ask you to not hold it against him? Yan tribe's first elder raised his eyes and asked indifferently. The first elder of the Hong family did not expect the other party to use his own words to shut him up. He was at a loss for words. First Elder Hong, we're not fools. It's better to be straightforward. Don't use this to bully others. The Yan clan's first elder warned very seriously. You're really not willing to let our Hong family off the hook? The first elder of the Hong family asked, unwilling to give up. First Elder Hong, let me put it this way. Even if we agree, I won't be able to explain it to the others. Moreover, they've done a favor for our Yan clan. I can't possibly be ungrateful. The Yan clan first elder tactfully refused. Humph. A favor? What favor? I only helped you when our two families were killing each other. Besides, as far as I know, you should have some enmity with each other. Isn't your Ling still in their hands? Since you can bury the hatchet, why can't our two families do the same? The Hong clan's first elder gritted his teeth. The reason why he said this was to remind the Yan clan's first elder that the other party was not friends with them. First Elder Hong, this is different. Our Yan family was in the wrong first. If he is willing to forgive us, we have no reason not to agree. As for Ling, she only has herself to blame. Even if she dies in the hands of the other party, she can't blame anyone else. Moreover, you have also seen the other party's strength. The Yan clan's first elder nonchalantly said. Previous chapter. Next. Could it be that you're afraid of the other party's strength? The first elder of the Hong clan was surprised. Although the other party was most likely from the divine realm, it was not as if the two clans did not have any backers in the divine realm. He could not understand why the Yan clan would be afraid of the other party's strength. Of course not. I've said it before. We owe them a debt of gratitude. The Yan clan's first elder said in a light voice. What kind of favor? The first elder of the Hong family asked, unwilling to give up. Please forgive me for not being able to comment. First Elder Hong, we only need to talk about the compensation. You don't need to worry about anything else. The Yan clan's first elder did not want to talk about this issue anymore, so he directly said. As for compensation. The first elder of the Hong family had only said a few words before he was interrupted again. Not a single cent less. The Yan clan's first elder reminded with a smile. He was in a good mood. Great Elder Yan, don't push me too far. If you push me too far, I'll invite the people from the main family of the divine world. Let's see what you'll do then. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, the Hong family's first elder could only use the hard approach. Hee hee. Is First Elder Hong threatening me? I'm so scared. Yen tribe's first elder pretended to be afraid and then snorted, humph. You know to ask the main family to support you, but do you think I don't know? Originally, I didn't want to alarm the main family, but if you want the main family to know that we've caused such a ruckus, then you can go ahead and invite them. Although the Yen clan had a main family in the divine world, the main family was still the main family. Other than the fact that they had to hand over a certain amount of items to the main family every 100 years in exchange for resources that were not available on the divine continent, they were basically self-sufficient. If they provoked a strong enemy, not only would the main family not stand up for them, but they might even abandon them. This was one of the main reasons why they were kind to others and were unwilling to make enemies. Although the great elder of the Hong family had used the main family in the divine realm to threaten them, he believed that the Hong family in the divine realm would not easily meddle in the affairs of their branches. Unless there were enough benefits, the people of the main family might still be willing to stand up for them. However, the appetites of the people of the main family would definitely not be less than them. Therefore, he believed that as long as the great elder of the Hong family was not stupid, he would not be willing to disturb the main family. The truth was just as the Yen clan's first elder had expected. The Hong clan's first elder was indeed unwilling to alert the main clan because of this matter. The reason he had brought the main clan out was just to scare the other party. However, the Yen clan's first elder did not fall for it. This made him extremely depressed. Seeing that the Hong clan's first elder was silent for a long time, the Yen clan's first elder slowly opened his mouth and said, "First Elder Hong, I know that you feel that we're asking for too much and that your heart is aching. However, you didn't even think about it. If we take these things away, the debt between us will be settled. In the future, as long as your Hong clan doesn't take the initiative to provoke us, our Yen clan will naturally not provoke you. But if you let the main family know about this, the benefits of them standing up for you will not be less than the compensation we want. Moreover, can you guarantee that they will be satisfied just once? The main family's appetites are much bigger than ours. This time, in order to treat the family head's injury, I don't know how many good things I've sent to the main family. Until now, there has been no news from the main family. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that all the things I've sent have gone to waste. Do you want to be like me? I think it's better for us to solve this matter ourselves. Our Yen family spent a lot of money to treat Master's injury, and you were the one who caused it, so you can't deny the compensation. If you think that it's not a loss to invite the main family to deal with us, then I have nothing to say. Goodbye. If you've made up your mind, then come and find me." The Yen clan's first elder said earnestly, and then left without looking back. Looking at Yen clan's first elder's back, and then at the silent first elder, Elder Shan couldn't help but say, "First elder, what do we do now?" "Elder Shan, what's your opinion?" The first elder of the Hong family had no one to discuss with, so he asked Elder Shan. Elder Shan was extremely excited when he heard first elder's question. The great elder actually asked for his opinion. This was really like the sun rising from the west. One should know that in the eyes of the Hong family's master and the elders, he was a brainless person. Therefore, they would not discuss anything important with him. However, he did not expect that the great elder, who had always looked down on him, would actually ask for his opinion. He was so excited that he was speechless. "Elder Shan, what's your opinion?" Seeing that Elder Shan's face had turned red and he did not speak for a long time, the great elder could not help but repeat loudly. In his heart, he was scolding him. What a shameful thing. He asked him for his opinion but he could not say a word for a long time. He was very angry, so he naturally did not think that Elder Shan was so excited that he could not speak. "Arg. The great elder. You should ask for my opinion." Elder Shan, who had finally reacted, said in a daze. "Nonsense, I'm asking you, of course." The first elder of the Hong family said in an unpleasant tone. "Great elder. I feel that the old man from the Yen clan's words aren't without reason. The main clan is indeed a bottomless hole that can't be filled. Unless you decide not to care about the life and death of the clan head and the others, we can't not pay this compensation. First elder, money is just a worldly possession. As long as the family head and the others are safe and sound, what's the big deal with losing some money? After 100 years or so, our Hong family will be able to recover its strength. However, if we really invite the main family, I really don't dare to imagine what kind of consequences that would be. Of course, if you are like the family head and have the intention of destroying the Yen family, then please ask the main family to send someone over." Elder Shan thought for a moment before speaking in a very serious manner. His words made the first elder of Hong family, who had always looked down on him, cast a sidelong glance at him. Suddenly, the first elder looked at Elder Shan in a different way, because he had never dreamed that Elder Shan could say such philosophical words. It was really beyond his expectation. Seeing that the great elder had not spoken for a long time and only stared at him, Elder Shan was a little afraid. Did he say something wrong, so the great elder was a little angry? Sob. He was just spouting nonsense. At the thought of this, Elder Shan pulled a long face and said with some fear, "Great elder, don't be angry. I'm just talking nonsense. Just treat it as my words are farts." Previous chapter. Next. Nonsense? How could this be considered nonsense? Elder Shan. You're right, AI. If the head of the family could think like you, our relationship with the Hong family wouldn't be in this state. The first elder of the Hong family sighed. However, his praise was like a bolt of lightning to Elder Shan, who was struck dumb. Seeing that Elder Shan had once again fallen into a daze, the first elder of the Hong family helplessly shook his head and turned to leave. Elder Shan remained standing in his original spot in a daze, muttering to himself, "First elder actually praised me. Woo, I'm so happy." At this moment, the Yen family's first elder, who had left the guest courtyard where the Hong family lived, came to Liuxiang residence with a pounding heart. The moment he entered the courtyard, he saw Leng Ruoxue and the rest sitting there. When she saw him, Leng Ruoxue smiled and asked, "Why is Yen tribe's first elder here?" "Miss Leng, I have something to discuss with you," the Yen clan's first elder said with some difficulty. Then, he repeated the conversation he had with the Hong clan's first elder to Leng Ruoxue and the rest. Leng Ruoxue was silent for a moment before she slowly opened her mouth. "What is the status of the Hong clan in the Divine Realm?" Although the Hong clan cannot be considered as a top-notch clan in the Divine Realm, it is still a first-rate clan. Its strength is slightly stronger than the main clan of our Yen clan. The Yen clan's first elder explained. "Isn't the Yen clan a dark clan? The strength on the surface might not be comparable to the Hong family, but if you add the strength in the dark, it should not be inferior to the Hong family." Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. How does Miss Leng know that our Yen clan is a dark clan?" The Yen clan's first elder's face was filled with surprise. It seemed that this person already knew the Yen clan's background like the back of his hand. In reality, he was overthinking things. Other than knowing that the Yen family was a dark family, Leng Ruoxue didn't know much about the Yen family situation. However, Leng Ruoxue naturally wouldn't tell him the truth. She only smiled and said, "I naturally have my own channels." The Yen clan's first elder understood that Leng Ruoxue had no intention of telling him. Hence, he tactfully did not pursue the matter. "Young Lady Leng, if the Hong family really found someone from the main family, how should we deal with them?" The Yen clan's first elder added. Instead of seeking help from the main clan, he would rather seek help from Leng Ruoxue and the others. From his point of view, Leng Ruoxue was much easier to talk to than the main clan. Furthermore, they were allies on the same vine. "We'll deal with whatever comes our way." Even if the Hong family managed to get the help of the main family might not send too many experts. Furthermore, the people from the divine world can only display the strength of a high-level deity on the divine mainland. "What are you afraid of?" Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. That may be the case, but even if the people of the divine realm can only display the strength of a high-level deity, they are still not someone we can deal with. They don't even need to make a move, just a pressure from them is enough to make us unable to withstand it." The Yen clan's first elder couldn't help but ask. "First elder Hong won't ask their main family to do it, so you can rest assured." After Leng Ruoxue heard the Yen clan's first elder's words, she laughed indifferently. That old man was quite shrewd. If he knew what was best for him, why would he do such a stupid thing? Since Miss Leng is so confident, then I can rest assured," Yen clan's first elder said. After he finished speaking, he exchanged pleasantries with Leng Ruoxue and the rest for a while before he stood up and bade farewell. After the Yen clan's first elder left, Yu Qing looked at Leng Ruoxue and asked curiously, "Miss, the Hong family really won't ask their main family to make a move?" "The first elder of the Hong clan will definitely not be invited. As for the others, it's hard to say. However, after the Hong clan has compensated the Yen clan with the items they requested, I'm afraid that the Hong clan won't have the chance to ask the main clan for help," Leng Ruoxue said. During the few days she had stayed at the Hong family, she had basically asked Green Vessel to find out what good things the Hong family had. Otherwise, she would not have written such a list. It was obvious that she wanted to extort the Hong family. "Oh. Hee. Even if the Hong family has invited the main family, we're not afraid. It's a good opportunity to exercise," Yu Qing said with a smirk. We just need to wait and see." Leng Ruoxue nodded. The next day, the Hong clan's first elder personally went to find the Yen clan's first elder and said that he was willing to compensate according to the list. However, it would take a few days before the items could be delivered to the Yen clan. The first elder of the Yen family expressed his understanding after hearing this. However, he also made it clear that the Hong family would return to the Zhao family in one piece when the Hong family had prepared everything. 3 days later, the Hong family had finally prepared all the things they wanted to compensate. In the living room of the Yen residence, the Yen clan's first elder was extremely pleased to see the Hong clan's first elder hand over the storage ring to him with a pained expression. However, as the saying goes, blood brothers settle accounts clearly. Therefore, he still had to compare the contents of the list one by one. Seeing that the first elder of the Yen clan was actually checking them one by one, the mouths of the Hong clan members twitched. Many of them were cursing in their hearts. Was there a need to check so carefully? Could it be that their Hong family would lack something from them? After a long time, the Yen clan's first elder finally finished his inspection, and he beamed at the Hong clan's first elder. Yes, everything is not missing. Since there's nothing wrong with the item, then let him go." The first elder of the Hong family twitched his mouth and said helplessly. "Second elder, go to the prison and get him." The Yen clan's first elder nodded and instructed the second elder sitting beside him. "All right," he said. The second elder of the Yen clan nodded and then left the living room. Not long after, the second elder of the Yen clan brought in the locked-up master of the Hong clan and the others. Everyone from the Hong family was excited when they saw their first elder. The master of the Hong family was about to say something to the first elder, but the first elder didn't even look at him. He stood up and ordered Elder Shan to take the master and the others away. However, before he could leave, he was stopped by the Yen clan's first elder. What else do you have to say? The first elder of the Hong family said in an unpleasant tone. First elder Hong, calm down. I know you're not in a good mood, but there's something I think you should know. The Yen clan's first elder said indifferently. What is it? The first elder of the Hong family was puzzled. Hadn't he already paid the compensation? What else is there? It's about the scandal between the two of us. The Yen clan's first elder calmly said. Didn't I say that this has nothing to do with me? The first elder of the Hong family roared in anger. F***ck, why did he want to blame everything on him? It's not related to you, but it's related to your Hong family. The Yen clan's first elder said with a smile that was not a smile. His gaze then drifted over to Elder Shan, who was standing beside the Hong clan's first elder. Originally, when he heard the Yen clan's first elder's words, Elder Shan's heart was already beating with fear. Now that he received the other party's gaze, his heart began to beat irregularly and madly. Woo! Wasn't the matter already resolved? The Yen clan had also gotten what they wanted, so why did they still mention this matter? He did it on purpose. That old man from the Yen clan was definitely doing this on purpose. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, and subconsciously lowered his head. Who is it related to? The first elder of the Hong family said angrily. He dared to say that he was the submissive, he really didn't want to live. If he knew who this person was, he would definitely skin him alive. He thought to himself with hatred. This person is far away but right in front of you. He's Elder Shan, who's beside you, the Yen clan's first elder said with a kind smile. It's you. After hearing the Yen clan's first elder's words, the Hong clan's first elder turned to glare at Elder Shan and questioned angrily, F***ck. He did not expect that the person who claimed to be the receiver would be Elder Shan. Initially, he had a slight change of opinion of Elder Shan. However, because of this, Elder Shan's opinion of him had returned to its original state. Great Elder, I'm innocent. Elder Shan said with a pitiful and bitter face. First Elder Hong, you only need to ask Elder Shan's trusted aide and you'll know if he's innocent or not. Yen tribe's first elder suggested, and his words made Elder Shan gnash his teeth in hatred. Humph. I'll settle the score with you when we get back. The first elder of the Hong clan angrily said. After he finished speaking, he left the Yen residence's living room without looking back and directly walked out of the courtyard. First elder, listen to me. Elder Shan chased after him with a look of fear. Seeing this, the other members of the Hong family quickly followed. They didn't want to come to the Yen residence anymore. After the Hong family left, the second elder of the Yen family looked at his first elder with a puzzled expression and said, First elder, Elder Shan ordered people to spread those rumors, why did you let him off just like that? What else can I do? The Hong family just bled a lot, do you think you can still squeeze any profit out of them? Moreover, that old thing from the Hong family won't let him off easily. The Yen clan's first elder said in understanding. Although he was rumored to have an affair with the Hong clan's first elder, fortunately, he was not said to be the submissive. Otherwise, he would definitely not let Elder Shan off. Now, he would leave Elder Shan to first elder Hong to deal with. That's true. The second elder of Yen tribe nodded. Then, the Yen clan's first elder stood up and walked towards the main courtyard where the clan head was. After finding the clan head, the two of them went to Liuxiang residence where Leng Ruoxue and the others were. As she looked at the two middle-aged men walking in hand, Leng Ruoxue was very clear that the one she had not seen before was the patriarch of the Yen clan. Miss Leng, this is our master. The great elder explained. After a few days of closed-door cultivation, the patriarch had made a breakthrough. His strength was now at the advanced level of the advanced deity stage, which was considered one of the top in the divine mainland. Therefore, the Yen clan naturally had no need to fear the great elder's strength. Congratulations to Yen family head for recovering from your injuries and even achieving a breakthrough. Leng Ruoxue said courteously. Hee. This was all thanks to Miss Leng's cold frost pill. Otherwise, I would still be lying in bed now. Our Yen clan has been too slow in this period of time. The Yen clan head said apologetically after expressing his gratitude. When he saw Leng Ruoxue and the rest, he finally understood what it meant by, hearing is false, seeing is believing. It was true that one's reputation was not as good as seeing in person. His second son and great elder's descriptions simply couldn't express the shock he felt when he first met these people. How could his blind eldest son and granddaughter provoke such people? Fortunately, their Yen family was tactful and didn't reject the other party's conditions. Otherwise, the consequences would really be unimaginable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Yen family head is too polite. Although our fate originated from hatred, now we are all happy. Your Yen family knows how to conduct itself, so I naturally won't take out my anger on you for Yen Ling's matter. Leng Ruoxue promised. As for whether or not the Yen clan would have any enmity with her, that was not within her jurisdiction. However, she believed that as long as the Yen clan wasn't stupid, they wouldn't hold a grudge against her just because of Yen Ling. If that was the case, they wouldn't be willing to sacrifice Yen Ling in order to have a good relationship with them. Hee. I know that Miss Leng is a forthright person, and Ling can be considered to have brought this upon herself, so she can't blame anyone else. I really hope to be friends with Miss Leng. The Yen clan head immediately expressed his attitude. At the same time, he took the initiative to hand over the compensation that Leng Ruoxue had requested. Miss Leng, the compensation you want is all inside. Please take a look. The patriarch of the Yen clan said. I trust the Yen clan's credibility. Leng Ruoxue received the storage ring from the Yen clan's clan head. Without even looking at it, she passed it to Ziyu for safekeeping. Miss Leng, Yen Kun, the city lord of Yenbei City, and I are considered good friends despite our age difference. I wonder who you are with him. The Yen family head asked curiously. However, he did not finish his sentence and looked at Leng Ruoxue with anticipation. We are neighbors. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. She didn't really want others to know about her relationship with Yen Kun. Therefore, even though her words weren't completely true, they could still be considered true. After all, Nightmare Forest and Northern Yen City were indeed neighbors. Then may I know which city young miss is from? The Yen clan head asked again. He knew that there were 4 small cities closest to Northern Yen City. Since this Miss Leng said that she was a neighbor of Northern Yen City, then the city she lived in should be one of the 4 cities. He secretly guessed. I live in the Nightmare Forest, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. The Yen clan master and the great elder let out a cry of surprise at the same time. They all thought to themselves, did they hear wrong? Miss Leng said that she was living in the Nightmare Forest. Wasn't that place occupied by someone a few years ago? It was said that the person who claimed that place was very powerful, and even the Ning family, the leader of the 8 great divine regions, recognized their status. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to provoke the new master of the Nightmare Forest. However, the Yen family had always liked to keep a low profile, so they did not go there with the other forces at that time. Naturally, they did not know what had happened there and why many forces had kept quiet about it since then. However, the new master of the forest was not easy to provoke. Words like these were still widely spread across the divine continent. Miss Leng, is that your territory? The Yen clan head asked. Yes, I am. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head, not denying it. This old master truly admires you for daring to set up your own territory there. The Yen clan's first elder's eyes lit up as if he had just seen his idol. One must know that not just anyone could occupy that place. For so many years, many forces had coveted that place. However, no one had managed to occupy it. As for Leng Ruoxue, she was able to gain the recognition of all the forces. From this, it could be seen that her methods were not ordinary. Fortunately, he did not vent his anger on the entire Yen family because of Ling, and her father. Otherwise, the Yen family would not be able to withstand his anger. After knowing the identities of Leng Ruoxue and the others, the Yen clan head and first elder were even more determined to befriend them. Hence, they were even more concerned about their well-being. Leng Ruoxue and the others, who had planned to leave, had no choice but to stay in the Yen residence for a few more days at the warm invitation of the Yen family head. However, they could not stand the excessive hospitality and enthusiasm of the Yen family head and great elder, so they took advantage of the night and quietly left. Previous chapter. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest left the Yen residence, they traveled through the night and only found an empty spot in the outskirts to rest the next evening. After setting up the tent, Yin Xiao, who had left with them, walked over to Leng Ruoxue and the demon and sat down beside them. He could not help but ask curiously, Shui, where are you planning to go? Let's go home. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. They had come down the mountain to say hello to Yen Kun before going into closed-door cultivation. Who knew that it would involve so many things? Now that she thought about it, she felt that it was a little unbelievable. Big brother Yin, where do you plan to go? Leng Ruoxue asked after she finished speaking. We're free to do as we please. We're here to gain experience anyway. Of course, we'll go wherever it's fun or dangerous. Yin Xiao said with a smile. Oh. Why don't you come to our house for a few days, big brother Yin? We're staying in the Nightmare Forest. It can definitely satisfy all of brother Yin's requests. Leng Ruoxue invited with a smile. Alright. Shui, since you've invited me so sincerely, I won't be polite. Yin Xiao said happily, hee. He was just thinking about how to spend more time with them. Now that he was given this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. You should be more polite. Actually, Shui was just casually asking. He couldn't bear to see Yin Xiao's proud evildoer and spoke with a straight face. Ha ha ha. You're not cute at all. I think no woman in this world would like you except for Shui. Yin Xiao laughed. Other than Shui, I don't need any other woman to like me. The demon said disapprovingly. Young master. You're wrong. After hearing their talk, Uncle Zhong corrected them seriously. That's not right. Yin Xiao's handsome face was filled with confusion. There are many women who like young Master Yi. Aren't the daughters of the Yen and Hong families the same? Uncle Zhong said. Uncle Zhong is right. However, those women only like him because of his looks. If they know that he's not attractive, they will definitely not like him. Yin Xiao looked at the demon and said. I'll still say the same thing. Other than Shui, I don't need anyone to like me. The demon said coldly. Although he was a little angry that the master and servant made fun of him, he was not completely angry. Ha ha ha. It's done. I'll stop joking. Let me ask you, how are you going to deal with that Yen Ling? Yin Xiao knew when to stop. Hence, he did not continue the conversation before the demon was completely angry. This was also one of the reasons why he could not make Leng Ruoxue and the rest hate him. Does Big Brother Yin have any good ideas? Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. When they left the Yen residence, they had also taken Yen Ling with them. Although she had been tortured by Bai Xian and Shuang for many days, Yen Ling was still alive. This woman will be a disaster sooner or later. Why don't we just? Yin Xiao looked at Yen Ling who was tied up like a dumpling, and made a gotcha gesture. I've already handed her over to Bai Xian and Shuang to deal with. When they're done playing, they'll probably get rid of her. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Shui, this kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. Otherwise, if she escapes, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble. Seeing the hatred in Yen Ling's eyes, Yin Xiao was a little worried. Big Brother Yin, don't worry. She won't be able to escape. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she promised. Actually, even if Yen Ling ran away, she wasn't afraid, because even if that woman ran away, she wouldn't live for long. They wouldn't be able to cause any waves. That's good. However, it's better to send more people to watch her. Yin Xiao said, a little worried. Big Brother Yin, it's just a woman. You really don't have to take it to heart. Leng Ruoxue consoled. I know, but I have a bad feeling. I feel that this woman will bring us trouble. Yin Xiao said uneasily. Ever since he was young, his intuition had been very accurate, so he didn't have a good impression of Yen Ling the first time he saw her. Big Brother Yin, if there's trouble, let's just solve it. Besides, sometimes even if we don't take the initiative to cause trouble, trouble will come to us. Leng Ruoxue gave Yin Xiao a reassuring look. In short, we'd better be careful since we're bringing such trouble with us. Yin Xiao reminded. Don't worry, Big Brother Yin. She won't be able to escape. Leng Ruoxue promised once again. After dinner, everyone returned to their tents to rest. Midnight. Leng Ruoxue was woken up by Qingju. Unwillingly opening her eyes, Leng Ruoxue looked at Qingju and said, Qingju, what happened again? Sister. I have good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Qingju said with a smile. As you wish. Leng Ruoxue did not think much of it. To think that the stinky green vessel would do this too. I really don't know who he learned it from, she thought helplessly. Then I'll tell you the bad news first. Qingju laughed evilly. Then, he cleared his throat on purpose before he slowly said, Sister. Yen Ling ran away. Oh. Leng Ruoxue responded softly, obviously not too concerned about this matter. Sister, don't you want to know how she got away? When Qingju saw how calm Leng Ruoxue's reaction was, he could not help but ask, oh. His sister's reaction made him unable to continue. You say it. I'm listening. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she looked at Qingju's pouting lips and dissatisfaction. That woman is really cunning. She said that she needed to go to the toilet and lied to the night watchman arranged by the Yin family. In the end, she left and never returned. Qingju said with a faint smile. Oh. Brother Yin and the rest must be very anxious. Stinky Qingju, why did you only wake me up now? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be unhappy. Sister. How can you blame me for this? You're the one who didn't wake me up. Qingju felt very wronged, and there were tears in his black and bright eyes. Stinky Qingju, stop acting. Tell me the good news. Leng Ruoxue said. Hee. Sister. The good news is that Yen Ling, that annoying woman, has run away. We've finally gotten rid of her. Qingju said excitedly. Previous chapter. After hearing Qingju's words, Leng Ruoxue's forehead was filled with black lines. She could not help but say, Qingju, how can this be considered good news? Yen Ling has run away, and she will definitely come back to take revenge on us. So, we are in big trouble. Sister, you can lie to outsiders, but you want to lie to me? Hee. Was that even possible? I know that you don't care whether Yen Ling runs away or not, because you don't see her as trouble at all. That woman is a person who can't accomplish anything, but is good at ruining things. Qingju said with a look of disdain. Green vessel. Have I ever said that you're becoming more and more shrewd? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. In her heart, she was crying. Why couldn't she hide her thoughts from these little fellows? She was so depressed. Hee. Big sister has raised you well. Qingju said humbly and pushed all the credit to Leng Ruoxue. Are you complimenting your sister? Leng Ruoxue felt helpless and aggrieved. When had she ever groomed them? They had clearly comprehended it on their own, all right? Big sister, you guys should hurry up and leave. That Brother Yin's subordinate has lost her and he's very anxious. Qingju reminded. Okay, then we'll go out. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she brought the evildoer out of the bracelet. Just as he walked out of the tent, Yin Xiao came up to him with an ashamed expression. Shui. I'm sorry. It's all my people's fault for not doing their job well and actually letting Yen Ling run away. Yin Xiao's face was filled with guilt. He then instructed Uncle Zhong to bring the two night watchmen who were tied up to Leng Ruoxue and said, Shui, the two of them have failed in their duties. I'm handing them over to you now. You can do whatever you want with them. Big Brother Yin. What are you doing? Although they are responsible for Yen Ling's escape, you can't blame them completely. Uncle Zhong, let them go. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Shue, this isn't just because they didn't do their job properly. It's also because they're soft-hearted. So, no matter what happens to them, they asked for it. You don't have to spare them on my account. Yin Xiao said bluntly. He was extremely angry at his subordinates' failure to live up to expectations because he realized that all the education he had given them had been in vain. He was afraid that if this happened once, there would be a second time. Those who were soft-hearted to their enemies would not live long in the divine world. Therefore, he would rather let Leng Ruoxue deal with these two people. It was better than them dying in the hands of others. Big brother Yin, most men have tender feelings for women, so it's understandable for them to be soft-hearted towards Yanling. However, this kind of thing really cannot happen again and again. They are all your people, so it's better for you to punish them. I believe that after this incident, they should not dare to commit the same mistake again. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Alright then. Uncle Zhong. I'll remember their mistakes first, and punish them after I return to the divine world. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue was unwilling to punish them, Yin Xiao had no choice but to keep the two of them in his hands. Yes. Young master. Yes, master. Uncle Zhong replied and then took the two night watchmen away. After Uncle Zhong had left with the two men, Leng Ruoxue asked, Big brother Yin, how long has Yanling been running? It's been almost an hour. I've already sent people to chase after them. Yin Xiao said, a little embarrassed. Big brother Yin, let your people come back. There's no need to chase. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she spoke to Yin Xiao. Yanling is injured and shouldn't have run far. If we don't catch her, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. Yin Xiao said worriedly. He had just talked about Yanling with Leng Ruoxue and the others in the evening, and it had come true that night. This made him feel helpless, and he felt like he was a jinx. The good things didn't come true, and the bad things came true. Brother Yin, it's just Yanling She can't cause any big waves. Don't worry. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly, as if she was confident. Alright then. With that, Yin Xiao shot a red flare into the sky. This was used by the Yin family to contact their clansmen, and only the Yin family knew what this red flare represented. Not long after, the subordinates that Yin Xiao had sent out to find Yanling slowly returned to the group. However, none of them were in the mood to sleep at the moment. Instead, they sat together in groups of 3 to 5 and started chatting. Shue, where do you think Yanling will go? I even specially sent people to chase after them on the road back to the Yan residence, but they didn't even see a shadow. Yin Zhao's face was gloomy. Seeing his subordinates return empty-handed, it was impossible for him not to be disappointed. She won't return to the Yan family, and the Yan family won't accept her again. Leng Ruoxue said. Then should we send the news of Yanling's escape back to the Yan family? Yin Xiao asked. Yes, of course. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. I'll arrange for someone to deliver the letter to the Yan residence now. When Yin Xiao heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he quickly replied. No need, big brother Yin. I've already made the arrangements. The Yan family should know about this by tomorrow morning. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Shue, you're really fast, how come I didn't see you telling your subordinates to leave? Yin Zhao's handsome face was filled with question marks. It's not a human who's going to deliver the letter, it's my beastie. Leng Ruoxue explained with a smile. After knowing that Yanling had gone missing, she had arranged for a little phoenix to leave this place invisibly and deliver a letter to the Yan clan. No wonder. Shue, let's leave this place tomorrow morning. Yin Xiao said. Yanling has run away, so this place is no longer safe. Big brother Yin, in this case, it is even more impossible for us to leave. If my guess is correct, the first thing that Yanling would do after escaping would definitely be to find someone to deal with us. Therefore, we only need to wait here for the rabbit. This is also the main reason why I did not allow you to continue sending people to chase after her. It is really unnecessary. She will return. Leng Ruoxue said with absolute certainty. Shue, since that's the case, let's take early precautions. After listening to Leng Ruoxue's words, Yin Xiao understood what she meant. However, they were in the open, while Yanling was hiding in the dark. They didn't know the other party's situation, but the enemy knew their background. Therefore, the situation was not in their favor. Good. Big brother Yin, you don't have to be too worried. Do what you need to do and don't take this matter to heart. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, I'll make them pay 120% attention and not let them make any more mistakes. Yin Xiao promised. Big brother Yin, this really isn't a big deal. All of you should go back and have a good rest. We'll only be able to deal with the enemy better if we rest our spirits. Leng Ruoxue didn't wish for the Yin family to be restless because of this matter. That would go against her original intentions. Shue, you guys go rest. I'll personally keep watch tonight. Yin Xiao said stubbornly. Alright then. Leng Ruoxue knew that Yin Xiao still felt a little apologetic because of Yanling's escape, so she didn't force him. She stood up and returned to the tent with the demon. 2 days later, the Yan clan's first elder personally led a team to meet up with Leng Ruoxue and the rest. Looking at the uninvited guests from the Yan residence, Leng Ruoxue felt a headache coming on. Great Elder Yan, why have you come? In fact, the reason she sent someone to deliver the letter was not to let the Yan clan send someone. Who knew that it would actually be the first elder who personally brought people over? We're here to help you find the fugitive. The great elder of the Yen clan replied matter-of-factly. He had discussed with the clan head for half a day, and the final decision was to send someone to help Leng Ruoxue find Leng Ruoxue. After all, although Leng had already been removed from the Yen clan and was no longer considered a member of the Yen clan, if her escape brought any unnecessary trouble to Leng Ruoxue and the others, the Yen clan might also benefit from it. This was not what they wanted. Who asked the Yen clan to be determined to be on good terms with Leng Ruoxue and the others? Hence, this was the best time for them to express their feelings. Then I'll thank Great Elder Yen first. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. In her heart, she was secretly resenting the little phoenix that she had sent to deliver the letter. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's thoughts, the little phoenix transmitted a message in an aggrieved manner. Master, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just a little bird that doesn't dare to show its face. I'm helpless when they follow me. I don't know why I just can't get rid of them. They're sticking to me, woo. As he said that, little phoenix even started to cry. Alright. Don't cry, I'm not blaming you. When Leng Ruoxue saw the little phoenix's sparkling tears, she quickly coaxed, sigh. A child would always be a child. If it wasn't for the fact that all the adult phoenixes were in seclusion, she wouldn't have sent this young fellow to deliver the letter. How could this innocent little thing be the match of those old foxes? After comforting the crying little phoenix in the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue smiled and said to the Great Elder, since Great Elder Yen is here, let's set up camp here together. Aren't you looking for Leng Ruoxue? Yen tribe's first elder said in a daze. Brother Yin sent people to look for her, but they couldn't find her. That's why we decided to set up camp here and leave after we found Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue explained softly. Even though the Yen family's patriarch and first elder were very friendly, she would not completely trust them, and would not reveal her entire plan to them without holding back. Oh. Since that's the case, I'll send the Yen family to look for him as well. Yen tribe's first elder did not doubt his words. Big brother Yin, since Great Elder Yen is willing to help, then let his people go with you to find Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she spoke to Yin Shao, while secretly giving him a look. Alright. Yin Shao quickly replied. However, if so many people go out together, everyone won't have time to rest. It's better to divide into a few small teams and change shifts to look for Leng Ruoxue's whereabouts. He suggested. His suggestion was quickly approved by Leng Ruoxue and the Yen clan's great elder. Then, in order to facilitate their cooperation, Yin Shao and the Yen clan's great elder decided to split their forces into 3 teams and split into 3 groups to search for Leng Ruoxue. After searching for a few days, he couldn't even find a single strand of Leng Ruoxue's hair. Yin Shao sat by the fire and chatted with the Yen clan's great elder. Without realizing it, the topic had turned to Leng Ruoxue. Yin Shao smiled and asked, Great Elder Yen, could Leng have already run back to the Yen clan? After all, this place isn't too far from the Yen residence. Impossible. Even if she returns to Yen City, no one would dare to take her in. She has already been kicked out of the family tree by the Yen clan. If anyone in Yen City takes her in, it would be our Yen clan's doing. Not to mention, before I came here, I also told the city guards that if they see Leng Ruoxue, they should immediately capture her and not let her enter the city. The Yen clan's great elder said very seriously, afraid that Yin Shao would suspect that they had hidden Leng Ruoxue. Hee. I'm just asking, Great Elder Yen doesn't need to be so serious. Yin Shao said with a satisfied smile. Hee. I'm just telling the truth. Great Elder Yen also laughed, and couldn't help but secretly think, can you not be serious? He didn't want to be misunderstood by these people. In fact, since the day Leng Ruoxue was expelled from the Yen family, her life and death had nothing to do with the Yen family. However, after she ran away, he also felt a headache because with Leng Ruoxue's character, it was very likely that she hated the Yen family. Therefore, he had brought people out to look for Leng Ruoxue's whereabouts. Are you guys talking about me? At this time, a slightly mocking voice rang in their ears. Yin Shao and the Yen clan's great elder raised their heads at the same time, just in time to see Leng Ruoxue standing not far away from them with a smug look on her face. The two looked at each other, but neither of them spoke first. Are you surprised to see me? I didn't expect you to still be here. That's good. It saves me the trouble of looking for you guys. Leng Ruoxue said with a proud smile. Yin Shao and the Yen clan's great elder still didn't say anything. However, the two of them were thinking to themselves that Leng Ruoxue must have something to rely on since she was so bold to return here. Sure enough, just as they had expected, the next second, they saw the head of the Hong family appear beside Leng Ruoxue. The two of them even looked very intimate. Great Elder Yen, it looks like this traitor of your family has joined the Hong family. Yin Shao laughed when he saw this. Yup. I didn't expect that either. Great Elder Yen said, suppressing the anger in his heart. Could it be that she brought the Hong family here to kill us? Yin Shao asked, feigning curiosity. It should be. The Yen clan's first elder gritted his teeth. Hee. You treated Ling like this, so isn't it only right for her to come and take revenge? Hearing the conversation between the two of them, the master of the Hong family beside Leng Ruoxue spoke. Master Hong, may I know who you are to say this? Yin Shao ignored the smug Leng Ruoxue and directly asked the Hong family head. I am now Leng Ruoxue's husband. The head of the Hong family said with a smile. What's wrong? You're taking a step back. Haven't you always been interested in Shui? Yin Xiao provoked her on purpose. Who did you say was second? When Yen Ling heard Yin Xiao's words, she roared in anger. Damn it, the last thing she wanted to hear right now was that woman's name. She hated Leng Ruoxue to death. She would never forget the torture that Stinky Fox and that handsome man had inflicted on her. During that period of time, she was better off dead than alive. Fortunately, she had pulled through it and now had the strength to take revenge. However, the most unfortunate thing was that she could not kill Leng Ruoxue with her own hands. This would definitely be the greatest regret of her life. Of course it's you. Yin Xiao said with a smile. Then, he couldn't help but ask curiously, since Master Hong is so confident in avenging Miss Yen, you must have something to rely on. May I know who you have found? Why don't you come out and broaden our horizons? Yin Xiao's divine sense could sense the surroundings of their campsite. Other than the head of the Hong family and Yen Ling, there were many other troops lying in ambush. Although he couldn't tell their exact number, judging from their auras, they shouldn't be weak. It seemed like the head of the Hong family was determined to win this battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought so many people. Furthermore, the strength of these people was obviously not from the godly continent. Don't worry. I'll let you know. The head of the Hong family said with a smile. Then, he started to look around. After searching for a while, he did not see the person he was looking for. He could not help but feel disappointed. Master Hong, are you looking for us? Suddenly, Leng Ruoxue's voice rang in everyone's ears. Following that, they saw a few handsome men and women walking out of the largest tent, as well as a snow-white fox. When Master Hong and Yen Ling saw Leng Ruoxue and the others, their hearts were completely different. Yen Ling was filled with hatred, but Master Hong was reluctant to part with them. Master Hong's eyes were fixed on the devastatingly beautiful Leng Ruoxue. He didn't look away until Yen Ling pinched him in anger. He then regained his senses and tried his best to hide his loss of self-control. He said coldly, Miss Leng, I didn't expect to see you again. Let's settle the old and new scores together today. Hearing Master Hong's words, Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, Master Hong, I know that there are old scores between us. What is this new one? I'm the new one. Yen Ling said loudly. You? There's no new score between us. Leng Ruoxue laughed nonchalantly, obviously not taking their words to heart. Master Hong, does the first elder of the Hong family know that you've come to seek revenge? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Humph. That old thing is old, and his mind is not clear. That's why he gave so much compensation. He's no longer the first elder of the Hong family. The head of the Hong family said proudly. With the support of the people he had found, the great elder of the Hong family could do nothing to him. Not only that, he had even imprisoned the great elder. If there were no accidents, the great elder would probably have to stay in his own courtyard in the future. It would be a dream for him to come out and do anything. It seems like someone is supporting Master Hong. Leng Ruoxue understood. Not bad. It's because of our support that Master Hong is able to show off his skills, humph. He was just a great elder, yet he dared to ride on the head of the family head and act like a tyrant. This is preposterous. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice rang out. Following that, a few dozen tall and burly men walked out from the dark. The person in the lead was of unknown age. He had a full beard and his body was exceptionally tall and strong. His eyes were filled with a bright light. When he saw Leng Ruoxue, he revealed a lecherous glint and could not help but praise her in his heart. What a stunning beauty. The boy from the Hong family did not lie to him. The man's gaze made the evildoer extremely unhappy. Killing intent rose in his heart. In his eyes, these people were already dead. No. Even if they died, he would not let go of those who dared to have designs on Shui. This also meant that these people were destined to have a tragic end. Previous chapter. Who are you? Leng Ruoxue squinted her beautiful eyes and asked indifferently. We're from the main Hong clan of the Divine Realm. The man in the lead said with a slight smugness. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, humph. Their identities would definitely give them a shock. Even though they could only use the strength of a high-level deity on the Divine Mainland, wasn't it as easy as killing a chicken to deal with a few people from the Divine Mainland? Oh. I didn't think that the Hong family would be able to afford to hire you. From what I know, the Hong family probably can't afford to pay you too well. Leng Ruoxue chuckled and said. Since these people were invited by the head of the Hong family, they must have their own motives. However, what she could not understand was what else was there in the Hong family that was worth it for these people? Who said that? I'm very satisfied with the reward he paid this time, haha. Because the reward he's paying is you. The man in the lead laughed as he stared at Leng Ruoxue with a determined look in his eyes. It's me? However, I don't belong to the Hong clan. What right does he have to treat me as a reward? When Leng Ruoxue heard the man's words, she didn't feel angry. On the contrary, she felt that this was too funny. Someone actually wanted to use her as a reward? Wasn't this an empty promise? It wasn't that easy to get her reward. Ha ha ha. As long as I capture you, you'll be mine. Isn't it obvious? The leader said matter-of-factly, completely unaware that his words had already provoked a certain someone's displeasure, and that a certain someone had already secretly decided that even if this man died, he would not let him off. You're that confident in yourself? Do you think the people you've brought can deal with all of us? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. She sighed in her heart. Even if you're from the divine realm, there's no need to be so arrogant. One had to know that the consequences of being too proud would be very miserable, and underestimating the enemy was a fatal taboo. What's wrong? Are you complaining that we have too few people? Ha ha ha. Brothers. All of you, come out and let this beauty see you. As soon as the leader's voice fell, many men in black swarmed out from all directions. Those men had a murderous look in their eyes as they stared at Leng Ruoxue and the rest with an unfriendly expression. They tried to use their aura to suppress the other party. However, to their surprise, the other party was not affected at all. They couldn't help but feel suspicious. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes swept across the group of men in black. Her beautiful face revealed a satisfied smile. There were hundreds of them, and even though most of them were at the deity level, they were more than enough to deal with the people on the godly mainland. It was no wonder that the leader was so confident. However, the subordinates he brought were able to deal with others, but it was a pity that they were facing her. That had also doomed these people to a tragedy. Beauty. See that? If you're smart enough to surrender, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The man in the lead shouted. Thank you for your good intentions, but can you allow us to discuss this? After all, surrendering is a major event. Leng Ruoxue smiled and said slowly. No. Even if you surrender, you will still die. At this time, Yan Ling roared in dissatisfaction. She had gone through a lot of trouble to persuade the head of the Hong family to invite people from the main family to take revenge. How could she let these people get away with it? She must kill these people. Since when did a woman get the right to point fingers at the Hong family? Or is it that the members of the Hong family have to listen to this woman? Leng Ruoxue ignored Yan Ling's words and spoke to the leader. Little Hong, make your woman shut up. I'm here and she has no right to interrupt. After the leader heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he shouted at the Hong family's head in dissatisfaction. Yes. Yes, master. The master of the Hong family quickly replied. Then, he pulled Yan Ling and whispered a few words in her ear. Yan Ling was so scared that she didn't dare to speak anymore. Beauty, are you satisfied now? Seeing that his words were effective, the leader looked at Leng Ruoxue and said proudly. Well, I didn't expect you to have such prestige. I just don't know what your status is in the main family. Leng Ruoxue asked with an innocent look. Beauty. I'm a direct descendant of the Hong family. You won't regret following me. The man in the lead said proudly. I have no problem following you. However, I only like men who are stronger than me. If you can't defeat me, then you can only die in my hands. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the leader laughed even more heartily, as if he had just heard a good joke. When he was done laughing, he spoke, Beauty, I will let you know what the strongest man is. Following me is your wisest choice. Oh, really? However, if I follow you, what about the others? Can you not kill them? Leng Ruoxue asked with a face full of anticipation. Of course you can. As long as they surrender, I can spare their lives for the sake of you, Beauty. However, their life or death will be entirely up to you, Beauty. The man in the lead laughed. In other words, if Leng Ruoxue was willing to follow him, then the people around her would naturally not have to die. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Let's discuss this. I can't make this decision on my own. Leng Ruoxue said with a troubled expression. Good. Then you guys should quickly discuss it. My patience is limited. The man in the lead warned. Following that, Leng Ruoxue pulled Yin Xiao and the Yen clan's great elder to the side and started to chat with them through voice transmission. Shui, what do you plan to do? You're not really asking us to surrender, right? Yin Xiao said helplessly. Although the enemy was from the divine realm and seemed extremely powerful, he did not think much of them after seeing their strength. Even if the enemy's numbers seemed to be a little large, he believed that with Shui and the others' devious ideas, they would not be taken seriously at all. When the Yen clan's great elder heard Yin Xiao's words, he didn't express any opinions. He only forced himself to remain calm as he looked at Leng Ruoxue. However, his heart was still beating like a drum. However, when he thought about the strength of Leng Ruoxue, Yin Xiao, and the others, his heart slowly calmed down. Of course I won't. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. That's good. Yin Xiao was relieved. As a member of the Yin family from one of the 8 great divine regions, if he surrendered now, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even when he returned to the divine world. His grandfather master would definitely scold him to death. Woo. As long as he thought of that possibility, he would be afraid. Furthermore, he guessed that only Shui would be able to deal with the eccentric old man in his family. Miss Leng, I wonder what I can do for you. At this time, the Yen clan's first elder also asked via voice transmission. Hee. Great elder, you can do whatever you want later, but if you can't beat them in a one-on-one fight, then just beat them up as a group. Leng Ruoxue suggested with an evil smile. Leng Ruoxue's words caused the Yen clan's first elder to be taken aback. Immediately after, cold sweat started to flow down his face. He had not expected this young miss to actually order them to gang up on him. However, when he thought about how Leng Ruoxue and the others did not play by the rules, he did not find it strange. In fact, not only the Yen clan, but many people from the godly mainland and the entire godly realm would choose to fight one-on-one during battles. It was rare for them to fight in groups. This was not because they were noble by nature, but a habit that they had developed over the years. Therefore, when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he was stunned for a moment but quickly returned to normal. Oh. The other party's strength was above the Yen clan's. If the Yen clan didn't want to suffer too heavy losses, they really had to gang up on him. After thinking it through, he quickly accepted Leng Ruoxue's suggestion. From this, it could be seen that the Yen clan's first elder was a flexible and adaptable person. This kind of person usually lived longer than those who were stubborn. Looking at the Yen clan's first elder's expression, Leng Ruoxue knew that the old man had thought things through. She then reminded him, in a while, everyone should act according to the circumstances. When dealing with the enemy, we must not be soft-hearted. We must let these people know that we are not pushovers. Since we have come, we can forget about returning to the divine realm. Yes, yes. Yin Shao and the Yen clan's great elder nodded. Following that, Leng Ruoxue brought them to the Hong family and said with a faint smile, if we surrender, are there any benefits? There are no benefits. If you resist to the end, the only outcome is death. However, if you surrender, I can let you go. The man in the lead said in a clear voice. Since there are no benefits, we choose not to surrender. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. As soon as she said this, the Hong family members were all stunned. They didn't expect that in such a situation where the strong and weak were clearly distinguished, the other party would still have the thought of resisting. This made them feel very incredulous. At this time, they still didn't know the true strength of the other side, and they didn't know that there were many battle maniacs in the other side. Not knowing the true strength of the enemy had also doomed them to learn a painful lesson. You've really made the right choice. The leader was stunned for a moment before he asked in disbelief. I believe in my own choice. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. That's good. Since this is your choice, don't you regret it? After the man in the lead finished speaking, he gave his subordinates a look. In an instant, the members of the Hong family surrounded Leng Ruoxue and the others. From their posture, it was obvious that they wanted to use their advantage in numbers to launch a group attack. Are you trying to gang up on me? Leng Ruoxue asked despite knowing the answer. Ha ha ha. Wasn't this obvious? However, don't worry, beauty. I'll personally use my strength to conquer you. The man in the lead said. It was obvious that his target was Leng Ruoxue. However, there was someone who would not let his wishful thinking come true. If you want to use your strength to conquer Shui, you'll have to get past me first. The demon laughed coldly. Who are you? The man in the lead looked at the man who was as handsome as a demon and said with a face full of disdain. If he did not guess wrong, this person should be the pretty boy who lived off a woman that the Hong family's kid had mentioned. Oh. He did have the capital to be a pretty boy, but it was a pity that he had met him. He had never liked men who could win women's hearts with their looks alone, so this man was dead meat. I am Shui's man. If you want to have Shui, you must kill me first. Otherwise, you will be the one to die. The demon said coldly. Humph. A man who lives off a woman is actually so arrogant. Today, I'll let you see what a real man is. The man in the lead roared angrily. And when he said that he was a man who lived off a woman, Ziyu and the others were struck by lightning. When Ziyu and the others heard that man's words, they suppressed the laughter in their hearts and secretly thought to themselves, how bold must he be to dare to say that that demon is a man who lives off a woman. They could already imagine how furious the evildoer was. At the thought of this, the few of them subconsciously distanced themselves from the evildoer who was slowly emitting cold air. Even Snow Shadow did not dare to make fun of the evildoer at this moment, because it was very clear how perverted that man was. Woo. That was a fellow that could not be provoked, AI. The poor Hong family. They probably didn't know that their heads didn't belong to them anymore. Are you living off a woman? I'll let you know how powerful I am as a man who lives off a woman. The evildoer was neither angry nor annoyed as he spoke with a smile on his face. However, Leng Ruoxue, who was well aware of the evildoer's nature, knew that this was a sign that the evildoer was about to get angry. She simply did not dare to imagine what would happen to this self-righteous man from the Hong family. Humph. Then come. A beauty. Open your eyes wide and watch, I'll let you know what a real man is. The man in the lead said proudly. Then, he made the first move, and everyone saw a light blue divine power fly toward the demon. The demon looked on coldly with his arms crossed as if he was looking at a clown. He looked at the man not far away and waited for the water attribute skill to fly only a few centimeters away from him. He didn't even dodge, but let the skill hit him. When Yin Shao and the rest saw this, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for the demon. However, they were also a little puzzled. Why didn't the demon avoid the divine power? The demon who was hit by the leader's water attribute divine skill had already been enveloped by a huge water attribute divine power. The people outside did not know what was going on inside, let alone whether the demon was safe or dead. A pretty boy is a pretty boy, he's really weak. With this little strength, you dare to snatch my woman, you really don't know your own strength. Seeing that he had killed the man who was living off a woman with just one move, the leader felt even more pleased with himself. However, his smugness did not last long. He saw that the huge water attribute divine power that had originally enveloped the monster's body was slowly decreasing. Then, the light blue divine power disappeared faster and faster. In a few seconds, the water attribute divine power on the monster's body disappeared. The evildoer stretched his back lazily, as if he had eaten to his heart's content, and said indifferently, this amount of divine power is too little, give me more. Damn it. What did you just say? The leader had a look of disbelief. F***ck. Was this still considered a human? It actually devoured his divine power. How was this possible? The man really couldn't believe what he was seeing, so he could only lie to himself and conclude that this devilish pretty boy wasn't human. I said, you have too little Shen power. I'm not full. Give me more. The demon said with a face full of anticipation. You're not human. The man in the lead said angrily. He was even more certain that this person who could devour Shen power was not human, because humans could not do such a heaven-defying thing. How can you scold people? If I'm not a human, are you? The demon said with a face of dissatisfaction. Of course I'm a human. The leading man shouted. After knowing that the evildoer in front of him could devour his Shen power, he was not so sure that he could kill him. However, he knew that he could not show even a trace of fear. Otherwise, how would he be able to convince the others in the future? Oh, really? Why don't I feel like you're human? However, you're definitely not a beastie, you're worse than a beast. The demon said very seriously. Damn it. You're looking for death. The leader was furious. Just as he was about to attack again, he saw the demonic man in front of him looking at him expectantly. He immediately gave up the idea of attacking again. This guy liked to devour divine power. If he was the one making a move, wouldn't that be going along with his wishes? No, I can't fall for his trick. However, this pretty boy was so difficult to deal with. If he couldn't kill him, how could he take this beauty away? At this time, he was quite conflicted in his heart. Why did you stop? Continue. I'll be waiting. The demon's smile was pure and innocent. However, the more unthreatening his smile was, the more frightened the other party was, and the more he did not dare to attack. After waiting for a moment, the demon saw that the other party had no intention of attacking. He was slightly dissatisfied and complained, since you're not willing to make a move, I'll have to do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly attacked the man in the lead. As for the moves, naturally, it was his favorite fist. Oh. Only the feeling of punching someone with one's fist and making loud bangs would have the atmosphere of a fight. And this had always been his favorite. With a few loud bangs, the evildoer's fists drew beautiful arcs in the air and all his fists landed on the leading man. His fists were so fast that no one noticed that there were a few strands of black divine power thinner than hair in his fists. The divine power entered the leading man's body through his fists and settled down happily inside. The man in the lead had two attributes. One was the water attribute and the other was the earth attribute, which was good at defense. The Shen power of these two attributes had originally occupied half of the man's body and maintained a balance. However, the moment the black Shen power as thin as a hair entered their territory, the Shen power of the two attributes sensed it. Thus, in order to defend their territory, the Shen power of the water and earth attributes joined together to resist the invasion of the enemy. The black Shen power was small and flexible, like a small spirit snake wandering around. Wherever it went, no matter what attribute the Shen power was, it would quickly decrease. This caused the two Shen powers to panic, so the water and earth Shen power went berserk. However, the small black Shen power did not intend to face them head-on, so it always avoided their pursuit and slithered away happily. The divine power of the two attributes became more and more violent, and their behavior was directly reflected in the leader's body. At this time, the leader not only had to bear the physical pain, but he also had to bear the uncontrollable divine power in his body. Under such double pressure, he immediately spat out blood and looked at the demon in disbelief. What did you do to me? The leader was in disbelief. In his opinion, his strength was clearly higher than the pretty boy in front of him, but why was it that in front of this demonic man, he did not have the slightest power to fight back? This was not normal. It was too abnormal and he couldn't accept it. Therefore, he concluded that this man must have used improper means. Otherwise, how could he be controlled by someone else? Do I need to do anything to you? In my eyes, you're just an ant. The demon coldly laughed. The haughtiness of looking down on the world instantly erupted from his body, causing people to not dare to look at him directly. At this moment, not only was the leader shocked, even Yin Xiao, the Yen clan's great elder, and the rest who had been with them for a period of time were equally shocked. This was because they had never seen such a devilishly handsome man exude such an intimidating aura. In their eyes, the man's favorite thing to do was to follow Leng Ruoxue around like a little tail. At that time, they had only thought that this man was unbelievably handsome, even though the two of them looked quite compatible from the outside. However, they were not completely clear about the strength of a monster. However, now that they saw how easily he had toyed with the Hong family's immortal realm's messenger, they began to have some idea of the demon's strength. It seemed like the people around Leng Ruoxue could not be underestimated. Not only were these people extremely handsome, but they also liked to play the pig to eat the tiger, making people underestimate their strength. This kind of ending was fatal to anyone who was their enemy. Thinking up to this point, the Yen clan's first elder deeply rejoiced at his clan's wise decision. Otherwise, the fate of these people from the Hong clan would probably be the same as theirs. I'm an ant? The leader muttered to himself in shock. He had always regarded the people of the godly mainland as ants. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would be treated like an ant by someone from the godly mainland. This was a huge blow and humiliation to him, and he couldn't accept it. You're not just an ant, you're an ant that's about to die. The demon laughed coldly. Then, his palm slowly moved from the man's body to his neck. Everyone heard a crisp "ka" sound and saw the man's head tilt to the side. He was no longer breathing. The demon threw the leader to the ground with a look of disgust. Then, he threw a ball of flame-like, extremely hot, black, translucent object onto the leader's body. In an instant, the man turned into ashes. When everyone from the Hong family saw this scene, they felt a deep fear in their hearts. Oh my god. He had actually used his bare hands to break his own boss' neck. This was truly too inconceivable. One should know that as one's strength increased, the toughness of one's body would also become tougher. It was almost impossible to strangle a person from the divine realm to death with just a pair of hands without using any divine skills or weapons. However, what they thought was impossible had actually happened right in front of their eyes. This made it impossible for them to deceive themselves even if they wanted to. This also caused the Hong family to be deeply afraid of him. In that instant, the members of the Hong family who were surrounding the demon all retreated secretly and tried to maintain a safe distance from him. Unfortunately, they had come here today. Leng Ruoxue and the others would not let them go back alive. Hence, no matter where they hid, they would not be able to survive. What are you guys doing? If I don't make a move, these ants will all be mine. The demon's starry eyes swept over Ziyu and the others, but the words he said made the Hong family's people's hearts palpitate with fear, and they secretly hated him. Hee hee. We were all stunned by your performance. Shuang laughed evilly. After he finished speaking, he immediately attacked the Hong family members around him. His huge and sharp claws gently scratched the air a few times, and 3 Hong family members died on the spot. There were 5 deep claw marks on their necks without exception, and blood flowed out from the claw marks like a spring. Seeing this, Ziyu and the others also attacked the Hong family members who were surrounding them. In fact, they were mainly afraid that if they were too late, their opponents would be robbed. Seeing them fighting to be the first to attack, Yin Xiao and the others naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. After giving his subordinates a look, Yin Xiao's side began to fight. Right now, the only people who didn't make a move were the Yen clansmen. Seeing that the Hong clansmen had killed and injured countless people in an instant, some of the warlike Yen clansmen couldn't stand it anymore. The short-tempered one even said directly, "Great Elder, let's attack as well. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. The few of you, go and capture Yen Ling. The rest of you, come with me to deal with the head of the Hong clan." After the Yen clan's first elder saw the situation on the stage, he gave a very self-aware order. Almost all of the Hong clan's people were from the firmament. With the Yen clan's current strength, it was naturally not suitable for them to fight them head-on. Moreover, he saw that Leng Ruoxue and the others had no difficulty dealing with the Hong clan's people from the firmament. Hence, he gave up the plan of ganging up on them and set his sights on the master of the Hong clan and Yen Ling instead. It could not be said that he was slacking off, but he felt that if the master of the Hong clan and Yen Ling saw that the situation was not good, they might take advantage of the chaos and escape. It wasn't a good thing not to tell them. So this time, he naturally had to keep a close eye on those 2 guys who like to cause trouble. We can't let them live. At the same time, the Yen clan, under the lead of their first elder, went straight to the somewhat panicked Hong clan master and Yen Ling and surrounded them in the middle. "You, what do you want to do?" The master of the Hong family, who was looking for an opportunity to escape, was furious when he saw that he was completely surrounded. However, his tone at this time was as if he was a good girl who had met a lecher, full of helplessness and timidity. "Don't you know what we want to do?" The Yen clan's first elder laughed evilly. His tone was as if he was teasing a lady from a good family. He spoke in a relaxed and casual manner. However, when the Hong clan's clan head heard it, he had mixed feelings in his heart. He had once regarded the Yen family as a piece of fat meat that he was determined to get and had deliberately planned to annex the Yen family. But now, he was going to become the Yen family's prisoner again. This made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. How could this be? Why couldn't he exterminate these people even though he had invited the main family? He couldn't understand what went wrong. Don't act rashly. You've killed a member of the main family. The main family will never let you off. The head of the Hong family said after some thought. Master Hong, are you trying to use your family to threaten us? I've already killed him, so what if I don't let him go? At this moment, Leng Ruoxue walked over with a faint smile. That damned woman. I won't let you off. When Yen Ling saw Leng Ruoxue, she couldn't help but shout. She really hated this woman to the core. However, she was even angrier about that useless man from the Hong family. He couldn't even deal with these few people. No. She didn't want to be caught by them again. As long as she thought of the fox and the man's terrible means, her heart was particularly afraid. Great Elder Yen, how do you plan to deal with this woman who has betrayed your Yen clan? Leng Ruoxue ignored Yen Ling's words and directly asked the Yen clan's first elder. I didn't betray the Yen clan, Great Elder. Don't listen to her nonsense. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Yen Ling immediately shouted. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety. You colluded with the Hong clan to put us to death. Isn't that betraying the Yen clan? Do you really have to let the Yen family die in your hands before it can be considered a betrayal? Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly and asked with a mocking expression. Great Elder Grandpa. I only wanted to kill them, not the Yen clan. Although you've expelled me from the Yen clan, in my heart, I'm still a member of the Yen clan, whether alive or dead. How could I possibly betray the Yen clan? Great Elder Grandfather. We're a family, don't listen to the instigations of outsiders. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yen Ling quickly played the emotional card. Her words still carried a trace of crying and grievance, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, making her look really pitiful. However, most of the Yen clan's people present knew Yen Ling's temperament. Therefore, even if she pretended to be pitiful, even if she wanted to die wisely, the Yen clan's people present did not believe her. From this, it could be seen how bad Leng Ruoxue's popularity was, and her act of showing weakness seemed to have been used in the wrong place. Great Elder Grandpa. You've watched me grow up. Seeing that the Yen family didn't respond for a long time, Leng said again. That's right. I've watched you grow up. You were so pure and cute when you were young, but how did you become like this? The Yen clan's first elder said with a look of disappointment. He was very disappointed, especially when he saw that Leng had actually colluded with the Hong family. The anger in his heart could not be described with words, and Leng indeed wanted to kill them as well. Therefore, he really did not dare to keep such a venomous Yen family member in this world. Great Elder Yen. You can clean up your own mess. I'll take care of the Hong family head. Seeing through the Yen clan's first elder's thoughts, Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she distributed the two of them. All right. The Yen clan's great elder nodded, and then gave a look to the Yen clan's people beside him. The Yen clan's people who received the great elder's look immediately stepped forward and lifted Leng up by her collar like a little chick. The Hong family head didn't dare to say a word when he saw this scene. He could already see from the corner of his eye that most of the Hong family members he had brought with him were dead. This scene made the fear in his heart slowly deepen. These people were too ruthless. They were not human. The head of the Hong family couldn't help but shout in his heart. However, it was a pity that no one could hear his inner thoughts. Leng Ruoxue, who could have let Qing Ju read her mind, was not interested in knowing what he was thinking. Ling, you should be a good person in your next life. After the Yen clan's great elder finished speaking, a fiery red light was released from his hand. Then, Ling, who had no power to resist, died. She didn't even struggle and died very peacefully. When Leng Ruoxue saw this scene, she knew that the Yen clan's first elder was still somewhat soft-hearted, otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Ling to die so easily. Killing her so easily was really letting her off too easily. However, since she had said that Ling would be dealt with by the Yen clan, she naturally wouldn't interfere with their actions. As for this Master Hong, it's not easy to die now, Since he dared to use her as a reward, he had to be prepared for her revenge. Besides, not to mention that he would not let him die so easily, even the demon would not want him to die too easily. Shui, leave this Master Hong to me. The demon walked over and said with a smile that was not a smile. No. I don't want to give it to you. Don't mess around, the Hong family won't let you off. When the master of the Hong family heard the demon's words, he was so scared that he stuttered. Woo. This guy is really too ruthless. He actually strangled someone from the firmament to death. When he thought about the demon's terrifying methods, he felt extremely regretful. Were his eyes covered in shit? He had actually mistaken a fierce wolf for a weak little rabbit. This was definitely his biggest miscalculation. Otherwise, how could he be so miserable? Don't be afraid. I'll be gentle. The evil man smiled charmingly, but the coldness on his body only increased. Hearing the demon's words, Leng Ruoxue and the others were all speechless. These words really made their imaginations run wild. However, they naturally wouldn't say it out loud at this time, in case they were also unlucky. After the demon finished speaking, he stretched out his long arm and mimicked the way the Yen clan's people did previously. He lifted the Hong clan's clan head to his eyes like he was carrying a little chick and said with a faint smile, "Your wife has already left, don't worry. I'll let you accompany her, but we have to have a good chat before you go." Then, the evildoer grabbed the collar of the Hong family's master and dragged him into a tent. Not long after, painful moans and screams could be heard from the tent. Yin Shao and the others were curious, but no matter how curious they were, they didn't dare to go in to see what was going on. They didn't want to see what they shouldn't see and be killed by the evildoer. Therefore, they could only suppress the throbbing curiosity in their hearts and vent all the pain of not being able to find out the truth on the Hong family members who were not completely dead yet. After a long time, the sounds in the tent became weaker and weaker. All the Hong family members present had been killed by Yin Shao and the rest. Then, they saw the demon dragging the Hong family head out of the tent by his collar. Master Hong was dragged in and out. In other words, Master Hong was no longer alive. After the evildoer threw Master Hong on the ground, he walked to Leng Ruoxue and said, "Shui, since these people are all dead, if we let them lie here and scare the passers-by, we will feel guilty." In other words, he was saying that he could destroy these people's corpses and get rid of all traces. After all, they had done this kind of thing many times in the past. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. A small flame with a dark purple glow appeared on her fingertips. The temperature of the flame was extremely high. The moment it appeared, it dried up the moisture in the surrounding 100 miles. When it was thrown onto the bodies of the Hong family members, their bodies evaporated like water vapor without exception. Seeing this, Yin Shao and the Yen clan's great elder were both shocked. Their subordinates were also dumbfounded. What kind of flame was this? The temperature was so high that they could not stand it any longer. What they did not know was that she had even controlled the temperature of the flames on purpose, afraid that the Yin and Yen families would not be able to adapt to it. However, even Ziyu and the rest who knew that the temperature of Leng Ruoxue's flames was extremely high, they had subconsciously stayed away from the scope of the flames, especially Shuang. She was afraid that her beautiful long hair would be burned again, so the moment she saw the flames, she immediately hid far away. After everything was settled, Leng Ruoxue and the rest bade farewell to the Yen clan's first elder. The group headed towards the nightmare forest. As the Yen clan's first elder was in a hurry to return and report everything to the clan head, he did not hold them back. He only said that he would pay a visit to the nightmare forest when he had the time before leaving in a hurry. At the same time, in the main residence of the Hong family in Hong City, the first elder of the Hong family stood in the ancestral hall with a sorrowful expression. He looked at the life command token that had already shattered in front of him, and his heart ached faintly. One had to know that he had spent a large sum of money to redeem a good portion of those who had died from the Yen family. However, because of hatred, not only had they lost their lives, but they had also caused the Hong family to suffer heavy losses. In a few hundred years, the Hong family on the godly mainland would not be able to recover. At the thought of this, he could not help but feel resentful towards his family head, who had also died. If it wasn't for the family head not listening to his advice and insisting on dealing with Leng Ruoxue and the others, even imprisoning him, how would the Hong family have lost both their wealth and manpower? Once the family head died, the Hong family would be without a leader. Therefore, the elders who were left behind by the family head to watch over him had no choice but to let him out and ask him to take care of the household. AI. Housework? How could the Hong family still have any domestic affairs to speak of? The entire Hong family was in a state of panic because of the death of the family head and some elders. They were afraid that the other party would come to the door and destroy them together. Therefore, the Hong family members at this time had no intention of staying in Hong City. Some of them had already left and some of them had hidden. The only person accompanying him in the main residence was actually that brainless Elder Shan. And Elder Shan was also the only one who would still visit his Hong family members when he was imprisoned by the family head. Thinking about the fickleness of human relationships these days, the first elder of the Hong family was even more open-minded. Hatred was endless, and he couldn't even think about avenging the head of the Hong family and the others. This was not because he was timid or not as good as others, but because he felt that as a person from the divine realm, he should be mentally prepared to die at any time. If he went to seek revenge the moment someone in his family died, how many people would die in the divine realm every day? The consequences of this endless revenge would slowly form a cycle and fall into a dead end. First elder, no matter what you want to do, I will support you. Standing behind the first elder of the Hong family, Elder Shan, who had not spoken for a long time, said. The first elder of Hong clan turned around as he patted Elder Shan's shoulder. Although he didn't express his gratitude, he looked pretty pleasant. At this moment, he had someone's support. What a nice feeling. Elder Shan, you've worked hard these days. After looking at Elder Shan for a long while, the first elder of the Hong family finally spoke. It's not hard. Elder Shan said, a little flattered. Ever since the great elder found out that he had single-handedly created the scandal between him and the Yen clan's great elder, he had not brought him to see him. However, the great elder had obviously been treating him more well these days, which made him very excited. Great elder, there are only the two of us in the main residence now. What are your thoughts? The first elder of the Hong family asked. He knew that after the death of the master, some people in the Hong family had the idea of splitting the family. He had not allowed this at first, but he had thought it through. Since those people wanted to split the family, then so be it. He couldn't be bothered with them anymore, but this matter shouldn't be known by the main family. Otherwise, the main family wouldn't allow it. First elder, we can't split. If the main clan were to find out about this, the consequences would be severe. Elder Shan frowned as he thought about it seriously. His branch of the Hong family was originally the main family's representative in the divine mainland. If their branch family didn't inform the main family and the main family found out, they would definitely be punished. Now that the Hong family isn't united, it's not a bad idea to move out. Those who still have feelings for the main residence can continue to live there. After all, this is the main residence of the Hong family in the godly land. As for those who have other plans, give them some money and let them leave Hong City. This way, we'll still be the main family of the Hong family on the divine continent, and we won't go against the purpose of the main family in the divine world. The first elder of the Hong family revealed his thoughts. Great elder, you mean that we're still us, but some of our clansmen have gone out to live alone? Elder Shan understood the great elder's meaning and confirmed. Yes, other than the clansmen who have left to live alone, we won't let outsiders know that our Hong family has already split. The first elder of the Hong family said. Previous chapter. Next. Great elder, since you've already decided, we'll do as you say. I have no objections. Elder Shan said. Elder Shan, I'll have to trouble you to handle this matter. It's not convenient for me to speak up about the separation of the family. I can only pretend that I don't know about it. Moreover, you must be very careful and tell them not to tell anyone that the Hong family has already separated. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. The first elder of the Hong family reminded. Don't worry, Grand Elder. I know what to do. After Elder Shan finished speaking, he gave a slight bow to the first elder of the Hong family and left the ancestral hall. The Hong family was secretly splitting up. At this time, Leng Ruoxue and the others had arrived at Yanbei City. They went to the city lord's mansion to greet Yan Kun and told him what had happened during this period of time. After that, she brought Yin Shao and the others into the nightmare forest. Walking in the nightmare forest and breathing in the fresh air, Yin Shao felt a sense of relaxation and peace that he had never felt before. As Leng Ruoxue and the rest arrived at the main residence that they had settled down on a mountain, Yin Shao and the rest stayed there temporarily. The evildoer felt extremely uncomfortable seeing people sticking themselves in between his shui, and acting as a 1000-watt light bulb. However, shui, was the one who invited them and he couldn't chase them away, so he was extremely depressed. Yin Xiao seemed to know the evildoers' thoughts and appeared in front of them more frequently. Everyone had agreed to go hunting together. Yin Xiao and the rest, who were already prepared, followed Leng Ruoxue and the others into the forest. However, as they walked, they realized that they had lost their way. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the others had disappeared too. What was going on? Could it be that the rabbits they encountered just now were the bait they set up to abandon them here? Yin Xiao couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. In fact, he had guessed correctly. The evildoer thought that he was too much of an eyesore, so he used the group of rabbits that ran into their sight to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Originally, they had wanted to chase after the group of rabbits together. However, the evildoer who was walking at the back had pulled Leng Ruoxue away when no one was paying attention. As for Ziyu and the rest, they had lived in the forest for a long time, so they were naturally not trapped by the maze in the forest. However, Yin Xiao and the rest were different. It was their first time here and they were too focused on chasing after the rabbits. As a result, they were accidentally separated from Ziyu and the rest. Yin Xiao and the rest, who were not very familiar with the forest, naturally lost their way. Young master. We're lost. There seems to be a maze formation here. After observing it carefully, Uncle Zhong came to an important conclusion. A bewildering formation? Could it be that Shui and the others set it up? Yin Xiao's face was filled with curiosity. He wasn't dejected because he knew that Shui would definitely send someone to find them, so he wasn't worried at all. I don't know about that. However, we can't leave now. We can only wait for Miss Leng and the others to come and find us. Uncle Zhong said calmly. Well, since we're here, let's take things as they are. In that case, let's take a good look around here. I feel that this bewildering formation seems to be quite large. Yin Xiao said with a face full of anticipation. The so-called bewildering formation was similar to a maze. They both had to find the exit. Otherwise, they would be trapped in the bewildering formation forever. Young master. Be careful, although there are formations here, they are all based on the actual situation of the place where the formation is set up. Thus, other than not being able to leave, everything here is real and there is a considerable amount of danger, so we must be on high alert. Uncle Zhong, who had a slight understanding of formations, recalled the characteristics of a bewildering formation and warned him very cautiously. Yes. Yin Xiao and the others nodded, and everyone carefully strolled through the maze. There was no lack of food in the maze because there were many small animals trapped in the maze. However, the small animals were quite adaptable and did not panic because they could not get out. After seeing Yin Xiao and the others, they continued to eat their food unhurriedly, while some were sleeping in their caves. As it was late autumn, the weather was rather cold. As a result, some of the beasts that were afraid of the cold had already chosen to sleep in their own caves. As for those beasts that were loitering outside, they did not have much intelligence and had a lower sense of danger. These beasts were also their best food choices. After wandering around the maze for a while, Yin Xiao and the rest sat on the ground. After starting a fire, they placed the rabbit and turkey meat that had been cleaned long ago on the fire to roast. Although the temperature inside the maze was not much different from the outside, the beasts living inside were obviously more comfortable. They had few natural enemies and would probably only eat and sleep every day. Therefore, these low-level beasts were all fat and strong. They were roasted on the fire for a while. The oil began to sizzle and drip onto the fire, creating small sparks. Yin Zhao's heart was filled with satisfaction as he smelled the meat's fragrance. Young master. If young Lady Leng can't find us tonight, we can only spend the night here. After supper, Uncle Zhong warned Zhang Tai as he watched the gradually darkening sky. Uncle Zhong, tell them to set up the tents. I guess we'll have to spend the night here. Yin Xiao said. That jealous man would not let Shui find them so easily. Therefore, he resigned himself to his fate. All right, he said. Yes, sir. Uncle Zhong replied and then went to instruct his subordinates. Yin Xiao looked at the sky that was slowly turning dark and sat by the fire in a daze. From afar, Uncle Zhong saw his young master's condition and tactfully did not disturb him. Instead, he casually found a place to sit down and carefully observed Yin Xiao's reaction in secret. Yin Xiao, who was lost in his own thoughts, felt a bright gaze on him. He felt helpless and couldn't help but say, Uncle Zhong, why do you keep your eyes on me? In fact, there was one more thing that he didn't say in his heart, and that was, Uncle Zhong, your gaze makes my pear grow big. Young master. You're not young anymore, it's time for you to start a family. Uncle Zhong thought that his young master felt lonely after seeing them in pairs. Therefore, he couldn't help but put it in a serious way. Family? Forget it. Uncle Zhong, you know that I'm used to being free. Besides, I don't like those women who are as delicate as flowers. I don't have the time to coax them. Yin Xiao said with a headache. Then what kind of girl do you like? Tell Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong will keep an eye out for you. Uncle Zhong asked with an expectant look. Although he had watched the young master grow up, he didn't know what the young master was thinking about because the young master always greeted people with a smile and buried all his thoughts in his heart. Hee. If you can find me someone like Shui, I might consider it. Yin Xiao made it difficult for him. He knew that Uncle Zhong must have been incited by his grandfather to tell him this. Otherwise, Uncle Zhong wouldn't say this for no reason. Young master wanted to find someone as beautiful as Miss Leng? Or strength? Uncle Zhong said with a troubled expression. He had lived in the firmament for many years and had a very high status in the Yin clan. He was also the most trusted person by the clan head side. Hence, he had seen many young ladies from the direct line of descent from the top clans. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he had never thought that they would be on par with Leng Ruoxue. Those ladies seemed a little childish in front of Leng Ruoxue. Appearance, strength, and temperament must all be the same. If Uncle Zhong can find them, I'll marry and have a family as you wish. Yin Xiao promised, feeling proud of his own intelligence. He had arranged a task for Uncle Zhong, so Uncle Zhong didn't have time to target him. Actually, the reason why he wanted his future wife to be like Leng Ruoxue was just to find an excuse. He didn't want Uncle Zhong to be entrusted by others to nag about his marriage. He knew very well that it was impossible for Uncle Zhong to find a woman like Leng Ruoxue. After all, a woman like Leng Ruoxue was definitely one of a kind in this world. His request would definitely reach his grandfather's ears. He had no choice but to give up. Young master. Aren't you making things difficult for your subordinates? I'm afraid that you might not be able to find someone with young Lady Leng's appearance and temperament even if you search the entire divine realm. As for someone with a similar strength to young Lady Leng, it would be easier. As Uncle Zhong was valued by his master, he was naturally very smart. How could he not hear the young master's intention to shirk responsibility? Uncle Zhong, do you know Xue Er's real battle strength? Do you really think they are as good as their appearance? Yin Xiao raised his brows and asked. Uncle Zhong became dumbfounded. Yup. How could he forget that those people like to pretend to be pigs to eat tigers? It seemed that even if he wanted to find someone with the same strength as Miss Leng, there would be no chance. Sigh. He was a little dejected. Uncle Zhong, don't worry about my marriage, alas. I can only blame myself for knowing Xue Er for such a short time. We're not fated to be together. Yin Xiao pretended to be sad as he spoke. In fact, although he admired Xue Er, it was more of admiration because he knew that an outstanding woman like Xue Er was not someone ordinary men could control. Moreover, she already had someone she liked, so naturally, he would not do anything to snatch her away. More importantly, he could not take her away. That evil man was like a beast protecting its food, guarding Xue Er's side every day. Which man could get close to Xue Er? In addition, he had personally witnessed the evil man's murderous aura and shocking aura. He had no other thoughts. Now, he was already very satisfied that Xue Er could call him Big Brother Yin. He did not dare to expect too much because his mother had once said that one should know how to be content with what they have. Don't covet things that don't belong to you. That is the beginning of destruction. He had always kept his mother's wise words in mind. AI. Young master. Although Miss Leng is very outstanding, she really doesn't suit you. Uncle Zhong comforted his young master at once when he saw his young master was a bit sad. Uncle Zhong, don't urge me to get married in the future. I don't have that intention for the time being. Yin Zhao's face was filled with worry as he spoke. Good. Good. This subordinate will not mention it again. Young master, don't worry. Uncle Zhong hurriedly promised as he felt pretty guilty inside. He had accidentally touched on the young master's sad matter. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Yin Xiao was secretly overjoyed. Now, Uncle Zhong would not keep nagging him. He could finally have some peace. Actually, his words were half true and half false. It was true that he admired Xue Er and was a bit sad, however, it was not as serious as what Uncle Zhong imagined. After all, he had long adjusted his mentality and recognized the relationship between him and Xue Er. Therefore, of course, he would not seek for trouble and bring trouble to others. Perhaps, this was the difference between men and women in love. Of course, not all men could be so rational. Not all women would be as demanding as the Hong sisters and Yan Ling Er. Following that, Uncle Zhong changed the topic and talked about the situation of the divine realm. However, he kept mentioning a name, which made Yin Xiao a little uncomfortable. Yin Xiao furrowed his brows helplessly. He felt extremely helpless. Woo. Uncle Zhong must have done it on purpose. He was using that person's name to disgust him. Uncle Zhong, who had been talking non-stop, saw Yin Xiao's expression and laughed in his heart. He did it on purpose. Who asked the young master to deliberately make things difficult for him? Uncle Zhong. It's getting late, I'm going to sleep. Yin Xiao said hurriedly before running into his tent as if he was fleeing for his life. Is Miss Lan that scary? She's your cousin. Uncle Zhong couldn't help but mutter to himself as he watched Yin Xiao's back. In reality, the people of the firmament had very low requirements for sleep. Even though they would feel tired, they did not need to sleep every day. However, after spending time with Leng Ruoxue and the others, they seemed to have been infected by it and had developed the habit of sleeping every day. After leaving the two guardians of the night, Uncle Zhong also entered the tent. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue had also noticed that Brother Yin and the rest had fallen into a maze. Initially, she wanted to bring them out immediately. However, when she saw the demon acting pitiful again, her heart softened and she allowed him to do as he wished. After that, the demon's eyes were all smiles. Xue Er, they're all from the divine world. You don't have to worry about their safety. You should know that Uncle Zhong has hidden his true strength. In the room of the two, the demon said disapprovingly. Don't look at Uncle Zhong beside Yin Xiao. He always looked silly and honest, but in fact, he was a real old fox. Yes, evildoers. Let's go and pick them up tomorrow morning. Leng Ruoxue tried to negotiate. After all, Brother Yin was a guest that she had invited. It didn't seem too good to trap a guest in a maze. Xue Er, let's keep observing. Maybe he's having fun. The demon laughed evilly. He knew that apart from training, Yin Xiao and the rest had come to the divine mainland to explore. Therefore, the forest was definitely one of their favorite places. Being trapped in a bewildering formation and unable to walk out, how can I enjoy it? The maze isn't very big, we'll reach the end in 2 days at most. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She didn't think that Big Brother Yin and the others would be enjoying themselves. Then we should at least let them stay in the bewildering array for 2 days. Otherwise, they won't be able to finish their tour. The demon suggested. After hearing the demon's words, Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with black lines. Tour? Who would be in the mood to explore when trapped in a bewildering formation? Schwer, let's not talk about that guy anymore. It's getting late. The demon said seriously, determined to defend his rights. Okay, then go to sleep. Leng Ruoxue sighed. The next morning, after Yin Xiao and the others had their breakfast, they wandered around the maze. According to Uncle Zhong's suggestion, it was best for them to wait at a fixed place for Miss Leng and the others to come and rescue them, in case they couldn't find them. However, Yin Xiao wanted to take a good look around the maze. After all, this was the first time he had seen the maze in his life. Along the way, Yin Xiao and the others left marks wherever they went. This was also to prevent them from not being able to return to the place where they had set up camp last night. After all, their tents were still there. Young master. From the looks of it, this maze formation wasn't small. We definitely won't be able to finish it in a day. Uncle Zhong sighed. It wasn't that he had never seen a bewildering formation before, but it was the first time he had seen such a large one. He really didn't know who had set up this bewildering formation. To be able to set up a bewildering formation of this size, the person's attainments in formation techniques were absolutely top-notch. It's fine. Didn't we leave a mark? If we can't finish today, we'll continue tomorrow. Yin Xiao couldn't help but say. Yes, young master. Then I'll go back today. Looking at the weather, it might rain soon. Uncle Zhong warned Zhang Tai as he watched the gloomy weather. Then let's go back. This time, Yin Xiao did not object. Yin Xiao and the others followed the markings they left behind, and just as they walked back to the campsite, heavy rain poured down from the sky. Everyone quickly hid in their tents. Through the skylight of the tent, he could see the huge raindrops that were bubbling outside. Yin Xiao's mood was extremely relaxed. Drinking hot tea and listening to the sound of the rain outside, this kind of life was quite pleasant. However, he didn't want to be trapped in the maze for too long, because that could kill him. However, he had also guessed that the devilish man wouldn't ask Schwer to find him so quickly, so he was very calm. Young master. It's a good thing we came back in time. Uncle Zhong said. Uncle Zhong, I heard that it feels very good to sleep on rainy days. How about going to bed too? Yin Xiao suggested. Young master. It's broad daylight now. Uncle Zhong helplessly said with black lines on his forehead. But it's raining outside now. What else can I do if not sleep? Yin Xiao's face was filled with question marks. Uncle Zhong didn't know how to answer Zhang Tai's question. In the bewildering array and in the rain, what else could he do if not sleep? Young master. Then go to sleep. Uncle Zhong said in a soft voice, feeling helpless. After hearing Uncle Zhong's words, Yin Xiao immediately lay down. He had never slept in the rain before. He could finally experience it today. Previous chapter. However, when the rain passed and Yin Xiao woke up, he found that the one beside him was not Uncle Zhong, but a furry little beast. The little beast was curled into a half-sphere and its head was buried under its body. Judging from its size, it should not be very big. However, the little beast's fur was still half wet and stuck to him, so his clothes were also affected. The wet and sticky feeling made him very uncomfortable. Uncle Zhong. Yin Xiao extended a finger and poked the little beastie's body. He was still calling Uncle Zhong, but he was referring to this little beastie. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, woo-woo. How did Uncle Zhong become a little beastie? Is Uncle Zhong not a human being? Just as Yin Xiao's imagination was running wild, the real Uncle Zhong walked in. Uncle Zhong happened to hear Yin Xiao calling the little beast Uncle Zhong, who was snuggling up to him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he stood still. He wanted to see what else the young master would say. Uncle Zhong, how did you turn into a little beast? Are you not human? Seeing that Uncle Zhong didn't respond for a long time, Yin Xiao couldn't help but say what he was thinking. After hearing that, Uncle Zhong couldn't help but burst out laughing. When Yin Xiao heard the laughter, he quickly turned his head and saw the Uncle Zhong from his memory standing at the door, looking at him with a helpless smile. Uncle Zhong. Seeing Uncle Zhong in person, Yin Xiao knew that he had made a huge mistake. His face instantly turned red from head to toe. At this moment, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Woo, how could he do such an embarrassing thing? His words were heard by Uncle Zhong, he was too ashamed to face anyone. Hee. Young master. Uncle Zhong is not a non-human being. Uncle Zhong was neither angry nor annoyed, but he said happily. It was rare to see such a lovely appearance of the young master, so of course he had to tease him. Uncle Zhong. Yin Xiao felt so embarrassed that he couldn't face anyone anymore. However, what was up with this little beast that had caused him to misunderstand? His face was full of question marks. Who is it? Yin Xiao pointed at little beastie. I don't know. I don't even know how it got in. Uncle Zhong shrugged as he said helplessly. What do we do now? Yi Xiao was speechless. Not only was the little beast's fur half wet, but its body was also dirty. His clothes were not spared either. I'll throw it out, Uncle Zhong said after thinking for a while. Although he didn't know how this little beast came in, he thought it must be to take shelter from the rain. Now that the rain had passed, of course, it was unnecessary for this little guy to stay here. He even called it Uncle Zhong. After saying that, Uncle Zhong walked to the little beastie's side and was about to pick it up and take it out of the tent. Unexpectedly, the curled-up little beastie suddenly raised its head and opened its eyes to look at them. Ugh! Uncle Zhong became stunned at a stroke because this little beast had a pair of fiery eyes, which were as beautiful as 2 pieces of top-quality rubies. Additionally, its eyes were crystal clear and misty. Apparently, it had heard all the words between Uncle Zhong and the young master. For a moment, Uncle Zhong didn't know what to do. Little fellow, since you're awake, why don't you tell us where you came from? Why are you in my tent? Yin Xiao looked at the pitiful, ruby-like eyes and hardened his heart. This little beast's appearance was too strange, so he had to find out. The little beastie blinked its eyes but didn't say anything. Little thing. It's useless to pretend to be deaf. Yin Xiao looked at little beastie, who was staring at them without saying a word, and reminded. Young master. This little fellow probably can't speak yet. Uncle Zhong said after observing it for a while. Uncle Zhong's words were immediately answered by little beastie. It nodded its head excitedly, its eyes glimmering with light, showing its excitement. It seems that Uncle Zhong is right. Yin Xiao said helplessly when he saw the little beastie's fawning look. Was a beastie that couldn't speak considered a young one? In the immortal realm, as long as a young beast with a noble bloodline was born, the weakest one was basically a holy beast, and looking at the clever appearance of this little beast, it naturally couldn't be the lowest level spirit beast, so it was really inconceivable that it couldn't speak, and was different from the rest. Little beastie nodded its head at Yin Xiao's words. Uncle Zhong, what should we do with this little beast? Yin Xiao looked at Uncle Zhong and asked. The moment it heard the word handle, the little beastie clutched Yin Xiao's sleeve tightly, its fiery red eyes revealing a pleading look. There's no point in acting pitiful. We can't keep you here. Yi Xiao said, sigh. He didn't have the habit of taking care of children. Although Beastie was very independent from a young age and almost didn't need special care, it was still a very troublesome thing to take care of an underage little beast of unknown species. After hearing Yin Xiao's words, the little beastie actually began to cry. Bean-sized teardrops kept rolling down from its beautiful red eyes. Don't cry. Yin Xiao said helplessly. Damn it, if it cried like this, people who didn't know the inside story would think that he had bullied this little beast. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, his reputation would be in jeopardy. Young master. Let's keep it for the time being. When we leave, we'll just give it to Miss Leng. Uncle Zhong suggested helplessly. They did not have a fixed residence, so it was really not suitable for them to bring such a small beast on the road. Moreover, he had observed it for a long time but could not figure out what kind of species this fox-like little beast was. It was really too strange. Therefore, he wanted to keep this little beast for further observation. With Uncle Zhong's words, the little beastie that had suddenly appeared was left behind. After knowing that it wouldn't be driven away, the little beastie's mood became more relaxed, and it stuck even closer to Yin Xiao. Wherever Yin Xiao went, the little beast would follow. It did not leave his side at all. After Yin Xiao ordered his men to clean the little beast, he was surprised to find that it was quite beautiful. It had long, snow-white fur and a pair of ruby-like eyes, making it stand out. After being trapped in the bewildering formation for 3 days, they had already walked around the entire formation. However, none of them were familiar with the formation. Thus, even if they walked through the entire formation, they could not find the formation's eye, and naturally could not leave the bewildering formation. Sitting by the fire, Yin Xiao didn't say a word. However, his heart was filled with Leng Ruoxue's forsaking of friends after seeing a lover. Woo! Why hasn't Xue come to find them yet? Could she have forgotten about them? Little Beastie, who had been with Yin Xiao for a few days, could feel its temporary master's low mood. It jumped into his arms and rubbed against him to comfort him. Then, it jumped away from Yin Xiao's arms and ran a few steps forward. It turned around and looked at Yin Xiao and the others. Haven't you spun enough? You still want to go out? Yin Xiao looked at Little Beastie, who clearly wanted them to follow him, and said helplessly. Little Beastie nodded and stared at Yin Xiao with its fiery red eyes. Little guy. It's going to get dark soon, so we're not going out today. Yin Xiao reminded. Xiao Budian was the name he had given this little beast. Who asked it to be so small? Although Little Beastie had protested, he had ignored it. Seeing this, Little Beastie didn't give up and ran back to Yin Xiao's side. It bit his pants and dragged him forward. Looking at the little beastie's reluctance to part, Uncle Zhong smiled helplessly and said, Young master. Since the little guy is so persistent, he might have discovered something. Why don't we follow him and take a look? Alright then. With Uncle Zhong interceding for Xiao Budian, Yin Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse. When the little beastie heard its temporary master agree, it meowed at Uncle Zhong, as if to say, thank you for interceding for me. Ha ha ha. This little one is quite interesting. Uncle Zhong said with a big smile at the sight of Xiao Budian. Yup. This little fellow is very cunning. Yin Xiao said helplessly. Don't think that this little thing can't talk, she's very smart. Following that, Xiao Budian walked in front and led the way while Yin Xiao and the rest followed behind. Xiao Budian brought Yin Xiao and the others to a cave that was half the height of a person. He indicated for them to enter while he ran in first. Little guy. Don't run around. Seeing Xiao Budian run in, Yin Xiao hurriedly called out. Young master. Let's go in and take a look. Uncle Zhong said. Yes. Yin Xiao nodded his head. Even though he had not spent much time with Xiao Budian, he still liked this little thing. If he were to encounter any danger in the cave, his heart would still ache for him. Immediately after, Yin Xiao left 2 subordinates outside the cave to receive them while he brought Uncle Zhong and the others into the cave. The 2 loyal subordinates stood guard outside the cave. However, Yin Xiao and the others did not come out until the next morning. This made the 2 of them anxious. Why haven't the young master and the others returned yet? It's been an entire night. A subordinate said. I'll go in and take a look, you stay here and guard. After another subordinate finished speaking, he was about to walk into the cave. Wait. I'll go with you. The previous subordinate said. He was not willing to stay outside alone in fear. Moreover, he did not dare to imagine how furious the family head would be if something happened to the young master and the others. He was afraid that he would not be able to explain it to the family head even if he died. If we both go in, who's going to report to the master? The subordinate who was about to go in warned with his eyes wide open. Then be careful. The subordinate from before warned. Yes. The subordinate who was about to enter nodded. However, before he could enter, he heard a familiar voice. Where did Big Brother Yin go? Just as Leng Ruoxue finished her sentence, she had already arrived in front of them. She brought the demon and the rest into the maze to look for Brother Yin and the rest. However, they only saw the tents that they had set up but they were nowhere to be seen. After searching for a while, they only found Brother Yin's 2 subordinates. Miss Leng, the young master and Uncle Zhong brought people into this cave. Before they went in, the young master ordered us to guard here. However, it has been a night and they have not come out. One of his subordinates explained worriedly. After hearing what Brother Yin's subordinate said, Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes and sized up the unremarkable cave. From the outside, there was nothing special about this small cave. Furthermore, it was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time. Why did Brother Yin suddenly come here? She really couldn't understand it. Big Brother Yin, what are you doing in this cave? Leng Ruoxue asked with a face full of question marks. Young master didn't want to go in at first. It was a small beast that brought us here. That small beast ran in, and young master and the others followed it in. The subordinate explained. Aren't there many little beasts here? Is it not enough for you? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with puzzlement. She had lost her way while chasing after her prey. In her memory, no one else had ever done such a thing except for Big Brother Yin. It's not a little beastie that eats. It's a little beast that the young master has adopted. The Yin family subordinate saw that Leng Ruoxue had misunderstood and quickly explained. Oh. Leng Ruoxue finally understood. It seemed that Brother Yin and the others were really enjoying themselves as the evildoer said. He was trapped in the bewildering formation, but he still had the heart to take care of the little beastie. Miss Leng, young master and the rest have gone in for a long time and have not come out. What should we do? The Yin family subordinate asked helplessly. Let's go in and take a look. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the demon. Then let's go in together. The other subordinate hurriedly said. N. Leng Ruoxue nodded and pulled the demon in. The light in the cave was very dim, and the smell of dry soil inside reminded everyone that this place had been deserted for a long time. Leng Ruoxue lit up a flame and lit up the cave in an instant. It was only then that everyone realized that there were many totems carved on the stone walls of the cave. Each of the totems had a few beasts that looked like foxes carved on it. These beasts were huge in size and although they had different forms, they all looked extremely arrogant. Their eyes had an aura that seemed to look down on the world. The beasts on the totems were of different colors, but they all had one thing in common. That was, every beastie had a pair of beautiful fiery red eyes. If she hadn't come here, Leng Ruoxue would never have thought that there would be a place like this in her territory. If she wasn't wrong, there should have been a group of beasts living here. From the looks of it, the beasts that had once lived here had either moved away or gone extinct. Other than that, there was no other possibility. Previous chapter. Do you guys know what kind of beastie this is? Leng Ruoxue asked Ziyu and the others as she observed the stone wall. She looks like a fox. The Moon Eye said as it looked at Xueying. They're not foxes. Xueying was very certain. Although the beasts on the stone walls were only totems, they gave off an extremely powerful aura. The fox race rarely had such an aura. They were more skilled in charm and confusion techniques. Then what are they? Yu Jing's face was filled with curiosity. As a soul-gnawing beast with inherited memories, she was extremely ashamed. Because, she did not recognize these beasts on the stone wall. In her eyes, they were all foxes. Young Miss Leng, the beast on this stone wall is a little similar to the little beast that brought my young master and the others in. At this time, the Yin family subordinate finally spoke after recovering from his shock. Are you sure? Leng Ruoxue raised her brows and asked calmly. Yes. However, the little beast that brought young master and the others here should not be an adult yet. It doesn't have the aura that these beasts in the totems have. The subordinate said. Shue, since this is the little beast's territory, let's continue walking in. The demon suggested after hearing the Yin family subordinate's words. All right. Leng Ruoxue replied. Then, the group continued to walk deeper into the cave. Unknowingly, they walked further and further, and there were more and more totems on the stone walls. However, they were all about the beast race. Although the totems were carved very vividly, there were many that they could not understand. After walking for an unknown distance, Leng Ruoxue and the rest finally arrived before a huge golden door. Looking at the tightly shut golden door, Leng Ruoxue hesitated for a moment. In the end, she pushed the door open and walked in, while the others followed closely behind. With a flash of white light, Leng Ruoxue and the rest were transported to a courtyard. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that the golden door was actually a transportation array. But where were they? They were currently in a valley filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The scenery in the valley was extremely beautiful, and the climate was pleasant. The warm and gentle wind blew on everyone's bodies, making them feel extremely comfortable. Not only that, but the little beasts in the valley didn't seem to be afraid of people. After seeing them, they only sniffed them curiously and ignored them. Moreover, this valley was very large, and one could not see the end of it. Let's go over there and look for it. Leng Ruoxue pointed to a small path on her left. Even though she did not know if Brother Yin and the rest were in the valley, they could not return empty-handed. Furthermore, the strange thing was that Green Vessel was unable to monitor this place. Naturally, it would be impossible for them to investigate the situation here. Yes. No one had any objections to Leng Ruoxue's decision. The group walked along the small path on the left. Leng Ruoxue saw that there were quite a number of herbs here, so she moved Qiuqiu out of her bracelet. Once Qiuqiu was out, it flew around the valley very happily. However, when it encountered precious natural treasures, it would not forget to remind them. Miss, this place is so big. When can we reach the end? After a long time, Yuqing couldn't help but complain. Calm down, we'll be at the end soon, Leng Ruoxue consoled him helplessly. Actually, she didn't know how long she had been waiting for them to leave. However, it was a good thing that there were many herbs that she really needed growing here. Otherwise, she would have been frustrated as well. Not long after Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, a house appeared before everyone's eyes, as if to verify her words. The exterior of the house was made entirely of stone, but the interior was rather luxurious. The entire floor was paved with polished black crystal stones. The black crystal stones emitted a dense spiritual qi, so Leng Ruoxue could tell with a single glance that they were dark attribute crystal stones. Furthermore, they were of the highest quality. The surrounding walls were all colorless and semi-transparent crystals, also emitting a strong natural energy. Leng Ruoxue squinted her beautiful eyes and looked at the semi-transparent walls around her. She was speechless. If she remembered correctly, the crystal stones on the walls should be the attributeless crystal stones that were long extinct as mentioned in the information left behind by her master. All these crystal stones were of the highest quality. He really didn't know what kind of people or beasts once lived here. It was really too extravagant. Even though she had quite a few good things in her hands, she was not willing to use top-grade crystals as the floor or the wallpaper. It seemed that compared to the previous owner of this place, she was still very poor. Sob. When she thought of this, Leng Ruoxue felt depressed. Previous chapter. Why am I so poor? Leng Ruoxue thought to herself with a tinge of sadness, I wonder if there's anything that I can take with me? I really want to take all of them away, but I wonder who the owner of this place is? Oh. If he ransacked someone's house, would he be hunted down? She started to let her imagination run wild. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the originally empty room, you guys are here? The few of them were stunned and looked at each other. Their confused eyes were filled with countless question marks. Who was this voice talking to? The gazes of Leng Ruoxue and the rest could not help but land on the two guards from the Yin clan. The two guards' hearts trembled as they looked at them. It wasn't me. We don't know him. One of the guards hurriedly said under the pressure of Leng Ruoxue and the others' gazes. We don't know him, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. AI. The voice sighed and said helplessly, little girl, I'm talking to you. Since the owner of the voice had already identified the gender, the few men naturally wouldn't let their imagination run wild. As the only three women present, Leng Ruoxue, Yuqing, and Xiang, also ignored the voice and raised their heads to look at the sky. No one was stupid. This was not the first time they had encountered such a fortuitous encounter. In everyone's understanding, anyone who started off by saying, you guys are here? Usually, it would not be a good thing. They were either asked to work like cows and horses or to complete some mission. If the reward of the mission was good, it would be worth it. However, if it was some garbage, they would have no way to reason with it. After all, the mission had already been completed. Therefore, they all subconsciously avoided the words of this voice. Little girl, it's useless for you to play dumb. Since we're here, it means that we're fated to meet. Sigh. The owner of the voice sighed when no one responded. Little girl, I do have a favor to ask of you. However, if you're not willing, I won't force you. But if you don't agree to my request, you won't be able to continue forward, and you won't be able to see the friends who came here before. The voice continued. Big Brother Yin and the others are here? After Leng Ruoxue heard the voice's words, she finally had some reaction. However, she was a little annoyed in her heart. Damn it, this voice said that it wouldn't force them, but in reality, if they didn't accept this voice's mission, they wouldn't be able to continue forward. How infuriating. If the big brother Een you mentioned is the group of people who passed by here before, then they are indeed here. The voice said. Why can they pass through here? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask. There was something else that she didn't say out loud, and that was, why do we have to complete your commission? Although it was called a request, Leng Ruoxue was very clear that the previous owner of this place must have left behind some kind of test, or rather, it could be said to be their last wish. After someone discovered this place, they had no choice but to complete it. Otherwise, they would have to return the way they came. They are not the ones we have chosen. Moreover, they have a junior from my clan to lead the way. Therefore, they can naturally pass through this place directly. However, you can, the voice explained. Oh. Since that's the case, we won't be going over. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Her answer not only stunned her voice, but even Ziyu and the others were surprised. After all, they had come in to find someone, but now, because this voice wanted them to do something, their miss was suddenly not going. This didn't seem like his young miss's character. Not going over? Are you sure? Didn't you guys come here to find those people? The voice asked a few questions in a row, its tone full of disbelief. We're indeed here to find those people, but since they have a junior from your clan to lead the way, we naturally don't need to find them. We'll just wait for them at the door. Leng Ruoxue spoke the truth. She didn't know who the owner of this voice was, so she really didn't dare to lie to him. If he were to expose her, it would bring trouble to them, Brother Een, and the others. That wouldn't be the outcome she wanted. Little girl, they were brought to the holy land of my clan by a junior of my clan. There are many souls of my clan that have yet to rest in peace, so it will be dangerous for them to go there. If you can't save them in time, I'm afraid you will never see them again. The owner of the voice seemed to be in a very bad mood. What did you just say? Leng Ruoxue's voice turned cold as she questioned him. I said you must save them. Otherwise, they will be in danger. The voice repeated. You'd better make yourself clear. Leng Ruoxue warned. Little girl, this was originally the habitat of my clan. However, a great disaster several tens of thousands of years ago caused this place to become a nightmare for my clan. That great disaster was a fatal blow to my clan. My clansmen died one after another, but their souls were trapped in my clan's holy land and could not rest in peace. After so many years, their originally calm souls have become more and more violent. If they are not controlled or purified, they will become the source of a disaster for the entire divine realm. And the only one who can do this is you. This time, the voice directly stated that the person he was waiting for was Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue could no longer continue to act dumb. What makes you think I can do all this? I'm only a mid-level deity, I'm afraid I can't take on such a heavy responsibility. Leng Ruoxue declined politely. She didn't want to be a savior. She was just a small deity. For such a matter of saving people in distress, there would naturally be powerful experts who would step up. Therefore, she didn't think that such a matter would be up to her. Little girl, your flame has the ability to purify. It can let the souls of my clansmen rest in peace. Therefore, they really need your help. If you are willing to help, my clan's collection that has lasted for tens of thousands of years will all belong to you. Also, the only surviving junior of my clan can also recognize you as its master. My clansmen have some special abilities that will be very useful to you. The voice coaxed. Previous chapter. You should know by looking at this house that our clan has many good things. You won't be at a disadvantage. The voice helplessly reminded. Your commission is for me to help purify the souls of your clansmen? Leng Ruoxue probed. Even though she was tempted by the things here, she had to be alive to enjoy them. She didn't want to do something she couldn't do for these good things. It was no different from suicide. However, it seemed that the purification that she knew of was usually directly burned by fire, and those so-called souls would naturally all turn into ashes. Yes. My clansmen have all been dead for tens of thousands of years. If they don't rest in peace, they'll probably turn into vengeful spirits. So, please save them. The voice pleaded. I'll try. However, I can't guarantee that I can do it, but you have to promise me that even if I can't do it, you can't stop me from taking Brother Een and the others out of here. Leng Ruoxue started to talk about her conditions. Actually, she felt that the voice was probably lying when it said that they would be in danger if she couldn't rescue them in time. This was because the voice was certain that she wouldn't just stand by and watch. If not, why would they come all the way here? However, they were using Brother Een as bait, and she couldn't help but fall for it. Thus, she could only state her conditions clearly. Regardless of whether Brother Een and the rest were really in danger, she was going to take them away. If she could purify the clansmen mentioned by the voice and obtain their many years of collection, it would be a good thing. However, she could not be too sure about such things. Therefore, she would never make any promises to the voice. You can definitely do it. The voice replied confidently after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. We've agreed to your commission. Can you let us through now? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask. This house had appeared on the road they had come from. Hence, the road ahead was completely blocked by the house. Hence, they could only continue on after the house let them through. Not only will I let you go, but I'll also take you to my tribe's holy land. The voice was filled with joy. After he finished speaking, a translucent white beast that looked like a fox appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes to size up the almost transparent little beast in front of her. She was secretly shocked. This little beast was actually a spirit as well. However, this little beast's mind was unusually clear. Its fiery red eyes also flickered with the light of wisdom. It looked like an extremely intelligent little beast. What kind of beastie are you? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. I'm a fox. The little translucent beast replied shyly. Fox? Leng Ruoxue furrowed her brows and thought for a while, but she realized that she had no information on this type of beast. You're really a fox. Suddenly, Shuang shouted, his fluffy face full of disbelief. What's wrong? Leng Ruoxue and the rest looked at Shuang in confusion. According to the historical records of our fox clan, a long, long time ago, the term fox referred to two types of beasts. One was a fox, and the other was a raccoon. Not only do we look similar, but we are also related by blood. Moreover, the raccoon's strength was one of the best in the divine realm. As such, the fox clan could definitely be compared to the kings of the dragon and phoenix clans in the divine realm. However, ever since the raccoon clan went extinct, our fox clan declined. Shuang said with a hint of sadness. In fact, what it didn't say was that the fox clan was once strong because of the existence of the fox. Moreover, the fox clan was good at charm, while the fox was good at fighting. In addition, the fox also had a very enviable innate skill, which was transmigration. To put it bluntly, Siri could travel to any place they wanted to go, as if they were entering a no-man's land. And Siri, whose strength had reached the hierarch level, could even travel through time and space. However, now that there were outsiders, it naturally couldn't say this out loud. The civet cats that the major families knew were probably the ones it had said before. Yes. Little fox, I didn't expect you to know about this. The little white beast's fiery red eyes were filled with tears as it spoke with excitement. Little fox. When Snow Shadow heard this form of address, he was extremely depressed. After all, it had lived for many years and had always been the one calling others little fellow. Now, it was being called little fox by a soul that had been dead for who knew how many years. This was really a little strange. Ha ha ha. Although I'm already dead, I'm probably much older than the current leader of your fox clan. It's not a loss for you to call you a little fox, right? The little translucent beast, who had seen through Snow Shadow's thoughts, said. A palm-sized little beast had called the gigantic Shuang a little fox. Not only Shuang could not bear it, even Leng Ruoxue and the rest felt that it was a little strange. However, out of consideration for Shuaying's face, they were kind enough not to laugh out loud. You can call me Shuaying. Snow Shadow gritted his teeth. However, he couldn't possibly argue with a dead person who was considered half his ancestor. However, it was still very unhappy. Alright then. Snow Shadow. Little girl, I'll take you to my clan's holy land. The little white beast said to Leng Ruoxue. You can call me Leng Ruoxue or Shuer. Leng Ruoxue reminded. When she heard this voice calling her a little girl, she didn't feel anything. However, now that the owner of the voice had appeared, that slightly mature voice, coupled with such a small body, hearing the words, little girl, from its mouth, she couldn't take it anymore. Alright then. Shuer. The little white beast seemed to be very aggrieved. After it finished speaking, it enveloped Leng Ruoxue and the others in a white light. Then, Leng Ruoxue and the others watched as they passed through the wall and came to the other side of the road. Ugh. Was this considered a wall-crossing technique? He really didn't think that a small beast like the fox would have such an ability. It was really too heaven-defying. If he had such a small beast, stealing things would be like entering a no-man's land. Leng Ruoxue looked at the little snow-white beast, her beautiful eyes glowing as her imagination ran wild. In fact, not only her, even Ziyu and the others had the same thought. The two guards of the Yin family were so surprised that they fell into a daze, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Previous chapter. Little Li, where is your sacred ground? Hurry up and bring us there. Leng Ruoxue looked at the sky and urged. Little Tanuki? Hearing Leng Ruoxue's form of address, the little white beast was taken aback. It thought to itself, who is this little girl calling? It's you. Leng Ruoxue looked at the little white beast's dazed expression and knew that it had yet to react. I'm not called little Tanuki. The little white beast sighed helplessly. It seemed that this little girl was a lazy person. She didn't even ask for its name and just called it little Tanuki. Oh. Leng Ruoxue gave a light reply and did not continue. The little white beast, who had been waiting for Leng Ruoxue to ask for its name, saw that she did not continue to ask as it had expected. It then asked in confusion, why didn't you ask for my name? This little girl's reaction was really too different. It seemed that it was not easy to guess her thoughts. Sob. Why did the heavens send such a difficult little girl to solve the problem of their clan? This little girl was clearly not someone who knew her place. At this moment, the little white beast made an important conclusion to Leng Ruoxue. The name is not important. If you want to tell us, we will ask you even if we don't. If you don't want to tell us, it's useless for us to ask. Leng Ruoxue said in a tongue-twister-like manner. I'm Emoli, the little white beast introduced itself. Emoli? You're clearly white. Why are you called Emoli? It's so strange. Before Leng Ruoxue could say anything about Emoli's name, Yuqing asked curiously. My name doesn't seem to have anything to do with my color. Our leopard cat race doesn't name ourselves according to color. After hearing the Moon Eye's words, the little white beast's forehead was filled with black lines, and it couldn't help but secretly sigh in its heart. When did soul-gnawing beasts become so stupid? It really didn't dare to imagine how the soul-gnawing beast clan had managed to survive until now. Could it be said that they were just too lucky? Oh. Little Black. Hurry up and bring us to your race's holy land. After hearing Mo Li's explanation, Yuqing urged him with embarrassment. The little white beast, Mo Li, let out a sigh. He was completely depressed. He had already said that his name was Mo Li. Did he still need to emphasize that his name was not Little Black? He didn't know if this soul-gnawing beast was really stupid or was deliberately toying with him. It was really infuriating. However, it was the little girl who needed its help now, so it naturally couldn't get angry at them over such a small matter. So, after thinking about it, it held back. However, it still couldn't help but remind him, please call me Mo Li, not Blackie. Although the meaning of black and ink was similar, black was black, and ink was ink. They definitely could not be mixed together. Mo Li insisted on this. Alright. Li. Hurry up and bring us there. Yuqing said disapprovingly. Since this little beast was not satisfied with Little Black, then she would just change the way she addressed it. It was not a big deal. Let's go. Mo Li sighed and decided not to argue about the name anymore. Otherwise, it would be so angry that its soul would fly out of its body. Following that, the white light enveloped Leng Ruoxue and the rest. They were teleported to the gate of the Holy Land that Mo Li had mentioned. The so-called Holy Land was actually an unusually large and gorgeous palace. The top of the palace reached into the clouds, and it was impossible to see the end. One could only imagine how large the palace was. Go in. There's a lot of space inside, and there are many passages. You must follow me closely and don't run around. Otherwise, if you end up trapped here, I won't be able to save you. Mo Li reminded. This palace was the crystallization of the Fox clan's wisdom. It was full of traps and mechanisms. Since no one had been in control of the palace for many years, it was similar to an ownerless palace. However, this ownerless palace would automatically set up defenses, especially when it sensed an aura that did not belong to the Fox clan. Therefore, it was impossible for any outsider to leave the palace alive unless they were led by a member of the Fox clan. Which path leads to the sacred land's core? Leng Ruoxue asked as she looked at the numerous paths in front of her, which were covered with top-grade black crystals and were so bright that they could reflect a person's image. Ha ha ha. Schwapper, don't worry. None of these paths were. Follow me. Mo Li pushed open the door of the room closest to them and walked in. Leng Ruoxue and the rest followed him in, only to realize that the room was completely empty. There was nothing at all. Mo Li smiled mysteriously when he saw the confused expressions on Leng Ruoxue and the others' faces. Then, he raised his little paw and a white light covered Leng Ruoxue and the others again. Then, he brought them through the wall. She could only watch as she passed through wall after wall. The walls were all made of crystals, so one could imagine how hard they were. Furthermore, she had never experienced such an experience before. Leng Ruoxue felt extremely strange, and she did not know what kind of feeling lingered in her heart. However, she was now certain that these legendary beasts like the fox didn't like to walk the ordinary path, and the paths they saw just now were probably just a smokescreen. Who asked them to have such a heaven-defying skill? This was a talent that could not be envied. They didn't know how many walls Mo Li had brought them through. When Leng Ruoxue and the others felt a little dizzy, they finally arrived at their destination. The so-called core of the Holy Land was actually the center of the entire palace, and just by standing outside the door of the core, they could feel the dense spiritual energy emitted from inside. This is the place. The ancestor who built this Holy Land was one of the oldest and most famous ancestors of the Fox tribe. In the eyes of the Fox tribe, the ancestor's wisdom was definitely above that of humans. Otherwise, this Holy Land would not have been built so beautifully. It must be known that such a palace was unique even among the Beast tribe. Can we go in? Leng Ruoxue asked for Mo Li's opinion. Yes. Mo Li nodded, but his little body kept trembling. Obviously, he was a little nervous. After all, he hadn't come back for a long time. He was like a child who hadn't come home for a long time and was afraid of his home. With Mo Li's permission, Leng Ruoxue pushed open the heavy door with her slender hands. Then, a strong spiritual qi gushed out. Leng Ruoxue and the rest walked in and looked at the place that was known as the core of the Holy Land. How should he put it? This was considered a room, but it was not completely a room because the area of this room was too large. Many open spaces were planted with all kinds of flowers. If she didn't know that this was the Holy Land of the Fox race, she would definitely think that this was the residence of some senior. The room was completely open and there were no windows. Sitting in the inner room, one could see the scenery outside. There were a few praying mats placed in the middle of the room. A small table was placed in the middle of the praying mats. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she guessed that this was the place where the clan leader or elder of the Leopard Cat clan discussed matters. However, it was obvious that the souls of the members of the Fox clan that Mo Li had mentioned were not here. Mo Li, where are the souls of your people? Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask. You guys follow me, be careful. Mo Li, who was reminiscing about his family's elders, came back to his senses and said. Following that, it brought Leng Ruoxue and the rest to the garden. In an unremarkable corner of the garden, there was a translucent wall. Through the wall, Leng Ruoxue and the others could clearly see countless translucent souls like Mo floating there. However, some of the souls had gradually turned gray. When those souls turned completely black, they would become real vengeful spirits. By then, even the wall would not be able to stop them. This wall contains the souls of our ancestors. Therefore, it can prevent these souls from breaking through the wall. However, tens of thousands of years have passed, and the deterrence of the souls of our ancestors has become weaker and weaker. It won't be long before they cross the wall and wander around the entire divine world. It will be a disaster for the divine world. Mo said with concern. Since their souls haven't been destroyed, why didn't they reincarnate? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. From what she knew, other than reverend god-level cultivators, it seemed that anyone below the god-king level could be reincarnated as long as their soul did not dissipate. The reason why these souls existed was proof that their souls were intact. At least, they did not look like they had any problems on the surface. If that was the case, why were they trapped here? She could not figure it out. They're all cursed and can't be reincarnated. Mo said with some difficulty. The cursed clansmen were sometimes clear-headed and sometimes confused. Once they were not clear-headed, they would attack each other's souls. As time went by, the clansmen who were always defeated would become more and more resentful. Therefore, they would gradually turn into resentful spirits. Once one clansman turned into a resentful spirit, it would devour the other clansmen. It could definitely devour one or more vengeful spirit kings, and even give birth to a vengeful spirit emperor. To the divine realm, that would definitely be a great catastrophe of destruction. Why are you fine? Leng Ruoxue looked at Mo and asked curiously. According to the records, although the soul could retain its consciousness, it would not be as clear as Mo's. The soul and the divine consciousness were different. The soul was very fragile and could only remember a limited number of things. However, the divine consciousness could remember everything about its master, including the tasks that its master had assigned to it. Therefore, before Mo showed up, she had thought that it was someone's divine consciousness that was talking to them. It had never crossed her mind that it was someone's divine consciousness. The one who wanted them to complete the mission was actually a soul. In order to keep my mind clear at all times, the clan leader sacrificed himself. Otherwise, it would be no different from the soul locked up here. Mo lowered his head and said with tears in his fiery red eyes. The disaster tens of thousands of years ago had caused many of the members of the Leopard Cat clan to die or be injured. Even after their deaths, the clansmen could not rest in peace and could not be reincarnated. However, the powerful ancestors of the clan might not have died if they had not sacrificed themselves for the sake of their clansmen. Unfortunately, even if they had sacrificed themselves, they could not save these cursed clansmen. The only person who could save the members of the Leopard Cat clan was this beautiful human girl in front of them. Oh. Then what do you want me to do? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked calmly after hearing what Mo said. She looked into the room through the translucent wall, but she didn't see Brother Ian and the others. Purify them, let their souls rest in peace. Mo said expectantly. But, the purification that I know of is to burn with fire. By then, I'm afraid that not even ashes will be left of your clansmen. Leng Ruoxue said innocently. Leng Ruoxue's words made the little Mo Yan's mouth twitch unnaturally. He was speechless. Did the old ancestor count the wrong person? Could this beautiful human girl really solve the crisis of their race? It was very suspicious now. I really don't know how to purify souls and let them rest in peace. If you want them to disappear from this world, it's not difficult to do. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Actually, she had said that on purpose. However, when she saw the little beast's mouth twitching, she was speechless. Could a soul do such a thing? It really wasn't easy. You just need to control the temperature of your flame. Flame. Mo said with a sigh. Good. Then tell me, what's the temperature to control? Leng Ruoxue asked shamelessly. 70% will do. If it's any higher, my people will be roasted dry. Mo reminded him. Oh. Your requirements are a little high, so I can only guarantee that the temperature will be controlled at about 70 degrees. As for whether it's high or low, I can't control it. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. In fact, with her current ability to control fire, it was not difficult for her to control the temperature of the fire at 70 degrees. However, she did not want Mo to think that it was easy. If that happened, this cunning little beast would not cherish the fruits of his labor. As expected, Mo was a little upset after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. However, he still said considerately, it doesn't matter, just do your best. And, that's right, where are Big Brother Ian and the others? Why don't I see them? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. She had not forgotten the reason why she was here. They're inside. Mo pointed at the translucent wall and said. Inside? Isn't it dangerous inside? Was it a junior from your clan who brought them in? Leng Ruoxue said. She felt anger rising in her heart. Damn it, if Brother Ian and the others were to lose even a single hair, she would have turned these souls into ashes. With the protection of my clan's juniors, they are temporarily safe. However, it's hard to say for sure after a long time. Mo lowered his head and said in embarrassment. Oh, really? You'd better make sure that they're safe, or else. Leng Ruoxue deliberately said half a sentence and left half a sentence behind. Mo Li understood what she meant, so he could only smile bitterly. I'll bring you in. Mo Li said. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, Mo Li covered them with the white light again and brought them through the wall. With the protection of the white light, the souls inside the wall miraculously didn't get close to them. They just watched from a distance. Slowly, some souls started to float over. However, they only surrounded the white circle of light and looked at them curiously. Mo Li led them to a small building with only 2 floors. They didn't know how long they had been walking. The small building was not tall, and its appearance was very simple. Although there were many souls floating around, the number was negligible compared to the ones they had seen along the way. Your friend is inside. Mo Li pointed at the 2-story building in front of them. Bring us in. Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. Yes. Yes. Mo Li nodded and entered the building with Leng Ruoxue and the others. After entering, Leng Ruoxue was surprised to find that there was not a single soul inside. She was puzzled. Didn't those souls know how to pass through walls? Why didn't any soul enter? There are also the souls of my clan's old ancestors here, they can't enter. Mo Li explained as he saw through Leng Ruoxue's thoughts. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded. No wonder there were no spirits here. If Big Brother Yin and the others were here, they should be safe for the time being. However, why did the little beast by Big Brother Yin's side bring them here? Humph. When she saw that little beast, she would definitely interrogate it properly. He brought Leng Ruoxue and the rest up to the 2nd floor. After they entered a room, a familiar voice rang out, Shue. Why are you guys here? Leng Ruoxue didn't need to look to know that the person who spoke was Brother Yin. However, she still had to put on an angry look and said, of course we're here to save you. Big Brother Yin. You don't even know where this place is, so how can you just barge in? I'm sorry. Yin Shao lowered his head guiltily. He knew that they had made Shue worried. Young master. It's a good thing you're alright, otherwise. How are we going to explain this to the head of the family? When the 2 Yin family guards saw Yin Shao, they could not help but cry out. If it was any other time, they would not have said such things. However, this time, they were really too anxious and thus, they could not help but blurt out these words. I didn't expect that we wouldn't be able to get out of this place. Yin Shao said gloomily. They had indeed followed Xiao Budian here out of curiosity, but after entering the building, they realized that they were trapped inside. However, they couldn't get out, and the ferocious spirits outside couldn't get in either. Thus, they were temporarily safe. It's normal that it can't get out. This fox is still underage, so it naturally can't break through the restrictions set by the ancestors. At this moment, Mo Li couldn't help explaining. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Looking at this soul that could speak, Yin Shao knew that it was different from the ones outside. Compared to Xiao Budian, who couldn't speak, he would rather talk to this soul. AI. Along the way, he asked the little guy a lot of questions. However, apart from acting cute, the little guy simply couldn't answer them. Not only that, he even brought them here and trapped them here. Thinking of this, he felt extremely depressed. Previous chapter. What is this place? Why are there so many souls here? Yin Shao looked at the translucent fox-like creature in front of him and asked in confusion. This is the holy land of my clan. They are the dead clansmen of my clan. Mo Li gave a simple answer. Then why are they? Yin Shao had wanted to ask why they were trapped here, but he was embarrassed to ask when he saw Mo Li's excited look. It must be something sad. They're cursed and can't reincarnate. My ancestors were afraid that they would go out and cause trouble, so they trapped them here. However, they can't be trapped here for long. Mo Li stared at Leng Ruoxue with his fiery red eyes after he finished his words. Then why are you fine? Yin Shao couldn't help but ask again. The soul in front of him was obviously different from the ones outside. I'm special. Mo Li said with tears in his eyes. It was special because it was chosen by the ancestors to wait for the messenger who could save their entire clan. Therefore, the ancestors did not hesitate to consume their own divine power to keep its spiritual consciousness clear. When Yin Shao heard her say, I'm special, he knew that he couldn't ask any more questions. He was afraid that he would get into Leng Ruoxue's secret. Thus, he turned his gaze to Leng Ruoxue. Just as he was about to change the topic, he realized that Shue wasn't even looking at him. Instead, she was focused on the little white beast in his arms. Ugh. Shue's gaze was very unfriendly. She wouldn't do anything to this little one, right? Just as he was thinking about this, Leng Ruoxue walked to his side and took the little one away from his arms. Little thing, how should I teach you a lesson? Leng Ruoxue raised the palm-sized little beast into the air and spoke in an unfriendly tone. However, not only did Leng Ruoxue's actions not make Xiao Budian afraid, she even acted cute. Her little head rubbed against Leng Ruoxue's snow-white wrist, making her not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that this little thing was a smart fellow. She actually thought that she could just act coquettishly. Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue freed one hand and slapped Xiao Budian's chubby little butt. This slap was definitely not light. However, Xiao Budian only gritted his teeth in pain. Immediately after, tears welled up in his eyes and he looked at Leng Ruoxue with an aggrieved expression. It's useless to act pitiful. Leng Ruoxue chided. Woo. Xiao Budian sobbed, but no one present interceded for him. When he saw this, he couldn't help but turn to look at Yin Xiao. The pleading in his eyes was self-evident. However, he knew that he couldn't provoke Leng Ruoxue when she was angry, so he didn't dare to plead on Xiao Budian's behalf. Furthermore, his crime didn't seem to be pardoned. In this way, he did not dare to speak up for the little guy. Woo! Little fellow, take care of yourself and pray for good luck. He prayed in his heart. Pa pa. Following a few crisp sounds, Xiao Budian's fat but also received a few slaps. However, Xiao Budian didn't dare to be angry, nor did he dare to speak. Ugh. The main thing was that he couldn't speak. However, Leng Ruoxue had already left a vicious impression in its young heart. Hence, from now on, it was extremely obedient in front of Leng Ruoxue. Seeing that his junior was being beaten up and no one was pleading for him, Emoli finally couldn't help but say, Shue, it already knows its mistake. Please spare it. Yes, yes. Xiao Budian kept nodding his head after hearing Emoli's words. His red eyes were full of tears. He looked so pitiful. However, Leng Ruoxue would not be soft-hearted towards a small beast that had put big brother Yin and the rest in danger. Hence, no matter how cute this small beast was, it was useless. Pa pa. The sound of slapping continued to ring out. Seeing that acting cute and acting cute were of no use, the little guy simply began to wail. When the people present heard the cry, they all turned their heads in tacit understanding. After a long time, Leng Ruoxue stopped and looked at the little beastie that was bawling its eyes out. She was speechless. Was it that painful? She felt that she had already shown mercy. If she really wanted to beat it up, how could its small body withstand it? Actually, she didn't expect the little beast that brought Brother Yin and the rest to this place to be so small. However, no matter how small it was, it still had to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, it would be lawless in the future. Don't cry anymore, or I'll throw you to the wolves, Leng Ruoxue threatened. However, her threatening words caused Ziyu and the others to be filled with black lines on their foreheads. They couldn't help but secretly think, Miss, a wolf might not eat this little thing. In the beast clan, the bloodline of beasts is of different levels, and this little fox's bloodline level is very high. After all, its ancestors were once comparable to the kings of the beast clan, such as dragons and phoenixes. Let me ask you, can a wolf eat such a small beast? Although the wolf clan's bloodline wasn't low, it was still slightly inferior to a fox's. Although everyone present felt that Leng Ruoxue's threat was unbelievable, Xiao Budian did not dare to cry anymore. He could only cry in his heart. Woo woo. This big sister was so fierce. It was so scared. Shue, you'd better hurry up and purify my clansmen. In fact, this little fellow brought them here to save our clansmen. It's just that it's too young and doesn't understand these things. Good intentions end up in bad things. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had finished venting her anger, Emoli defended Xiao Budian. It doesn't understand. Don't you understand? Since you know that not only can't Brother Yin save them, but you will also be in danger, why did you let them come? Leng Ruoxue asked angrily after hearing what Emoli had said. In fact, she had wanted to ask these questions for a long time, but she had not seen Brother Yin and the others yet, so she had held back. Shue, I know you're angry, but I can't do anything about this. This is all determined by the innate talent of my race. Emoli said helplessly. Their race was gifted with the ability to travel through time. Therefore, his juniors could take the little girl's friends through the room without any obstacles. As a soul, it could not stop them. After all, it had its own mission. It could not leave the room until someone could save its people. After hearing what Emoli said, Leng Ruoxue was a little depressed. She thought of the wall-passing technique. Indeed, one could enter uninvited without permission. This talent was quite annoying when he thought about it. Who would be able to tolerate a small beast entering and leaving their own place as if no one was there? It seemed that she had to educate this little beastie properly. Otherwise, it would cause trouble for her and the others if it ran around like this. Little girl, hurry up and purify the souls of my clansmen. That way, we can leave this place and all of my clan's collections will belong to you, as well as this little beast. Emoli reminded him. This little beast is Big Brother Yin-'s, I don't want it. Leng Ruoxue said with a look of disdain. Shue, I've been wandering all over the world and can't bring along such a small cub, please take it. Yin Xiao hurriedly replied. He had originally wanted to keep this little beast with Leng Ruoxue, but now that she said she didn't want it, he was a little anxious. He was a grown man, and if he brought such a small beast with him, he would be a joke. If this was an adult beast, he might have considered it. But I don't want it either. Leng Ruoxue's face showed nothing but disgust, which made Emoli speechless. However, he felt more helpless, because he could already predict the difficult process of his junior recognizing a master. Sob. Only by following this little girl could the leopard cat clan have a future and regain its former glory. Therefore, he had to make this little girl accept his junior. Thinking of this, Emoli said, little girl, my clan's talent is extremely heaven-defying, and it will be very helpful to you in the future. So, you should accept it. Yup. Shue, This little thing is pretty and cute, and has great talent. You should take it. Yin Xiao pleaded again. Even though this little fellow's talent was extremely envious, he didn't dare to keep this little thing by his side. If that happened, wouldn't he lose all his privacy? Ever since he knew that the little guy could go through the wall, he understood how this little guy entered his tent without being discovered. Big brother Ian. It was originally your beastie, and I also feel that you two are quite compatible. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take away what others love, so how can I accept it? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with embarrassment. It's not my beastie, I'm only temporarily taking it in. It was true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Zhong. Helplessly, Yin Xiao could only use Uncle Zhong as a shield. Yup. Young Lady Leng, young master had originally intended to give this little beast to you. Uncle Zhong sighed and said helplessly. In his heart, he kept complaining, young master, even if you don't want this beastie, you don't have to drag him into this. Even if big brother Ian wants to leave it to me, it seems that this little beast is not very willing. Why don't we respect this little fellow's opinion? Leng Ruoxue noticed the fear and uneasiness in the little beastie's eyes from the corner of her eyes and smiled. Little guy, are you willing to follow me? Leng Ruoxue raised little beastie before her eyes again and asked seriously. Her solemnness frightened little beastie so much that it did not dare to respond. Woo, this sister was too fierce. It didn't want to be with her. However, it couldn't shout out these words, because it couldn't speak. It felt aggrieved. Big brother Ian. This little thing is not willing. Leng Ruoxue saw that little beastie had no reaction and quickly added. When Yin Xiao heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he was speechless. Even if that little beastie can't speak, you don't have to bully it like this. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He could tell that the little guy was already scared silly by Shue'er's fierceness. Under such circumstances, which beastie would say yes However, this matter could not go as Shue'er wished, because he had already decided to throw this burden to Shue'er. I have such a good master. How could it not be willing? At this moment, Mo Li came to the little beast and said, blinking his eyes. In fact, it was sending a message to the little beast. However, its strength was limited after becoming a soul. If it was too far away, it wouldn't be able to transmit everything it wanted to say into the little beast's heart. The little beastie nodded hesitantly after hearing its ancestor's words. However, the expression on its little face was very unwilling. Naturally, its expression could not be hidden from the people present. Seeing the little beastie's reluctance and its posture of being driven to a corner, Ziyu and the others were deeply speechless. One must know that their Mrs. affinity with beasts had always been so good that it made people jealous. This was the first time they had seen a little beastie so unwilling to follow their miss. They couldn't help but feel curious. However, everyone knew that this was most likely related to the fact that their miss had previously beaten its butt. You're really willing? Leng Ruoxue's eyes were half closed as she asked coldly. The chill in her words made the little beastie shiver. It curled up its little body and nodded unwillingly. Tears kept welling up in its fiery red eyes. It wanted to cry but did not dare to. But you don't look very willing. Leng Ruoxue observed the little beast in her hands carefully. It can't speak. Didn't it nod? Why wouldn't I be willing? Yin Xiao hurriedly said. Yup. It's very willing. Mo Li agreed. Since you all say so, then I'll take it. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly as she looked at the man and the beast soul who were lying through their teeth. In her opinion, it did not matter if she had one more beast or one less. Therefore, it did not matter much to her whether she accepted it or not. However, seeing how Brother Ian and Mo Li were trying their best to promote this little beast, she would feel sorry for them if she did not accept it. You've made a wise decision. Yin Xiao seemed to heave a sigh of relief. I've finally gotten rid of this little fellow. You won't regret this. Mo Li said with joy. Now that the problem of the only junior in the clan had been solved, it was time for the souls in his clan who could not be reincarnated. He was excited at the thought of this. It had been waiting for this day for a long time. Looking at the man and beast in high spirits, Leng Ruoxue felt a little regretful. Could she return the goods now? This was clearly a forced purchase. Because whether it was her or that little beast, they were both not very satisfied with each other. The little beast was angry but did not dare to speak up, but she was indifferent. Now, you can purify the souls of my clansmen. Mo Li urged impatiently. I can, but they're too scattered. Do you have any way to gather them together? Leng Ruoxue asked. Her soul was too scattered. If she were to purify it, she did not know how long it would take. She would die from exhaustion. I'll try. You just need to come out with me. The rest of you can stay here. Mo Li said after some thought. When Xiao Budian heard his own grand ancestor's words, he struggled a few times in Leng Ruoxue's hands. His intention was clear, he wanted to go out too. However, Leng Ruoxue would not give this little guy the chance to go out and cause trouble. He threw it into Ziyu's arms and gave Mo Li a look. Then, the man and the beast left the room. In the yard, Mo Li roared into the air. This roar was the unique sound of the Fox clan when they called for their companions. Although the members of the Fox clan had become souls, this sound was deeply engraved in their souls. However, Mo Li did not know if his people would still respond to the call. However, its worry was obviously unnecessary because before the end of its roar could be heard, countless translucent souls flew over from all directions. Although the souls' eyes were filled with confusion, they would never forget the voice. Some of the souls who were still conscious even nodded at Mo Li in a friendly way. Mo Li. Why have you summoned us? A similarly translucent soul said. You can all be free now. Mo Li said with excitement. Really? The soul that spoke could not believe it. It thought it had heard wrong. Yes, she's here to purify you. Mo Li pointed at Leng Ruoxue and said. The soul started to size Leng Ruoxue up with its red eyes after hearing what Mo Li said. Could this human woman really save them? It couldn't believe it, because in its eyes, this human woman was so weak. While the soul was sizing her up, Leng Ruoxue didn't forget to look at it as well. This soul's aura seemed to be even stronger than Mo Li's. No wonder it was able to maintain consciousness like Mo Li. However, on its translucent chest, there was a gray area the size of a fist, which Mo Li didn't have. However, this soul seemed to be the king of souls in this place. Because of its presence, some souls that drooled at her did not dare to approach her, even if those souls were very envious of her. Little human girl, I thank you on behalf of the leopard cat race. It looked at Leng Ruoxue's soul and said slowly after a long while. It knew Mo Li's mission very well. Since this woman was brought here by Mo Li, it must be right. You're thanking me a little too early. I don't have the confidence to purify you. If I accidentally burn you into ashes, don't blame me. Leng Ruoxue said the ugly words first. Ha ha ha. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the soul could not help but burst out laughing. After it was done laughing, it spoke again. What an interesting little human girl. I've never seen a human like you. In fact, you don't have to say that because even if you really annihilate us, no one will take revenge on you. Our Fox clan no longer exists. Even though the soul spirit was smiling as it spoke, Leng Ruoxue could hear the self-mockery and sadness in its words. However, this soul spirit of the leopard cat race with a straightforward temperament had left a very good impression on her. At least when it heard her words, it did not become angry from embarrassment. Instead, it knew how to laugh at itself to get out of trouble. This was enough to show that the intelligence of the leopard cat race was very high. Little human girl, my clansmen have been waiting for too long. Let's begin the purification. The soul said. Good. Gather them. I might need to purify them in batches. Leng Ruoxue ordered. There were so many souls that it was impossible to purify all of them at once. However, the fox's words seemed to be more effective than Mo Li's. Therefore, she had to find someone who could talk. Seeing Leng Ruoxue ignore him and order the soul of the leopard cat race, who he had only met once, to do what it was supposed to do, Mo Li's heart felt unbalanced. This hateful little girl was clearly burning the bridge after crossing the river. How could he treat it like this? What a realistic little fellow, Mo Li thought to himself angrily. He also looked at Leng Ruoxue with resentment, but Leng Ruoxue ignored him. Then, the soul of the fox race said something to the souls around it, and the souls that were not very dense gathered together automatically. Little human girl, you can start now. The soul of the leopard cat said with great reluctance. Its fiery red eyes carried a trace of nostalgia. All right, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Immediately, a small flame that was glowing with a purple light appeared on her fair fingertips. Although the flame was small, its temperature was extremely high. The moment the flame appeared, the souls of the leopard clan members started to tremble uncontrollably. The flame made them feel fear. It made them instinctively afraid. However, they knew that they could not retreat. Taking in their expressions, Leng Ruoxue waved her hand gently. The flame on her fingertip flew towards the gathered souls. In an instant, a purplish-red light lit up the sky. The small flame suddenly grew bigger and enveloped the gathered souls within it. Not long after, painful howls could be heard from the flame. Arg! It hurts. Arg! I'm finally free. At the moment the flames burned their souls, the souls of the leopard cat race, which were not very clear-headed, regained their consciousness for a moment. Although the flames were extremely painful to them, they knew that they would only be able to truly escape if they could withstand the heat. Otherwise, they would be reduced to ashes. Leng Ruoxue used her mind to control the temperature of the flames, feeling the souls within the flames. Even though many souls were trying their best to hold on, there were already some souls who were not strong-willed and could not withstand the high temperature, turning into ashes. After a while, the painful wails grew weaker and weaker. Slowly, the moans of comfort rang out continuously. Leng Ruoxue knew that this was the sign of the soul's purification. After being burned by the flames, the souls that had survived to the end could be reincarnated. The curses on their bodies had also been completely burned away by her natal flames. After that, Leng Ruoxue retracted her natal fire. The souls that were wrapped in the flames gradually revealed their pure, translucent looks. The fiery red eyes of the souls were filled with gratitude. After bowing slightly to Leng Ruoxue, they looked at each other and started to mumble to themselves. Leng Ruoxue could not understand the mumbling of the souls. However, as the souls spoke, specks of light began to float in the air. Following that, the specks of light floated towards Leng Ruoxue and enveloped her within. The light spots were extremely warm and comfortable. Leng Ruoxue bathed in the light spots and felt extremely comfortable. Although she did not know what the light spots were, she could clearly feel that the divine power in her body was becoming more and more abundant. This made her pleasantly surprised. She guessed that the light spots were the souls of the leopard clan expressing their gratitude. As the light spots on Leng Ruoxue's body slowly disappeared, the souls of the fox race who were mumbling to themselves also slowly disappeared into the air. Leng Ruoxue knew that they had gone to another world, so she was happy for them. Following that, Leng Ruoxue repeated the process of purifying the souls of the Fox tribe members in batches. Every time she purified them, there would be souls that could not withstand the burning flames and would turn into ashes. The souls that remained would express their gratitude to her in the same way. After a long time, Emily was the only one left in front of Leng Ruoxue. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Emily, who was reluctant to leave. She couldn't help but say, "Emily, what are your plans?" "Shue, I'm going to reincarnate as well. Although I don't know what I'll become in my next life, I'll always remember the kindness you've shown to our leopard cat tribe. You'll always be our leopard cat tribe's friend. I give you my blessings," Emily said sadly. Then, he mumbled to himself like the soul of the fox race. Then, countless light spots flew toward Leng Ruoxue. Then, Emily's half-transparent body disappeared in front of Leng Ruoxue. Seeing Emily disappear with her own eyes, Leng Ruoxue did not feel good. Although she had not spent a long time with this fox, they knew each other. Even though they were not close, she still felt sad. When the demon and the rest walked out of the building, they saw Leng Ruoxue standing alone in the courtyard in a daze. They had seen everything that Shue had done in the room. When they saw so many cursed souls that could not be reincarnated, many of them felt sympathy for the Fox clan. "Shue, let's leave this place." The evildoer came to Leng Ruoxue's side and pulled her into his arms. Still not enough. Leng Ruoxue, who had regained her senses, grabbed Xiao Budian from Ziyu's arms and said, "Little thing, Emily must have told you the location of the Fox clan's collection for many years. Quickly bring me there." Damn it, she had forgotten to ask for payment from Emily. She didn't remember it until he had disappeared. Oh. What a mistake. When did she become so emotional? Seeing the members of the leopard clan disappear, she felt sad. In fact, it was a good thing that they had left this place because it meant that they were reborn. However, it was not a good thing for her that they had all left. She hadn't even asked for her reward. When Yin Xiao and the rest heard Leng Ruoxue's words, their foreheads were filled with black lines. They were helpless. However, they were also a little suspicious. Would the little guy really know where the Fox race's treasure was hidden? They did not think that Emily would tell Xiao Budian the location of the Fox clan's treasure. However, they did not dare to say it in front of Leng Ruoxue. As for Xiao Budian, he was being held in Leng Ruoxue's hands. His tiny body was so frightened that he could not stop trembling. The tears in his fiery red eyes were also dripping down drop by drop. Seeing the little guy's pitiful look, Leng Ruoxue was a little angry. She really couldn't understand why this little guy was crying. Didn't I just beat its butt a few times before? Was there a need to scare it like this? Those who didn't know would think that they were bullying small animals. Don't cry. Say something. Leng Ruoxue growled softly. Shue, it still can't speak. Yin Xiao helplessly reminded. Oh. Bring us there then. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Following that, she placed Xiao Budian on the ground. Xiao Budian did not dare to disobey her orders. He ran unwillingly in front on his 4 short legs. Woo. When the old grand madam transmitted her voice to him previously, she told him to follow this fierce big sister from now on. Of course, she also told him the location of the leopard clan's treasure vault. She even said that everything there was a reward for this fierce big sister. However, she could only give it to her after they had left. Following Xiao Budian, Leng Ruoxue and the others came to the open room that Emily had brought them to before. She thought that Xiao Budian would take them away from here, but he didn't. Leng Ruoxue saw that Xiao Budian had stopped in front of a wall and could not help but walk over to his side curiously. "Why aren't you moving?" Xiao Budian looked at Leng Ruoxue. Then, with a flash of white light, Leng Ruoxue and Xiao Budian disappeared from everyone's sight. Shue. The demon saw that Shue was being taken away by the little guy and hurriedly shouted. "Miss!" Ziyu and the others also cried out in alarm. Damn it, where did that little thing take the young lady? Wasn't this just making them anxious? They were all very clear that their miss and that little guy hated each other and didn't like each other. If they were to be alone now, who knew if they would start fighting? Besides feeling anxious, they seemed to have no other choice. Don't worry. Shue will be fine. Yin Xiao said confidently. Xiao Budian was not Shue's match, so he probably wouldn't dare to play any tricks on her. According to his guess, Xiao Budian must have brought Shue to get their reward, so he felt that they should just wait here. The demon nodded and didn't say anything. Actually, the evildoer knew that nothing would happen to Shue. However, Shue had just disappeared from his sight, leaving his heart empty. However, he could only wait for the little thing to bring Shue back. Leng Ruoxue wasn't mentally prepared when she was suddenly taken away by Xiao Budian. However, when she saw where Xiao Budian brought her to, she was momentarily dumbfounded. Oh my god. Could this be the treasure vault of the leopard cat race? The place they were in was a secret room that was extremely large. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with countless top-grade crystals of various colors. They were piled on the ground like trash. When Leng Ruoxue saw these crystals, she kept them into her bracelet without a second word. She really did not know how many years the Fox clan had saved up to be able to save up so many crystal stones. Now, she had no doubt that with these top-grade crystal stones, the Fox clan would definitely be the richest beast clan in the divine realm. She believed that even the kings of the beast clan like the dragon and phoenix might not have as much wealth as the Fox clan. After she kept the crystal stones on the ground, she continued to walk into the secret room. Following that, she saw countless shelves that were half the height of a person. The shelves were filled with small and exquisite boxes. Leng Ruoxue opened one of the boxes and saw that it contained medicinal herbs. She had only opened one of them casually and it contained an extremely precious medicinal herb. She casually opened a few more boxes and saw that they were still filled with well-preserved and precious medicinal herbs. Leng Ruoxue could not help but feel relieved. Fortunately, the leopard clan had not piled up these medicinal herbs like the crystals. Otherwise, she would have been heartbroken to death. Who asked these medicinal herbs to be her reward now? After putting away the box on the shelf, Leng Ruoxue went to the other side of the secret chamber. At the corner of the wall on the other side, there was a pile of uncountable ores. Those ores were all messily piled together. The corner of her mouth twitched as she thought to herself, all right then. These weren't medicinal herbs, so she could endure it. These ores naturally entered her bracelet without leaving a single one behind. Following that, she carefully wandered around the secret room until the little guy tugged at the bottom of her pants. What's wrong? Leng Ruoxue lowered her head and looked at Xiao Budian. Xiao Budian pointed at the wall opposite them. Leng Ruoxue understood that this little guy was going to take her away. Following that, a white light flashed, and Leng Ruoxue and Xiao Budian appeared in front of the demon once again. Shua. The demon stepped forward, his handsome face full of resentment. We're back. Leng Ruoxue tugged at the evildoer's arm and said in a slightly coquettish manner. Shua. How's the harvest? Yin Xiao asked curiously. Not bad, these are all medicinal herbs and ores, just what I need right now. Leng Ruoxue replied simply. Even though her relationship with Big Brother Yin wasn't too bad, Big Brother Yin wasn't one of them. Hence, she didn't intend to let him know about her family background. Hee. Beastie seems to like collecting herbs even more than us. Yin Xiao said with a smile. Yup. Their sensitivity to medicinal herbs is above us humans, so it's naturally easier for them to find precious medicinal herbs than us. Leng Ruoxue agreed. Big Brother Yin. Let this little guy take us away. Leng Ruoxue continued. Yes. Yin Xiao nodded his head. Following that, without waiting for Leng Ruoxue's instructions, Xiao Budian consciously covered everyone with a white light and brought them out of this place. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest left through the wall, they returned to the maze. After packing their things, Yin Xiao and the rest carefully followed behind Leng Ruoxue and the others and left the maze. When they returned to the main residence, Yin Xiao and the rest went back to their rooms to wash up and rest. Leng Ruoxue and the demon also took the opportunity to go back to their rooms to rest. At night, Leng Ruoxue instructed Yuqing and Xiang to prepare some food to help Brother Yin and the rest calm down. Xiao Budian, who was ignored by them when they returned to the main residence, was nowhere to be seen. In the courtyard, Leng Ruoxue saw Ziyu and Bai Xian sitting on the stone chairs and drinking tea. She couldn't help but ask, where's the little one? She had searched around just now and could not find the little one's whereabouts. She had clearly warned the little guy not to run around because there were many bad people in the forest who would capture it. However, the little guy obviously ignored her words. In fact, in the little guy's heart, she was probably the worst person. Therefore, the little one had disappeared. Shua. It's with me. At this moment, Yin Xiao's voice rang out. Leng Ruoxue raised her head and saw that the Xiao Budian she was looking for was lying in Big Brother Yin's arms with a face full of fear. He was also staring at her with extreme vigilance. She couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. And, didn't I say that you're not allowed to run around? You're actually disobedient. Leng Ruoxue put on a stern face and chided him. This little thing's talent was too annoying, so she really couldn't ignore it. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Xiao Budian's body began to tremble, and his fiery red eyes began to tear up. Shua. I was the one who took it away. Seeing this, Yin Xiao hurriedly said. Big Brother Yin. Children can't be spoiled. I'm strict with it for its own good. Otherwise, it'll be too late when it causes trouble for us that day. Leng Ruoxue saw that Yin Xiao was pleading on Xiao Budian's behalf and reminded him. Actually, she was mainly afraid that Xiao Budian's talent would be used by others. If that happened, they would be the ones to lose. That was why she couldn't help but want to be stricter with Xiao Budian. Shua. It's still small. Yin Xiao sighed. No matter if it's a child or a small beast, education has to start from when they're still young. It'll be too late to educate them when they grow up. Leng Ruoxue said. Alright. You're right, but the little guy just came here, so there are probably many places that he's not used to. You should at least give him a few days. Yin Xiao spoke up for Xiao Budian. I can give it a few days to get used to it, but it still can't run around. Leng Ruoxue said very clearly. Don't worry. I'll take good care of it. Yin Xiao promised. Although she had Yin Xiao's assurance, Leng Ruoxue didn't think that Yin Xiao would be able to keep an eye on that little fellow with heaven-defying talent. The events of the next few days proved that Leng Ruoxue's worry was right. Leng Ruoxue sat on a chair in the living room and looked at the Xiao Budian who was squatting in front of her, feeling aggrieved. Why couldn't this little fellow be more reserved? It had only been here for 3 days, and it had almost turned her house into a mess. Lock it in the room. He knew the art of transmigration and couldn't lock it, but he didn't. It always scurried around as if no one was there. Leng Ruoxue did not know how to comfort Bai Xian and his wife when she saw their angry expressions. She was disturbed. At the moment and her mood was not good. Although she wanted to teach this little fellow a good lesson to help them vent their anger, she could not hit him too hard. She could scold him. It can't speak, and it's still playing dumb with you. She really didn't know what to do with it. Big brother Ian. I'm at my wit's end with this little fellow. Leng Ruoxue irresponsibly pushed Xiao Budian to Yin Xiaodao. Yin Xiao's forehead was filled with black lines. In fact, the trouble that this little guy had caused these past few days had made him helpless. The little guy was extremely curious about everything here. As a result, in the first 2 days he came, he would always look around here and there. Sometimes, he was afraid that the little guy would randomly barge in, so he would follow. However, in the end, he really couldn't endure this energetic little guy, so he let him wander around by himself. He thought that Xiao Budian was familiar with everything here, but who knew that Xiao Budian had developed the habit of entering and exiting other people's rooms at will. He was also extremely curious and always barged in when others were not prepared. In fact, this was not the first time he had peeked in when a couple was doing business. He was deeply ashamed of this hobby of the little guy's. After all, he had once promised Xue that he would take good care of it. Who knew how many days it had only been? The little guy had provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Even his subordinates were dissatisfied. Xiao Budian squatted on the floor, occasionally raising his head to sneak peeks at Leng Ruoxue and then at his backer. Why didn't his backer plead for him this time? It wasn't like it hadn't done such a thing before, so why were they so angry this time? It couldn't understand. Xue I'm at my wit's end. Yin Xiao said helplessly as he looked at Xiao Budian, who refused to change. What are your opinions? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes swept across the crowd in the hall as she asked. Miss, if we really can't do it, let this little guy live in the forest. Ziyu said after thinking for a while. Although he also pitied this little fellow's clansmen, who had all died and had no one to rely on, this little thing was too good at tormenting people. If this continued for a long time, they would go crazy. I agree, Bai Xian hurriedly said. With this little thing's talent, there's no place it can't go. Even if we let it live in the forest, what if it secretly comes back? Who can stop him? Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask. Miss. Then what should I do? With this little one around, we won't have any privacy at all. The moon-eyed creature said somewhat uneasily. Its beautiful eyes glared fiercely at the little guy. Damn little pervert, he actually peeked at her bathing. Now, she can only transform back into her original form while she's bathing. Otherwise, if this little thing barged in, it would be gone. As soon as she thought of this, she would be the first to agree to send this little thing away. However, the young Mrs. words made her extremely depressed. That's right. This little thing was simply omnipresent. There was probably no place in this world that it couldn't go, and they couldn't stop it at all. Was there no other way? Xue why don't you sign the contract immediately? Yin Xiao suddenly recalled that Leng Ruoxue had yet to sign a contract with Xiao Budian, so he quickly suggested. With the restrictions of the contract, Xue could control Xiao Budian's actions. It still doesn't know how to form a soul contract. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. On the first day this little fellow came, she had already thought about this question. She had also asked the little guy about it, hoping that he would sign a soul contract of his own accord. After all, that would only work if the beastie signed it on its own accord. Furthermore, she could not possibly sign a master-servant contract with the beastie. However, who knew that the little fellow would look at her with a blank expression? At that moment, she had temporarily given up on that thought. Then what do we do? Yin Xiao didn't know what to do with the little guy. The little guy was quite obedient in the first 2 days he was with him. Why did he change into a different beast in just a few days? Was this his true nature? Just as everyone was unable to come to a conclusion, Uncle Zhong suddenly walked into the living room and whispered something into Yin Xiao's ear. Immediately, Yin Xiao's expression became unnatural. What is he doing here? How did he know I was here? Uncle Zhong. You betrayed me? Yin Xiao said in a low voice, slightly annoyed. Young master. It's my duty to report everything about you to the head of the family. Besides, he's your grandfather. If he wants to come here to see his grandson, do you think I can stop him? Uncle Zhong also felt very helpless, alas. With the temper of the family head, it would probably be lively here. Big brother Yin, Uncle Zhong. What happened? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask when she saw the two of them whispering to each other. Yin Xiao's expression seemed to be a little dissatisfied. Xue My grandfather is here. Yin Xiao said, a little embarrassed. Although he didn't know the old man's purpose for coming here, judging from his grandfather's temper, this place was probably going to be lively. Oh. Since Master Yin is here, let's go and welcome him. Leng Ruoxue was helpless as well. She had always wanted to go into closed-door cultivation, but why did things keep happening? Now that an important guest had come to the house, he was afraid that he would not be able to close up for a while. Yes. Yi Shao nodded his head. Then, everyone went down the mountain to receive the Yin family's patriarch. At this moment, the master of the Yin family had just entered the forest and was observing his surroundings. Especially after he entered the maze, he started to break the array in amazement. He liked to study formations. Although he didn't dare to say that he was the most proficient in formations in the immortal realm, he was definitely in the top 3. Therefore, he felt that this small maze formation was not difficult for him. However, who would have thought that after staying in the bewildering array for nearly an hour, he still wasn't able to crack this bewildering array. This also aroused his competitive spirit. This made him even more determined to not give up until he broke this bewildering formation. When Leng Ruoxue and the others found Master Yin, they saw a tall man with his back facing them. He was squatting on the ground and gesturing. He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice them when they were right beside him. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh. This Master Yin really didn't care about his own safety. His vigilance was really too low. However, from the looks of it, he was probably trying to break the array. Hence, Leng Ruoxue did not disturb him and brought her men to find a place to sit down and wait. After a long time, Yin Xiao couldn't wait any longer. He came to his overly invested grandfather's side and called out softly, "Grandpa." The master of the Yin family, who was busy breaking the formation, ignored him. "Grandpa." When Yin Xiao did not get a response, he increased his volume, but he was still ignored. "Big brother Yin. It seems that Master Yin's mind is completely focused on breaking the formation. Why don't we come back to pick him up in a few days?" Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. The maze that she had set up was not something that could be solved in a short period of time. Since this Yin family's master was so interested in breaking arrays, it was better not to disturb him. After all, she had heard many times from Big Brother Yin that this grandfather of his had a weird temper. "All right then." Yin Xiao sighed. After saying that, everyone turned around and was about to leave when they heard a dissatisfied voice behind them. "Didn't you come to pick me up? How can a young man be so impatient? Can't he wait any longer?" "Grandpa. We've been waiting for you for half a day, and it's going to be dark soon." Yin Xiao turned around and reminded his grandfather, who had no sense of time. It's been that long." The master of the Yin family stood up and said with a normal expression. He remembered that he hadn't studied it for long. "Why is it getting dark? Master Yin, come up the mountain with us." Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she sized up this Yin family head. She knew that this person was not the Yin family head from the divine mainland. His identity and status in the divine world should be on par with his godfather and the others. The Yin family master in front of him looked to be in his early 30s. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. His strength was the same as his godfather and the others, reverent god level. Although he did not know the purpose of his visit, he could not neglect him even if it was not for Brother Yin's face. After all, he was a reverent god level master. In case he had some friendship with her godfather, she had to entertain this big Buddha well. Just as Leng Ruoxue was sizing up Master Yin was also observing her. This little girl was not only beautiful, but also bold. She actually dared to look him in the eye. It should be known that in the divine world, other than a few old geezers who had the same status as him, there was almost no one who dared to look at him so openly. Even his grandson, who he had always doted on, only dared to look at him directly when he was angry. This made him feel depressed. AI. He couldn't understand why those people were so afraid of him. He wasn't a man-eating tiger. She had made him lose all his interest. However, this little girl in front of him was quite interesting. He hoped that this little girl would not disappoint him. The master of the Yin family looked at her from head to toe and felt that this girl was good in every way. He was very satisfied with everything. The only thing that was lacking was that his strength was too low. This can't do. Thinking of this, he was a little worried. Leng Ruoxue saw that this half-grown old man was only staring at her, frowning for a moment and sighing the next moment. She was extremely puzzled. What was the meaning of this patriarch Yin? Furthermore, he looked like he was in a dilemma. However, Leng Ruoxue really could not understand why this old man was in a dilemma. After a long while. "Little girl, are you the master of this forest?" the master of the Yin family asked. "Yes." Leng Ruoxue nodded and thought, "Isn't it obvious?" "Then who set up this bewildering formation?" the master of the Yin family asked. "He's my senior brother." An idea struck Leng Ruoxue and she told him about Bing Yao. Seeing how obsessed this old man was with formations, she was really afraid that this guy would pester her. Since her senior brother was not in the divine mainland, it was impossible for this master of the Yin family to find her. Furthermore, her senior brother even treated her as his godfather, so he must not have a high status in his eyes. She couldn't help but think to herself wickedly. "Where is your senior brother now?" After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the master of the Yin family's eyes lit up and he asked eagerly. "He went to the divine realm." Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she replied. What a coincidence. When will he be back?" The master of the Yin family was disappointed, but he couldn't help asking. "I'm not sure." Leng Ruoxue replied innocently. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's answer, Master Yin almost forgot why he was here. He was actually thinking whether he should return to the god world to find this little girl's senior brother. This bewildering formation was really too clever. If he couldn't ask for advice from others, his heart would feel as uncomfortable as a cat scratching it. Sigh. "Grandpa, can you leave with us now?" At this moment, Yin Xiao helplessly said, "Sigh." Looking at his grandfather's expression, he knew that his grandfather's mind was still on the maze. "Oh. Yes. I can." Yin Xiao's words made the head of the Yin family, who was deep in thought, immediately realize his purpose in coming to the divine mainland. How could he be so foolish? He had almost returned to the divine realm. No. He couldn't come here for nothing. In any case, this little girl's senior brother couldn't run away. "Little girl, you're called Leng Ruoxue?" The master of the Yin family asked. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head lightly. She was not surprised that this old man knew her name. I want to stay here for a while. You don't welcome me, do you? The master of the Yin family asked. I won't. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. No one else could invite such a big shot, so how could she not welcome him? That's good. Oh. Please lead the way. The master of Yin family said to Uncle Zhong and the others. Master Yin, please. Leng Ruoxue said very courteously. Just as she was about to lead the way, she was unexpectedly stopped by the master of the Yin family. Little girl, just let them lead the way. Keep me company and talk. The master of the Yin family said in a friendly manner. Leng Ruoxue was stunned. Did she hear it wrong? This old man actually wants me to talk to him? Wasn't this something his grandson would do? Why did this old man come to find him? Immediately, she became vigilant. Little girl, shouldn't you be a good host? I'm a guest. Looking at Leng Ruoxue's confused expression, Master Yin couldn't help but complain. I should do my best as a host. Leng Ruoxue felt helpless. Could it be that this old man was like her godfather, having two personalities? This is more like it. Master Yin was very satisfied with Leng Ruoxue's tactfulness. After he finished speaking, he pulled Leng Ruoxue to his side. The two of them walked side by side. As for his own grandson, he was disdainful of him. Ugh. Seeing this, not only did Yin Xiao have a bad feeling, but even the demon was on guard. It seemed like this old thing was here for Shui. Humph. She hoped that he would not have any ideas about Shui. Otherwise, she would definitely let him know how to spell the word regret. The group of people walked slowly and arrived at Master Leng's residence. Before they could even sit down, Master Yin started to grumble that he was hungry. Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to ask Yu Qing to help her prepare some food. Grandpa. How can you be hungry? Yi Xiao whispered speechlessly. He had never heard of a divine lord being hungry. Why can't I be hungry? I'm also a human. The master of the Yin family felt very wronged. Other than practicing formations and eating, and occasionally going into seclusion, what else did he enjoy? But now, this unfilial grandson even wanted to take away his pleasure in eating. This was preposterous. This is too much. Yin Xiao was speechless. He couldn't win against this old fox in a verbal fight. After a short while, Yu Qing filled the table with food that she had prepared. When Master Yin saw this, he smiled so widely that his eyes could barely be seen. Yin family head, please enjoy. Don't stand on ceremony. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. MMH. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Little girls, aren't you going to eat? The master of the Yin family realized that he was the only one who had sat down at the dining table. The rest of the people had all stayed far away. We've already eaten. Just as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, a snow-white figure scuttled onto the table and started gnawing on a large chicken leg. Little guy. Who allowed you to come here? Leng Ruoxue looked at the snowy white little fellow on the table and said angrily. Even though they didn't mind eating with Beastie, the guests might not mind. She didn't want Master Yin to take this little fellow's life in a fit of anger. Xiao Budian, who was eating happily, heard Leng Ruoxue's words and his little body trembled. However, he still did not let go of the delicious food in his hands. He hugged the big chicken leg tightly, as if he was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would snatch it away in the next second. Hee. Don't worry, this little guy is probably hungry. Master Yin saw this and quickly tried to smooth things over. After he finished speaking, he picked up another chicken leg and started to gnaw on it. Master Yin, please enjoy your meal. I'll go arrange a place for you to stay. Leng Ruoxue saw that the person in question did not care about Beastie sharing a table with him, so there was no need for her to interfere. After all, in her heart, humans and Beastie had always been equal. With that, Leng Ruoxue left with the evildoer and the rest. The Yin family's head and Xiao Budian, a man and a beast, ate very happily. Their relationship was also established during this meal. In the next few days, the man and beast actually became inseparable. Sitting on the stone chair in the garden, Leng Ruoxue watched as Master Yin and Xiao Budian left one after another. She was extremely puzzled. He really didn't think that this old man and this little one would actually like each other. No matter where they went, they would always be together. This was really too strange. This old man ignored his grandson, and didn't pester her either. What was his goal in hanging out with the little guy all day? However, the trouble that the little one caused these few days seemed to have decreased, and he had become more sensible. He was very polite when he saw her, and he was not as afraid of her as before. This made her a little uncomfortable, but the vigilance in her heart had never decreased. At the residence of the Yin family's master, Yin Xiao sat on a chair in the room and watched as his grandfather played with the little one. He was extremely puzzled. What was his grandfather trying to do? This old man simply wasn't someone who had the patience to take care of a child. Now that he was actually inseparable from Xiao Budian all day long, this made him very uneasy in his heart, especially since Xiao Budian had that kind of talent. Grandpa. What the hell are you doing? Yin Xiao finally couldn't help but ask. However, his words immediately attracted the Yin family's master's angry glare. You little brat. What do you mean by playing tricks? I'm just helping you solve your problem. The master of the Yin family said angrily. Although he had only stayed here for a few days, he had heard of this little guy's great achievements. Therefore, he was quite interested in this little thing. Grandpa. The little guy is Shue's beastie, so don't you dare have any ideas about him. Yin Xiao reminded. When Xiao Budian grew up, he would recognize Shui as his master. This was also the last words of the Fox clan's ancestor, so he did not want his grandfather to have any bad thoughts because of Xiao Budian's envious talent. Thus, he had to give him a warning in advance. You little brat. Am I that kind of person? I'm helping you to keep an eye on this little fellow, in case it causes any more trouble. Yin Xiao's words made the Yin family head so angry that he almost vomited blood. If it was an outsider who misunderstood him, he could ignore it. However, the person who had such thoughts was his most valued grandson. How could he not be furious? Really? Yin Xiao still couldn't completely believe his grandfather's words. After all, from what he knew, his grandfather wasn't someone who would do such a thing. Of course. If it wasn't for me, would Xiao Budian be so obedient these few days? The master of the Yin family was so angry that his eyes were spewing fire as he roared loudly. Grandpa, then tell me, what are you doing here? Yin Xiao asked seriously. He still had doubts about his grandfather's purpose for coming here. I miss my grandson. Can't I come to see my grandson? The Yin clan's patriarch said unhappily as he cursed Yin Xiao in his heart. Little brat. Little rascal. What a heartless kid. Would I have come here if not for you? He felt very wronged in his heart. It was fine if this kid didn't appreciate it, but why did he put on a suspicious face for him to see? This was really too much. Grandpa, you really miss me? But, Grandpa has been here for a few days, and it seems like we haven't even exchanged a few words. Yin Xiao reminded. He wasn't that easy to fool and could be dismissed with a few words. I see you every day, don't I? That's good enough, what's the point of talking? The master of the Yin family said disapprovingly. Yin Xiao didn't know what to say after hearing his grandfather's words. He sighed and stood up. Since Grandpa is satisfied to see me, I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Yin Xiao turned and left. After Yin Xiao left, the head of the Yin family lifted Xiao Budian up in front of him and said, Little guy, we're comrades now. You have to be a good match for me. Xiao Budian nodded his head as if he understood. His fiery red eyes were focused on the Yin family's master. Take me out of here now. The master of the Yin family ordered. After the little guy finished listening to Master Yin's words, a white light covered Master Yin's body. In an instant, Master Yin was moved from his room to the outside of the main residence. Then bring me back. The master of the Yin family said. The little guy nodded his head, and a similar white light enveloped the Yin family's patriarch's body. In the blink of an eye, they were back in the Yin family's patriarch's room. Hee hee. Little guy. You're really amazing. It was fun just now, right? The Yin family head said happily. This little guy was an unexpected gain for him. Yes, yes. The little guy furiously nodded his head. He liked to wear things like this, and the request of this old man in front of him just happened to satisfy his interest. What a good child. Let's play again if we have the chance. After Master Yin finished speaking, he hugged Xiao Budian's undergarments and laid down on the bed to take a nap. In reality, he was thinking about his own plan in his heart. After living in the Leng family's main residence for almost half a month, Master Yin would carry Xiao Budian and stroll around every day. He had practically walked around the main residence once. After that, he had Xiao Budian bring him to walk around the forest a few times. The man and beast left early in the morning and returned late at night every day. There was almost no sign of them. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew that Master Yin had not left, Leng Ruoxue would definitely have thought that he had kidnapped Xiao Budian and escaped. However, she did not deliberately stare at where the master of the Yin family went. According to Qing Ju, besides wandering in the forest, the master of the Yin family spent more time in the maze. We're back. Master Yin carried Xiao Budian into the garden and saw Leng Ruoxue and the rest sitting on the stone chairs. He greeted them warmly. Master Yin is back early today. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Xiao Budian and I were a little tired today, so we came back early. We'll go back to our room first. After Master Yin finished speaking, he carried Xiao Budian and left. Leng Ruoxue watched Master Yin's back as he left. She then turned to Yin Xiao and said, Big brother Yin, did your grandfather really come because he missed you? Leng Ruoxue was very suspicious. If they were really here for Yin Xiao, why would they ignore her grandson and hang out with a little beast all day? He said yes. Yin Xiao spoke the truth as he looked at Uncle Zhong nearby. Uncle Zhong, who received Yin Xiao's gaze, turned his head away. No one knew what he was thinking. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded and did not comment. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that Xiao Budian was more like the grandson of Master Yin. However, to Leng Ruoxue and the others, this was just a small interlude. None of them took it to heart. Moreover, with the company of the Yin family's master, the trouble that Xiao Budian caused was obviously less. This outcome was not bad. As the days passed, the relationship between Yin family head and Xiao Budian grew by leaps and bounds. Compared to the past few days, when the man and beast left early and returned late, they rarely went out these few days. Girl, I heard that you know how to play chess. Come play a few games with me. The master of the Yin family went to look for Leng Ruoxue early in the morning, his face full of anticipation. All right. Yes, Leng Ruoxue replied. Then, the two of them set up a chessboard in the living room. When the others saw this, they gathered around to watch the battle. The game they played was similar to Go. It was also divided into black and white pieces. However, the way they played it was slightly different. Moreover, Go contained spiritual qi. Playing chess was the best way to test whether a person's mind was stable or not. This was because usually, a game would take a long time. If it was someone with the same strength, it was possible to play a game for days and nights. The chess field was like a battlefield. It was also full of mutual deception. Leng Ruoxue chose the white stone, and Master Yin chose the black stone. After making their choices, Master Yin said, "Little girl, you're the junior, so you should make the first move." "Alright," he said. Leng Ruoxue didn't stand on ceremony either. She randomly picked a spot and placed the chess piece down. "Little girl, how about we have a little wager?" The master of the Yin family suggested as he held the chess piece in his hand for a long time. "Alright. I wonder what kind of wager Master Yin has come up with." Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. Even though she didn't know what this old man was up to, she wasn't afraid no matter what his motive was. "If you lose, you have to do one thing for me. If I lose, I can agree to one request of yours. How is it?" The master of the Yin family said after some thought. "Good. I'm fine with it." Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. "Then it's decided." After Master Yin finished speaking, he put down the chess piece in his hand. Then, the two of them exchanged hundreds of rounds, but there was still no clear winner. Master Yin looked at Leng Ruoxue, who was as calm as ever, and felt more and more satisfied. What a steady little girl. He was so young, but his heart was so firm. It was really rare. Oh. Although this little girl's current strength was a little low, she would definitely become a great person in the future. At the thought of this, Master Yin treated Leng Ruoxue even more seriously. After playing for a few days, the two still couldn't determine a winner. Master Yin held the chess piece in his hand and pondered for a long time before he said, "Girl, how about we call this a draw?" "I don't have any objections." Leng Ruoxue went along with the flow when she heard Master Yin's words. Actually, she had wanted to say this for a long time, but she was too embarrassed to say it. "Girl, we haven't decided who's going to win. Why don't we play something else?" The master of the Yin family said. "Master Yin, we've been playing chess for so many days. I'm a little tired, so I won't be accompanying you." Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. After she finished speaking, she stood up and prepared to leave. However, she was stopped by the Yin family's master. "Girl, if you don't keep me company, then no one will." The Yin family's master said pitifully, his face full of hidden bitterness. When Leng Ruoxue heard Master Yin's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought to herself, "You're getting drowsy after playing a game of chess, and you've chased away all the spectators. It'd be a wonder if anyone would be willing to accompany you." Master Yin's chess-playing speed was unusually slow. Usually, after she placed a piece, he would have to think for a long time before he would place his piece on the board, causing her to almost go crazy. However, out of courtesy, she held back. The evildoer and the others who were originally watching the game could not stand the speed of this old man's chess-playing and all abandoned her. Therefore, there were only the two of them in the originally lively hall. Oh right, there was also a little beast sleeping very soundly in Master Yin's arms. "Master Yin, I'm really tired." Leng Ruoxue said weakly on purpose. She really didn't want to play chess with this old man anymore. Otherwise, who knew how many days this game would take? "Then what should we do?" The master of the Yin family frowned and said gloomily. "I'm going back to my room to rest. You can play by yourself." After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she was about to leave. However, before she could take 2 steps, she felt a numbing sensation on her shoulder. Then, she lost consciousness. The moment she fell, Master Yin quickly caught her and placed her on the chair. "Little guy, take us out of here." The Yin family head woke Xiao Budian. The little guy rubbed his eyes and looked at Master Yin. He then looked at big sister Xiong who was sleeping on the chair. He was very puzzled. Why didn't the old man go out alone today? Why did he bring this fierce big sister along? However, every time this grandfather went out, he would make good food for it and play with it. Therefore, it didn't think much about it and directly enveloped the two of them in white light, taking them out of the Leng family's main house. At this time, the evildoer who felt flustered in his room sensed that something was wrong and immediately ran out of his room and went straight to the living room. However, when he appeared in the living room, there was no one there. Seeing this, the demon was furious. He punched the table, and the table was crushed into powder in an instant. Previous chapter. Next. When Ziyu and the others heard the commotion, they came to the living room and saw the evildoer standing alone in the living room with a gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking. "Where's Miss?" Ziyu couldn't help but ask. Could it be that guild leader Yi and Miss had quarreled? Otherwise, why would leader Ye's expression be so ugly? He was taken away by that old thing. The demon said coldly. After he finished speaking, he strode out of the living room. Seeing this, Ziyu and the others quickly followed. When they arrived at the Yin family's residence, Ziyu knocked on Yin Zhao's door. "Why are you guys here?" After opening the door, Yin Zhao's face was filled with question marks. These people didn't seem to have good intentions. Did he do something he shouldn't have? He thought to himself. "Where's your grandfather?" Before Ziyu could open her mouth, the demon impatiently asked. "Isn't he playing chess with Shui?" Yin Zhao replied with a question mark on his face. He didn't understand why the demonic man would ask him such a question. He took Shui away. The demon said coldly. What do you mean? Did they go out together? Yin Shao asked in a daze. It's to take him away. Don't you understand? The demon questioned impatiently. Humph. He dared to touch his woman, he must be tired of living. I don't understand. Yin Shao said honestly. This man's temper was really big. Who had provoked him? He still wasn't very clear where this devilish man's resentment came from. Your grandfather kidnapped Shui. I'm sure you understand now. The evildoer gritted his teeth. He had never seen such a stupid man. Yin family's young master. He really didn't know what kind of insight that old man had. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. That's impossible, right? Why did my grandfather kidnap Shui? There's no reason for that. Yin Shao said in disbelief. His grandfather wouldn't do such a thing. This man was too suspicious. Shui was so smart, how could she let others take her away so easily? If she didn't do it willingly, they would notice even if she made the slightest movement. Moreover, this was Shui's home. It would be very difficult for outsiders to make a move. You'll have to ask your grandfather then. Anyway, Shui is in his hands now. Contact him immediately and see what he wants. The demon ordered. All right then. Yin Shao nodded helplessly. Although he didn't believe that his grandfather would do such a thing, he still had to find a way to prove his grandfather's innocence since he was his grandson. He didn't want his grandfather's brilliance to be destroyed in a day. After all, their Yin family's reputation in the divine realm was extremely good. Thinking of this, he tried to contact his grandfather. However, his grandfather did not give him any response, which made him feel bad. You didn't reply. The demon looked at Yin Zhao's expression and said indifferently. Yes. Grandpa is probably busy. He might reply in a while, Yin Zhao said. Don't lie to yourself. That old man took Shui and ran away. The demon said coldly. Seeing how certain the demon was, Yin Zhao didn't know what to say. He didn't dare to argue with him in case he made him even angrier. Guild leader Yi, why don't we give chase immediately? Yu Qing suggested. There's no need to chase. We can't catch up with the supreme divinity's speed. If I'm not wrong, he should have taken Shui to the divinity. The demon said with a gloomy face. Then what do we do? Yu Qing said anxiously. I'll go to the divine realm to find Shui. The demon said without any hesitation. Initially, he wanted to wait for Shui to break through to the high-level deity stage before going to the divine world together. However, it seemed like they would have to go ahead of time. Guild leader Yi, I'll go with you. Ziyu said after hesitating for a moment. We'll go too. Bai Xian and his wife said in unison. I'll go too. Yu Qing said after some thought. She knew that she was weak and would be a burden to them if she went to the divine world. However, she wanted to find her master. All of you stay here to look after the house, I'll bring the Yin family over. The demon looked at Yin Shao and said. Young Master Yin won't refuse, right? The demon asked again. I was just about to go back to the Yin residence to take a look. Yin Zhao's face was filled with helplessness as he thought to himself, would there be any use in refusing? Moreover, if Shui was really taken away by his grandfather, he really had to go back and get Shui out. If that's the case, then young Master Yin, please immediately call the Yin family. We will set off immediately. The demon said hurriedly. Previous chapter. All right. Yin Shao replied and immediately went to gather the Yin family in the courtyard. When the Yin family heard that their young master wanted to return to the divinity, they were all shocked. Uncle Zhong couldn't help but ask, young master. Are we going back to the divine realm now? He couldn't understand why the young master wanted to leave just like that. Yin Shao nodded, but he did not explain to Uncle Zhong and the others that it was because his grandfather had kidnapped Shui, that they had no choice but to return to the divine realm. Yechen. Can we set off now? Yin Shao turned his head and asked the demon. Wait. I'm going to break through first. After the evildoer finished speaking, he went straight into Yin Zhao's room and closed the door. Ziyu and the rest stood guard outside the door to prevent him from being disturbed. Yin Shao blinked his eyes and thought to himself, how could this person advance just like that? In fact, the demon had no choice but to advance his cultivation base in advance because he was going to the divine world. Otherwise, with his strength as a high-level deity, he would only be abused when he reached the divine world. Not long after the demon entered the room, a law of heaven and earth descended. When he walked out of the room, he was already a god. This was the minimum requirement to go to the divine world from the divine mainland. There were 6 levels above the advanced divine being, namely the divine being, the divine master, the divine monarch, the divine king, the divine emperor, and the divine reverend. Although the demon was only a divine being, he was not an ordinary divine being. Therefore, breaking through the boundary between the divine being and the god was like adding wings to a tiger, like a fish in water. The divine realm. I'm coming. Shui. I'm coming. Although Shui was also taken away by someone this time, compared to the time in the Haotian continent, the demon was much more relaxed. The last time, the strength of his enemy was much weaker. Besides being angry, he was more upset with himself for not being able to protect Shui. This time, he had the ability to kill his way to the divine world. Besides, the people who took Shui this time were different from the last time, so he was not very worried about Shui's safety. He would also have to pay the price for taking Shui away. Let's go. After the demon finished speaking, he walked straight to the front. Yin Xiao and the others quickly followed. In order to go to the divine realm through the divine land, they had to go through a teleport portal, which was located at the southernmost part of the divine land. It would take them about 3 days to get there from the nightmare forest. After leaving the nightmare forest, Yin Xiao took out his flying beast. The demon didn't stand on ceremony and sat on it. Yin Xiao's flying beast was a huge white eagle. This eagle was a class 7 sacred beast, which was considered to be one of the strongest flying beasts. Moreover, this white eagle was proud by nature. It usually wouldn't carry anyone other than the people of the Yin family. However, when the demon sat on it today, the white eagle didn't even dare to object. This couldn't help but cause the Yin family to be surprised. Following that, Yin Xiao and the rest also sat on it. Without waiting for his instructions, the white eagle soared into the sky and flew towards the teleportation array to the divine realm. 3 days later, the demon and the rest arrived at the teleportation array. After paying the teleportation fee, everyone walked into the teleportation formation. As a white light flashed, they arrived in the divine realm in an instant. The divine world was a legendary place that many people had yearned for. However, the divine world was not as beautiful as people had imagined. The cruelty of the divine world was even greater than that of the divine mainland. After all, a family that could survive and even occupy a place in the divine world was definitely not something that an ordinary family could compare to. Such a family usually had countless years of inheritance before they could attain their current status. Of course, the competition within such a family was also extremely intense. However, at the same time, this kind of competition had also nurtured countless clan elites. Whether it was the 8 great divine domains or the various top clans, this was how they had selected talents for countless years. The evildoer's cold black eyes stared at the divine world he was in without saying a word. Yin Xiao and the others did not dare to disturb him when they saw him like this because they could feel that the evildoer was different from before he had advanced. In the past, the evildoer seemed very weak. Most of the time, he was standing behind Leng Ruoxue. With his peerlessly handsome face, many people thought that he was a pretty boy with no power. However, the evildoer now gave people the feeling that he was a sharp blade that could take lives at any time. Thus, when Yin Xiao and the others saw his current appearance, especially when he was deep in thought, they did not dare to disturb him. Let's go to the Yin clan's divine realm. After a long time, the evildoer finally spoke. Alright, he said. Yin Xiao nodded and took out his white eagle. Everyone sat on it and without waiting for its master's instructions, the white eagle flew towards the Yin residence. The divine realm was extremely large, and the Yin clan was located at the northernmost part of the divine realm. Even if the white eagle flew day and night, it would still take about a month to reach the Yin clan. This month would be the most difficult month of the white eagle's life. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue had already been brought to the Yin family's god domain by the master of the Yin family. When she opened her eyes and realized that she was in an unfamiliar place, she understood. It seemed that she had been kidnapped by the master of the Yin family and was an accomplice. Needless to say, Xiao Budian definitely had a share. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for the master of the Yin family to leave the defensive formation that she had set up. When Leng Ruoxue thought of this, she really wanted to grab that little thing and give it a good spanking. This little thing that was a traitor. She had raised it well, but it actually joined forces with outsiders to betray her. Miss, you're awake. Not long after Leng Ruoxue opened her eyes, a beautiful servant girl came forward and greeted her respectfully. Where is this? Leng Ruoxue knew the advisor's intentions. She didn't need to guess to know that this was the Yin residence. However, she didn't know if she was in the godly mainland or if she had already left. This is the Yin family's master's house, the maidservant respectfully replied. The Yin family's head? Then wouldn't this place be the god world? I can't believe that old man actually brought me away from the godly mainland. How despicable. Leng Ruoxue thought to herself angrily. Evildoer and the others must be worried about me. However, she didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction on her face. She even raised her beautiful eyes to look around the room she was in. This room could only be described in 2 words, and that was luxurious. The decorations in the room were all precious and exquisite. Even a small piece of decoration was so exquisite that no one could find fault with it. The spiritual qi in the room was also very dense. Leng Ruoxue was very sure that there was a spirit gathering array in the small room. Even if a spirit gathering array had to be set up, most of them would be set up in the courtyard. Perhaps only the 8 great divine regions' long-established families would be able to set up a spirit gathering array in a room, because it was simply too extravagant. Leng Ruoxue got down from the bed and walked to the window. Looking at the beautiful flowers in the courtyard, her depressed mood was lifted by quite a bit. It seemed that the old man had taken good care of her. Even though he had kidnapped her, he had arranged a place for her to stay, and she was very satisfied with it. Just as she was about to push open the door and leave, she was stopped by another maidservant. I'm sorry. Miss. Without the permission of the master, you cannot leave the room. The maidservant said in fear and trepidation. The family head had instructed them to treat this young lady well and give her whatever she wanted, but she was not allowed to leave the room. Therefore, they absolutely did not dare to disobey the family head's words. Can't I just bask in the sun in the courtyard? Leng Ruoxue raised her brows and asked indifferently. She didn't expect that old man to restrict her movements. What did he mean by this? He had kidnapped her, arranged such a good place for her to stay, and even forbade her from going out. Oh. Could it be that the old man wanted to learn from other people and hide his mistress in a golden house? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a chill. This has to be approved by the master. The maidservant said carefully. Then you should go ask him now. I'm going out to get some sun. Leng Ruoxue casually found a chair and sat down as she spoke. Master is busy now. No one is allowed to disturb him. The maidservant said softly, afraid that Leng Ruoxue would blame her. Is there something? That's strange. Why did he not ask about her after kidnapping her? Although this room was very luxurious, he didn't want to be a canary in a cage. Naturally, he didn't want to stay in the room all the time. Oh right, where did the little one go? Since the little guy was able to bring her out of the main residence, he should have also come to the divine realm with that old man, right? If only the little one was here, then she could go wherever she wanted. However, that old man probably wouldn't return the little one to her. It seemed like she had to think of a good way to get the little one back from the old man's hands. After all, he was her beastie. As for the punishment for the little one, she could only talk about it in the future. Where's my beastie? Thinking of Xiao Budian, Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. What beastie? The maidservants were a little puzzled. They didn't see this young lady bring any beast. A little white fox came with me. You don't know, but your master should know, so you should go ask him. I want my beastie. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she reminded him. When the two maidservants heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they looked at each other. Then, one of them turned around and left the room. When Leng Ruoxue saw that the maidservant had left, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Humph. She even lied to her that the family head had something to do. Just now she said she wanted to bask in the sun, why didn't she go and ask? Now that she heard that she wanted her own beastie, she thought of going. Did she think she was an idiot? Actually, she had wronged the maidservant a little. Before the master of the Yin family left, he had instructed that Leng Ruoxue could have anything she wanted, other than leaving the room. If she wanted her own magical beast, it was also within the scope of what she wanted. The maidservant had never seen any magical beast and Leng Ruoxue had said it so firmly. Thus, the maidservant had no choice but to go and ask the master for an explanation. The maidservant came to the main courtyard where the family head was. After reporting, she entered the family head's study room with some fear and stood in front of the desk. What's up? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me if there's nothing important? The master of the Yin family looked up at the frightened servant girl and said coldly. Master, it's about the young lady you brought back. The maidservant said in a low voice. What is it? The master of the Yin family narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, it seems that the little girl has woken up. However, the little girl is quite restless. She actually asked the maidservant to come and find him as soon as she woke up. Sigh. That little fellow must be very angry. That young lady said that she wanted her own beastie. The maidservant quickly said. Beastie? The master of the Yin family frowned and didn't react for a moment. It's a little white fox. The maidservant said. Oh. Master Yin finally understood. So that little girl was talking about Xiao Budian. However, he really couldn't give Xiao Budian to her. What if she used Xiao Budian to leave this place? Then wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Thinking of this, he said to the maidservant, go back and tell that young lady that I didn't see any white fox. He didn't see the fox. He only had one fox here. Yes. The maidservant immediately turned around and left and she heard the patriarch's words. However, when the maidservant went back to relay the master's words, Leng Ruoxue's reaction was rather calm. This was because she had already expected that the old man would not return Xiao Budian to her. The main reason was that he was afraid that she would use Xiao Budian to leave this place. Didn't you ask your family head to tell him that I want to go to the courtyard to bask in the sun? Leng Ruoxue looked at the maidservant in front of her and asked indifferently. This. The maidservant was at a loss for words. She had never thought of asking about this matter. In front of the family head, she was extremely nervous and her mind was blank. I'll have to trouble you to make another trip. Ask that old man, I want to go out and bask in the sun. Leng Ruoxue requested. She really wasn't trying to make things difficult for this maidservant. She was simply dazed in her room. All right then. This time, the maidservant didn't use the family head's matters as an excuse. Instead, she responded directly and then turned to leave. When the master of the Yin family saw the servant girl in front of him again, he sighed and asked helplessly, what is it now? Master, that young lady wants to go to the courtyard to bask in the sun. The maidservant said in a very soft voice. Just this? The master of the Yin family asked, raising his eyebrows. Yes. The maidservant nodded. Then let her go. However, you're not allowed to leave the courtyard. The master of the Yin family thought for a moment. It seemed that it was impossible for him to make the little girl stay in the room obediently. Yes. After obtaining the approval of the patriarch, the servant girl immediately bowed and left. When they returned to Leng Ruoxue's courtyard, the maidservant told her the news. Leng Ruoxue immediately left her room and walked around the courtyard. After breathing in some fresh air, she was in a good mood. However, when she wanted to lie down in the courtyard to bask in the sun, she realized that there was no place to lie down. Go and get me a recliner. Leng Ruoxue instructed her maidservant. A deck chair? Miss, we don't have a recliner. A maidservant said. Although they had heard of deck chairs, no one in the divine realm would use such a thing. That was because many gods did not need to rest. Even if they wanted to sleep, they would do so in their rooms. No one would want to get a chair and lie outside. You don't even have a recliner? Leng Ruoxue asked in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of disdain. The people of the divine realm really don't know how to enjoy life. I really don't know what they do every day. Don't tell me they cultivate all day. Oh. Seeing that the strength of these two maidservants was above her, it was very possible. When the two maidservants received Leng Ruoxue's gaze, they actually felt inferior for a moment. They did not know what was wrong with them. It shouldn't be embarrassing to not prepare a recliner, right? However, when they saw this young lady's gaze, they felt as if they had done something shameful. This was really too strange. Go find your master and get me a chair. Leng Ruoxue ordered without any reservations. Yes. The maidservant was very helpless. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Woo. This young lady really knew how to torment people. In just a short while, she had run to see the family head twice. Including this time, it was the third time. She didn't know if the family head would be angry when he saw her again. With a nervous heart, the maidservant walked to the main courtyard with small steps. When the guards on duty in the courtyard saw her, their expressions were very strange, but they still dutifully went to report on her behalf. Looking at the servant girl who was standing in front of him once again, Master Yin miraculously wasn't angry. Based on his understanding of Leng Ruoxue, if that little girl didn't find trouble for him, she wouldn't be her. This was also within his expectations. That was why he had instructed the maidservant not to disturb him unless it was something important. What is it now? The master of the Yin family asked. Master, that young lady wants a chair. The maidservant said, choking with sobs. Facing the family head's gaze, she felt her legs tremble. You're looking for me for such a small matter. You can go directly to the butler. The master of the Yin family suppressed his anger and said. F***ck, he thought it was something difficult to do. This was just a small matter. He had already ordered that no matter what that girl wanted, he would give it to her. Why was he still asking him? This made him seriously doubt the ability of his family members. It was that young lady who told me to come and find the family head. The maidservant said in a low voice. If she wants you to look for her, then look for her. Do you have a brain? In the future, if there's such a thing, just look for the butler and don't bother me. Master Yin couldn't take it anymore. He had asked the butler to arrange for two smart servant girls to serve Leng Ruoxue, but who knew that they were the ones the butler had chosen for him? How useless. Yes. The maidservant was even more afraid after being yelled at by the family head. After bowing with a trembling body, she ran out of the family head's study room. Looking at the back of the maidservant, the guards in the courtyard thought that she had been scolded by the master. However, this was also normal. Who asked this maidservant to come 3 times in such a short time? If he was the head of the family, he would also go crazy. The maidservant left the main courtyard, calmed her mind, and went to find the Yin family's head butler. After the head butler heard the maidservant's words, he frowned with some embarrassment. Things like a reclining chair were very common. A family like theirs would not have it prepared at all. How could he find it in such a short time? Go and tell that lady that we didn't prepare a recliner. I'll get it for her tomorrow. The Yin clan's head butler said after some thought. The clan head had instructed that they were not to neglect this young lady who lived in Bright Creek Garden. Therefore, he could not ignore Leng Ruoxue's request. Head butler, I'll have to trouble you to get it for Miss right now. She's very anxious. The maidservant begged. In fact, she was too embarrassed to say it. If they couldn't get the reclining chair back, people would despise their Yin family even more. Woo. Although the young lady didn't say this clearly, as long as one wasn't a fool, they could see that the young lady was dissatisfied with their family's lack of a reclining chair. Alright then. I'll think of a way. The Yin family's head butler was helpless. Where was he supposed to find a recliner at this time? Why did that young lady have to ask for such a simple thing? To be honest, there were pitifully few deck chairs in the divine realm. With the head butler's promise, the maidservant felt at ease and returned to Leng Ruoxue's residence, Mingxi Garden. When they arrived at Mingxi Garden, the maidservant realized that Leng Ruoxue had actually gotten a net-like bed from God knows where and tied it to the middle of 2 giant trees. She was lying on the bed while the other maidservant was constantly attending to her by the side. Looking at Leng Ruoxue's current state, the maidservant could not help but sigh in her heart. This young lady really knew how to enjoy life. Miss, I'm back. The maidservant respectfully walked to Leng Ruoxue's side. Yes, didn't you get my recliner? Leng Ruoxue looked at the maidservant's expression and said. Miss, the butler has already gone to get it. It will probably take a while before he can get it. The maidservant said honestly. I can't believe the Yin family of the 8 divine domains doesn't even have a chair. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh. Her face was still filled with sympathy. When the 2 maidservants beside Leng Ruoxue heard her words, they could not help but break out in cold sweat. They could not help but shiver. It was not just their Yin clan that would not have it, the other clans would not have it either, alright? Previous chapter. I don't think I should make things difficult for you. Just make do with this hammock. Leng Ruoxue mumbled to herself. Actually, she had a reclining chair in her bracelet. However, she would not take it out to use it. Who asked her to deliberately torment them? He. She felt that she was really bad. Leng Ruoxue's words made the two maidservants feel extremely depressed. However, they did not dare to argue with her. Hence, they could only stand beside Leng Ruoxue without saying a word, acting as wooden stakes. After a long time, the two maidservants did not say another word. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, her mind kept spinning. Then, she calmly ordered, "What kind of delicious fruits do you have in the divine realm? Go and get some for me." When the two maidservants heard Leng Ruoxue's request, they looked at each other with a troubled expression. Then, one of the maidservants said, "Miss, the fruits in the god world are very expensive, so..." Before the maidservant could finish her sentence, Leng Ruoxue interrupted her. "So, you can't afford it?" Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly, but the expression on her face was still one of disdain. "No. It's not that we can't afford it, but there's a limit to the amount we can eat every day," the maidservant said hurriedly. The number of fruits bought by the clan every day was limited, and only those directly related to the clan were qualified to eat those fruits. If others wanted to taste them, unless there was an important clan event, they could only buy them with their own money. Although the fruits in the divine realm also contained a lot of divine power, not many people were willing to spend an expensive price to buy those fruits. They would rather save the money to buy more pills for self-defense. "Oh. What's the limit for me?" Leng Ruoxue asked indifferently. It seemed like it wasn't good to have too many people from a big family clan. There was a limit to the amount of fruits she could eat. Luckily, she wasn't born into such a big family clan. Otherwise, she would have been suffocated to death. Only the direct descendants of the family are entitled to eat fresh fruits every day, the maidservant said in a small voice, somewhat embarrassed. "Didn't your clan head say that I can have whatever I want? Is it because I'm not a member of the Yin family that I can't eat fruits?" Leng Ruoxue put on a straight face and pretended to be displeased. "I'll go get some fruit from the butler." "Miss, please wait a moment." When the servant girl who had been running errands heard Leng Ruoxue's words, she quickly replied, "That's right. How could they have forgotten about this?" The family head had indeed said that they could give this young lady whatever she wanted and that they must satisfy her requests. Since the family head had said it first, then what this young lady wanted was reasonable. After the maidservant left, Leng Ruoxue looked at the maidservant who had stayed by her side and asked with a faint smile, "Did I make things difficult for you?" "No, I didn't." Even if Leng Ruoxue had really made things difficult for them, they wouldn't dare to say anything. Moreover, compared to the other young ladies from the direct line of descent, this young lady was much easier to serve. Although this young lady had a lot of requests, at least she didn't beat or scold them. As for the maidservants who served these young ladies from the direct line, it was common for them to be their master's punching bags. "What are your names?" Leng Ruoxue asked softly. "This servant's name is Lotus Seed, and the other one is Grape," the maidservant quickly replied when she heard Leng Ruoxue's words. "Oh." When Leng Ruoxue heard the names of the two maidservants, 2 drops of cold sweat rolled down her forehead. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, who came up with such creative names? Why did it have to do with food? He was lazier than her. Oh. Could this be the masterpiece of the Yin family's master? Are the maids of the Yin clan all named after food and fruits? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. How did Miss know? Lotus Seed was surprised. I was just randomly guessing. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. She didn't think that it would really be like this. When the maidservant heard that Leng Ruoxue had only made a casual guess, she thought to herself, this young lady is really too smart to be able to guess this. Fortunately, Leng Ruoxue didn't know Lotus Seed's inner thoughts, let alone know that Lotus Seed was complimenting her intelligence in her heart. Otherwise, she would have been depressed. This was simply too simple. Anyone could guess what was going on with just a little association. Just as Leng Ruoxue and Lotus Seed were chatting, Grape came back. The Grape bowed to Leng Ruoxue and then took out a few beautiful red fruits from her storage ring. The fruits were oval in shape and emitted an alluring fragrance. Just by looking at them, one could tell that they were delicious. Leng Ruoxue did not have such fruits in her bracelet. What kind of fruit is this? This is called spiritual mist. It's a type of fruit that only grows on the spiritual mist mountain of our divine realm. The mountain is tall and steep, with a majestic aura. It's extremely dangerous, but this spiritual mist fruit can only grow on the highest peak of the mountain. As a result, it's extremely difficult to pick, so it's rather expensive. Although this fruit is small, it contains an extremely abundant amount of spiritual energy, so it's very popular. Grape explained. This fruit isn't something that ordinary deities can afford. Leng Ruoxue asked. The spiritual qi in the spirit mist fruit was not bad. However, compared to the ones in her bracelet, it was obviously not just one grade lower. After all, according to Qingju, the fruit trees that Master had chosen were the best in all the realms. Yes, other than the Divine Lord's estate, our 8 great divine regions, and some of the top families, it's hard for the other small and medium-sized families to afford such expensive fruits. Grape nodded. In fact, people who specialized in picking these fruits would send them directly to them after they picked them. However, the number of fruits they could pick every day was different. Their Yin family had once wanted to send people to the Spirit Fog Mountain to pick the Spirit Fog fruit, but they found that the cost was too high and gave up. This was also one of the reasons why the Spirit Fog fruit was so expensive. Leng Ruoxue picked up a red fruit that was only the size of her fist and observed it. This fruit was truly beautiful. It was red and crystal clear, and the skin was glowing with a faint white light. The skin was very thin, and one could even see the liquid flowing inside the fruit. She opened her mouth and took a small bite. In an instant, the fragrance of the fruit filled her entire mouth. The fruit was extremely sweet, and the liquid flowed down her throat. Instantly, she felt a warm feeling in her 5 viscera and 6 bowels. That was the flow of spiritual energy in his dantian. This feeling was really good. Miss, this fruit is pretty good, right? Grape watched as Leng Ruoxue ate the spirit mist fruit and asked with a face full of anticipation. He even unconsciously swallowed his saliva. It's passable. Leng Ruoxue said with dissatisfaction. Even though this spirit mist fruit was very sweet and the spiritual energy was considered rich, it was still a little lacking compared to the fruits in her bracelet. However, it was still considered pretty good. Ugh. And this was just passable? Grape and lotus seed felt as if they were about to faint. One must know that the spirit mist fruit was not something that ordinary people could afford to eat. However, such a good fruit was only passable in the eyes of this young lady. Could it be that this young lady had eaten something even better? Oh. I really don't know who this young lady is. How can she be so arrogant? The 2 maidservants could not understand. You two eat too. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the remaining fruits. This. Young miss, we are only servants. We are not qualified to eat the spirit mist fruit. When Grape and Lotus Seed heard Leng Ruoxue's words, their hearts were filled with joy. However, they immediately remembered their identities. If others knew that they had eaten the spirit mist fruit, they would definitely not let them off. Hence, even though they coveted the fruit, they did not dare to touch it. Do these fruits belong to me? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Of course it's Miss S. The butler specially gave it to Miss. Although Grape did not understand the meaning behind Leng Ruoxue's question, she still replied hurriedly. Then, can I distribute what belongs to me as I wish? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Of course you can. Grape nodded. She understood the young lady's meaning. After exchanging a glance with Lotus Seed, the 2 of them excitedly picked up a spirit mist fruit each. However, neither of them was willing to eat it, and instead, they directly put it into their storage rings. Aren't there 4 more? You guys can split it. I don't want to eat anymore. Leng Ruoxue looked at the remaining fruits in front of her and said indifferently. Grape had brought a total of 7 spirit mist fruits. After she ate 1, there were still 6 left. Originally, it was just enough for the 2 of them to have 3 each. However, they only took 1 each. It seemed like the qualities of these 2 maidservants were not bad. At least they were not greedy, or rather, they did not dare to. Thank you for the reward, miss. When Grape and Lotus Seed heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they quickly knelt down and said. Get up. I'm not the master of the Yin family, and I don't like people kneeling down for no reason. Leng Ruoxue reminded him. Yes. Grape and Lotus Seed stood up and the 2 of them split the remaining spirit mist fruits. Following that, they stood beside Leng Ruoxue without a word, ready to receive any orders from her. Even though they had not served Leng Ruoxue for a long time, they had received special training and knew how to read people's expressions. They knew very well that this young lady was different from the masters of their Yin clan. This young lady seemed to like silence. When she was not speaking, it was best not to disturb her. If she had any matters, she would naturally instruct them. Leng Ruoxue looked at the 2 maidservants' performance and closed her eyes in satisfaction. Her first day at the Yin residence passed by quickly. Other than not being able to leave this courtyard, the Yin residence was still treating her courteously. However, the old man had kidnapped her. When she had the time, she would settle the score with her. Humph. Since she was treated as a canary, wouldn't she be letting down the other party's good intentions if she couldn't be a qualified canary? The next day, after lunch, Leng Ruoxue instructed Grape and Lotus Seed to place the reclining chair that the Yin clan's head butler had sent over the night before in the garden. She then lay down comfortably and basked in the sun. Leng Ruoxue closed her eyes as she lay on the reclining chair. She used her mind to communicate with Green Vessel in her bracelet. Sister, are you alright? Qing Ju asked with concern. Although he really wanted to save his sister from the sea of suffering, this seemed to be the territory of a supreme divinity. He was not strong enough now, so he could only make his sister suffer. Good. All you do all day is eat and sleep, how could it not be good? Leng Ruoxue transmitted a message in a self-deprecating manner. Sister, you can actually cultivate when you have nothing to do. I feel like you're about to break through. Qing Ju reminded. Green Vessel, although the spiritual energy in the divinity is much denser than in the godly mainland, it doesn't seem to be suitable for those below the deity stage to cultivate. I'm only a mid-tier deity now. Are you trying to kill me? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be dissatisfied as she complained. It was said that the spiritual energy in the divine world contained a brutal factor. If a deity below the deity realm were to cultivate in the divine world, they would not be able to withstand the brutal force and would die. As a mid-tier deity, she naturally could not cultivate in the divine world. However, the spiritual energy she felt in the Yin family's residence was rather calm and gentle. It must be that the old man had used some kind of divine ability or formation to achieve this. This should be a kind of benefit that he gave to his descendants. Ha ha ha. Big sister, although the spiritual chi in the divine world is not suitable for the cultivation of deities, you are different. This spiritual chi will not have any effect on you, so you can cultivate without worry. Qingju smiled and said. I don't want to attract too much attention. It's better to keep a low profile. Leng Ruoxue said in disagreement. Sister, this is the Yin residence, the old man's territory. The spiritual qi here has actually been purified by him a long time ago. Although it's not as good as the spiritual qi in the Supreme God's world, it's definitely much gentler than the spiritual qi outside. If you cultivate here, you shouldn't arouse the old man's suspicion. Qingju said after thinking. Green vessel, this is the divine realm after all. We have to be careful. Moreover, even though the spiritual energy here is gentler than the outside world, it's still different from the divine mainland. I'd rather be careful than take any risks. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly. The reason why the old man from the Yin family had brought her to the divinity was still unknown. Hence, she had no choice but to be on high alert and deal with it carefully. What big sister said makes sense. Qingju nodded, but he really did not want to see his sister so depressed. Sigh. His sister used to be so energetic. Now that he was trapped here, he hated the fact that his strength was too low. If he could recover his strength to its peak, it would be a piece of cake to take his sister away from here. But now, all he could do was to chat with his sister. Unfortunately, Fengde and the others, as well as most of the beasts, were in seclusion. Otherwise, he could have thought of a good way to save his sister and leave this place. Mother. I'll go out and accompany you. At this moment, Hua-er's tender voice rang out in Leng Ruoxue's heart. No. Hua-er, this is the divine realm. You will be in danger if you are discovered. Leng Ruoxue rejected him without even thinking. Woman, I'll go accompany you. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll bite him. Lil Fire also said. I wonder if your poison is effective against the people of the divine realm? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Ever since they left the Haotian continent, Xiaohua had been staying in the bracelet and rarely came out. Moreover, Xiaohua didn't need to go into seclusion. It just played with the elves every day. Now that it wanted to come out, it must be a little bored, she couldn't help but think to herself. I don't know. Why don't we take this opportunity to try it out? Lil Fire said somewhat excitedly. Godly man. It hadn't bitten him yet. I'm looking forward to it. Alright, he said. Leng Ruoxue was very curious as well. Then, with a thought, she moved Xiaohua out of the bangle. After Xiaohua came out, it automatically wrapped itself around Leng Ruoxue's wrist and continued to act as her bangle. Grape and Lotus Seed, who had been standing by Leng Ruoxue's side, were startled by the sudden appearance of the little red snake. Just as they were about to make a move, they saw the little snake coiling around Leng Ruoxue's wrist in a familiar manner. It was only then that they realized that this snake must be Miss Leng's beastie. Only then did their hearts relax. Otherwise, if Miss Leng were to be bitten by a snake in front of their eyes, the family head would definitely punish them severely. They could not afford to bear such a responsibility. Xiaohua sensed the gazes of the two maidservants and its bright eyes looked at them with slight disdain. Then, it buried its small head under its body and went to sleep. Ugh! The maidservant felt the little red snake's thick disdain, and her heart was really filled with mixed feelings. The two of them couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. As expected of Miss Leng's beastie. Miss Leng looked down on their Yin family, and this little red snake looked down on the two of them. Sob. They felt inferior in their hearts. However, in order not to disturb Leng Ruoxue's rest, the two of them suppressed the inferiority in their hearts. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere slowly calmed down. After an unknown period of time, Leng Ruoxue, who was half asleep, was suddenly awoken by the noise outside the courtyard. She opened her beautiful eyes with slight displeasure and looked at Grape, who was still guarding by her side. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Miss. Grape wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to have difficulty saying it. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hesitate. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Miss Lan is here. She wants to come in, but Lotus Seed has already gone out to block her. Grape replied. Although they had not known Miss Leng for a long time, they all knew that Leng Ruoxue did not like to be disturbed. So, as a maidservant, they naturally had to shield her from trouble. However, this Miss Lan was a little troublesome, and they were afraid that Lotus Seed could not stop her. Who is Miss Lan? Is she a young lady from the direct line of descent of your Yin family? Leng Ruoxue asked, puzzled. From Grape's tone, this Miss Lan seemed to be in trouble. No, Miss Lan is the niece of the first lady of the Yin family. She's the young master's younger cousin and often comes to our Yin family as a guest. This Mingxi garden is the best guest room in our Yin family. Miss Lan always stays here every time she comes. However, the master has now let you stay here, so Miss Lan seems to be a little dissatisfied. Grape explained softly. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head lightly, indicating that she understood. However, she didn't mind. Not to mention that she wasn't a young lady of the Yin family's direct line of descent, she wasn't even afraid of a young lady of the Yin family's direct line of descent. It was best if those young ladies or whatever didn't come and provoke her. Otherwise, she would definitely make that old man's heart ache. The prerequisite was that the old man had to care about his juniors. You can't go in. Miss Leng is resting. At this time, Lotus Seed's voice came from outside the courtyard, followed by a bang bang. Immediately after, dozens of people escorted a country-toppling beauty into the room. This beauty had a beautiful face and an enchanting figure. She was dressed in a fiery red dress, which made her even more beautiful and intimidating. No one dared to look at her directly. Moreover, this beauty's strength wasn't low. She was a god-tier master. Needless to say, this beauty was Miss Lan. However, the brutal aura on her body had destroyed her original beauty, greatly reducing her beauty. As soon as Miss Lan entered the courtyard, she saw Leng Ruoxue lying on a reclining chair. Immediately, a strong wave of jealousy gushed into her heart. She had never thought that there would be such a peerless beauty hidden in Mingxi Garden. The beauty's pure and flawless beauty made her, a woman, feel deeply threatened. So, at first sight, she could not like Leng Ruoxue, not to mention that Leng Ruoxue had occupied the courtyard she lived in. This is my courtyard. Move out. Miss Lan looked at Leng Ruoxue with disdain and ordered aggressively. She even raised her chin high to show her noble birth. Are you giving me an order? Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes and asked in amusement. Wasn't this Biao young lady a little too self-righteous? What did she think this place was? AI. She was quite a beauty, but her temper was too unlikable, and her lines seemed a little familiar. That's right. Quickly move out, so you don't have to suffer. Miss Lan smiled and reminded him. You still plan to use force? Leng Ruoxue was even happier. She was just bored. Since someone took the initiative to come to her door, then she didn't need to be polite. This Miss Lan has the strength of a god-tier master. I don't know if she can take a beating, but don't disappoint her. Not only was she happy, even Xiaohua, who was still wrapped around her wrist, couldn't help but secretly wagged its tail excitedly. Leng Ruoxue quickly used her sleeve to shield Xiaohua. Humph. If you're tactful, I don't want to be rough with a beauty like you. Miss Lan said through gritted teeth. Seeing how Miss Lan was gritting her teeth, Leng Ruoxue was not stupid enough to believe that this woman would not resort to violence against her. She just did not care. This is Miss Leng's residence. Miss Lan, please do not disturb her rest. Lotus Seed's voice traveled into everyone's ears. Following that, Leng Ruoxue saw her stumble and run in from outside in a sorry state. Her body and face were injured. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue narrowed her beautiful eyes. Was Lotus Seed beaten up? To dare to hit the Yin family's maidservant in the Yin family, this Miss Lan was really not the typical kind of overbearing. Hee. She was most interested in dealing with this kind of woman. However, the sense of accomplishment in dealing with this kind of woman was much lower than dealing with those women who looked weak on the outside but had a strong and vicious heart. However, she was unfamiliar with the divine realm, so she couldn't just randomly pick people, so she just had to make do. Get out. You have no right to speak here. Miss Lan's maidservant scolded after seeing Lotus Seed. If she doesn't have the right to speak here, do you think you have the right to speak? Leng Ruoxue laughed. They were all maidservants, but everyone's status was similar. Could it be that one status was higher than the other? Moreover, he didn't know if this Miss Lan was a young lady from one of the 8 great divine regions. If she wasn't, then what right did her maidservant have to shout here? After all, this was the Yin residence. You dare to talk to me like this? When the maidservant heard Leng Ruoxue's words, she roared in anger. You're just a maidservant, how dare you speak to me like this? Leng Ruoxue returned the words back to her and smiled at Miss Lan. Miss Lan's maidservant has such a good upbringing. I wonder how she was trained. You shut up. Hearing the ridicule in Leng Ruoxue's words, Miss Lan said to the maidservant beside her in anger. Yes. Her young Mrs. reprimand made the maidservant obediently shut her mouth. Then, Miss Lan said to Leng Ruoxue arrogantly, please move out of this place immediately. This is my place. Your place? Wasn't this the Yin family's place? How did it become your place? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with question marks. Humph. I'm my cousin's fiancé, and my cousin is the young master of the Yin family. In the future, wouldn't everything in the Yin family be mine? Miss Lan said proudly. Oh. So that's how it is. Leng Ruoxue finally understood. No wonder this young lady Biao dared to be so overbearing in the Yin family. So it was because she was older brother Yin's fiancé. However, she didn't think that someone as transparent as older brother Yin would marry such an unruly and overbearing woman. Wasn't it too early for this woman to be pleased with herself? If her words were to be heard by the people in the Yin family, they would probably gossip about big brother Yin's young master. Since you know my identity, then quickly move out of this place. Miss Lan thought that Leng Ruoxue was afraid, so she spoke frankly. I didn't know your identity. I only know that you're the younger cousin of the Yin family's young master. However, it doesn't seem like the young master has the final say in the Yin family now. What position do you want to place the Yin family's young master in? Leng Ruoxue asked with a cold smile. You, don't slander me. If I tell uncle, he won't let you off. Leng Ruoxue's words made Miss Lan feel a little embarrassed and angry. She knew that what she said earlier was a little inappropriate. Furthermore, she had only said those words to scare the woman in front of her. However, who knew that not only was she not afraid, she had even used them to threaten her. This made her feel at a loss. Because if these words were to spread, it would definitely cause trouble for her cousin. Thus, she was both angry and afraid. Afraid? Did I say anything? Leng Ruoxue found it a little funny. She had thought that this woman would continue to treat her with a tough attitude. Now it seemed that she was also afraid. You should move out of here immediately. I want to live here. Miss Lan did not want to continue the previous topic with Leng Ruoxue, so she repeated. All right. Grape, go and ask the master. Just tell him that there's a Lady Lan who wants me to move out of here. Ask him if he's okay with it. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she spoke to Grape, who was so angry that his face had turned green. Yes. Miss, I'll go and ask now. Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Grape hurriedly said. However, just as she was about to leave Leng Ruoxue's side to meet the family head, she was stopped by Miss Lan. Where are you going? No one is allowed to leave this place without my order. Miss Lan said in an overbearing manner. The maidservants and subordinates behind her had surrounded Leng Ruoxue and the other two. Each of them had a fiendish expression on their faces. Miss Lan, please step aside. I'm going to see the patriarch. Grape said coldly. She was also very angry about Lotus Seed's beating. If it had been by a young lady from the direct line of the family, she would not have said anything. However, this Miss Lan was clearly an outsider, yet she was flaunting her power in the Yin family. How could she swallow this insult? However, if it was not for Leng Ruoxue's support, she would not have dared to be so unyielding in front of Miss Lan. You're just a little servant girl. Do you think Grandpa Master will see you? Miss Lan's face was full of ridicule. Even she didn't have the chance to see the head of the Yin family, so she didn't think that this servant girl would be able to see him. It should be known that the head of the Yin family was not an ordinary family. Even her uncle, the head of the Yin family's head, probably didn't have many chances to see the head of the family, let alone a servant girl. Whether or not we meet her is our Yin family's business. Miss Lan is not a member of the Yin family, so we don't need you to worry about it. Grape said in an unpleasant tone. How audacious. You dare to talk to me like this, you really have no manners. Is this the maidservant you taught? Miss Lan pointed at the grapes and questioned Leng Ruoxue. She has nothing to do with me. She's the Yin family's maidservant. She was trained by the Yin family. I'm the same as you, just a guest of the Yin family. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. She should be considered a guest, right? She would not treat herself as a prisoner of the Yin family. If that's the case, then all the more reason for you to move. This is my residence. When Miss Lan heard Leng Ruoxue's words, she was overjoyed. Since this woman was not a member of the Yin family, she had no right to fight with her. I'm sorry. Master Yin arranged for me to stay here. If you want me to move out, you have to get his permission first. Without his permission, I can't leave this courtyard at will. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. How is this possible? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're using the family head to pressure me. Men. Chase the three of them out of this place. Miss Lan ordered. When her maidservants and subordinates heard their young lady's orders, they naturally did their best to carry them out. However, as maidservants assigned to Leng Ruoxue by the head butler, it was impossible for Grape and Lotus Seed to watch Leng Ruoxue being driven out of Mingxi Garden. The two of them exchanged a look, and Lotus Seed quietly left the encirclement of Miss Lan's subordinates. She wanted to go and report, but she had only taken 2 steps when her actions were discovered by Miss Lan's maidservants. Catch her. Don't let her find the messenger. The maidservant quickly shouted. Miss Lan's 2 subordinates heard the maidservant's words and realized Lotus Seed's intention. They quickly took big steps and grabbed Lotus Seed back like they were holding a chicken. Release me. This is the Yin residence, and you can't be so presumptuous. The head of the family will not let you off. Lotus Seed's hands were bound by Miss Lan's subordinates, so she could only use her feet to kick the 2 people who were holding her. However, her fancy fists and fancy kicks obviously had no effect on her tall and strong subordinates. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue slowly stood up from the reclining chair. Looking at Lotus Seed, whose hair was in a mess and who was in a sorry state, she said coldly, "Release her." These people were really too bold. They dared to make a move on the Yin family's maidservants in the Yin family. They were really lawless. She didn't know how that old man allowed them to be so savage. If it was her, he would definitely chase them all out and forbid them from coming to his house in the future. After all, in her opinion, as a guest, she had to act like a guest. She would never allow such a thing as a guest bullying the host to happen in front of her. Moreover, these people had bullied her. If she did not react at all, it would only make them think that she was afraid. This was not her character. Miss, don't worry about me. They won't dare to do anything to me. When Lotus Seed heard Leng Ruoxue's words, she was touched and hurriedly replied. She did not wish for Leng Ruoxue to get into a conflict with Lady Lan and the others because of her. After all, the lady's strength was too low. Although she was brought back by the family head, distant water could not quench present thirst. The family head was not here now, so naturally, he could not help them. Pa! As soon as Lotus Seed finished speaking, she was slapped on her beautiful face. Half of her face instantly swelled up. The person who slapped her was the maidservant beside Miss Lan. Miss Lan's maidservant looked at Lotus Seed with disdain and said, "Who allowed you to speak? Shut your mouth. This is the Yin residence." Lotus Seed reminded him with a cold smile. What's wrong with the Yin clan? The Yin family will be decided by my family's young miss sooner or later, so you'd better be tactful and not disobey my family's young miss words. Miss Lan's maidservant said, a little like a fox exploiting a tiger's might. What big words. Do you think the master of the Yin family is dead? I'm afraid your young lady is dead, but the old ancestor of the Yin family is still alive. Leng Ruoxue teased, feeling a little amused. She didn't know what to say about this master and servant pair's self-confidence and arrogance. To be honest, it wasn't that there weren't people like them who were as self-righteous as them. However, it was quite rare to see such a top-grade one. They hadn't even married yet. He treated this place as his own home. He really didn't know what the Ian family would think if they knew. She was really looking forward to the Ian family's reaction. You dare curse my family's young miss to die. You're so bold. When the maidservant heard Leng Ruoxue say that her young miss was dead, she was immediately enraged. She did not hear anything else and immediately started shouting. I'm talking about you treating the Ian family's master as a dead man? Don't you understand human language? My words aren't hard to understand, right? Leng Ruoxue was extremely puzzled. Her beautiful face was still filled with question marks. How dare you? The maidservant said through gritted teeth, her face completely red. AI. It turns out that you really don't understand human language. I'm sorry. I can't tell what type of beastie you are. Leng Ruoxue let out a soft sigh before asking curiously. Ha ha ha. Young miss, how could she be a beastie? Is there a beastie as stupid as her? Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Grape could not help but laugh. You're right. Then what is she? Why can't I tell? Leng Ruoxue muttered to herself as if she was deep in thought. Miss, she's worse than a beast. The Grapes agreed. Yes, Grape, you're smart. Leng Ruoxue nodded in appreciation. It seemed like this Grape could be taught well. During her time in the Ian family, she would properly cultivate the grapes. Hee hee. Miss is too kind. Grape was very humble. Listening to the conversation between Leng Ruoxue and Grape, Lady Lan and the rest were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Her maidservant even looked at her lady with an aggrieved expression and said with tears in her eyes, Miss, they humiliated me like this. You have to stand up for me. Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you. I'll tell my uncle-in-law to kick this servant girl out of the Ian family. The Ian family won't want a servant girl who doesn't know the rules and disrespects guests. Miss Lan said very seriously. Many thanks, Miss. The maidservant beside Miss Lan said gratefully. Leng Ruoxue almost laughed out loud when she saw the master and servant's self-directed act. However, she still asked with a puzzled look, you said that grapes don't know the rules and don't respect the guests. May I ask, how many rules do you know as a guest? Do you know how to respect the host? This master and servant pair were really of the highest quality. They had completely different requirements for themselves and for others. They could do whatever they wanted, but if others did not suit their wishes, it would be considered as not knowing the rules and not respecting the guests. It was really too funny. I really don't know where they came from. Did they have a special school for brain damage? Otherwise, why would she always encounter such a high-quality person? Leng Ruoxue couldn't understand why she was so fated with supreme grade. She didn't even need to look for him, this kind of person would take the initiative to come to her door, sigh. I'm really helpless. I'm the future head lady of the Ian family. Miss Lan heard Leng Ruoxue's words and reminded. All right. You're the future head lady of the Ian family. Leng Ruoxue was convinced. She couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so she simply shut her mouth. However, when she stopped talking, Miss Lan thought that she was afraid. She heard Miss Lan's slightly proud voice again, since you already know, hurry up and give me this place. Not to mention that you are not the lady of the Ian family yet, even if you are, I will not give this place to you unless you order your subordinates to chase me out. Leng Ruoxue was helpless. It seemed like she had no choice but to ignore this woman. She felt conflicted. You think I don't dare to? Men. Throw the three of them out. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Miss Lan said angrily. She had thought that the other party would be afraid after knowing her identity. However, who knew that the other party was not afraid at all? This made her even more furious. One had to know, not to mention in her own family, she had always been able to get whatever she wanted. Even in the Ian family, she was used to everything going smoothly. No one had ever dared to treat her like this. Even the young miss of the Ian family's direct line of descent had treated her with respect. Who knew that this woman who came out of nowhere would actually dare to not put her in her eyes? This was really preposterous. Yes. Miss. When the fiendish-looking subordinates heard their young miss's orders, they immediately went forward to grab Leng Ruoxue and Grape. However, before they could get close to Leng Ruoxue, they were attacked by a red lightning bolt that was flying towards them. Arg. What is this? It hurts. Plop. As the screams rang out, dozens of subordinates were attacked. Some even fell to the ground, unconscious. No one saw clearly what the red lightning that attacked them was because it was too fast. However, when the red lightning returned to Leng Ruoxue's wrist, they could clearly see that the red lightning that had attacked them was a small red snake that was only as thick as a finger. The little snake was extremely tiny, and its crystal-clear body was as beautiful and mesmerizing as a transparent crystal. At this time, the little snake's head was raised high in pride, and its pair of bright eyes were looking at them disdainfully. Most of these subordinates were god-tier masters, and some of them were also gods. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't feel any pressure when it bit them. However, after those people were bitten by Xiaohua, their bodies showed different signs. Some of them directly fainted, some of them felt numb and lost consciousness in half of their bodies, and some of them were foaming at the mouth. However, at this time, the subordinates who were still conscious all looked at Xiaohua in horror, because they knew very well that they were poisoned. This little snake had actually caused them to be poisoned in an instant. Other than its speed being so fast that they were unable to react in time, its strength should not be below theirs. Therefore, they were quite afraid of Xiaohua and did not dare to provoke that little fellow. In fact, after being bitten, other than those who had directly fainted, the others did not have the ability to haggle even if they wanted to. And now, the only people who were intact among them were their young miss and the maidservant beside her. When Miss Lan saw the little red snake, she was also dumbfounded for a moment. However, after she regained her senses, she began to covet Lil Fire. This little snake was not only beautiful, but also had extraordinary strength. It was a perfect match for her. She even fantasized about how beautiful the little red snake would be if it were to coil around her wrist. Thinking of this, she wanted to get Lil Fire even more. Give me that little snake. Miss Lan ordered coldly. Can you give me a reason? Leng Ruoxue laughed, her slender fingers caressing Xiaohua's soft body. Xiaohua was so comfortable that it half closed its eyes, not even looking at Miss Lan. It bit my subordinate. Miss Lan reminded. In her opinion, this reason was the best. However, she did not expect that even if Xiaohua had bitten her subordinate, the other party had no reason to hand Xiaohua over to her. So what? Leng Ruoxue didn't think much of it. Even if she killed all of her subordinates, she wouldn't hand Little Fire over to this woman who clearly had ulterior motives towards Little Fire. It bit my subordinate, so it should pay for it with its life. Miss Lan said after some thought. Your words are really funny. They only bit your subordinate and want my Little Fire to pay with its life. If they were bitten to death, do you want me to pay with my life? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Isn't this what I should do? Your cheap lives are not worth much. If this snake bites my subordinates to death, don't even think about running away, all of you will have to pay with your lives. Miss Lan said. Oh, really? I would like to know how much Lady Lan and your subordinates are worth. Leng Ruoxue was speechless when she heard Miss Lan's words. We're all priceless. Miss Lan said arrogantly. Although she wasn't born in the 8 great divine regions, she could become the future mistress of the Yin family, one of the 8 great divine regions. This could be said to be the proudest thing in her life. Pfft. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh at Miss Lan's words. This woman was really not the typical self-righteous person. As a beastie, although it didn't understand human nature very well, it couldn't stand this woman anymore. It could only imagine how outrageous this woman was. Damn it. What are you laughing at? Looking at Xiaohua's convulsing laughter, Miss Lan roared in anger. Can't your grandfather even smile? Fiery couldn't help but ask. Of course my grandfather can laugh. Miss Lan quickly said. Yes, my good granddaughter. Lil Fire laughed evilly. Who are you calling? Miss Lan felt that something was wrong. Of course I'm calling you, idiot. Xiaohua's face was full of contempt, and it even turned its little head very disdainfully. You're looking for death. Miss Lan flew into a rage out of humiliation. She rushed forward to grab Xiaohua, but Xiaohua was not someone she could touch. Before she could get close, it darted out like lightning and bit Miss Lan's beautiful face. Then, it flicked its tail and bit the maidservant. After it was done, Xiaohua spat and said with a look of disgust, so stinky. You two are so stinky, even stinky than those men. After being bitten, Miss Lan and her maidservant rolled their eyes and fell to the ground with a plop before they could say anything. Seeing that their miss had also been bitten, the subordinate of Miss Lan, who still had a trace of consciousness, looked at the arrogant Little Fire in horror, his heart trembling. Don't be afraid. I won't bite you guys anymore. When Fiery saw their appearance, he hurriedly consoled them out of goodwill. Yes, Xiaohua is very picky with his food. He only likes to take a bite of food. Don't worry. Leng Ruoxue consoled him as well. She then smiled and said, do you plan to stay here forever, or do you want me to order people to throw you out? We'll leave now. The subordinates were so frightened by Leng Ruoxue's gentle gaze that they started to stutter. They scrambled to their feet and were about to run out of the courtyard when Leng Ruoxue called out to them. Wait. Leng Ruoxue said. Is there anything else, miss? A subordinate couldn't help but ask. Wasn't it this young lady who asked them to leave? Did she go back on her word? The subordinate was bewildered, but the fear in his heart grew deeper and deeper. Take the trash on the ground with you. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the unconscious people, including Miss Lan. Yes. The subordinates were extremely vexed. They were all poisoned and it was already good enough that they could leave on their own. They even had to bring these people along. Even though they were not very willing, they did not dare to disobey Leng Ruoxue's orders. They dragged the people on the ground up like they were dragging gunny sacks. They had come in high spirits, but left Bright Stream Garden in a sorry state. What they didn't know was that this was the result of Leng Ruoxue showing mercy. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to reveal her strength, it was hard to say if these people would be able to leave this place alive. After Miss Lan's subordinates left dejectedly, Leng Ruoxue lay back lazily on the lounge chair. Meanwhile, Grape and Lotus Seed looked at Xiaohua with adoration. Their hearts were filled with excitement. This was what it meant to fight without bloodshed. They didn't even need to do anything, and this little snake had settled everything. Idle. Feeling the fiery gazes of Grape and Lotus Seed, Lil Fire was a little embarrassed. It said shyly, don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue's forehead was filled with black lines. She thought to herself, could it be that Xiaohua has been hanging out with Bing Yao for a long time and has also learned how to be arrogant? As far as she knew, this was Bing Yao's favorite phrase. When Grape and Lotus Seed heard Xiaohua's words, they laughed happily. The two of them even deliberately echoed, "My lord. This servant worships you to death." Previous chapter. Next chapter. I told you not to worship me. Lil Fire said a little tsunderly, before burying his head under his own little body. Seeing this, Grape and Lotus Seed laughed even more happily. After laughing enough, the two of them started to worry. After all, they knew very well that Miss Lan was not to be trifled with. They also knew how the eldest branch would react after such a thing happened. The two of them exchanged glances. Grape looked at Leng Ruoxue, who had closed her eyes, and turned to leave Bright Stream Garden. When she arrived at the main courtyard, Grape did not see the family head. The guard sent her away after saying that the family head was in seclusion. This situation made her heart feel heavier and heavier. Depressed, he returned to Mingxi Garden. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue was still sleeping, he shook his head at Lotus Seed. Grape then stood at the side without saying a word. After a while, Leng Ruoxue opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Grape and Lotus Seed, who had a worried look on their faces. She smiled and said, "What's wrong? I didn't see that old man." Her words were very certain, but Grape and Lotus Seed, who were worried, did not hear it. The guard said that the clan head is in seclusion. Grape told her the truth and then consoled Leng Ruoxue, "Young miss need not worry, you are the guest of the family head, I don't think the first branch would dare to do anything to you. They can't do anything to me, but they will take it out on you too, right?" Leng Ruoxue understood. Actually, she was very clear that the Yin clan might not dare to do anything to her because she was brought back by the clan head. However, these two maidservants would definitely bear the wrath of someone on her behalf. Furthermore, she did not believe that the old man would go into seclusion. If she was not wrong, the old man should be hiding to watch the show. Since that was the case, she couldn't be blamed. If she didn't turn the Yin family upside down, her last name wasn't Leng. Just as Leng Ruoxue had expected, the master of the Yin family was not in seclusion. At this moment, he was in the study room with a kind-looking old man, admiring every movement in Mingxi Garden through the light screen. Hee. I've already said that this little girl is very bold and wouldn't be afraid at all. I've guessed it. The master of the Yin family said proudly. You're beautiful. This little girl isn't afraid because she hasn't seen the direct descendant of the Yin clan. If she sees your substitute clan head, how can she not be afraid? The old man said with a face of disbelief. In his heart, Leng Ruoxue didn't care about Xiaolan and the others mainly because they weren't from the Yin family. However, when this little girl directly confronted the direct lineage of the Yin family, he didn't believe that Leng Ruoxue would still be so calm and composed. The old man who spoke was the great elder of the Yin family. In the Yin family, he had the highest authority other than the master. However, he was often in seclusion, so the members of the Yin family rarely saw him. In fact, many of the members did not even know him. The substitute clan head he was referring to was the head of the first branch of the Yin clan, which was Yin Zhao's father. There were many people in the 8 great divine regions, and their status in the divine world was quite high. The patriarchs of the 8 great divine regions were the ancestors of their respective families, and these ancestors would naturally not lower their status to deal with other families. Thus, the 8 great divine regions also had the position of acting patriarch. The acting family head had great power. Except for some important matters that needed the final decision of the group of elders and the family head, the daily affairs of the family were generally handled by the acting family head. Therefore, without the intervention of the family head and the group of elders, the acting family head could be regarded as the head of the family. You're underestimating that girl. She's not even afraid of me, so why would she be afraid of our Yin clan's acting clan head? Don't forget, he even calls me old man. Furthermore, instead of worrying about that little girl, you should worry about our Yin family. Master Yin reminded. He thought highly of Leng Ruoxue, but he wanted to know her true abilities and trump cards. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pushed him away for closed-door cultivation. The reason why he avoided meeting her was because he hoped that Leng Ruoxue could handle this matter herself. You're that confident in that little girl? The Yin family's first elder was surprised. He was about the same age as the family head and had known him since they were young. However, other than those few old farts, he had never seen the family head so confident in any of his juniors. Seeing him like this, he even wanted to go and meet that little girl personally. Of course. Just wait for a good show. The master of the Yin family gloated. Seeing the excitement on his master's face, the Yin family's first elder broke out in a cold sweat for his family's junior. With such an ungrateful family head, the Yin family's juniors were in for a bad time. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue, who was in Mingxi Garden, was ordering Grape and Lotus Seed to prepare dinner. However, the two of them were clearly distracted. Seeing them like this, Leng Ruoxue sighed and said, "Can you two be happy? This was just a small matter. Is there a need for all of you to be so frowning? Miss Lan is the niece of the first branch's madam. Now that something like this has happened, the first branch will definitely stand up for her. Furthermore, you may not know this, but the first master of the first branch is the acting family head of the Yin family. Now that the family head is in seclusion, the entire Yin family is dominated by him alone." Grape explained. Actually, what she didn't say was that if the master was not in closed-door cultivation, it would be fine. With the master's support, even if the eldest master was the acting master, he couldn't do anything to Leng Ruoxue. However, the key problem was that the master was in closed-door cultivation, and no one knew when he would come out. If there was no one to support Leng Ruoxue, wouldn't Leng Ruoxue be at the mercy of others? This was what she was most worried about. Grape, don't you think you're worrying too much? If your acting family head wanted to support his wife's niece, he would have long sent someone to settle the score with us. How could we still be so free and unfettered? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile, not minding it at all. Miss, this matter is very serious. Seeing how calm Leng Ruoxue was, Grape reminded her anxiously. Calm down. Hurry up and prepare dinner. I'm hungry. Leng Ruoxue urged. Yes. Grape and Lotus Seed responded, then turned around and left worriedly. Seeing the two maidservants leave, Leng Ruoxue sighed and lay back on the deck chair. Suddenly, a clear voice rang in her ears. Were you the one who let your snake bite Xiaolan? Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes and saw that the one who spoke was a girl around 15 or 16 years old. Although the girl wasn't very pretty, she was extremely cute. Her round, apple-like face was flushed red, and her large eyes with distinct black and white were fluttering her long eyelashes. She was staring at Leng Ruoxue without blinking, and her face was filled with curiosity. This little girl's strength wasn't very high either, only at the initial level of the deity stage. I didn't. It was Little Fire who didn't like her, so he bit her. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she tried to guess the girl's identity. She was dressed very fastidiously. Even though she was only a low-level deity, she was able to live in the deity world. This was enough to prove that this girl was a direct descendant of the Yin clan. Furthermore, she should be a direct descendant with very high talent. It's Lil Fire. She's so pretty and cute. The little girl looked at the little red snake wrapped around Leng Ruoxue's wrist. Her clear eyes were filled with countless stars as she spoke with envy. Little kid, you can't judge things by their appearance. Hearing Jingbi's words, Leng Ruoxue's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. She thought to herself, Xiaohua may look pretty and cute on the outside, but his temper isn't easy to get along with. Sister. I'm not a little kid, I'm already 16 years old. The girl protested. Is 16 very old? Leng Ruoxue was in a good mood as she teased. I'm already an adult. In order to prove her words, Jingbei even puffed out her chest to show that she was not lying. Alright. You're an adult now. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the little girl's well-developed chest and said helplessly. Yes, sister. I really admire you. Jingbei said to Leng Ruoxue with stars in her eyes. What do you admire me for? Leng Ruoxue couldn't understand. This was her first time meeting this little girl, so what did she have to admire her for? You dare to let your snake bite Xiaolan, hee. I'm so happy. The little girl's face was filled with excitement. Leng Ruoxue could also tell that this little girl's happiness was definitely from the bottom of her heart. Do you have a grudge against that Lady Lan? Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with black lines as she asked. No grudges. I just don't like her. That woman is always putting on an act and using her power to intimidate others. I really hate her. The girl said with a look of disdain. Are you a member of the Yin family? Leng Ruoxue asked with uncertainty after hearing the little girl's words. Hee. Big sister, of course I'm from the Yin family. Furthermore, Xiaolan is my cousin. However, I don't like her. I'm so happy to see her get bitten by a snake today and her face is swollen like a pig's head. Sister. Please don't give her the antidote. Just let her be like this for the rest of her life, so that she won't have any ideas about my brother. The little girl reminded him with an evil smile. Since you're a member of the Yin family and you don't like her, why would you allow her to flaunt her power in the Yin family? Leng Ruoxue couldn't understand. This girl's identity and status should be higher than Miss Lan's, but from her tone, it seemed like she couldn't do anything to Miss Lan. That woman is too good at acting. She's very obedient in front of my father, but she's very arrogant in front of others. I can't find anything against her, and with her father's support, no one will believe me. They will only think that I'm jealous of my cousin's beauty. Who would want to be jealous of her? The little girl's cute face was filled with disdain. Sister. You're even better looking than Xiaolan. I really like you. Jingbei said seriously. She looked at Leng Ruoxue with a perverted look in her eyes and was almost drooling. You're also very cute, and I like you very much. Leng Ruoxue replied politely. Little miss. What are you doing here? Suddenly, Grape's voice rang out from behind the two. Miss, she is the little miss of the Yin family, Yin Xian. Grape then introduced to Leng Ruoxue. Older sister, I am the youngest young lady in the Yin family, so they all call me little young lady. Yin Xian explained, her pink apple-like face still had a bit of blush. Big sister, you can just call me Xian, Yin Xian added. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded and continued, Xian, did you come here just out of curiosity? Hee. Actually, other than wanting to see big sister, I'm also here to deliver a message. Yin Xian's cute little face had a slightly smug look as she said. Tip him off. So, you're a little spy. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she teased. Hee. Sister, you don't know how scary that woman looks right now. She's wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. But father and mother don't have the time to settle scores with you right now. They've already found many pill refiners to come to the house to cure Xiaolan, but those pill refiners seem to be helpless. Yin Xian said with a gloating smile. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head and did not express any opinion. She waited for Yin Xian to continue. Sister. If the alchemists my father found can't cure Xiaolan's poison, he'll definitely come to find you. He'll even threaten and bribe you. But don't be afraid, my father is just bluffing. He won't do anything to you. After a pause, Yin Xian continued. You're the one who thinks he won't do anything to me, right? I'm not a member of the Yin clan. If he really wants to force me to hand over the antidote, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as just scaring him. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Yin Xian's words made several black lines appear on her forehead. She never thought that someone would say that her father was bluffing. It was likely that her father would only bluff to scare Yin Xian when she made a mistake. However, others might not have such treatment. Sister. You have to believe me. Father is really a paper tiger, he won't do anything to you. Yin Xian promised. Because you're his daughter, he's just a paper tiger in front of you. But he's never like this in front of others. Leng Ruoxue reminded him of their relationship. Is this the case? After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Yin Xian's cute face revealed a confused expression. Of course, because he's your father. Although he scolds you sometimes, he can't bear to do anything to you. However, he doesn't have such concerns when it comes to outsiders. Leng Ruoxue understood. As the saying goes, parents all over the world have a pitiful heart. All parents wish for their children to be well-behaved and sensible. Other than this, cultivators also wish for their children to have outstanding qualifications. Only then would they have face and their family clan would go further. But, why do I feel like he's like this to other people? Yin Xian muttered to herself. The others you're talking about are your own clansmen or in-laws, right? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. It seems so. Yin Xian thought for a moment and said with some embarrassment, but she couldn't help but think to herself, is her father really not a paper tiger? She was still skeptical about this. That's why I said that your father would never bluff in front of outsiders. Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. Yin Xian's father was the acting family head of one of the 8 great divine regions. If he was really a paper tiger that only knew how to scare people, why would that old man from the Yin family let him be the acting family head? A clan like this would never risk their clan's future. Sister. No matter how my father treats you, don't be afraid. My mother and I will definitely help you. Yin Xian saw that her previous words were no longer convincing, so she had to bring up her mother again. Your mother? Isn't she Miss Lan's aunt? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Yup. In fact, my mother doesn't like her very much either, and only maintains a superficial relationship. However, as long as I go and talk to my mother, she will definitely stand on your side. Yin Xian said with certainty. Hearing Yin Xian's words, Leng Ruoxue didn't know what to say. This family was really strange. The aunt and cousin didn't like their own niece and cousin, but the uncle seemed to love his niece a lot. What was going on? She was a little confused. Not only was Leng Ruoxue confused, even Grape, who was the maid of the Yin family, was confused by Yin Xian's words. She had never thought that the lady in charge of the first branch would not like Lady Lan. This was too unbelievable. However, she would not ask her own questions. After all, in a family like the Yin family, the most important thing to survive was to speak less and do more. Especially as a subordinate, it was even more forbidden to casually ask about the gossip of their master. This was a taboo in any family. Sister, please believe me. This time, I'm very certain. Yin Xian saw that Leng Ruoxue didn't say anything and thought that she didn't believe her, so she promised her anxiously. It's not that I don't believe you. Leng Ruoxue could not help but laugh. Hee hee. That's good. Yin Xian said happily. Sister, what's that smell? It smells so good. Suddenly, a faint fragrance drifted over with the wind. Yin Xian sniffed, took a deep breath, and asked curiously. It should be the fragrance of the dishes. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. Lotus Seed's dishes were not bad. However, as the young lady of the Yin family, she should have eaten all kinds of dishes, right? How could he be so sensitive to this smell? Sister. Can you treat me to a meal? When Yin Xian heard that it was the smell of food, she couldn't help but ask. After she finished speaking, her face blushed with embarrassment. All right. Leng Ruoxue nodded and immediately instructed Grape to get Lotus Seed to prepare a few more dishes. When it was time to eat, Leng Ruoxue only tried every dish, but Yin Xian was very happy. Her small mouth was filled with food, and she didn't even have time to talk. When Leng Ruoxue saw Yin Xian's current state, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. How long had it been since this little miss of the Yin family had eaten? Why was she so hungry? After finishing her meal, Yin Xian saw Leng Ruoxue's confused expression and scratched her head in embarrassment. Hee hee. Big sister, this dish is really too delicious. Since you like it so much, Lotus Seed will be very happy. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Yes, Lotus Seed, why didn't I know that your cooking skills were so good? Yin Xian said with a face full of regret. I didn't have the chance to cook before. Lotus Seed explained shyly. Ever since she and Grape had started serving Leng Ruoxue yesterday, Miss Leng had been dissatisfied with the dishes the head butler had prepared for her. Hence, they had no choice but to personally cook according to Leng Ruoxue's request. That's true. Sister, can I come here often for free meals in the future? After hearing Lotus Seed's words, Yin Xian said to Leng Ruoxue. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Xian, if you like it, feel free to come and eat. Leng Ruoxue said generously. It wasn't her style to eat anyway, so she didn't mind having another gluttonous little pig like him. Hee hee. Sister, I won't stand on ceremony then. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. I'll come and accompany you tomorrow. Yin Xian stood up and left in a hurry. Watching Yin Xian's back as she left, Leng Ruoxue asked thoughtfully, is Xian, doted on in the Yin clan? Young Miss, Little Miss is the Yin family's most pampered young miss from the direct line. On top of that, she has a biological older brother who is the young master, so Little Miss' status in the Yin family is very high. Grape replied. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head slightly. She then turned to Grape and Lienzi, after you're done, you can all go rest. I don't need you to serve me anymore. Yes. Miss. The two of them saluted, cleaned the table, and left the room. The next morning, Yin Xian came to eat. After breakfast, she came and went without a trace. When it was time for lunch at noon and at night, she would come back on time. After lunch, she would chat with Leng Ruoxue for a while before leaving. Seeing that Yin Xian had come to report on time, Leng Ruoxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did this little girl think that this was a restaurant? Moreover, it was said that he had brought her some useful information, but she didn't think it was of much use after listening to it. What's more, Yin Xian didn't know when her father, the acting family head, would come to find her. It was said that he was busy looking for an alchemist to refine pills for Miss Lan. Humph. Xiaohua's poison was not something that an ordinary alchemist could cure. Moreover, it required Xiaohua's saliva. Strange, why didn't that substitute clan head send someone to get Xiaohua's saliva? Even though Leng Ruoxue was a little bewildered, she didn't think too much about it. However, regardless of whether the substitute family head would come or not, she was already prepared. At the same time, in another guest courtyard of the Yin residence, although it was already late at night, it was still busy. Many maidservants and guards were guarding the door of the room, and from time to time, painful moans could be heard from the room. This room was Miss Lan's room. At this time, the acting patriarch of the Yin family, her aunt, Yin Xian, and Xiao Lan's parents were all by her bed. Among them, Xiao Lan's parents were the most anxious, while Yin Xian, looked indifferent. As for Yin Xian's mother, the acting patriarch's wife, her expression was normal, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. Even the acting patriarch of the Yin family, Yin Ping, had a trace of worry on his face. Mother. Mother. I'm so uncomfortable. I don't want to live anymore. Lying on the bed, Xiao Lan's hands and feet were bound by a white cloth. She was trying her best to break free from the restraints, and in an instant, deep red marks appeared on her wrists and ankles. Lan, My good Lan, Just bear with it. We've already gone to find the medicine. Madame Zhao's heart ached when she saw her precious daughter in such pain. Her hatred for Leng Ruoxue, who had caused her daughter to suffer, grew even more. After comforting her daughter, she turned to Yin Ping angrily and said, Brother-in-law. Where is the person who harmed my daughter? Give her to me, I want to deal with her myself. I said that I would give you an explanation for this matter. As for that person, don't even think about it. Yin Ping said coldly. To be honest, he didn't like the way his sister-in-law questioned him. However, seeing that Xiao Lan was suffering, he wouldn't argue with them. However, it was impossible for him to hand Leng Ruoxue over to them. Who asked his father, the head of the household, to bring Leng Ruoxue back. Hence, even though he promised them that he would give them an explanation, he would never dare to have any ideas about Leng Ruoxue. Why? Could that person be related to brother-in-law? Madame Xiao asked angrily. What do you mean by that? Yin Ping asked somewhat angrily. These words couldn't be said carelessly, otherwise, if word got out, how would he manage his clansmen? I don't mean anything. Brother-in-law knows it clearly. Madame Xiao said coldly. She had heard from the guards at home that the person who had injured her precious daughter was a woman, and a very beautiful woman at that. Now that that woman was being protected by her brother-in-law and refused to hand her over to them, wasn't it obvious what kind of relationship they had? What does he know? At this time, Xiao Lin, who was standing next to Yin Ping, asked with a slightly displeased tone. Sister. You have to be careful that brother-in-law will make a small one for you. Mrs. Xiao said with a gloating expression. She had already made it very clear, so she didn't believe that her sister wouldn't understand. You shut up. Is this something you can say? Xiao Lin growled angrily. She never liked her sister-in-law and would never try to get close to her. However, she never thought that her sister-in-law would say something like that. It touched her bottom line. Seeing Xiao Lin's anger, Mrs. Xiao stammered. She was about to say something, but her husband pulled her arm, so she had to shut her mouth. Sister, she's talking nonsense because she's too worried about Lan's health. Please don't mind her. We all know that brother-in-law isn't that kind of person. Xiao Lan's father, Xiao Hua, said apologetically. It might have been better if he didn't say it, but after he said it, Xiao Lin became even angrier. You don't mind? Could it be that just because his daughter was injured, he could spout nonsense and slander others? That man was her brother-in-law. Did they ever think about their sister's feelings when they said that? Ai. It was all her husband's fault for loving the house too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoiled her own family. Her heart felt heavy when she thought about this. In fact, she really didn't need her husband to take care of these insensible family members for her. However, every time she said this, Brother Ping would think that she didn't want to put him in a difficult position and would do her best instead. Later on, she didn't say these words as long as these people didn't go too far and cross her bottom line. She could only turn a blind eye to it. But now, they had clearly crossed her bottom line, and this was something she absolutely could not tolerate. Seeing that Xiao Lin's expression was very ugly, Xiao Hua quickly helped her out of Xiao Lan's room. He coaxed her as they walked, but no matter how much he tried to coax her, he could not make Xiao Lin smile. Seeing that his sister was really angry, Xiao Hua was a little flustered. It must be known that he could call the wind and rain in the Xiao family all because of his sister. Although Xiao Lin was not his biological sister, she was raised by his parents since she was young. The relationship between the two had always been very good. After Xiao Lin married into the Yin family, Yin Ping, his brother-in-law, took good care of them. So, over time, they became used to it, especially his wife and daughter. They simply regarded the Yin family as their own home. Because he also hoped from the bottom of his heart that his wife and daughter could be closer to this sister, he was naturally happy to see it happen. He also knew that his wife sometimes said things that were unpleasant to the ears. However, his sister had never minded it. However, this time, she was really angry. This made him feel a little uneasy. Sister. You also know that Ru Ping can't speak, don't take it to heart. Before sending Xiao Lin to her room, Xiao Hua still felt a little worried. Go back and look after Lan, You don't need to worry about me. Xiao Lin sighed. She still loved her brother, but she couldn't like her sister-in-law and niece. Sister. Have a good rest, I'll go look after Lan, After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he turned and left. As soon as Xiao Hua left, Yin Xian jumped out of nowhere. Mother. Are you alright? Yin Xian said worriedly. Just now in Xiao Lan's room, she had the impulse to beat someone up, but in the end, she restrained herself. After all, she didn't want to put her mother in a difficult position. I'm fine. Xian, why did you leave as well? Xiao Lin asked curiously. Didn't Xian, say she wanted to gather information? He had actually left Xiao Lan's room. I'm just worried about mother. Yin Xian coyly held Xiao Lin's arm and said. In fact, she had seen enough of Xiao Lan's face. Now Xiao Lan's face could not be seen by anyone at all. Her whole face was swollen like a pig's head, and there were even signs of festering. She was terrified just by looking at it, so she didn't want to stay there any longer. So, after her mother left, she also found an excuse to come out. It's still Xian who cares about mother the most. Xiao Lin said with a little resentment. From her tone, Yin Xian knew that her mother was blaming her father for not comforting her. Mother. Father is also very concerned about you, but you also know how tolerant father is to Xiao Lan and the others. So, don't blame him. Yin Xian consoled. Mother was just casually saying. Xiao Lin said and then changed the topic. Oh right, how's Leng Ruoxue doing these past 2 days? Very good. I ate well and slept well. Yin Xian said with a smile. Isn't she worried that we'll blame her? Hearing Yin Xian's words, Xiao Lin was curious about Leng Ruoxue. Logically speaking, Leng Ruoxue should be a little scared when she let her beast bite Lan, right? However, from Xian Er's words, it seemed as though the other party was treating it as though nothing had happened. This was really too strange. However, she then recalled that Leng Ruoxue had been brought back by her father-in-law. Even if her husband wanted to touch Leng Ruoxue, he would not dare to do so easily. Could this be the other party's trump card? Sister really doesn't seem to be worried. Yin Xian said after some thought. Even though she had told Leng Ruoxue more than once that she didn't need to worry about her father and that she would help her, she really didn't see a single trace of worry on Leng Ruoxue's face. Xian bring me to meet that Leng Ruoxue tomorrow. Xiao Lin said after thinking for a while. Mother. If you want to stand up for Xiao Lan, then I advise you not to go. I really like that sister. Yin Xian reminded. Yo. It's rare for my daughter to fall in love with an outsider, and you don't even like Xiao Lan. Hearing Yin Xian's words, Xiao Lin chuckled and teased her. I've never liked her since I was young. Mother, it's not like you don't know. Yin Xian was very disapproving of her mother's teasing. I know. Xian has good taste, unlike your muddle-headed father. Xiao Lin sighed and said helplessly. The main reason why her husband loved Xiao Lan was that Xiao Lan resembled her when she was young. That was why he loved her even more. When she found out about this, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She couldn't see how Xiao Lan looked like her. Father was just deceived by that woman. Who asked that woman to be so good at acting? Yin Xian spoke up for her father. Xian remember to bring mother to see that Leng Ruoxue tomorrow. Xiao Lin reminded. Alright, mother. Have an early rest, I'll come to find you tomorrow. After Yin Xian finished speaking, she left with a happy face. The next morning, Yin Xian took Xiao Lin to Mingxi Garden. Looking at the beautiful woman in her early 30s, Leng Ruoxue understood that this person should be Yin Xian's mother. However, the mother and daughter really didn't have any similarities. Yin Xian's mother was very beautiful, and Yin Xian was cute. After Xiao Lin saw Leng Ruoxue, her beautiful eyes kept sizing her up. She was full of admiration in her heart. What a devastatingly beautiful woman. When she saw Leng Ruoxue, it was not hard for her to imagine why her niece would have a conflict with her. Hello. I'm Xian Er's mother, Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin introduced herself. Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue said softly. I've always heard Xian talk about you. I finally have the chance to meet you today. Xiao Lin said with a smile. I also often hear Xian mention her mother. Madam Yin, did you come here today just to see me? Leng Ruoxue chuckled and asked directly. Yup. Xiao Lin replied with a smile. She did not expect Leng Ruoxue to be so direct. However, it was not hard to understand. Based on her relationship with Xiao Lan, it was no wonder that others would misunderstand. I thought that Madame Yin would come and question me. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. I don't care about her. Xiao Lin said directly. That's good. I like Xian a lot, and I'm friends with Big Brother Yin. I also have a good impression of you, so I really don't want anything to happen between us just because of Miss Lan. Leng Ruoxue confessed. You know Xiao Lin didn't expect Leng Ruoxue to recognize her son. She was shocked, but she admired Leng Ruoxue's honesty. This was how a person should be. What's the point of wearing a mask all day? Yes, I met Brother Yi on the godly mainland. Leng Ruoxue explained simply. I see. Looking at Leng Ruoxue's strength, Xiao Lin understood that she must have come from the godly mainland. However, why did her master bring such a beautiful woman to the godly realm? She couldn't quite guess her master's motive. Sister. I didn't expect you to know my brother. You and our Yin family are really fated. I wonder when Big Brother will come back. I'm starting to miss him. When Yin Xian heard Leng Ruoxue's words, she was extremely excited. Big Brother Yin should be back soon. Leng Ruoxue guessed. If Brother Yin knew that she had been taken away by his grandfather, he would definitely return. No. Brother can't come back now. Suddenly, Yin Xian seemed to have thought of something and quickly said. Why? Leng Ruoxue and Xiao Lin said in unison. After hearing Yin Xian's words, both of them were puzzled. Xiao Lan is here. If Big Brother returns, they will definitely take the opportunity to make Big Brother marry her. Yin Xian's face was full of worry. She didn't want that woman to become her sister-in-law. If that happened, she would be depressed to death. You underestimate Brother Yin. Although Brother Yin looks gentle, no one can force him to do anything he doesn't want to do. Leng Ruoxue replied calmly. Even though she had not spent much time with Yin Xiao, she could tell that Big Brother Yin was not an easy person to get along with. Even though he always had a smile on his face, people like that would find it hard to accept others. You don't know your brother as well as Xue. Xiao Lin chuckled as she looked at Leng Ruoxue. Her gaze became gentler, and she even addressed her as Xue. Furthermore, the more she looked at Leng Ruoxue, the more satisfied she was with her. She just did not know why the master of the family had brought Leng Ruoxue back to the Yin family. Mother. I'm just afraid that Big Brother will be soft-hearted. Didn't you say that men like to have tender feelings for women? Yin Xian said with an aggrieved expression. Xian, men have to be considerate of women according to their partners. If you treat every woman with tenderness, you can't have this kind of man. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with an evil smile. Xue is right. Xiao Lin nodded in agreement. Yes. Yin Xian nodded her head heavily and continued, Mother. Did Xiao Lan's injured father say anything again? Xue, can you let me take a look at your snake? Xiao Lin suddenly said after hearing Yin Xian's words. Little Fire, Madame Yin wants to see you. Leng Ruoxue rolled up her sleeves, revealing Fiery, who was wrapped around her wrist. Is this the snake that bit Lan? I really couldn't tell that such a small snake's poison was so powerful. Xiao Lin said in shock. She had never thought that Xiao Lan and the others would be bitten by such a small snake. It should be known that there were many kinds of snakes in the divine realm, and some of them were poisonous. However, those poisons could be detoxified with just one antidote pill. For those more poisonous ones, they would usually be fine after taking a good antidote pill. However, Xiao Lan's poison was getting worse the more she took the antidote pill. When she went to see Xiao Lan this morning, she found that her face had begun to fester. She was shocked at the time. Xiaohua's poison can't be cured by an ordinary antidote pill. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. The other party did not come to ask for Xiaohua's saliva, so it was almost impossible to cure Xiao Lan and the others. Really? Then how can we get rid of the poison in Xiao Lan and the others' bodies? Yin Xian asked curiously. We need to use Xiaohua's saliva. Leng Ruoxue explained calmly. Sister. Then you have to keep a close eye on Lil Fire, I'm afraid they'll come to steal the snake. Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Yin Xian quickly reminded her. Xue, do we really need this little snake's saliva to cure the poison in Lan Er's body? Xiao Lin asked thoughtfully. Yes. Could it be that Madame Yin wants me to give them Lil Fire's saliva? Leng Ruoxue said. I'm just annoyed that they're crying and making a fuss all day. But this snake is yours, and the one they've provoked is you. If you want to give it to me, it's fine. If you don't want to, it's fine. You don't have to give me face. Xiao Lin was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would misunderstand, so she quickly explained. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Actually, it's not impossible to give them Xiaohua's saliva. However, you can't give it to them easily. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. She had agreed to give Xiaohua's saliva to the other party because of the Yin family. However, since the other party's biological aunt had already made it clear and didn't care whether she gave it to them or not, why should she give this free favor? Furthermore, with Miss Lan's personality, if you were to give it to her so easily, not only would she not be grateful to you, but she would also hate you even more for making her suffer. Therefore, Leng Ruoxue would never do something that would take a long time and not give you any benefits. If you want Lil Fire's saliva, sure. But he had to pay a corresponding price. Right. We can't give it to them so easily. We have to make them bleed a lot and let Xiao Lan suffer for a few more days. Yin Xian suggested after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. He. Hearing Yin Xian's indignant words, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but chuckle. Just how much did Yin Xian hate that Miss Lan? After all, she was her cousin, but she was so hated by her. Miss Lan was also quite a failure in life. She probably only cared about pleasing the elders and ignored the existence of Yin Xian. She guessed in her heart. Sister. Don't laugh. I'm telling the truth. Yin Xian said, somewhat annoyed. I know you're telling the truth, okay? Leng Ruoxue coaxed. Sister. Yin Xian acted coquettishly as she tugged at Leng Ruoxue's sleeve and said with a hint of resentment. All right. I won't tease you anymore, don't worry. Didn't I say that I wouldn't easily hand over Lil Fire's saliva to them? Leng Ruoxue promised. That's good. Sister. Lil Fire's poison is so powerful. Do you know? Xiao Lan's face has started to fester today. It's so scary and disgusting. Yin Xian said with a face full of fear. That's normal. If she had received treatment a few days later, she probably wouldn't have been able to keep her face. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Arg. It's true. Yin Xian was shocked. Xiao Lan cared about her face the most. If she really couldn't keep it, Xiao Lan would probably go crazy. Are you telling the truth? Xiao Lin quickly asked. She was thinking about the consequences if Xiao Lan's face was destroyed. Yes, if they can't get Xiaohua's saliva and refine it into a pill within 3 days, then Xiaohua's saliva will be useless, and her poison will never be cured, and it will often relapse. Leng Ruoxue explained with a smile. Xiaohua's poison would be completely cured after 3 days even without the antidote. However, this recovery was just an illusion. After a few days, it would still relapse, and the frequency of relapses would increase. The pain would be 10 times or even 100 times more than now. This was also the strong point of Xiaohua's poison. What will happen if it reoccurs? Yin Xian asked curiously. It will be at least 10 times more painful than now. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Arg. Wouldn't that be killing her? Now, she's on the verge of death. Yin Xian was left speechless. She really didn't expect that the little snake's poison was so powerful. I won't take her life, because it's not easy for her to even want to die. Leng Ruoxue corrected, implying that the poison would make Miss Lan's life a living hell. Lil Fire is really amazing. Yin Xian said as she looked at the little flame on Leng Ruoxue's wrist with both love and fear. Little girl, don't be afraid. I don't bite people randomly. Feeling Yin Xian's gaze, Little Fire raised its little head and comforted her. Oh. Can you not call me little girl? Yin Xian discussed. Then what should I call you? A woman? But I can't see how you look like a woman. Lil Fire said honestly. Which part of me doesn't look like a woman? Yin Xian said, somewhat hurt by her self-esteem, and even deliberately puffed out her towering peaks. Woo. This little snake actually said that she didn't look like a woman. He really had no taste. It doesn't look like anything. Lil Fire said in disdain. You. Sister. Lil Fire is bullying me. Yin Xian realized that she couldn't win against Little Fire, so she turned to Leng Ruoxue for help. Hee. Little Fire is just teasing you. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she tried to smooth things over. Women. I'm going to sleep. Lil Fire yawned and lazily closed its eyes. You're sleeping so early in the morning? Seeing that Lil Fire ignored everyone's existence and really closed his eyes, Yin Xian said in surprise. Little Fire likes to sleep. Leng Ruoxue said hurriedly. Xian, you silly girl. Beastie's sleep is also a form of cultivation. Xiao Lin laughed as she watched her precious daughter interact with Lil Fire. She found it amusing no matter how she looked at it. This little red snake was too cute. Oh. Yin Xian nodded, not fully understanding. You wouldn't mind if I told my brother about the news you just told me, right? At this moment, Xiao Lin asked Leng Ruoxue. Although she didn't like Xiao Lan, she couldn't just watch a girl disfigure her face. She knew how important looks were to a woman in the divinity. I don't mind. I just want you to tell them. Leng Ruoxue laughed. That's good. Tell me what conditions you have. Xiao Lin said, relieved. I'll tell them. I only have 3 conditions. First, Xiao Lan has to personally apologize to me, Grape, and Lotus Seed. Second, of course, she has to compensate us for the mental damage we have suffered. Naturally, it's to pay for Lil Fire's saliva. Leng Ruoxue stated the 3 conditions nonchalantly, and these 3 conditions were not something that she came up with on the spot. Good. No problem, Xiao Lin nodded. Leng Ruoxue's 3 conditions were reasonable. After all, it was Xiao Lan and the others who were the unreasonable ones. Seeing how confident Xiao Lin was, Leng Ruoxue didn't think she would agree to her conditions so easily. However, that wasn't something she should be concerned about, and she didn't mean to make things difficult for her. After Xiao Lin chatted with Leng Ruoxue for a while more at Mingxi Garden, she left with Yin Xian. After they left, Grape couldn't help but ask, Miss, the Xiao family will definitely not agree to the 3 conditions you mentioned. Although she was a maidservant, she knew the three people from the Shao family very well. They were not the kind of people who would pluck hair from their own bodies. Asking them to compensate was no different from asking for their lives. How do you know it won't? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Miss. I'm not like those three from the Shao family that I just met today. They only know how to freeload at the Yin family. If you want them to pay for compensation, the sun will rise from the west. Grape said with absolute certainty. Grape, why don't we make a bet? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. A bet? Miss. I don't have anything of value. Grape said honestly. I don't need anything. I just need to agree to one condition. Leng Ruoxue explained. That's good. Let's bet. Miss. I bet that the Shao family won't pay any compensation, and the Yin family will have to pay for it in the end. Grape said confidently. After all, this was not the first time such a thing had happened. If it's the Yin family paying the compensation, you win, Leng Ruoxue said. Good. Hee hee. Miss. I'm definitely going to win. Grape said happily. Grape, it's too early to be happy. I've never lost a bet before. Don't underestimate your enemy. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with a smile. Miss. I know that family very well, and I won't lose. Grape said with confidence. That's good. Then let's wait and see. Leng Ruoxue laughed in an enigmatic manner. After Xiao Lin and Yin Xian left Mingxi Garden, they went straight to the courtyard where Xiao Lan and the others were staying. However, when she told Xiao Hua and his wife about Leng Ruoxue's condition and the method to cure Xiao Lan's injury, she did not see their gratitude as she had hoped. Instead, she was blamed by them. Sister. This woman was really too much. She clearly hurt Lan, so how could she put forward such a rude condition? This was really preposterous and bullying. Do you think there's no one in the Xiao family? Do you think our Yin family is easy to bully? Ru Ping roared in anger. Aunt. What does this have to do with our Yin clan? They asked for it from you, not from us. Please don't casually mention our Yin family, otherwise, if the other members of the Yin family heard it, they would misunderstand. Yin Xian reminded. The adults are talking. Why is a child like you interrupting? Hearing Yin Xian's words, Ru Ping said unhappily. I'm no longer a child. Yin Xian's face was red as she said loudly. She said this because it was not appropriate for her mother to say it, but the other party used her being a child as an excuse. It was really ridiculous. When Xiao Lan interrupted, why didn't she say that Xiao Lan was also a child? Sister. Xian is really too unruly. When the elders are talking, it's not her place as a child to interrupt, and she even talked back to the elders. Seeing that Yin Xian didn't give her any face, Ru Ping turned to Xiao Lin and complained. How can my child not know the rules? Was there anything wrong with what she said? The Yin clan is the Yin clan, and the Xiao clan is the Xiao clan. They really shouldn't be mixed together. Xiao Lin didn't want to argue with this sister-in-law. After all, it wouldn't be nice if this kind of thing spread out, and it would also damage the Yin family's reputation. However, her mistake was that she shouldn't have said that Xian didn't know the rules. Which parent would be willing to hear others slander their precious daughter? Sister. Don't be angry, Ru Ping was too worried about Lan, that's why she spoke without thinking. Please be magnanimous and don't mind her. Seeing that Xiao Lin was getting angry again, Xiao Hua quickly spoke up. He kept giving his wife a look, signaling her to shut up. In his opinion, his sister was his biggest backer, and he could not get into a conflict with her because of his daughter. It would not be good for his position in the Xiao family, and it would only benefit the other members of the Xiao family. I won't argue with her, but I'll make it clear to you today. I'm here to tell you this news out of goodwill, but it's fine if you don't appreciate it. However, this matter was caused by Lan, and now she's asking for compensation before she's willing to give you the little snake saliva. Our Yin clan won't interfere in this matter, so don't expect the Yin clan to compensate you for this, Xian, Let's go. After Xiao Lin finished speaking, she left Xiao Lan's room with Yin Xian expressionlessly. After leaving the room, Yin Xian said excitedly and exaggeratedly, Mother. You really are my mother. I'm so touched. Silly girl. When has mother not been on your side? Xiao Lin said helplessly. There were some things that she didn't say because of her brother, but her sister-in-law shouldn't have accused her daughter of being unruly in front of her. This was something that no parent could tolerate. Mother. I feel that it's not enough for us to only know about this matter. We have to tell father about it. Otherwise, if father is soft-hearted, he might help them pay the compensation. In fact, it's not like they can't afford the compensation that sister asked for. Yin Xian reminded. Before she and her mother had left Mingxi Garden, her elder sister had given them a list of the items that Leng Ruoxue had requested for compensation. On that list, both of them had contributed a little because they had given their opinions. After all, no one knew better than them what the other party could offer. Xiao Hua was not the head of the family yet, so there was a limit to what he could offer. Therefore, if Leng Ruoxue's request was beyond what they could afford, the Yin family would be the one to pay the compensation. This was something that Yin Xian did not want to see. Thus, after Yin Xian expressed her thoughts, Leng Ruoxue agreed to compensate Xiao Lan's family as much as they could. I'll find a chance to talk to your father. Xiao Lin nodded. Mother. Don't look for an opportunity, let's go find father now and talk about this. Otherwise. If uncle and the rest were to get there first and father agreed, then we would have worked in vain. Yin Xian quickly said. You little girl, fine. Then let's go find your father and tell him. Xiao Lin said with a helpless smile. Hee hee. I knew that mother is the best. Yin Xian said with a fawning smile. Then, the mother and daughter went to Yin Ping's study room. However, at this time, Yin Ping was discussing some matters with the elders. When Yin Ping finished his discussion and came out of the study room, he saw his beloved wife and daughter sitting on the stone chairs in the courtyard waiting for him. Sister Lin, Xian, why are you guys here? Yin Ping said with some surprise. Father. We're here to talk to you. Yin Xian held Yin Ping's arm and said coyly. Oh. What was it? You even came all the way here to find me? Yin Ping didn't understand. At this moment, a guard came over and reported, Acting Patriarch, Xiao Hua has sent someone to invite you. He said that he has something to tell you. What's the matter? Yin Ping frowned and said with obvious displeasure. These few days, he had been annoyed to death by the couple. He had never thought that they would be so annoying before. However, he was getting more and more impatient with them. Yin Xian and her daughter saw Yin Ping's expression and laughed in their hearts. It seemed that the other party also wanted to tell Yin Ping about this matter, but unfortunately, they were the first ones to do so. With them around, Yin Ping naturally couldn't leave them to see Xiao Hua. After all, his wife and daughter were the most important. The person didn't say. The guard also felt Yin Ping's displeasure and quickly said. You go and tell the person that I have something to do now and will be there later. Yin Ping thought for a moment. He definitely couldn't not go over. If he didn't go over, Xiao Hua and his wife would keep sending people to find him. Now that his wife and daughter had something to tell him, he naturally had to take care of his wife and daughter first. Yes. The guard replied and turned to leave. Sister Lin, Xian, you can speak your mind now. After the guard left, Yin Ping spoke again. When his wife and daughter heard the guard's report, he didn't miss the expression on their faces. Mother. You can tell father. Yin Xian said. Yeah. Xiao Lin nodded, then told them about Leng Ruoxue's request and their visit to her. After Yin Ping heard this, his brows furrowed even deeper, and he didn't say a word. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xiao Lin and Xian saw his expression and didn't disturb him. After a while. If Xiao Hua wants to see me, it's also about this matter, right? Yes. Xiao Lin and Xian nodded. Sister Lin. In the past, whenever Xiao Hua had any problems, he would always ask me for help. If I don't help him this time, I'm afraid he'll have other thoughts. Yin Ping said with some difficulty. He understood the meaning of his wife and daughter. They wanted Xiao Hua and his wife to pay the compensation themselves. However, how could that couple be willing to pay the price? Father. It's precisely because you've meddled too much in the past that we can't meddle with them this time. This matter was originally cousin Lan's fault and sister Shui has evidence. If the elders of the clan find out about this evidence, you can forget about convincing the public as the acting patriarch in the future. Yin Xian reminded. It's that serious? Yin Ping said as he looked at his wife and daughter. He only knew that Xiao Lan had a conflict with the people living in Mingxi Garden and was beaten up by their beastie. However, he didn't know the exact reason. Xiao Lan's guards had all come to the same conclusion and insisted that it had nothing to do with Xiao Lan. That was why he was in a difficult position. If it had nothing to do with Xiao Lan, then it could only be the other party's provocation. However, that woman was brought back by his father. If he didn't say anything and just dealt with her, then it would be a big problem. He also had no way of explaining it to his father, the head of the family. Thus, he could not make up his mind. Yes. Xiao Lin and Yin Xian both nodded. They had seen the evidence in Leng Ruoxue's hands, so they were even more determined to not help Xiao Lan this time. Otherwise, their husband and father would be in trouble. Seeing that his wife and daughter were so certain, Yin Ping naturally made up his mind. However, he still said to Xiao Lin apologetically, Sister Lin, although I really want to help Lan, this time. He said. Before Yin Ping could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Lin, Brother Ping. You've already done enough. I can't let you be blamed by your clansmen for what happened to the Xiao family. She knew that Yin Ping's protection of Xiao Hua's family over the years had caused many clansmen to be dissatisfied. The reason why Xiao Lan dared to show off in the Yin family was also because she had her husband's support. Otherwise, how could she have such courage to not even put her own daughter in her eyes? Xiao Lin was a very protective person. Originally, Xiao Lan was her niece, and she doted on her. However, Xiao Lan used her love to bully Xian. If she had not accidentally overheard the conversation between Xiao Lan and the maidservant, she would probably still dote on Xiao Lan as much as she did before. Ever since then, she found Xiao Lan more and more unpleasant to the eye. Xiao Lan was so obedient in front of her, but she was so arrogant in front of others. She didn't even care about her daughter. This was something she couldn't tolerate. Sister Lin. Thank you for your understanding. Yin Ping was very touched because his wife was a sensible person. Over the years, although his wife had told him not to take care of Xiao Hua's family, he still did his best to take care of them out of his love for his wife and the gratitude of Xiao Hua's parents for raising his wife. He also knew that it was because of his protection that Xiao Hua's family's status in the Xiao family was getting higher and, Brother Ping. You've done enough for me. Xiao Hua is already an adult, so let him handle the future matters by himself. Xiao Lin said bluntly. This was also what she meant. Good. I'll listen to you. Yin Ping said affectionately. Seeing her parents looking at each other affectionately in front of her, even forgetting about her existence as a daughter, Yin Xian was both happy and conflicted. She was happy that her parents had a good relationship and there were no group of annoying half-brothers and sisters at home, but conflicted that in front of her parents, she had become heir. Sigh. Should she be more tactful and go to the side to play? Yin Xian thought. At the same time, Yin Xian didn't disturb her parents' love and quietly slipped away. By the time Shaolin and Yin Ping reacted, there were only the two of them left in the large courtyard. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, then went back to their rooms hand in hand. After staying with Shaolin for a while, Yin Ping unwillingly went to the courtyard of Xiaohua and the others. Previous chapter. Brother-in-law. You've finally come. As soon as Yin Ping entered Xiaolan's room, Ru Ping cried with snot and tears. Yin Ping saw this and frowned slightly, then said indifferently, "What happened to you? Brother-in-law. You have to help our Lan, Was there any justice left in this world? They bullied my Lan, and now they want us to compensate for their mental loss. They were really bullying him. Do you think our Xiao family is easy to bully?" Just as Yin Ping asked this, Ru Ping began to speak in rapid succession. If he had not heard his wife and daughter's conditions beforehand, he would have thought that they had gone too far. However, he knew very well that Xiaohua could afford the conditions. All these years, with his protection, Xiaohua had taken a lot of money from his family. Now, they were crying and quarreling with him only because they wanted him to pay the compensation to save Xiaolan. However, he had promised his wife and daughter that he would not interfere in this matter. Therefore, no matter how much they cried and quarreled, no matter how hard they tried, he would not care. It was all useless. After crying for a while, Ru Ping's heart sank when she saw that Yin Ping didn't say a word. Then, she cried again. Brother-in-law. Xiaolan is your most beloved niece, so her business is your business. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Are you done? Yin Ping, who was annoyed by the noise, roared. His roar scared Ru Ping so much that she didn't dare to cry anymore. Brother-in-law. You have to help Lan, Ru Ping sobbed and said softly. I've heard about this from Sister Lin and discussed it with the elders of the family. The elders think that this matter was caused by Lan, so you should deal with it yourself. Our Yin family will not interfere in this matter. Yin Ping brought out the elders and said. Brother-in-law. How could this be? Lan got into trouble in your Yin family. You also promised to give us an explanation. Ru Ping and Xiaohua quickly said. I said I'll give you an explanation because you told me this had nothing to do with Lan, However, as far as I know, this was caused by Lan, Shouldn't you tell me the truth? Yin Ping asked indifferently. Brother-in-law. You've watched Lan, grow up. Don't you know what kind of child she is? How could she do such a thing? Ru Ping quibbled guiltily. You know better than me whether she can do it or not. Let's not talk about this now. You'd better quickly prepare the compensation that the other party wants. Saving Lan, is more important. As for the other things, wait until Lan, is better. You must gather all the items within 3 days. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Yin Ping coldly reminded. Brother-in-law. They were the ones who injured Lan, and now Lan has fainted from the pain. Why should we compensate them? This was simply too unreasonable. This kind of thing couldn't be explained anywhere, right? Besides, even if there's a need for compensation, they should be the ones paying us. Ru Ping reminded him with dissatisfaction. The thing that can save Lan, is in his hands now. He wants you to compensate him. Can you refuse? Yin Ping said unhappily. He really didn't want to ask if they were close, but he had to remind them. Brother-in-law. Your Yin clan is one of the 8 great divine domains and has a transcendent status in the divine realm. No matter what identity that woman has, since she's currently living in the Yin clan, she'll have to obediently hand over the snake's saliva with just a word from you. We don't need to waste our time. Ru Ping said with a fawning smile. That woman won't listen to me. You'd better do as she says. I can't help you with this. Yin Ping didn't even think and rejected. Brother-in-law, what's the identity of that woman? Even you can't do anything to her? Ru Ping asked curiously. She wouldn't say that the girl had an ambiguous relationship with Yin Ping now, in case they annoyed him again. Then they wouldn't be able to come to the Yin family in the future. Yin Ping was their big backer, so they couldn't offend him. It's none of your business who she is. In short, don't mess with her. Prepare the compensation she asked for in 3 days. The most important thing is to save Lan, Yin Ping once again reminded him. Before knowing his father's intentions, he didn't dare to touch that girl. He had already said what he needed to say. As for whether Xiaohua's family would do as he said, that wasn't something he could control. 3 days later. Leng Ruoxue didn't receive compensation from the other party as she had hoped. However, she didn't seem to be in a hurry. She continued to lie on the deck chair leisurely and bask in the sun. Seeing this, Grape chuckled and teased, Miss. You've lost our bet. Grape. I didn't lose, and you didn't win. Don't forget who we've bet on paying the compensation. The Xiao family hasn't paid the compensation yet, and the Yin family hasn't paid for them either, so our bet isn't over yet. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. But miss. It's already been 3 days. Grape reminded. Yes, I asked them to send the compensation and the money to buy small fire saliva within 3 days, but they refused to send it over, so we can't do anything about it. So, our bet isn't over yet. Leng Ruoxue laughed. Miss, do you mean that the bet will continue? Grape asked with some uncertainty. Why not continue? They'll definitely send the compensation over, it's just a matter of a few days. Leng Ruoxue said confidently. She could even guess the main reason why the other party was not willing to follow her instructions and send the compensation over. It was because Xiao Lan's injuries were showing signs of improvement. The truth was just as Leng Ruoxue had guessed. Ever since Leng Ruoxue had stated her conditions, Xiao Hua and his wife had discussed for a long time. They had even looked for Yin Ping a few times, hoping that the other party would compensate them. However, Yin Ping had not relented. At the same time, Xiao Lan's injuries had also shown signs of improvement, so they had not thought much of it. In 3 days, the swelling on Xiao Lan's face had subsided, and the festering parts had begun to form knots. Her appearance was slowly recovering. Seeing this, Xiao Hua and his wife were even more relieved. As for Xiao Lin's warning, they had completely forgotten about it. In the room, Xiao Lan sat in front of the dressing table. Looking at her restored appearance in the mirror, she was very happy. That damned snake and woman had caused him to suffer for so many days. He would definitely not let them off. Thinking of this, she summoned the maidservant and whispered something in her ear before the maidservant left the room. Lan, what did you just say to the maidservant? Sitting by the bed and looking at her daughter, Ru Ping asked curiously. It's nothing. I told her to send people to help me keep an eye on the 3 people from Bright Stream Garden. If there's a situation, immediately come and tell me. Humph. They caused me to suffer for so many days. If I let them go, would I still be Xiao Lan? Xiao Lan said viciously, a sinister look flashing across her beautiful face. Lan, After all, this is the Yin family. Because of you, we have already made them unhappy. If we cause any trouble at this time, it will not be good for us. Ru Ping reminded. Mother. I know what to do. You still don't trust me. Xiao Lan said in a spoiled manner. Of course, I'm at ease with Lan, But your father. Ru Ping stopped halfway, for she suddenly remembered that Lan had just recovered from her injury. She didn't want to tell her about this, or she would be annoyed. Mother. Are you trying to say that aunt and uncle are a little dissatisfied with you? Xiao Lan said. Although she had been in a daze most of the time these past few days, she could still hear some of their conversations. Yup. Your father went to look for Xiao Lin many times, but Xiao Lin didn't see him, and Yin Ping didn't either. They had really gone too far. Is this what an elder sister and brother-in-law should do? As soon as she thought of the cold treatment she had received in the past 2 days, Ru Ping had a stomach full of complaints. Originally, it was fine if her daughter didn't know. She didn't intend to say it now to annoy her daughter. But since her daughter knew, there was no harm in saying it. Mother. You shouldn't be complaining. We should be thinking about how to make aunt and uncle treat us the same as before. After all, we can't do without their support. In contrast to Ru Ping's anger, Xiao Lan was still very calm. She knew very well that without the support of her aunt and uncle, her family would never have the status they had today. Therefore, she was not willing to give up such a backer no matter what. Who asked her to still think about the position of the future mistress of the Yin family? Of course I know that. But they don't even want to see us now. Ru Ping couldn't help but mutter. That's why we should think about how we can salvage the situation. Mother. Come with me to visit aunt and uncle later. My injuries have healed, so I have to thank them properly. They won't reject this reason again, right? Xiao Lan said with a smile. What Lan said makes sense. Ru Ping nodded. Even if Xiao Lin and Yin Ping were dissatisfied with the couple, they wouldn't refuse to see Lan. After all, Lan had been doted on since she was a child. With Lan around, their relationship would definitely improve, she thought confidently. After Xiao Lan had dressed herself up in front of the dressing table, she took Ru Ping to the courtyard where Yin Ping and Xiao Lin lived. As soon as they arrived at the courtyard, they heard a faint laughter coming from inside. Xiao Lan immediately felt a little upset because she was very familiar with this voice. It was her cousin's voice. She was laughing so happily now, so she must be chatting with her aunt. In the past, when she chatted with her aunt, she would also smile very happily. However, she didn't know when it started, but their relationship became colder and colder. Although she kept trying to please her aunt was always indifferent to her. This made her puzzled no matter how much she thought about it. She really couldn't remember what she did wrong to anger her aunt. After entering the courtyard, Xiao Lan saw her aunt sitting on a stone chair in the garden. Yin Xian was talking to her in a very low voice, and she even laughed happily from time to time. Immediately, jealousy welled up in her heart. Why was Yin Xian so happy? All of this should have been hers. However, it was taken away by Yin Xian. No. She had to regain her position in her aunt's heart. She couldn't let Yin Xian be so proud. After she made up her mind, she quickly walked in front of Xiao Lin and bowed respectfully. She then slowly said, Aunt. Lan is here to visit you. Lan is better? He should be resting in his room, how can he run around? Xiao Lin looked at Xiao Lan and said with a faint smile. In fact, what she meant was, don't run around the Yin family and don't come to her place. However, she knew that Xiao Lan would definitely not understand the hidden meaning of her words. Even if she did, she would pretend not to know. Previous chapter. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. Your niece's body is fine now. Xiao Lan stood next to Xiao Lin very politely and even tried to fill Xiao Lin's cup with tea. However, the teapot was snatched away by Yin Xian. Yin Xian smiled. Cousin's body has just recovered. It's not good for her to overwork herself. Just leave this kind of rough work to me. Younger Biao's sister is thoughtful. Xiao Lan said as she suppressed her anger. Lan, if there's nothing important, you can go back to your room and have a good rest. I won't be sending you off. Xiao Lin said. Aunt Lan is here to see you. Xiao Lan said in a slightly aggrieved tone, and a layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. Yup. Sister. Lan Er's injury has just recovered, and she's in a hurry to see you. Look at how filial she is. Ru Ping also chimed in. I know that Lan is filial. I appreciate it. However, Lan Er's body has just recovered, and I can't bear to see her overwork herself, so I'd better let her go back to her room to rest. Xiao Lin said with concern. This. Ru Ping seemed to want to say something, but she was pulled back by Xiao Lan, so she kept quiet. I'm really grateful for Aunt's care and concern. I'll go back first. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Xiao Lan said in a very understanding manner. After she finished speaking, she bowed to Xiao Lin, then turned around and left with her mother. Out of the yard, Ru Ping asked unwillingly, Lan, we're leaving just like that? What else can we do? Let's go and see uncle. Xiao Lan suggested. Ru Ping nodded and then the two walked toward Yin Ping's study. However, when they reached the door of Yin Ping's study, they couldn't go in because the guard at the door told them that the substitute family head had important things to deal with and wouldn't see anyone. The two of them had no choice but to return to their own residence. In fact, Yin Ping didn't go to the study room today. He stayed in his room and watched his wife and daughter talking and laughing in the garden. When Xiao Lan and her daughter came, he saw them, but he didn't go out. After they left, Yin Ping opened the door and walked into the garden. Father. You're finally willing to come out. Yin Xian, who was chatting with her mother, teased Yin Ping after seeing him. You little girl, you even dare to tease your own father. You're really looking for a beating. Yin Ping patted Yin Xian's head as a token gesture. Mother. Look, father actually hit me. You have to make the decision for me. Yin Xian pouted her pink lips and complained. Bad girl, you're getting naughtier the older you get, good hit. Xiao Lin said with a smile. Mother. How can you forget your daughter when you're with her? Yin Xian's mouth pouted higher and higher. He pretended to be dissatisfied. Ha ha ha. Hearing Yin Xian's complaint, Yin Ping and Xiao Lin couldn't help but laugh. You guys are too bad. I'm going to ignore you guys. I'm going to find my sister to play. Yin Xian stomped her feet, turned around, and ran out of the courtyard. After Yin Xian left, Yin Ping furrowed his brows and said, Sister Lin, has Lan Er's injury really recovered? He hadn't visited Xiao Lan in the past few days, but he had heard that Xiao Lan's injuries were slowly recovering. He didn't see it clearly in the room just now, so he asked. All right. However, that's only on the surface. Xiao Lin sighed helplessly. Xiao Hua and his wife's short-sightedness had harmed Xiao Lan, and Xiao Lan had brought this upon herself. Therefore, she would have to bear this bitter fruit alone. Then can we trust Leng Ruoxue's words? Are you lying to us? Yin Ping still had some doubts. To be honest, he had never seen such a poison in his life. Not only could it heal on its own, but it was also said that if it relapsed, it would become more and more serious. If that was really the case, then wasn't this poison very terrifying and a little too vicious? I believe her. She has no reason to lie to us. If it's only for money, it's even more impossible. Besides, the poison in Xiao Lan's body has indeed been cured as she said. As for what will happen in the future, we can only take it one step at a time. Xiao Lin said softly. AI. We've watched Lan grow up, and I really don't want her to be like what you've said. So, I'd rather that Leng Ruoxue was lying to us than let Lan suffer for the rest of her life. Yin Ping couldn't bear to say. Brother Ping. I understand how you feel, but we're not related to Leng Ruoxue in any way. She has no reason to lie to us about such a matter. Furthermore, I believe that Leng Ruoxue isn't that kind of person, even though I haven't spent much time with her. Xiao Lin comforted her gently. Yes. Yin Ping nodded his head. He could choose not to believe Leng Ruoxue, but he had no choice but to believe his own wife. Brother Ping. I'm now a member of the Yin family, so I don't plan to care about the Xiao family's affairs anymore. What will happen to Xiao Hua's family in the future will be up to them. After thinking for a while, Xiao Lin spoke in a serious tone. Sister Lin. I understand. Yin Ping gently pulled Xiao Lin into his arms, but he didn't say anything. The two just kept hugging each other, and a faint warmth surrounded them. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue was still basking in the sun in the garden as usual. Yin Xian's voice could be heard from afar. Sister. I'm here to see you. Before they even entered Mingxi Garden, Yin Xian had already called out loudly. As soon as she ran into the garden of Mingxi Garden, she saw Leng Ruoxue lying comfortably on a recliner with two beautiful maidservants serving tea and water. Sister. Your life is so comfortable. I'm starting to envy you. Yin Xian said with a hint of jealousy. Living in such a family clan, there was no way one could live as they wished. Therefore, she was really envious, jealous, and hateful of Leng Ruoxue's carefreeness. If you want to, you can be as free as me. Leng Ruoxue opened her beautiful eyes and smiled. AI. It's easier said than done. Yin Xian sighed and said helplessly. The key is whether you want to be carefree or not. How strong is your desire to be carefree? Leng Ruoxue reminded. Sister. Of course I want to be like you, but I have too many things I can't let go of, so I can't do what you're doing. Yin Xian said with a bit of distress. Although she was still young, her future had already been arranged, and she had no choice. Xian, You're still young, don't think about these annoying things. What's the matter? Leng Ruoxue changed the topic. Sister. Can't I just come and find you for no reason? Yin Xian pouted her little mouth and pretended to be dissatisfied. You haven't been here for a few days. There must be something going on today. Leng Ruoxue said with absolute certainty, a faint smile on her beautiful face. Hee. I'm really here for something today. Yin Xian felt a little embarrassed when she heard Leng Ruoxue's words. What's the matter? Speak. Leng Ruoxue's face was full of, see, I was right. Sister. The wounds on Xiaolan's face have all healed, and she's no different from before. What's going on? Yin Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. Didn't I tell you? She has to take a pill to detoxify her injuries within 3 days. Otherwise, even if she recovers, it will relapse. Once it reoccurs, it will become more and more serious, and there will be no medicine to cure it. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. The Xiao family would not be willing to fork out the money for the next 3 days, so they would have to bear the consequences themselves. Sister. Then when will her injury relapse? Yin Xian asked curiously. This is hard to say. However, it's best for her not to eat some stimulating food, or else the relapse will be faster. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Stimulating food? What do you mean, sister? Yin Xian asked with a face full of question marks. It's best not to eat fish and the like. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Arg. Xiaolan loves to eat fish, and she would eat it almost every 2 or 3 days. If I don't let her eat fish, she won't be able to take it. Yin Xian exclaimed. Oh. I think you can kindly remind her not to eat fish. Leng Ruoxue smiled indifferently as she suggested. Why? I don't want to. Yin Xian immediately objected. She couldn't wait for Xiaolan's injury to relapse. Who cared what she ate? She's your cousin, after all. If you show her some concern, you can show your kindness. Sometimes, we still have to act. Leng Ruoxue reminded. What if she doesn't eat fish anymore after I remind her? After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Yin Xian said in distress. She'll listen to you. If she listens to you and stops eating fish, the poison will take longer to take effect, but it's not impossible for it to relapse. What are you worried about? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. She could tell that Yin Xian did not just hate her cousin. In fact, the reason why she had asked Yin Xian to remind Xiaolan was not only to give Yin Xian a chance to show her affection, but also because she was sure that Miss Lan would not listen to Yin Xian. Instead, she would think that Yin Xian was deliberately trying to provoke her and make her remember the painful experience. Xiaolan was such a self-righteous and ungrateful person. No matter what she did, she would always think that she was not in the wrong and that the fault was always with others. If others' words or actions did not suit her, they would be going against her. She had seen people like Xiaolan before, but it was rare to see someone as outrageous as her. Hee. What my sister said makes sense. Since that's the case, I'll do her a favor. However, she won't be grateful to me. Yin Xian said, clearly aware of the situation. It's her business whether she's grateful or not. You just have to do what you should do. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Sister. You're so bad. But I like it. Yin Xian said softly. After she finished speaking, she chatted with Leng Ruoxue for a while more before leaving Mingxi Garden impatiently to return the favor. Watching Yin Xian's back, Grape asked in confusion, Miss. Why was little Miss so happy? Isn't it just to deliver a letter? She's gloating over my misfortune. Leng Ruoxue said in understanding. She then instructed Lotus, go and tell the guards outside the courtyard that there seems to be suspicious people near Bright Stream Garden and have them pay more attention. Ever since the matter of Miss Lan had occurred, the head butler of the Yin clan had arranged for guards to be stationed outside Bright Stream Garden. In the name of protection, it was actually to prevent the same thing from happening again. Who asked her to have such a powerful little snake? Yes. Miss. Lotus Seed replied. After bowing, she turned and left. Miss. How do you know that there are suspicious people outside? Grape's face was full of admiration. Miss didn't even leave the house and still knew that someone was secretly monitoring her outside. She was really amazing. Weren't you the one who told me? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and teased. Did I? Grape's face was full of question marks. She couldn't remember saying such words to Miss. Besides, she didn't have any evidence. Of course I do. Leng Ruoxue nodded with certainty. The truth was, Grape had never told her about it. She could only tell from Grape's face. Who asked this girl to go out once and come back with a long face? It made it impossible for Leng Ruoxue to pretend that she did not see it. Moreover, she did not think that it was a big deal to be monitored outside. The people sent by the head butler were also monitoring her brazenly. I've forgotten. Grape said gloomily. It's okay, everyone has times when they forget things. Leng Ruoxue was laughing in her heart, but she still spoke in a comforting tone. At this time, Lotus Seed walked in from outside, accompanied by the guard outside Bright Stream Garden. In the guard's hand was a short, ordinary-looking man. The man's face was full of fear and guilt. "Miss. We've caught him," Lotus Seed said happily. "Oh. You've caught him so quickly?" Leng Ruoxue was a little surprised. She really didn't know if it was because the Yin family's guards were highly efficient, or if the person monitoring them was too stupid. How could they be caught so easily? She didn't feel a sense of accomplishment. "Miss. He's too stupid, hiding in the tree in broad daylight and wearing such eye-catching clothes. It's impossible for us to pretend not to see him." Lotus Seed helplessly pointed at the man's white clothes. Pfft. Hearing Lotus Seed's words, Grape could not help but laugh. AI. It seemed that the other party was really too stupid. Leng Ruoxue was also very helpless about this. So the other party had sent this person here to add to their laughingstock. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report. Let him go. Leng Ruoxue's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as she spoke indifferently. "Miss. How can we let him go so easily?" Lotus Seed was somewhat puzzled. Didn't Miss send her out to catch this person? Now that they've been caught, why are they letting them go without even asking? If we don't let him go, are we still going to let him stay for dinner? Leng Ruoxue reminded. Then let him go. Lotus Seed understood. Miss was disdainful of this person for being useless. When the guard heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he gave a slight bow and left with the man who was so frightened that his face had turned pale. After they left, Grape could not help but ask, "Miss. Do you know who sent that person?" "Do you still need to ask?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. "But, it's also possible that they were sent by someone else from the Yin family," Grape reminded. Because of Xiao Lan's incident, many people in the Yin family knew about the existence of the young lady and were very curious about her identity. So, wasn't it normal to send people to monitor her? If the Yin family wants to know my identity, they can just ask your head butler. However, they will not be interested in my every move. Leng Ruoxue was very certain. Then what did Xiao Lan want to do by sending people here? Right now, she can't enter Bright Stream Garden, and the young lady can't leave. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Grape frowned and said in a conflicted manner. "Why are you thinking about this? No matter what her goal is, she will only reap what she sowed in the end." After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she lay back on the recliner and closed her eyes. At the same time, Yin Xian also went to Xiao Lan's residence. In the room, Xiao Lan indifferently looked at Yin Xian and coldly said, "Xian, why did you suddenly think of coming to see me? Back in the garden, you clearly didn't want to see me." "Cousin, you're right. I don't want to see you. However, I've received some news that has something to do with you, so I'm here to tell you. We're relatives after all," Yin Xian said with a smile. "What news?" Xiao Lan was a little puzzled. She didn't think that her cousin, who had hated her since she was young, would tell her anything useful. "Cousin. Didn't uncle and auntie tell you that your injuries are only temporary? It'll relapse after a while, and it'll get more and more serious each time?" Yin Xian asked curiously. In fact, she knew that her uncle and aunt wouldn't tell Xiao Lan about this, so she asked this on purpose. "What are you talking about? Are you cursing me?" As expected, Xiao Lan said angrily after hearing Yin Xian's words. "Cousin, I'm telling the truth. How could I curse you? Originally, your injury could have been completely healed, but unfortunately, uncle and aunt can't bear to part with money, so I'm afraid that there's no way to detoxify your poison forever. However, as long as you don't eat stimulating food, the speed of the relapse should be slower," Yin Xian said with a faint smile. "Don't you talk nonsense in front of me. I know you're jealous of me, so you're trying to make me angry, right? I won't fall for your trick. Yin Xian. You're just a little girl, how could you possibly win against me? Aunt and uncle love me the most. If I tell them these words, which side do you think they will stand on?" After calming down a little, Xiao Lan suppressed her anger and said. Although Yin Xian's words made her very angry, she could not be fooled by Yin Xian. She would not believe Yin Xian's words. "Cousin. Since you don't believe me, then I have nothing to say. However, I still have to tell you, don't eat fish and other stimulating food. Otherwise, your face will still rot." Yin Xian reminded him again, but she was secretly laughing in her heart. Her sister was right. Xiao Lan didn't believe her. "Pa." As soon as Yin Xian's voice fell, her lovely face was slapped, and half of her face immediately swelled up. At this time, Xiao Lan's door was suddenly opened. Seeing Xiao Lin, Yin Ping, and her parents appear in her room, Xiao Lan was stunned. She even forgot to take back her hand that was raised in the air. "Aunt, uncle. You guys, why are you guys here?" After coming back to her senses, Xiao Lan quickly withdrew her hand and asked with an embarrassed expression. She didn't expect to be caught red-handed when she hit Yin Xian. What should she do? Her mind turned quickly and she was extremely anxious. "We're here to see you, Lan, But we didn't expect to see this," Xiao Lin said coldly. Then, she walked to Yin Xian and said with a distressed look, "Xian, Poor child. You don't have to come and see her anymore." "Aunt. This is all a misunderstanding. It's none of my business. It was younger cousin's sister who provoked me, so I accidentally hit her." After Xiao Lan heard Xiao Lin's words, she quickly explained. However, it might have been better if she didn't explain. After she explained, Shaolin became even angrier. Misunderstanding? You dare to hit her for a mere misunderstanding. If it wasn't a misunderstanding, wouldn't you have killed her? Shaolin said angrily. She knew that Lan always bullied her daughter in private, but she had never found any evidence. She didn't expect to catch it this time. How could she let go of such a rare opportunity? Therefore, from the beginning, she didn't plan to let Xiao Lan off easily. Aunt. How would I dare? I know that my younger cousin is your precious, how would I dare to bully her? I was really angry this time, and I made a mistake. Aunt, uncle, please don't be angry with me. I'll apologize to my younger cousin. Xiao Lan's voice was choked with sobs, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. After she finished speaking, she knelt on the ground with a plop and looked up at Shaolin and Yin Xian. Cousin, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. Xiao Lan said to Yin Xian. Cousin. What are you doing? Hurry up and get up. I can't afford it. Seeing this, Yin Xian also quickly said and bent down to help Xiao Lan up, but Xiao Lan refused to stand up. Yin Xian had no choice but to give up. However, she wouldn't let Xiao Lan put on a show of self-pity. Did he think that he would be fine after hitting her and kneeling down? How could it be so easy? This time, she wanted to settle both old and new scores. Thinking of this, Yin Xian said with a heavy heart, Cousin, are you forcing us to forgive you? Although you've always bullied me in private in the past and even hit me this time, I really don't blame you. Who asked you to be in a bad mood? I can understand, but you've already beaten us. If you force us like this, even if we forgive you this time, we'll still feel uncomfortable. Why do you have to do this? What's more, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you this with good intentions, but not only did you not believe me, you even hit me. Yin Xian's cute face was full of grievances. Xian, what are you going to tell her? Shaolin heard Yin Xian's words and quickly asked. Before, when they had just walked into the room, they had heard the sound of a slap coming from inside, so they had quickly pushed the door open and entered, so they were not very clear about what had happened. Didn't I go to see my sister? She told me that cousin's injury would relapse again, but if she ate stimulating food, the relapse would happen even faster. After I heard this, I immediately came to tell cousin, but she didn't believe me. She even said that I was cursing her. Then, he hit me. Yin Xian also said with tears in her eyes. Lan, was what Xian said true? This is the misunderstanding you were talking about? Shaolin glared at him and questioned him loudly. Aunt. My injury has just recovered and younger Biao's sister came to say such things. If it was anyone else, they would be angry. Shaolan explained in a low voice. Yup. Sister. No one can stay calm when it comes to this kind of thing. Lan didn't mean it, so please forgive her. Ru Ping tried to smooth things over. She was afraid that this matter would anger Shaolin and her husband. Without their protection, the Xiao family would step on them. They were used to being arrogant in the Xiao family. Without their support, the Xiao family would take the opportunity to hit them when they were down. Aunt, cousin, I know it's my fault this time. I wasn't calm enough. Cousin, beat me up to vent your anger. As long as you're willing to forgive me for my unintentional mistake. Shaolan said with a sincere expression. Cousin, if you think that I can make up for your unintentional mistake by hitting you back, then you're gravely mistaken. If a dog bites you, can you bite the dog back? Yin Xian said with a faint smile. Since Shaolan kept saying that it was an unintentional mistake, then she could only treat Shaolan as a dog. However, wasn't this a little sorry for the cute dog? Her heart was filled with regret. Xian-er's right. This matter isn't about you slapping Xian-er and Xian-er returning a slap to you. We already know the cause of this matter, and Lan-er, I also want to tell you that everything Xian has said to you is true. I've said these words to your parents before, but they don't believe me and even hope that they'll be lucky. As a result, you can only bear the consequences yourself. Shaolin's tone was very cold. After that, she took Yin Xian and turned to leave Shaolan's room. Aunt. Sister. Shaolan and Xiaohua shouted in unison, but Shaolin didn't even turn around. Brother-in-law. Look at this, it's just a fight between children, please don't take it to heart. Xiaohua saw that Yin Ping was still there and said with an embarrassed expression. What a good fight between children. Lan, Xian, said you used to bully her in private, is that true? Yin Ping asked with a cold smile. Uncle. How could this be possible? You also know how willful younger Biao's sister is. Xiaolan said nervously. She didn't even dare to look at Yin Ping. If it was before today, she might have been able to deny it. However, after she was caught red-handed hitting Yin Xian, she wasn't so confident. Seeing Shaolan's guilty expression, Yin Ping already knew what was going on. He never thought that the Shaolan who was always so well-behaved and sensible in front of him would always bully his daughter in private. He still remembered that every time Xian-er complained to him, he would always side with Shaolan. Now that he thought about it, he was already so old, but he was still being played around by a little girl. It was really embarrassing. Besides, he also felt a little sorry for his daughter. Thinking of this, Yin Ping said, Lan-er's injury doesn't seem to be a big deal now, so you can pack your things and go back to the Xiao family tomorrow. Don't come here anymore. Brother-in-law. How could you do this? Are you trying to drive us away? Don't forget, you said you would give us an explanation. When Ru Ping heard that they had to leave, she immediately roared in dissatisfaction. Xiao Lan, on the other hand, didn't say a word and kept crying. Previous chapter. What kind of explanation do you want from me? Haven't I taken enough care of you all these years? But how did you repay me? I haven't even gotten an explanation for bullying my daughter in private. Don't you think you should give us an explanation? I don't think you need to wait until tomorrow. Pack your things and leave now. After Yin Ping finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. After receiving Yin Ping's orders, the Yin family's guards personally watched as Xiao Hua and his family of 3 packed up their things and personally sent them out of the Yin family's main residence. After Yin Ping left Xiao Lan's room, he went straight back to his own residence. Seeing that Yin Xian and Xiao Lin were talking and laughing in the room, and their mood was not affected, Yin Ping's heart was finally at ease. Seeing that her daughter had really grown up, she would probably be crying right now if it was the old her. Xian, how was it? Does your face still hurt? Yin Ping had just stepped into the room when he asked with a face full of concern. I'm fine now, father. Mother has applied some medicine on my face. Yin Xian said with a smile, obviously in a good mood. What are you two talking about? Why are you smiling so happily? Yin Ping saw that the swelling on his daughter's face had indeed subsided, so he changed the topic. I don't know where Xian heard this joke from, but she's telling it to me right now. Xiao Lin said with a smile. Oh. Xian should tell father about it too. Yin Ping said. Father. That joke doesn't suit you. By the way, how's uncle's family doing? Yin Xian asked curiously. Xiao Lan had been caught red-handed when she hit her, so her father wouldn't let them off easily, right? I've already invited them back to the Xiao family. They don't have to come here anymore. Yin Ping said indifferently. After he finished, he looked at Xiao Lin with some worry and said, Sister Lin won't blame me, right? Brother Ping. Why would I blame you? You've taken care of them enough, but they're not satisfied and want more. Besides, I know that Lan has bullied Xian a lot in the past, but Lan is too scheming, and I've never been able to find any evidence against her. This time, even if Brother Ping doesn't chase them away, I can't tolerate them anymore. Xiao Lin was still a little angry. After she finished speaking, she glared at her daughter resentfully. This girl had just told her that she could have avoided Xiao Lan's slap, but she deliberately did not do so to leave evidence. Sister Lin, since you knew that Lan bullied Xian a lot, why didn't you tell me? Yin Ping grumbled. Father. I've complained to you a lot when I was young. However, you've never sided with me, and mother doesn't have any evidence. You also dote on Xiao Lan so much, so even if we tell you, you won't believe us. Yin Xian reminded her with an evil smile. She knew her father too well. No matter what her father did, he would always pay attention to evidence. Therefore, if she wanted him to stand on her side, she must have evidence. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter what she said. And Xiao Lan's previous efforts would all be in vain because of the irrefutable evidence this time. Xiao Lan would probably be very angry. When she thought of this, her mood became extremely excited. She felt that the slap was worth it. In the past, I was wrong. Who would have thought that Xiao Lan, who looked so well behaved on the outside, would always bully my daughter in private? Yin Ping said with an embarrassed face. Father. I'm not the only one she's bullying. Many clansmen of the Yin family have been bullied by her, but those clansmen don't have a father who is the current patriarch or a brother who is the young master, so they all dare not speak out. Yin Xian said honestly. This kind of thing won't happen again. Father will never let them come to our house again. Yin Ping promised. Hee. This is great. Yin Xian nodded happily. She would never see Xiao Lan at home again, and this fact made her feel particularly good. Just as Yin Xian's family of 3 was chatting, a guard suddenly walked in and whispered a few words to Yin Ping. After Yin Ping heard this, his face immediately became ugly. After the guard reported, he turned and left. Seeing this, Xiao Lin and Yin Xian both asked in confusion, what happened? Xiao Hua's family followed Yin Bang to the second branch's courtyard to stay. Yin Ping sighed. What? What did Xiao Hua and the others want to do? Don't they know what the second household is planning? After Xiao Lin heard this, she growled angrily. The Yin family's first branch and second branch had been at odds for a long time. The first branch was led by his husband, while the second branch was led by Yin Bang. Although Yin Bang was a concubine's son, he had always believed that his aptitude and ability were no less than his husband's. Why should his husband be the substitute head of the family while he could only obey because of his lower status? This fact made Yin Bang rather angry. She had been secretly trying to make things difficult for her husband. Xiao Hua and the others were aware of this, but now they were involved with them. Suddenly, Xiao Lin felt a deep disappointment in her heart. She felt that she had raised an ungrateful wolf who had betrayed her husband. Mother. Mother. They've always been that kind of people. It's not worth it to be angry with them. Don't be angry and harm your health. Yin Xian saw her mother's expression and knew that her mother was angry. However, her uncle's family was not sensible people and her uncle could not make any decisions at home, so she was not surprised at all that they could do such a thing. Yup. Sister Lin. Don't be angry. Although Yin Bang always opposed me, Xiao Hua probably has no value to them. The only thing they can do is to sow discord between you two, but after Xiao Lan hit Yin Xian and I kicked them out, there's no longer any friendship between us. Xiao Hua's family probably hates us because of this, so even if Yin Bang wanted to destroy it, he wouldn't have the chance. Yin Ping consoled her in a gentle voice. In truth, when he first heard the news, he had felt very uncomfortable. Although he had chased Xiao Hua and the others out and even told them not to come back here in the future, if Xiao Hua really had some difficult things to do and needed his help, he would still help them. After all, he was his wife's brother. He just didn't think that Xiao Hua and the others would be so disappointing to get together with Yin Bang, and Yin Bang's goal was obvious. Previous chapter. Brother Ping. This was their fault to begin with, and it was fine if they didn't know how to repent, but how could they get together with Yin Bang and the others? Don't they know what kind of person Yin Bang is? Xiao Lin said with disappointment. Sister Lin, since things have come to this, there's no point in getting angry. We can only take one step at a time. I hope they don't do anything that can't be undone. Yin Ping said helplessly. I hope he can take care of himself. Xiao Lin sighed. Father, mother. Let's not think about these unhappy things. What will happen to Uncle's family in the future can only depend on them. We can't always help them like this. They're not kids anymore, they know what they're doing. Yin Xian also reminded. Hee. Xian has really grown up to actually be able to say such a thing. Hearing Yin Xian's words, Xiao Lin couldn't help but smile. Yup. Xian is much more sensible than before. Yin Ping also laughed. Father, mother. I've always been so sensible. I'm not going to talk to you guys, I'm going to play with my sister. Yin Xian said, a little embarrassed. After that, she turned around and ran away. Looking at Yin Xian's back, the two looked at each other and smiled. Yin Xian was like a happy bird as she flew into Mingxi Garden. Sister. I'm here to see you. Yin Xian shouted excitedly. Leng Ruoxue, who was napping on the deck chair, lifted her eyelids and looked at the happy Yin Xian. She smiled and said, if I didn't remember wrongly, Xian seemed to have left not too long ago. Why did she come back so quickly? Sister. Don't you welcome me? Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Yin Xian said with an aggrieved expression. You are the Yin family's most pampered little princess. How could I not welcome you? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she teased. That's more like it. Hee. Sister. I'm here to tell you the good news. Yin Xian's face was mysterious. Could it be that Miss Lan's injuries have relapsed? It can't be that fast. Leng Ruoxue guessed suspiciously. Of course not. When I listened to elder sister's words and went to tell her about this, she was so embarrassed that she hit me. My parents happened to see her, so my father asked Uncle's family to leave the Yin family. Yin Xian said with a proud smile. And then? Leng Ruoxue waited for her reply. Who knew that when they were leaving, one of my uncles, Yin Bang, would invite them into his courtyard? When Yin Xian thought of this, she became a little distressed. Although they didn't want their uncle to be with Yin Bang, they couldn't go to Yin Bang's yard to chase him away, so they could only let nature take its course. That Yin Bang has a conflict with you? Leng Ruoxue said. Yes. Yin Xian nodded. In fact, it was all her ancestors' fault. Her grandfather, who was many years older than her, had married too many women. That was why there were so many descendants and it was so troublesome. However, she only dared to complain in her heart and did not dare to say it out loud. Don't worry, it should be fine. Leng Ruoxue consoled. I hope so. Yin Xian sighed, her face filled with helplessness. Little girl, you've learned how to sigh at such a young age. Leng Ruoxue laughed as she scolded. Sister. I'm really worried. Although Uncle looks mighty outside, he has to listen to aunt and cousin when he's home. So, I'm afraid that Uncle will be affected by those two women and hurt my mother. Yin Xian said worriedly. Don't look at how she pretended not to care in front of her mother, but in reality, she was still very worried, mainly because she was afraid that her mother would be hurt. Madame Yin is not as weak as you think. Don't worry. Leng Ruoxue laughed. This little girl was really too concerned. In her opinion, Xiao Lin was a successful career woman. She wouldn't be defeated so easily. I hope I'm just too nervous. Yin Xian said, a little embarrassed. Hee. This is normal. Leng Ruoxue admired Yin Xian's protective heart towards her mother. Just as the two of them were chatting, a few guards suddenly walked in from outside the courtyard. When they saw Yin Xian, the guards bowed respectfully and said to Leng Ruoxue, Miss Leng, right? Grape and Lotus Seed have violated the Yin family's rules and are now in prison. We are under orders to bring you to be a witness. What witness? The grapes and the lotus seeds are just going to take the things your head butler gave me. What kind of family rules have they broken? Leng Ruoxue sneered as she questioned him. He was really trying to frame her. No wonder Grape and Lotus Seed had not returned after such a long time. They had been locked up. Who sent you? Don't you know that elder sister can't leave Bright Stream Garden? Hearing the guard's words, Yin Xian also quickly asked. She was very sure that this order was not given by her father. Fortunately, she was here, otherwise, her sister would definitely misunderstand her father. It was the elders who gave the order. The guard replied. Which elders? Yin Xian asked. Although the major matters of the family needed to be discussed with the elders before the final decision could be made, the daily affairs of the family were basically decided Decided by her father, and a small matter like arresting a few clansmen who had violated the family rules didn't need the elders to come forward at all. What's more, this order was given by the elders, so did it mean that they had hidden this order from her father? Thinking of this, she was even angrier. These people clearly didn't put her father in their eyes. This was preposterous. This order was given by Elder Bang and the others. The guard saw that Yin Xian was a little angry and did not dare to hide it. Moreover, this kind of thing could not be hidden. Yin Bang. He was really bold. Does my father know about this? Yin Xian said angrily. She didn't think that Yin Bang would come looking for trouble so quickly. I don't know if the acting clan head knows. The guard quickly said. He was not willing to become cannon fodder in the battle between the direct descendants of the Yin family, so he was quite cooperative with Yin Xian. Then do you know that Grandpa Patriarch doesn't allow elder sister to leave Bright Stream Garden? Yin Xian asked again. I don't know about that. I'm only here on orders to invite Miss Leng to be a witness. I hope Miss Xian won't make things difficult for me. The guard said with a bitter face. He didn't expect Miss Xian to be here. He was afraid that he couldn't complete his mission. If you can take me out of Bright Stream Garden, I don't mind being a witness. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently, her tone turning colder. Miss Leng. We're here to invite you because we're confident in our chances. Please come with us. The guard spoke and kept his head lowered, not daring to look at Leng Ruoxue. If that's the case, then I'll go with you. Leng Ruoxue stood up from the deck chair and was about to leave with the guards when she was pulled back by Yin Xian. Sister. Don't go with them yet, I'll go and tell father. Yin Xian said, a little worried. Don't worry. I'm only going to be a witness. That Elder Bang won't do anything to me. Leng Ruoxue said confidently. She was getting tired of waiting for Miss Lan to make her move these few days. It was a good time to go out for a walk and stretch her muscles. Besides, she wanted to show some people that Canary had a temper too. Lead the way. Leng Ruoxue turned around and said to the guards. Miss Leng, please. The guard said solicitously. When they had come, Elder Bang had said that they had to be polite to this Miss Leng and not use violence. Seeing Leng Ruoxue leave with the guard, Yin Xian was stunned. After she regained her senses, she remembered that she had to quickly tell her father about this. Immediately after, she ran out of Bright Stream Garden. Leng Ruoxue followed the guards out of Mingxi Garden's main entrance without any hindrances. When she saw this scene, she could not help but chuckle in her heart. It seemed like Elder Bang had long prepared for this. This was even better. She did not like opponents who were too weak, and she hoped that Elder Bang would not disappoint her. The guards led Leng Ruoxue to a side courtyard and left her there before turning to leave. Leng Ruoxue went with the flow and found a place to sit down. Her beautiful eyes kept on sizing up the scenery in the courtyard. This courtyard couldn't be compared to the Mingxi garden she lived in, because this was clearly an abandoned courtyard. Other than a few stone benches, there were only some trees and weeds that weren't very dense. Miss Leng is really calm. All of a sudden, a slightly teasing voice rang in Leng Ruoxue's ears. When she heard the voice, she turned around to look at the owner of the voice. The owner of the voice was a man who looked to be in his early 30s. The man was very handsome and tall, but his pair of slightly dark eyes destroyed his overall temperament. This man had some similarities with the master of the Yin family, so it was not difficult to guess the relationship between the two. If she had not guessed wrongly, this person should be the Elder Bang that the guard had mentioned. Furthermore, this Elder Bang had the strength of a god king. As expected of someone from the 8 great divine regions. Miss Leng, have you seen enough? Are you satisfied with me? When Yin Bang saw that Leng Ruoxue was only sizing him up without saying anything, he couldn't help but tease her. What a pity. His father had taken a fancy to this woman. Otherwise, he would have definitely snatched her away. However, he would not dare to touch his father's woman even if he had 10 guts. Therefore, he could only satisfy his craving with his eyes. Who are you? Leng Ruoxue ignored the teasing in the other party's words and asked, even though she knew what was going on. I'm Yin Bang, one of the elders of the Yin family. Yin Bang introduced himself. Oh. Didn't you say that you wanted me to be a witness? This is the Yin clan's prison. Leng Ruoxue had only just heard of Yin Bang's name from Xian Er's mouth when she was playing dumb. To see him in person so quickly, this member of the Yin family really couldn't help but think about him. How could this be the Yin clan's prison? Yin Bang said helplessly. Since this isn't a prison cell, why did those guards bring me here? You clearly told me to be a witness, but I don't know what rule Grape and Lotus Seed have broken, and you still want me to be a witness. Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. It was my idea to invite Miss Leng here. Before we go to the prison, I have a few words to say to Miss Leng. Yin Bang said with a smile. If you have something to say, please speak. Leng Ruoxue suppressed the impatience in her heart and replied politely. Even though she did not know what Yin Bang was up to, she was certain that it was not something good. Otherwise, why would he have sneakily asked someone to bring her to such a remote courtyard? This fellow clearly had no good intentions. She was on high alert. Previous chapter. It's like this. Grape and Lotus Seed stole the things that the clan had given to young Lady Leng and were caught by us. However, those 2 maidservants stubbornly said that you gave them. Therefore, I specially sent someone to invite young Lady Leng to be a witness. I know that young Lady Leng is kind-hearted. Although they have been serving you these days, I don't hope that young Lady Leng will shield them. Otherwise, I can't explain it to the clan. If everyone in the clan follows suit in the future, wouldn't the Yin clan be in chaos? Yin Bang said, his heart aching. What did they steal? Leng Ruoxue had a puzzled look on her face. Based on her understanding of the two maidservants, they shouldn't be such people. Besides, even if they really liked something, they didn't have to steal it. Basically, the things that they took from the head butler, the things that they didn't need, were all given to them. When the time comes, Miss Leng will know. The reason why I told Miss Leng these things in private was that I hoped that Miss Leng would not cover up for them out of goodwill. If that were the case, would not be able to answer to my clansmen. Yin Bang reminded with a smile. Don't worry. If they really did take something I don't know, I won't cover for them. Leng Ruoxue promised. She finally understood what Elder Yin was trying to say. He was telling her not to cover up for them. However, this fellow was not willing to reveal what they had taken. Wasn't this too strange? Since Miss Leng has said so, I am relieved. Yi Bang said. Since Elder Yin is at ease, can you take me to see my two maidservants now? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Of course. This way please, Miss Leng. Yin Bang invited him in a gentlemanly manner, and the two of them walked towards the prison cell. When they arrived at the prison cell, Leng Ruoxue did not even look at Yin Bang and walked straight in. The Yin family's prison cell was located to the north of the Yin family's main residence. The prison cell could be considered clean, but there was still a faint smell. There weren't many people locked up in the cell at the moment. Leng Ruoxue didn't ask Yin Bang where grape and lotus seed were locked up. She searched from the beginning. After searching through a few cells, she only found traces of grape and lotus seed when she reached the 10th cell. Grapes and lotus seeds. Leng Ruoxue looked at the two men who were tied to the wooden pole and covered in wounds. The anger in her heart was instantly ignited. Damn it, who was the one who hit them? Before things were clear, they had been beaten to such a state. At this time, lotus seed had already fainted, and grape only had a trace of consciousness left. The clothes on the two of them had long been torn and tattered, and the skin on their bodies was not in good condition. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's voice, Grape endured the pain and opened his eyes that were swollen like peaches. He called out weakly, Miss. What are you doing here? Quickly leave this place. This is a trap. After that, Grape also fainted. When Leng Ruoxue heard Grape's words, she turned around and looked at Yin Bang who had already walked to her side. She said with a half-smile, Elder Bang, why did you beat up the two maidservants who served me? What crime did they commit to deserve such a heavy punishment? Men. Who did this? When Yin Bang heard Leng Ruoxue's question, he hurriedly called for the guards and asked. To be honest, he didn't order anyone to beat up the two maidservants. Therefore, after seeing their injuries, he was extremely puzzled. He didn't want to be misunderstood by this beauty in front of him, so he naturally had to clarify everything. This. It should be Miss Lan. The guard said with a little fear. The two maidservants had suffered such heavy injuries, and as guards, they had failed in their duties. Therefore, they were very afraid that they would be punished, so they naturally did not hide the truth for Xiao Lan. Miss Lan? Could it be that young Lady Lan's authority in the Yin clan is so great that she can enter and leave any place she wants, and can beat the Yin clan's maidservants as she wishes? Leng Ruoxue sneered. This was clearly incited by someone. At this time, that person still dared to play dumb in front of her. Did he really think she was a 3-year-old child? This. Leng Ruoxue's sharp questioning made Yin Bang break out in a cold sweat. He knew that Xiao Lan had used his name to enter the room. However, he had warned Xiao Lan not to act rashly before he had convicted the two maidservants. He did not expect that Xiao Lan's desire for revenge was so strong that she had ignored his warning and sneaked into the prison. She had even beaten them up so badly. Now, he had no way of explaining it to the elders. Sigh. This was big trouble. At this time, he really hated Xiao Lan, that woman who failed in her work and was good at causing trouble. She was really a big-breasted but brainless person. Elder Bang, do you have nothing to say? Although I'm not from the Yin clan, these two maidservants were arranged for me by your clan head, so they're my people. Now that you've seriously injured my maidservants without even knowing the reason, you must give me an explanation for this matter, or rather, are you trying to force a confession out of me? Leng Ruoxue continued to ask. Miss Leng. I really don't know why Xiao Lan would come here. Yin Bang explained guiltily. Now that everyone in the Yin family knew that Xiao Lan was staying with him, his words were not very convincing, especially under Leng Ruoxue's burning gaze. His heart felt weak. This woman seemed to be even more beautiful and soul-stirring when she was angry. You don't know? I've heard that Elder Bang has brought Xiao Lan's family to his own home, and now you're telling me you don't know? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh. Her beautiful face was filled with mockery. This. I also saw that they were quite pitiful after being chased out by the acting clan head, so I kindly took them in temporarily. I really didn't expect Xiao Lan to come to the prison and beat up these two maidservants. Yin Bang racked his brain for an excuse, so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. Elder Bang is really kind-hearted. I wonder if there are any homeless people in the divine realm. Why don't you bring them all to live with you, Elder Bang? Leng Ruoxue suggested with a smile. This, how can this be the same? Yin Bang said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. What's different? Xiao Lan's family didn't seem to need Elder Bang's help, right? If Elder Bang is so enthusiastic about helping them, then we should do even more for the other homeless people. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Xiao Lan's family is in-laws after all, and those homeless people have nothing to do with me. Yin Bang explained helplessly. In-law? They don't seem to be your in-laws. Since it has nothing to do with you, yet you're still so enthusiastic, you must be a kind-hearted person. In that case, help more homeless people. Leng Ruoxue suggested. Miss Leng. This. Yin Bang was about to explain, but before he could, he was interrupted by a furious roar. Yin Bang. Were you the one who ordered the arrest? Yin Ping's tall figure appeared at the door of the cell. After seeing Yin Ping, he immediately shouted. When Leng Ruoxue and Yin Bang heard the roar, they looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. Yin Bang's face darkened while Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with curiosity. Sister. This guy didn't do anything to you, right? At this moment, Yin Xian, who was behind Yin Ping, ran to Leng Ruoxue's side and held her hand to check it up and down, as if she was afraid that Yin Bang would hurt her. Leng Ruoxue could not help but laugh when she saw this. It was already good enough that she did not bully others. That would give others the chance to bully her. Are you alright? Xiao Lin also walked over and asked with concern. Madam Yin. Xian, I'm fine, Elder Bang was quite polite to me. Leng Ruoxue's tone was gentle, unlike how she had been aggressive towards Yin Bang. That's good. Xiao Lin and Yin Xian nodded in relief. Then, they turned to glare at Yin Bang and said fiercely, Elder Bang, what are you trying to do? Mistress. It's not that I want to do anything, but these two maidservants have violated the clan rules, so I had no choice but to order people to lock them up. I invited Miss Leng here only to let her be a witness. Why are you so nervous? Yin Bang said with a smile. Why didn't I, the acting head of the family, know that they broke the family rules? Yin Ping walked over and asked coldly. This matter was decided at the last minute after a discussion between several elders. If the acting patriarch has any questions, you can ask the other elders. I'm just an executor. Yin Bang said, pushing the matter away. Why don't the elders need to go through me, the acting master, for their decision? Are you guys not putting me in your eyes? Yin Ping half squinted his eyes and said with slight displeasure. Acting patriarch, this is only a small matter. Why are you so calculative? Yin Bang said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I can see from this small matter that you don't care about the acting family head at all. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly. Miss Leng, of course we can't take the acting family head seriously. We do take him seriously. Yin Bang said, holding back his anger. He was furious that Leng Ruoxue had added fuel to the fire. However, he had no choice but to hold it in because Leng Ruoxue was the master subordinate. Oh, really? How come I didn't feel it? Clan head Yin Dai, Grape and Lotus Seed are now considered my people, but Elder Bang locked them up in prison without any explanation and even had people beat them until they were on the verge of death. Shouldn't your Yin clan give me an explanation for this? Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze towards Yin Ping. These two maidservants are from our Yin clan, how could they be your people? When Yin Bang heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he quickly reminded her. Didn't I tell you that they were sent to me by your master? Of course, they're my people. However, when you arrested them, you didn't ask for my permission. You even ordered them to be tortured and forced to confess. You have to give me an explanation for this. Otherwise, I'll have to go to your master to judge. Leng Ruoxue threatened calmly. I didn't ask anyone to hit them. Yin Bang quibbled. You didn't order anyone to beat them, so how dare the guards let Xiao Lan in? Xiao Lan now has you backing her up, so I don't think those guards would dare to offend you. Leng Ruoxue asked with a look of understanding. Xiao Lan hit them. Yin Ping's eyes followed the prison door and looked in. Sure enough, he saw two unconscious servant girls, their bodies covered in wounds, not one was intact. Suddenly, the anger in his heart surged up. Yes, I am. Leng Ruoxue nodded. How did Cousin Lan get into the prison? Yin Xian asked in a cold voice. These days, she often went to Mingxi Garden, so she got along quite well with Grape and Lotus Seed. Now, seeing them on the verge of death, she was a little angry. According to reason, unless there was an elder or her father's order, even the clansmen could not easily enter the prison of the Yin family. However, looking at the current situation, not only did Xiao Lan enter, but she also almost beat them to death. We'll have to ask Elder Bang about this. Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly. This is none of my business. Hurry up and explain to the acting patriarch clearly, how did Xiao Lan get in? Don't you know the rules of the Yin clan? How can you let Xiao Lan in? After hearing the conversation between Yin Xian and Leng Ruoxue, Yin Bang shouted angrily at the guard. Elder Bang, Miss Xiao has your token in her hand. She said that you asked her to interrogate the two maidservants, so I let her in. The guard quickly told the truth. So that's how it is. Now, Elder Bang had nothing to say. I only found out today that the members of the Yin clan who committed a crime could be interrogated by outsiders. I've really learned a lot. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly, her beautiful face full of admiration. How could I give Xiao Lan any token, let alone let her interrogate the people of our Yin clan? Do you have any brains? Yin Bang berated the guard. Then, he smiled at Leng Ruoxue and the rest. She must have stolen my token and come to the prison to take revenge. This has nothing to do with me. You must believe me. Does it matter if we believe it or not? Elder Bang, Xiao Lan is one of your people, and now she has used your token to injure my maidservant. You must give me an explanation for this, or else I won't let this go. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face darkened. I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, Xiao Lan is not one of my people. She's the niece of the acting clan head. Yin Bang said. Elder Bang. Are you even a man? As everyone knows, Xiao Lan is currently living at your place. If she's not yours, then who is? As a man and an elder of the Yin family, if he didn't take responsibility, how would he convince the public in the future? The many clansmen of the Yin clan will be disappointed in you. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she reminded him. Sister is right. My father had already asked my cousin's family to leave the Yin family, but you brought them back. Now that something has happened, you want to push it all away. No way. Yin Xian said angrily. Elder Bang, since you've invited me here to be a witness, I want to know what mistake they've committed. What did you steal from me again? Leng Ruoxue continued to ask. The two of them are not clean. They secretly hid the spirit mist fruit that the head butler gave to Miss Leng. Yin Bang said, feigning calmness. Spirit mist fruit? The spirit mist fruits in their hands were given to them by me. However, they have never been willing to eat them. I can't even reward the maidservant with something that was given to me? Leng Ruoxue asked coldly. Miss Leng. Do you know how expensive the spirit mist fruit is? How could he give it to two maidservants? I know you're kind and want to protect them, but this matter can't be settled just by admitting it. Yin Bang reminded. Right now, he was already a little angry with Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue had clearly promised that she wouldn't shield them, but now, she was still standing on the side of the two maidservants. This made him feel a little embarrassed and angry. I already said that I gave it to them, and this is not allowed? It seems that Elder Bang wants to kill those two maidservants. I really don't know what kind of deep hatred Elder Bang has with grape and lotus seed. They are just two maidservants of the Yin clan. They shouldn't be able to offend you. Of course. If you want to stand up for Miss Xiao Lan, then it's another matter. However, the one who bit Xiao Lan was my beastie, so if you want her to take revenge, she should come at me instead. What kind of skill is it to use your own maidservant as cannon fodder? Leng Ruoxue's face was full of disdain, and her beautiful eyes that were spitting fire made Yin Bang's heart beat wildly. Miss Leng. You've misunderstood me. Xiao Lan isn't anyone to me, so why would I stand up for her? When Yin Bang heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he looked at Yin Ping nervously before explaining. Clan head Yin Dai, what do you say about this? Leng Ruoxue ignored the irresponsible Yin Bang and turned to Yin Ping. I'll call for a meeting of the elders, and we'll make a fair decision. Yin Ping suppressed the anger in his heart. Yes. However, this matter involves me and my two maidservants, so I request to participate in your elders' meeting. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. You're not a member of the Yin family, so how can you participate in our Yin family's elder meeting? Yin Bang said disapprovingly. Even Xiao Lan can enter and exit the Yin family's prison cell as she pleases. Why can't I participate in the Yin family's elder meeting? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. I've said it before, my token was stolen. I didn't let her in. Yin Bang's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he explained. He was quite annoyed that Leng Ruoxue would not let go of this point. Elder Bang has a mouth, so he can say whatever he wants. Besides, you said that your token was stolen, but do you have any evidence? Have you reported it? Or perhaps, the theft of the token is not a big deal in your Yin clan, and there is no need to report it? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she retorted. The elder's token has been lost, we must report it. Yin Ping, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly said. I heard from the guard that Xiao Lan took my token and entered the cell. That's when I found out that the token was lost, and I didn't have time to report it. Yin Bang quickly said. When Leng Ruoxue heard Yin Bang's words, she didn't say anything. She only looked at Yin Bang with a smile that wasn't a smile. Her gaze made Yin Bang's hair stand on end because her gaze was too sharp. Substitute clan head, I request to attend your elders' meeting. Leng Ruoxue said to Yin Ping. Alright, he said. Yin Ping nodded his head as he sized up Leng Ruoxue. This was probably the first time he had seen a woman that his wife and daughter had praised so much. It was just as they had said, she was a rather impressive woman. Not only did she have a beautiful face, but she was also so eloquent that it made one feel fear. However, when he saw Yin Bang being dumbfounded by her questioning, he was extremely happy. Acting clan head. How could this be? She's an outsider. Seeing that Yin Ping had agreed, Yin Bang quickly reminded him. Leng Ruoxue was too powerful. He didn't dare to imagine how she would force the elders to attend the elders' meeting. Xiao Lan is also an outsider. She'll also be attending this meeting. Yin Ping said indifferently. Why did you let Xiao Lan participate? She doesn't have the qualifications. When Yin Bang heard that Xiao Lan was going to participate, he immediately became anxious. Elder Bang, don't be anxious. Didn't your token get stolen? Let's question him face to face and see what's going on. In case someone confesses under torture again. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Then, she said to Yin Ping, substitute family head Yin, please release these two maidservants first. I can prove that they did not steal anything. If the things that Elder Bang said they stole were the spirit fog fruits, then those fruits were given to them by me. Alright. Yin Ping nodded his head and immediately motioned for the guards to carry the two maidservants who were covered in injuries out of the cell. Seeing this, Yin Xian took out 2 healing elixirs and wanted to feed them to the grape and lotus seeds. However, she was stopped by Leng Ruoxue. Don't treat their injuries first, these injuries are all evidence. I just want to let the Yin family see how serious the crime they have committed is to be beaten up like this. Yes. Yin Xian nodded her head and kept the pill. She knew that her sister was really angry. After ordering the guards to use a single rack to carry the grapes and lotus seeds, Leng Ruoxue and her group left the cell and walked towards the Yin family's meeting hall. On the way, Yin Bang tried to find an excuse to leave several times, but Leng Ruoxue kept a tight watch on him. He could not leave even if he wanted to, and could only worry in his heart. Seeing how anxious Yin Bang was, Yin Xian and Xiao Lin couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. He deserved it. Who asked him to come up with such a thing? Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke Leng Ruoxue. One must know that from the first time they saw Leng Ruoxue, they knew that this lazy-looking woman who seemed to be indifferent to everything was not someone to be trifled with. After everyone walked to the meeting hall, Yin Ping ordered his subordinates to invite the elders in the main residence to come for a meeting. Of course, he did not forget to send someone to bring Xiao Lan. In the meeting hall, Leng Ruoxue casually found a chair and sat down, waiting for the elders to arrive. The seat she was sitting on was the second seat to Yin Ping's left. According to the Yin family's ranking arrangement, that should be the seat of the elder who was ranked third in the elder council. However, now that she had sat there, the elder who was sitting there naturally had to change his seat. Initially, Yin Ping wanted to remind Leng Ruoxue when he saw her sitting there. However, he remembered that the third elder and Yin Bang had always been in the same boat, so he didn't bother to say anything. Besides, he also wanted to see what kind of ability this mid-level deity woman had to make his father bring her back. Since he didn't raise any objections to Leng Ruoxue's position, Xiao Lin and Yin Xian naturally wouldn't say anything. However, just because they didn't say anything, it didn't mean that others wouldn't. When Yin Bang saw Leng Ruoxue sitting in the third elder's seat, he reminded her, "Miss Leng, there's someone sitting there." "Oh, really? I've taken a fancy to this seat, get him to sit somewhere else," Leng Ruoxue said in an overbearing manner. When Yin Bang heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he could not catch his breath and almost passed out. Where did this woman come from? It was fine if she didn't put him, a god king, in her eyes, but who asked her to be his father's woman? However, even third elder did not take her seriously. Wasn't Leng Ruoxue a little too bold? One had to know that third elder's seniority in the clan was much higher than the acting family head, Yin Ping. This woman was simply too arrogant. However, her domineering aura was really pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at it. It was as if she was born like this. This was really too strange. Who's so bold as to ask me to change seats? All of a sudden, a loud roar was heard outside the meeting hall. Then, the door of the meeting hall was pushed open and dozens of elders walked in. Most of these elders were men, and the words just now were spoken by a man who was surrounded by them. This man looked to be in his 40s. Compared to the other members of the Yin clan, he was not considered very handsome. However, his aura and strength were not low. According to Qing Ju's voice transmission to Leng Ruoxue, this man had the strength of a divine emperor. His strength was definitely one of the best among the elders. Furthermore, he had deliberately added his own pressure to his words. It was clear that he wanted to use this to frighten Leng Ruoxue. However, what surprised him was that the woman sitting in his seat seemed to not feel his pressure and still sat in the chair, which made him a little embarrassed. Moreover, he was very sure that he had added pressure in his words. Looking at Yin Xian's pale face, he knew that if it was not for Yin Ping protecting her, Yin Xian would definitely have suffered internal injuries. Third elder. You've really gone too far. Leng Ruoxue didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, Yin Ping was the first to get angry because his daughter's cultivation wasn't high. If it wasn't for him by her side, how could she have withstood the divine sovereign's pressure? Acting patriarch, can't you tell if it's me or someone else who's going too far? Since when did our Yin family let a woman ride on our heads? And she's a woman who came out of nowhere. The third elder glared at Yin Ping with a venomous snake-like gaze. As a deity emperor, his divine consciousness was naturally incomparably powerful. If he had the intention to observe, everything that happened in the Yin family would not be hidden from him. Therefore, everything that happened in the prison was within his grasp, including the meeting hall. Thus, before he even walked in, he added his own pressure into his voice in anger, so as to give Leng Ruoxue, Yin Ping, and the others a chance to back down. However, he still miscalculated. Third elder, no matter what dissatisfaction you have, you shouldn't have added pressure into your voice. If she and Xian were to be harmed in any way, the family head will not let you off. Yin Ping knew that he wasn't third elder's match, so he could only bring up his own father. Then the family head can't just watch me, the third elder, be bullied by an outsider. The third elder said coldly. Is this the third elder? I wonder how I've bullied you. Leng Ruoxue asked with a pure and innocent look. You're sitting in my seat, the third elder warned. Previous chapter. Next chapter. This is considered bullying you? Leng Ruoxue laughed. In her entire life, this was the first time she realized that sitting in someone else's seat was considered bullying. Even though she was sitting there on purpose. Our Yin clan is a clan that places great importance on rules and etiquette. You, a junior, actually dare to be so arrogant in front of an expert. This is really preposterous. The third elder growled as he suppressed his anger. If this woman wasn't related to the patriarch, he would have. What the Yin clan values has nothing to do with me. Although I'm much younger than you, it has nothing to do with you even if I'm a junior. So, don't call yourself an expert in front of me. You're only a divine emperor, not an expert. If you want to be an expert, wait until you become a reverent god or a divine master. Leng Ruoxue said with a look of disdain. The moment her words left her mouth, it immediately caused a series of gasps. No one from the Yin clan, including Yin Ping's family, had thought that Leng Ruoxue would be so arrogant. Even though the Yin clan did not dare to claim that the third elder could control the sky with one hand, he could almost call the wind and summon the rain. However, in the eyes of this woman, he was actually worthless. Not to mention the emperor god, anyone else would be furious if they were in her place. As expected. The moment Leng Ruoxue finished her sentence, the red-faced third elder roared in anger, "What an ignorant junior. Today, I'll let you witness this elder's strength." With that, the third elder raised his hand. A trace of divine power gathered in his palm and he was about to attack Leng Ruoxue when a red light flashed. He felt a numbing sensation in his hand and his arm drooped down. It was only then that the crowd could see clearly that the red light that had flashed past Leng Ruoxue's wrist was a fiery red, crystal-clear snake. It turned out that the third elder had been bitten by the snake. In an instant, everyone could only watch as the third elder's arm turned black. This was clearly a sign of poisoning. Seeing this, the third elder hurriedly used his divine power to force the poison out of his arm through the wound. By the time the poison had subsided and his arm had slowly returned to its original color, he was already drenched in sweat and panting. The third elder, who had forced out the poison, was extremely shocked. He kept cursing in his heart. What kind of venomous snake was this? The poison was actually so powerful. Even though he had managed to force the poison out, his arm was still numb and he could not feel anything. However, because of his fear of the little snake, he did not dare to attack Leng Ruoxue rashly. However, Leng Ruoxue's next words almost angered him to death. "Little fire. Are your teeth hurting? That person's skin is rough and thick, so it's not easy to bite him." Leng Ruoxue gently stroked Fiery's soft scales as she asked with a smile. My teeth almost fell off. The divine emperor's skin is indeed thick enough, and his meat is not delicious. Little Fire nodded its little head and said in an extremely serious manner. Hee. In that case, try to bite less divine emperors in the future. I think it should be easier to bite divine kings. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes glanced at Yinbang as she spoke. When Yinbang heard her words and felt her gaze, he subconsciously lowered his head to hide his presence. His heart was constantly muttering, F***ck. This woman was beautiful, but why was her heart so vicious? He actually wanted that snake to bite him. That was really too evil. Women. The strength of a divine king is too low, so I can't satisfy myself by biting him. Although the skin of a divine emperor is a bit thick, it's still a challenge for me. So, I'll bite the divine emperor. Fiery thought for a moment and said. Then bite the emperor god. There seems to be quite a few deity emperors in the Yin clan that are enough for you to bite. However, Little Fire. We can bite people, but we have to run immediately after biting them. Otherwise, if they catch you, they'll definitely make you into soup. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with an evil smile. When the crowd heard the conversation between the man and the beast, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. There were many deity emperors among the crowd, and Leng Ruoxue had clearly incited her beast to bite them. Furthermore, it was the kind of beast that would run away after biting them. With the little red snake's speed, even if they were deity emperors, it would not be easy for them to catch it. Otherwise, Third Elder would not have been bitten. Although they were all divine emperors, there were differences in their strength. The Third Elder might not be the strongest among the divine emperors, but he was definitely one of the best. If even he could not do anything to the little red snake, then wouldn't they all be waiting to be bitten? At the thought of this, all the immortal emperor elders became depressed. They couldn't help but glance at the Third Elder, hoping that he could stand up for them. After all, among all the elders, the first elder was always in closed-door cultivation, and the second elder was also in closed-door cultivation. The third elder was the most powerful one. Therefore, they could only pin their hopes on him. Third elder, who was alone in his depression, felt the eager gazes of the other elders, but he didn't want to get involved at this time, so he could only choose to ignore them. When Yin Ping heard Leng Ruoxue's words and saw the expressions of the elders, he felt a heartfelt admiration for Leng Ruoxue. However, due to his status, he didn't dare to show it. He could only sigh in his heart. This woman was indeed brought back by father. Truly too formidable. Not only was he able to maintain a straight face in front of the third elder, who had the strength of a peak-grade deity emperor, he even agreed for his own beastie to bite the other elders. Woo. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't have the guts to do this. After all, this was the Yin residence. Although Yin Ping did not dare to show his admiration for Leng Ruoxue, Yin Xian did not have such concerns. Her eyes were fixed on Leng Ruoxue and Xiaohua, not even blinking. If it was not for Shaolin who gently pushed her, she would have rushed to Leng Ruoxue and Xiaohua and exclaimed, idle. However, it was better to keep a low profile in such a tense moment. Even though Leng Ruoxue was talking to Xiaohua, she did not miss the expressions of any of the Yin clan's members. She glanced at the silent third elder of the Yin clan and smiled faintly. Third elder, can you give this position to me? Weren't there two better seats in front? You can sit there. She suggested kindly. Ugh. When the elders heard Leng Ruoxue's suggestion, a few drops of cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. They thought to themselves, this woman is really too evil. Can she just sit on those two seats? If third elder really sat. Next chapter. Report chapter. How is this possible? How could Xiao Lan be so bold? Who's supporting her? After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, one of the elders immediately shouted angrily. Xiao Lan is the substitute clan head's maternal niece. The people who will support her are, of course, the substitute clan head and the mistress. An elder reminded. The person who said this was naturally someone who had a good relationship with Yin Bang and knew the truth. The purpose of his words was to drag Yin Ping into the water and reduce the dissatisfaction and suspicion the elders had towards Yin Bang. Elder, did you not hear what I said? I've already said that Xiao Lan has been asked to leave the Yin clan by your acting clan head. As for where she is now, if you don't know, you can ask Elder Bang. He will tell you. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with a half-smile. Xiao Lan's family had been invited by Yin Bang to stay in their own courtyard temporarily. This matter was no longer a secret in the Yin family, so Leng Ruoxue did not believe that the person who had just spoken was not aware of it. However, whether he was really stupid or pretending to be stupid, it was useless in front of her. This. The elder who spoke was speechless. How could he continue with this? AI. Elder Bang. It's not that I don't want to help you, but this woman is too powerful. I can't do anything about it. You're on your own. At the thought of this, he obediently shut his mouth. Elder Bang, where is Xiao Lan now? Seeing that the elder had stopped talking, Leng Ruoxue turned to Yin Bang and asked. Elder Bang. Did you really bring Xiao Lan to your own residence? An elder asked in disbelief. He had also heard some rumors about this matter, but he had not seen it with his own eyes. Now that everyone was curious, he might as well ask. I took pity on her, so I took her in out of kindness, but I didn't expect that she would steal my token and injure the 2 maidservants in the prison. Yin Bang said with regret. Elder Bang. You're a god king, right? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. So what if I am? Yin Bang coldly replied. Although god kings are not the strongest in the divine realm, they are still one of the strongest. You were actually able to let a woman who was not as strong as you steal your token. Could it be that your storage ring has developed intelligence and knew how to betray you with Xiao Lan's help? Leng Ruoxue asked with a face full of curiosity. Her beautiful eyes kept glancing at Yin Bang's storage ring, as if she was trying to see if the ring had developed a spirit. And her words made Yin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha. My sister is so amazing. She's my idol. Her heart was filled with excitement. Her eyes were fixed on Leng Ruoxue, afraid that she would miss out on any interesting scene. Elder Bang, what is your explanation for this lady's words? Seeing that Yin Bang did not respond for a long time, an anxious elder could not help but ask. Yin Bang didn't know how to explain. It seemed useless to say that Xiao Lan was Yin Ping's niece. These elders weren't stupid. How could they believe him so easily? AI. He was really depressed and conflicted. Don't make things difficult for Elder Bang. He's so embarrassed to say it, so I guess this matter is also quite embarrassing for him. It's possible that Xiao Lan used a honey trap, and Elder Bang fell for it when he wasn't paying attention. Leng Ruoxue laughed. Why were they the ones making things difficult for Elder Bang? The one who had made things difficult for Elder Bang and left him speechless was clearly this woman in front of him. When the elders heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. However, at this time, there were fewer and fewer elders who wanted to speak up for Yin Bang. Even Elder Bang, who had always been eloquent, was rendered speechless by Leng Ruoxue's questioning. Of course, they couldn't take the initiative to give themselves up to be questioned by others. Furthermore, they were very sure that they would definitely not be able to win against Leng Ruoxue. Sister. Whether Xiao Lan used the honey trap or not, and how she obtained the Grand Elder's medallion, we can just find out by asking her, right? At this time, Yin Xian, who had not said a word, reminded him. Xian Er's words make sense. Clan head Yin, can you invite Xiao Lan in now? However, it's best for Elder Bang to avoid it. After all, you're the person involved. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Bring Xiao Lan in. Elder Bang. You can stay in the inner hall. Without my permission, you are not allowed to come out. After Yin Ping finished speaking, he gave a look to the guard beside him. Following that, the guard respectfully invited Elder Bang into the inner hall. The so-called inner hall referred to a closed single room in the meeting hall. The purpose of this room was to prevent the weaker party from being threatened by the other party and telling false information when such a thing happened. In the inner hall, even a reverent god couldn't know what was going on outside, let alone threaten the other party through voice transmission. This was also a kind of protection for the weaker party. After Yin Bang was unwillingly invited into the inner hall, Xiao Lan was brought up by a guard. Seeing that the meeting hall was filled with elders, the confused Xiao Lan was shocked. She did not know why she was here. Her beautiful eyes searched for Elder Bang's whereabouts but found nothing. Then, she suddenly noticed Leng Ruoxue and could not help but be filled with anger. What are you doing here? Xiao Lan looked at Leng Ruoxue as if she had seen her father's murderer. She immediately rushed in front of Leng Ruoxue and questioned her angrily. I'm here because of the opportunity Miss Lan gave me. Miss Lan. Don't just stand there, please take a seat. Leng Ruoxue pointed to the seat beside her. Humph. You're tactful. Xiao Lan did not even think twice before taking the seat that Leng Ruoxue had pointed out. When the elders saw this, they could not help but take a deep breath. They did not know what to say because that seat belonged to the great elder. Until now, no one had dared to sit there. Xiao Lan. You can't just sit there, get up. Seeing that Xiao Lan had really sat down, Yin Ping couldn't help but roar in anger. She was really brainless. No wonder Leng Ruoxue didn't even care about her. He had always thought that Xiao Lan was quite smart, but why did she seem so stupid when compared to Leng Ruoxue? It was really too strange. Why do you want me to get up? If she can sit here, why can't I? When Xiao Lan heard Yin Ping's words, she said angrily, "Humph. And he's my uncle." He actually caused her to be embarrassed in public. At this moment, she even hated Yin Ping, who she had been trying to please. That's the seat of the great elder, you can't sit there. Yin Ping gritted his teeth. Oh. When she heard that it was the seat of the great elder, Xiao Lan did not dare to continue sitting there. However, she remembered that it was Leng Ruoxue who had asked her to sit there, and the anger in her heart rushed up again. Damn it. You actually framed me? How did I frame you? I'm kind enough to let you sit down, yet you're blaming me. AI. My good intentions really don't get rewarded. Leng Ruoxue sighed with a face full of hidden bitterness. This is the seat of the great elder, and you're asking me to sit here? If this isn't a trap, then what is? Xiao Lan asked angrily. I'm not a member of the Yin family, how would I know whose seat it is? I only saw that it was empty. It's fine even if it's empty, it doesn't matter who's sitting. If you don't want to sit here, you can just sit there. Leng Ruoxue pointed to the seat opposite her. That's the seat of the second elder, you can't sit there either. Before Xiao Lan could sit down, Yin Ping felt a headache coming on and quickly said, he could tell that Leng Ruoxue was clearly toying with Xiao Lan. It was a pity that Xiao Lan, who thought she was smart, didn't know. You're framing me again. Xiao Lan said angrily after hearing Yin Ping's words. I'm sorry, I didn't know that was the second elder's seat. All the seats are full now, why don't you stand for a while? After Yin Bang was brought into the inner hall of the meeting hall, there was originally an empty seat. However, it just so happened that the elder who was standing had taken it, so there really wasn't any space for Xiao Lan to sit. However, it was obvious that she thought it would be better for Xiao Lan to stand. After all, she had brought Xiao Lan here to confront her. Stand up, I want to sit in your seat. Xiao Lan ordered in an overbearing manner. My seat was given to me by the third elder. If he agrees, I can give this seat to you. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? How could the third elder possibly give his position to you? Xiao Lan said with a look of disbelief. Although she didn't believe it, she didn't dare to ask the third elder. It's up to you to believe it or not. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she turned her head and ignored Xiao Lan, who was stomping her feet in anger. When they heard Leng Ruoxue's words, the elders present had a tacit understanding not to make any comments, lest they anger the depressed middle third elder. Xiao Lan glared at Leng Ruoxue for a long time before turning to look at the elders present. Finally, she fixed her gaze on Xiao Lin and said with a wronged expression, Aunt. How can you just watch me get bullied by outsiders? Cousin Lan, I invited you to the meeting hall to discuss a matter. So, it's better for you to stand. Yin Xian couldn't stand it anymore and said, hee hee. Her father's impression of Xiao Lan should be even worse now. His sister was really amazing. With just a few simple words, she was able to make Xiao Lan reveal her true colors. A hostage? What confrontation? Xiao Lan was confused. You went to the prison and tortured my two maidservants, right? Leng Ruoxue asked with a calm smile. So what if I am? They violated the Yin clan's rules, and I went to interrogate them on behalf of Elder Bang. However, they were too stubborn and insisted that you were the one who rewarded them. I had no choice but to use torture. Xiao Lan said disapprovingly. You used Elder Bang's token to enter the prison, right? I'm very curious, how did Elder Bang's token end up in your hands? Leng Ruoxue did not argue with her and continued to ask. However, her question caused some of the elders present to feel anxious. Just as they were about to open their mouths to warn Xiao Lan not to speak nonsense, they were suddenly attacked by a red light that flew past them at high speed. Immediately, their mouths swelled up. They mumbled for a long time, but they could not say a complete sentence. After the red light finished attacking the unlucky elder, it flew back to Leng Ruoxue's wrist and wagged its little tail happily, as if it was very satisfied with its work. Leng Ruoxue gently stroked Xiaohua's soft scales as her beautiful eyes swept across the elders present. Just a casual glance had caused the pressure on them to increase. This was really too strange. None of the elders could understand why the other party, who was only a mid-level deity, would cause them to feel pressured. And this kind of pressure seemed to be innate. Due to the pressure that Leng Ruoxue was giving them, all the elders present did not dare to speak. After Xiao Lan heard Leng Ruoxue's words, she said disapprovingly, that's right. I used Elder Bang's token to enter the prison. How did his token end up in your hands? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. Her tone was as if she was just having a casual conversation. Of course he gave it to me. Otherwise, how could I have gotten it? Xiao Lan replied with a disdainful look, as if she was saying, do you even need to ask such a simple question? Substitute clan head, elders, you've all heard it, right? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. I heard it. Some of the elders replied. However, a considerable portion of the elders didn't say anything because they didn't know what to say. What's the meaning of this? What do you want to do? After Xiao Lan heard what they said, she looked at the gloomy expressions on the elders' faces. She was puzzled. What was going on? Cousin. Why did Elder Bang give you the token? Seeing no one speak, Yin Xian couldn't help but ask curiously. Of course. Why should I tell you? After saying a few words, Xiaolan felt that something was wrong, so she changed the topic and questioned him. I advise you to answer Xian Er's question, because Elder Tai said that his token was stolen by you. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she reminded him. How is this possible? There's no way he would say that. I don't believe it. Xiaolan's eyes were wide open as she shouted in disbelief. AI. Poor guy, even after being betrayed, he's still helping others count their money. You went to the prison and injured the Yin clan's maidservant, which in itself is considered overstepping your boundaries. Do you think the Yin clan will tolerate such a thing? Your actions are clearly a challenge to the Yin clan's authority. Because of the token, Elder Bang can't even protect himself. Do you think he still dares to speak for you? Don't be silly. In order to protect his position, the first person he betrayed was you. Leng Ruoxue said, gloating. I don't believe what you're saying. You're lying. Xiaolan couldn't help but shout. The current her didn't have the demeanor of a well-educated and polite young miss from a large family. Why else do you think the Yin family head ordered you to be brought here? Do you really not understand, or are you just playing dumb? Leng Ruoxue said with a hint of mockery. Cousin. What big sister said is true. I did bring you here to have you confront Elder Bang. Moreover, he has already admitted in front of so many of us that his token was stolen, and he even said that you were the one who stole the token. However, he's a god king after all. I'm very curious as to how cousin managed to steal the token from his hands. Yin Xian asked with an innocent look. I didn't steal it. I didn't steal his command token. He gave it to me and said that with this command token, I would be able to move unimpeded in the Yin clan, and no one would dare to stop me wherever I want to go. When Xiaolan heard Yin Xian's words, she looked at the disappointed expressions on her aunt and uncle's faces and quickly said, If Yin Bang wanted her to take the blame alone, there was no way he would. Even if she were to die, she would drag Yin Bang down with her. She thought to herself with endless hatred. But what Elder Bang said is different from what you said. Which one of you is speaking the truth? Yin Xian's face was filled with confusion, as if she had been confused. Elders, who do you think is telling the truth? At this moment, Leng Ruoxue's evil intentions once again shifted the topic to the elders present. Elder Bang's words must be true. This woman has been chased out by the acting patriarch, so she must hate our Yin clan. Therefore, we can't believe everything she says. Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's question, the elder who was on good terms with Yin Bang quickly replied. Oh, really? Miss Xiaolan. Did you hear what this elder just said? Leng Ruoxue looked at Xiaolan and said with a smile that was not a smile. If Xiaolan was not stupid to a certain extent, she would not let go of Yin Bang. Otherwise, the Yin family, especially Yin Bang, would not let her off. Why should I hate the Yin family? Yin Bang said he would take revenge for me, so I promised him my body. You've obtained my body, and now that something has happened, you want to blame it all on me? I'm telling you. No way. You. And you. Don't think I don't know that you and Yin Bang are in the same boat. I know all the things you've been discussing behind your back. At most, we'll fight to the death, and none of you will be able to escape. In her anger, Xiaolan did not let Leng Ruoxue down. She revealed the few elders who were close to Yin Bang. She wasn't someone who could be easily used. If she didn't have something on them, how would she dare to show off in the Yin family and act like a tyrant for so many years? She couldn't help but be a little proud in her heart. Don't talk nonsense. When did we ever discuss anything behind our backs? One of the elders who was pointed out by Xiaolan shouted in a low voice while trembling. Elder Lang, is your memory that bad? Weren't you guys drinking together the day I arrived at Yin Bang's courtyard? Oh, and you insisted on having me drink with you. You even took advantage of me after getting me drunk. I still remember that. Xiaolan sneered. Aren't you drunk? How did you know that we took advantage of you? Your words are clearly contradictory. The man who was called Elder Lang was so angry that his face turned pale and he couldn't help but roar. I'm just pretending to be drunk. Otherwise, I don't know how much more wine I would have to drink. I still remember what you guys said after I pretended to be drunk. Do you need me to remind you? Xiaolan said proudly. As soon as Xiaolan said this, Elder Lang didn't dare to speak anymore. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and his heart was beating nervously. You two, we're not interested in the gossip between the two of you. Right now, we only want to know how Elder Bang's token ended up in Miss Xiaolan's hands. It was Miss Xiaolan who stole it. Leng Ruoxue saw that the time was right and spoke again. Of course he gave it to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Elder Lang and the others. They were also present at the time. Xiaolan glared at the somewhat guilty Elder Lang and loudly said. Elder Lang, is what Xiaolan said true? When Yin Ping heard this, he also opened his mouth. It's true. It was Elder Bang who gave the token to Xiaolan. In front of everyone, Elder Lang had to betray Yin Bang in order to clear his name. He didn't want to be implicated by Yin Bang because of this. He could tell that these women were not to be trifled with. He had to remember to stay far away from women in the future. Patriarch Yin, didn't Miss Xiaolan say that Elder Lang and Yin Bang weren't the only ones? For the sake of fairness, I think you should also ask the other elders. Right, the third elder's opinion is also very important. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she reminded him. Miss Leng's words are reasonable. Yin Ping nodded in agreement, and then his eyes turned to the few elders who had been pointed out by Xiaolan. Acting Patriarch, what Elder Lang said is true. The token was indeed given to Xiao Lan by Elder Bang. We can be witnesses. The few of them were so frightened that they hurriedly said in unison. Why didn't you tell the truth before? A dignified elder actually allowed others to wrongly accuse an innocent woman. Is this something an elder should do? Leng Ruoxue asked with a cold smile. It is. Why didn't you say so earlier? You even caused me to be wrongly accused. Xiao Lan questioned Leng Ruoxue after hearing her words. We are also trying to protect Elder Bang's reputation. The elders looked at each other and whispered. From that look, they had already made the decision to give up on Yin Bang. Otherwise, they would not be able to protect themselves. In order to protect Elder Bang's reputation, you want someone else to be the scapegoat? Isn't your behavior really chilling? If the entire Yin family knew that there was such a scum among their elders who could betray others at any time for the sake of their reputation, I wonder if they would still respect you as they always did? Leng Ruoxue's words were like a sharp knife cutting into their bodies, causing a chill to rise in their hearts. At this moment, the third elder, who had been angered to the point of being half dead, had actually closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Uncle. You have to uphold justice for me. They actually dared to humiliate me like this. I don't want to live anymore. Leng Ruoxue's words gave Xiao Lan a huge inspiration, so she immediately knelt in front of Yin Ping and started crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain. You get up. Don't embarrass yourself here. Yin Ping looked at Xiao Lan with some disgust. Sigh. Why did he think that Xiao Lan was obedient and sensible in the past? He had really misjudged her. This must be Xiao Lan's true face. Xiao Lan could hear the displeasure in Yin Ping's voice. She sobbed as she stood up from the ground, not daring to say anything else. She knew that she had already provoked her uncle's hatred. Her many years of planning had been destroyed in a day, and it was all that damned woman Leng Ruoxue's fault. She hated her in her heart, but now was not the time to be angry with Leng Ruoxue. She was still counting on Leng Ruoxue to help her deal with Yin Bang and the others. Seeing that the elders did not speak, Xiao Lan seemed to have stopped. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes turned towards Yin Ping and said indifferently, Clan Head Yin, it should be clear that Miss Xiao Lan didn't steal Elder Bang's medallion, but was given to her by Elder Bang. Does anyone have any objections? You can bring it up now. Even though Leng Ruoxue's words were directed at Yin Ping, she was asking all the elders present. At this moment, none of the elders dared to speak. I have no objections. Yin Ping said, holding back his laughter. He was full of praise in his heart. This Leng Ruoxue was really smart and ruthless. With just a few words, she had actually helped Xiao Lan clear her suspicion of stealing the token. However, would she be so kind? Or did she have another move? Yin Ping was looking forward to Leng Ruoxue's next performance because he didn't believe that Leng Ruoxue would be so kind as to help Xiao Lan. One must know that ever since they had sat here, Leng Ruoxue had almost never mentioned the two servant girls who served her. He remembered very clearly that Leng Ruoxue had requested to attend their elders' meeting because of those two servant girls. If any of you have a different opinion, you can raise it now. Otherwise, once the matter is settled, there will be no room for turning back. Following that, Yin Ping reminded the elders. Acting Patriarch, I have no objections. An elder spoke first. We don't have any either. After most of the elders expressed their opinions, the elders who were closer to Yin Bang also quickly followed. Does third elder have any objections? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously when she saw that third elder had yet to speak. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Yin Ping's forehead started to drip with cold sweat. He couldn't understand why Leng Ruoxue would have her eyes on third elder. AI. Poor third elder. You're on your own. You've taken my seat, so you're the third elder, so you don't need to ask me. The third elder, who was pretending to be asleep, said in a bad mood. However, as soon as he said this, all the elders' foreheads were filled with black lines, and they all sighed in their hearts at the same time. It looked like the third elder had gone mad with anger. To actually say such words. Did this sound like something a normal person would say? Don't tell me that whoever takes your position will be the third elder? Then if someone sat in the position of great elder, wouldn't he also become a great elder? Since third elder is so modest, then I will not refuse. Leng Ruoxue laughed and replied without any trace of politeness. You're welcome. The third elder suddenly opened his eyes and shouted while suppressing his anger. The first three elders are so angry. Anger is harmful to the body, especially at your age, you have to take care of your health. Leng Ruoxue emphasized the word front, angering third elder so much that he couldn't speak. He could only sit on the chair and stare. If looks could kill, Leng Ruoxue would have died 1,000 times over. When the other elders heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they immediately raised her to the level of an idol. What was this woman's background? She actually dared to speak to third elder in such a manner and even drove the usually calm third elder mad. Otherwise, third elder wouldn't have said that she was the third elder. One should know that the position of an elder wasn't just for anyone. Other than having strong abilities, one had to make contributions to the family or have an important position and prestige in the family. In short, someone like Leng Ruoxue, who had an unknown background, had to have a strong background. A woman with an unknown identity was definitely not qualified to become an elder, even if she was just an ordinary elder. Previous chapter. Cough cough. Yin Ping saw that the atmosphere was a little stiff and coughed lightly twice, pulling the elders' minds back. Clan head Yin Dai, the elders have no objections. You can decide how to deal with this matter. Leng Ruoxue chuckled in a good mood. Her participation in the elders' meeting this time was not in vain. Not only did she get the position of third elder for no reason, but she also took the opportunity to deal with Xiao Lan and Yin Bang, the two villains who colluded with each other. Her hard work in acting was not in vain. Since the elders have no objections, I will now announce my decision on Yin Bang. First, remove Elder Yin Bang from his position and inform the entire clan. Second, banish the entire Yin Bang clan to Flowing Wind Valley, never to return to the main city. If there are no objections, then I will announce these two decisions on behalf of the Patriarch and the Elder Council. Yin Ping looked at the elders present and said, Master. Yin Bang only lent the token to Xiao Lan. Isn't this punishment a bit heavy? An elder who had a good relationship with Yin Bang looked at Yin Ping's expression and said carefully. Heavy? What was Yin Bang's purpose in lending out the token? Don't you know how serious the consequences are? Yin Ping asked coldly. He didn't believe that these elders, who shared the same pants as Yin Bang, didn't know what Yin Bang's goal was and what Xiao Lan had done. This was the best opportunity to get rid of Yin Bang, so he would not let it go. This time, Yin Bang could forget about turning the tables. Substitute Patriarch Yin, there's no need for you to be so angry. I'm sure many of the elders present don't know what kind of consequences Elder Bang's token has caused. Why don't you order someone to bring the consequences in? Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly. Good. Bring in the grapes and lotus seeds. Yin Ping nodded his head and ordered the guards beside him. The guards received the orders of the acting family head and soon carried 2 stretchers into the meeting hall. The elders who were sitting looked at the 2 bloody women on the stretchers, whose faces could not be seen, and were shocked. Ugh. Were these 2 the grape and lotus seed that the acting family head had mentioned? How did he end up like this? Among those present, other than a portion of the elders who understood the truth, many of the elders were confused. Previously, they had heard from Leng Ruoxue and the others that Xiao Lan had tortured the 2 maidservants of the Yin family. However, they did not expect Xiao Lan to be so harsh. One should know that even the Yin family would not torture their clansmen who had committed a crime. At most, they would send them to a remote place and let them fend for themselves. However, Xiao Lan's methods were clearly beyond their understanding, which made them a little angry. The Yin family had made a mistake, but they themselves were not willing to take action. Now, the 2 maidservants in the prison had been beaten by an outsider. This was a huge humiliation to the Yin family. Therefore, in an instant, the anger in their hearts was ignited. Clan head, Xiao Lan actually beat up our clansmen like this. We can't just let this matter go. We must punish Xiao Lan severely. An elder shouted with righteous indignation. Right. Punish Xiao Lan severely. Since when did outsiders have the right to attack our Yin clan's people? This is preposterous. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. After seeing the 2 maidservants covered in injuries, most of the elders were furious. Leng Ruoxue watched all of this coldly from the side and laughed coldly in her heart. This was exactly the result she wanted. She wanted to clear Xiao Lan of the suspicion of stealing the token so that Yin Bang would be dragged into this mess as well. The token in Xiao Lan's hands was not stolen, so Yin Bang would be charged with the crime of betraying others and colluding with outsiders to harm his clansmen. In this way, Yin Bang's reputation would be ruined, and his clansmen would all cast him aside. Oh. Could this be considered as indirectly helping Yin Ping, the acting family head? Seeing the fierce looks on the elders' faces, Xiao Lan was a little scared. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she cried, "It's not my fault. Yin Bang gave me the token, and he was the one who asked me to interrogate these 2 maidservants. You're just an outsider. What right do you have to question our Yin clan's people? Even if it's just 2 servant girls who made a mistake, you don't have the right." A tall and fierce-looking elder angrily rebuked. There's no need for this elder to be so angry. In truth, my 2 maidservants did not do anything wrong, but Yin Bang insisted on accusing them of stealing the things your head butler had given me. He even domineeringly locked them up and incited Miss Lan to torture them. The true cause of this incident was my beast that had bitten Miss Lan. Yin Bang wanted to avenge her, so these 2 maidservants are completely innocent. They should not have been treated like this. Leng Ruoxue said with a pained expression. Her words caused many of the Yin family's elders who were considered upright to fall silent. After all, this kind of thing was not uncommon in large families, and it was rare for people to bring this matter up in public because of the 2 maidservants. However, Leng Ruoxue had revealed the truth behind the scenes today, so they had no choice but to take it seriously. Even the elders who had thought that the punishment given to Yin Bang by the substitute family head was too heavy did not dare to make a sound. After a moment of silence, Leng Ruoxue smiled and said, "The truth of the matter is already known to all the elders. Elders. If you have any opinions or thoughts, everyone can speak freely. Acting Patriarch, I think Yin Bang's punishment is a bit light. He's such a traitor, and he doesn't care about the morality of his race. We can't let him off easily. We should expel him from the clan and inform the entire divine realm." An elder suggested. I agree. I also agree. As soon as this elder spoke, it immediately received the response of many elders. I'll consider your opinions, but expelling Yin Bang from the clan is no small matter. I'll have to ask the Patriarch for instructions before I can make a final decision. As for Xiao Lan, you can deal with her however you want. There's no need to give us face. Yin Ping thought for a while and said. He didn't want the elders to let Xiao Lan go just because of their relationship with her. In this way, he would have something to criticize in the hands of the elders. Now that he had lost his previous good impression of Xiao Lan, he naturally wouldn't care about her life or death. Moreover, what Xiao Lan had done was indeed intolerable to the Yin family. Uncle. You can't leave me alone. It was Yin Bang who made me do it. He said that he would think of a way to avenge me and even said that he would hand Leng Ruoxue and the 2 maidservants over to me to deal with. I was also eager to take revenge, which was why I got involved with him. Uncle. Please help me. After hearing Yin Ping's words, Xiao Lan, who was already a little scared, became even more nervous. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Her face was covered in tears, and she looked as pitiful as she could be. However, not many of the elders present would pity her. Who asked her to do something that had already exceeded the Yin family's bottom line? As one of the 8 great divine regions, how could the Yin family tolerate an outsider riding on top of their own family? Clan head Yin Dai, Xiao Lan has injured my 2 maidservants so severely. Shouldn't you give them an explanation? Leng Ruoxue smiled and said. What kind of explanation do you want? Yin Ping was a little surprised. He knew that Leng Ruoxue wouldn't let Xiao Lan off so easily, but he didn't know how she was going to deal with Xiao Lan. I like to give her a taste of her own medicine. Since Xiao Lan has severely injured my maidservant, there's no reason for her to be alive. Leng Ruoxue said without a trace of emotion. Then I'll leave Xiao Lan to you. Yin Ping sighed lightly and said straightforwardly. He didn't expect that Leng Ruoxue would actually be willing to stand up for 2 maidservants. One must know that these 2 maidservants were members of their Yin clan. As the acting clan head of the Yin clan, even though he could not act as he pleased like Leng Ruoxue, he still had the authority to hand over Xiao Lan to them. Then I won't hold back. After Grape and Lianzi are done with their revenge, I will return Xiao Lan to you. Leng Ruoxue smiled in satisfaction. Yes. Yin Ping nodded his head. Although he really wanted to say that he didn't need to return it, he didn't say it out loud. No. Uncle, don't give me to her. When Xiao Lan heard that Yin Ping wanted to hand her over to Leng Ruoxue, she panicked and cried out in alarm. However, she was ignored by Yin Ping. Aunt. Don't let uncle hand me over to someone else. I'm begging you. Aunt. Seeing that her uncle wasn't even looking at her, Xiao Lan had no choice but to ask Xiao Lin for help. However, Xiao Lin had also turned her head and looked to the other side. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue stood up from her seat and took out 2 pills from her bangle. She stuffed them into Grape and Lotus's mouths. Not long after, the 2 maidservants stood up from the rack. Even though their clothes were still stained with blood that caused one's heart to palpitate, the 2 of them knew very well that their injuries had all healed. It was just that their clothes were still a little scary. Miss. After the 2 of them stood up, they looked at Leng Ruoxue gratefully. Even though their minds were not very clear, they had heard the contents of the confrontation intermittently and knew that Leng Ruoxue had done a lot for them. Hence, at this moment, their hearts were filled with gratitude and admiration for Leng Ruoxue. The substitute clan head has already agreed to let you take revenge on Xiao Lan. Why don't you quickly thank him? Leng Ruoxue pointed at Xiao Lan, who was still struggling on her deathbed, and said to the 2 maidservants. Thank you for acting patriarch's fairness and severity. Grape and Lotus Seed bowed and said. You have been wronged. The family should seek justice for you. Yin Ping said with some shame. Acting family head, we really didn't take anything from the young lady. The young lady would give us anything she has. Why should we steal it? Grape thought for a while and said. I know. I'm already clear on this matter. Yin Ping said helplessly. He was already cursing Yin Bang in his heart. House Master Yin Dai, Elder Bang can be released from the inner hall. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with a faint smile. Yes, go and invite Yin Bang out. Yin Ping ordered the guard beside him. Yin Bang, who was in the inner hall, was worried that Xiao Lan would expose what had happened between them. However, when he saw that the guard who had gone to invite him out was still respectful, he was slightly relieved. When he came out, he saw that the elders' expressions were normal, and Xiao Lan was standing at the side like a wooden block. He felt more at ease. Xiao Lan. How dare you steal my token? You really don't want to live anymore. Yin Bang shouted, trying to prove his innocence. As soon as Yin Bang spoke, the elders' expressions turned strange. However, he did not mind it because he knew that many of these elders would stand on his side. Therefore, he did not care even if some of them believed Xiao Lan's words. After all, Xiao Lan was an outsider, and it was almost impossible for the elders to stand on her side. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Leng Ruoxue's role in this. Leng Ruoxue watched Yin Bang's excellent performance with cold eyes and slowly opened her mouth to speak. Elder Bang. Oh. It was wrong. You're no longer an elder of the Yin clan, so I should be calling you Yin Bang. What did you just say? How can I not be an elder of the Yin clan? Before Leng Ruoxue could finish her sentence, Yin Bang stomped his feet in anger and roared. Oh. That's right. You don't know about this yet. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. You're no longer an elder of the Yin clan, and you'll be sent to some Flowing Wind Valley. The name Flowing Wind Valley sounds pretty good, but I don't know if it's as beautiful as its name. I wish you a happy life there. Leng Ruoxue laughed. Flowing Wind Valley? I've been banished? This was impossible. You're lying to me. Yin Bang did not believe Leng Ruoxue's words at all. His first reaction was that Leng Ruoxue was lying to him. Patriarch Yin, you should tell Yin Bang the good news. Leng Ruoxue suggested with a smile. Yes. Yin Ping nodded and then said to Yin Bang. After the discussion between me and the elders, you have been stripped of your position as an elder and will be sent to the Flowing Wind Valley from today onwards. However, in view of the serious consequences caused by your actions, the elders have proposed to expel you from the family. I will make an announcement after reporting this matter to the family head. Yin Ping. Can you repeat that? What right do you have to do this? I know that you've always found me an eyesore, but what mistake have I made for you to treat me like this? If the head of the family knew that you treated your brother like this, he would not let you off. Yin Bang said angrily after hearing Yin Ping's words. He was so angry that he didn't even address him as the acting family head. Yin Bang. Don't you know what you've done? You keep saying that your token was stolen, but after investigation, we found out the truth. You gave the token to Xiaolan and even promised her that you would take revenge for her. What else do you have to say? Yin Ping sneered as he questioned. This. How could you all believe Xiaolan's one-sided story? She's your niece. Yin Bang reminded after hearing Yin Ping's words. She is indeed my niece, but everyone knows that she is staying at your place now. Moreover, the proof that you gave her the token is not just based on her one-sided statement. The elders who are close to you have also confirmed that you did give the token to Xiaolan. They were all present at the time. Now, there are witnesses and physical evidence. Do you have anything else to say? Yin Ping said with a faint smile. This is impossible. Yin Bang couldn't believe Yin Ping's words and turned to look at Elder Lang and the others. However, those elders actually turned their heads in unison. Yin Bang. We're all clear about what happened, and we have no opinion on your punishment, so you should accept it. At this moment, an elder spoke indifferently. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. What do you know? I didn't ask Xiaolan to torture the two maidservants in the prison. It was Xiaolan who acted on her own. What does this have to do with me? Yin Bang quibbled, not mentioning the token at all. Yin Bang. If she didn't have the token you gave her, would she have been able to enter the prison? Even if you didn't send her to prison, you created the conditions for her to go to prison. This matter started because of you, so you can't shirk it. As for what your goal is, you know it better than anyone else. Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly. Coldly. This is our Yin clan's matter. How can an outsider like you interrupt? Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Yin Bang, who was still holding on to a glimmer of hope, was even more furious. This woman was clearly adding insult to injury. I really don't know how I've offended her. Why did she have to go against him? He could not understand. Am I an outsider? Your Yin clan's third elder has already given his position to me. I'm now your Yin clan's third elder. Leng Ruoxue reminded Yin Bang of this fact calmly. What? How is this possible? Yin Bang asked in disbelief. The third elder couldn't have done something like this. How could the position of an elder be given to someone else just like that? If you don't believe me, you can ask the first three elders. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she reminded him. Third elder. Is this woman telling the truth? The moment Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, Yin Bang asked hurriedly. It's true. The furious third elder said in an unpleasant tone. Third elder. How could you do this? The third elder's words infuriated Yin Bang. He even forgot his own status and roared at the third elder. What I want to do is my own business. You, a sinner who is about to be expelled from the Yin family, have no right to question me. When the third elder heard Yin Bang's words, his already unsightly expression darkened even more. I didn't question you. I just don't understand. Yin Bang said with a smile. The third elder was his biggest backer, and he would never dare to offend the third elder. There's nothing I don't understand. In any case, I'm just an empty third elder. No one respects me at all. Since that's the case, why don't I give it to someone else? The moment he finished speaking, the faces of everyone present, including Yin Ping, instantly turned ugly. This was because the third elder's words weren't only meant for Leng Ruoxue to hear. He had clearly included everyone present in his calculations. Third elder has a high status in our Yin clan. Who would dare to disrespect you? If anyone dares to look down on you, I'll be the first to not forgive him. Yin Bang quickly said. It's too late for you to say all this now. You won't be a member of our Yin clan very soon, and I won't be the third elder. The third elder lightly raised his eyes and indifferently reminded. Well said, acting patriarch. Can you order your men to take Yin Bang away? They still have to pack up and head to Windflow Valley. After hearing third elder's words, Leng Ruoxue laughed nonchalantly. Bring Yin Bang back to his residence and watch them pack up. They are not allowed to take a single needle or thread out of the Yin family's master's residence. Yin Ping nodded and ordered the guards beside him. Yes. Yes, master. The guard replied, then grabbed Yin Bang's arm and led him out of the meeting hall. Let go. You guys let go. I'm an elder of the Yin family, you can't treat me like this. I won't let you off. Yin Bang cried out in alarm. His voice was still reverberating in the meeting hall, but he had already been dragged out of the meeting hall by the guards. You can also take Xiaolan with you. Yin Ping turned to Leng Ruoxue and said. All right, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She then turned to Grape and Lienzi, let's go back to Bright Stream Garden. Xiaolan is now your exclusive property, so you can play with her however you want. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Grape and Lotus Seed's foreheads were filled with black lines. Mrs. Words really made it too easy for people to have their own thoughts. Furthermore, they were not interested in Xiaolan. They hoped that no one would misunderstand. Don't just stand there, take Xiaolan and let's go back to Bright Stream Garden. Leng Ruoxue saw that Grape and Lotus Seed were still standing there stupidly after hearing her words. She couldn't help but remind them with a smile. Oh. Yes, Grape and Lotus replied, slightly embarrassed. Then, the two of them grabbed Xiaolan's arms and followed Leng Ruoxue back to Mingxi Garden. When they arrived at Mingxi Garden, Grape looked at Xiaolan, who was an eyesore, and asked with a look of disdain, Miss, what should we do with this woman? She's yours now, so you can do whatever you want with her. Also, you can rest assured that the acting master of the Yin family will not blame you. Leng Ruoxue was afraid that they wouldn't dare to make a move because of Yin Ping, so she gave the two of them a calming pill. Yes, we know. Grape and Lotus Seed quickly nodded. With the young miss around, how could the acting family head be dissatisfied? They could see that the Yin family's elders couldn't do anything to the young lady. Moreover, they seemed to be quite afraid of Xiaohua. However, what surprised them even more was that the third elder would actually give up the position of elder to the young lady in a fit of anger. This was really too inconceivable. Since you know, take Xiaolan down and treat her well. We must make her feel at home. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Yes. Grape and Lotus Seed looked at each other, feeling very satisfied. They didn't expect Xiaolan, who had always been arrogant in the Yin family, to have such a day. It seemed that sometimes, one should not be too cocky, or else, one would suffer retribution. Xiaolan's failure this time would definitely make the people in the Yin family who had been bullied by her very happy, and they were naturally included in this group. The two of them took Xiaolan to the storeroom and tied her up with a rope. Xiaolan, who had been in a daze, slowly came back to her senses. After seeing her condition, she shouted again, how dare you? Do you know who I am? You actually dare to treat me like this? Aunt and uncle won't let you off. Miss Lan, it was on behalf of the family head who handed you over to us to deal with. Have you forgotten? Grape said with a very kind smile. You're wrong. You must be mistaken. It was unknown whether Xiaolan was really scared out of her wits or her mind was in a state of confusion, but she kept repeating the words, you've made a mistake. Seeing that she was talking non-stop, Grape and Lotus Seed had no choice but to use a piece of rag to block her mouth. It's finally quiet now. If you disturb the young lady's sleep, we'll teach you a lesson. After Grape warned him, she pulled Lotus Seed along and left the storage room. For the next few days, Grape and Lotus went to the storeroom to entertain Xiaolan while Leng Ruoxue was taking a nap. The Yin family had temporarily calmed down after the incident with Yin Bang and Xiaolan. At the same time, the Yin family had also realized that they could not offend the women living in Mingxi Garden, nor should they have any ideas about the people around her. Otherwise, they would die without even knowing how they died. Weren't Yin Bang and Xiaolan the best examples? Yin Bang had not only been stripped of his position as an elder for helping outsiders bully his own clansmen, but he had also been sent to Windflow Valley to fend for himself. He had even been expelled from the Yin family with the approval of the patriarch. No one had ever thought that such an outcome would happen. There was also the depressed third elder who had lost his position as an elder because of a single angry word he had said. The great ancestor of the Yin family had actually agreed to this. Now that Leng Ruoxue was the genuine third elder of the Yin clan, even though many people had doubts about this decision, no one dared to question the old ancestor. The current Leng Ruoxue was definitely living a carefree and free life in the Yin clan. Furthermore, her status as an elder gave her even more special privileges. At least, that old man no longer forbade her from staying in Bright Stream Garden. After a few days, Grape and Lotus Seed brought Leng Ruoxue around the Yin residence. Leng Ruoxue had also become familiar with the Yin residence. At least, most of the clan members recognized her. However, there seemed to be something else in the eyes of the clan members and the elders. After learning that the Yin family's main residence was much bigger than she had imagined, Leng Ruoxue returned to Mingxi Garden and did not step out of the house. However, Yin Xian would come and disturb her from time to time. Looking at Leng Ruoxue lazily lying on the reclining chair, Grape and Lotus Seed couldn't help but feel worried. These days, no matter what their young miss did, she didn't seem to be interested. They really didn't know what was wrong with her. Miss. How should we deal with Xiaolan? Grape asked Leng Ruoxue, who was pretending to be asleep. If you've had enough fun, you can return her to the Yin Dai clan head. You don't need to ask me about this kind of thing. Leng Ruoxue replied indifferently without even opening her eyes. Oh. Grape replied in disappointment. Can't Miss talk to them more? Miss. I heard from the head butler that the person who came to save Xiaolan yesterday has yet to be caught. Lotus Seed continued after seeing Grape's failure. Previous chapter. Tell the head butler that there's no need to look for them anymore. Those people have all been bitten by Xiaohua. Even if they're alive, they'd rather die. Leng Ruoxue's tone was still calm, and no one could hear the anger in her words. Yes. Lotus Seed replied. Then, she exchanged a look with Grape. The two quietly walked to the side and began to discuss in a low voice. Grape, what's wrong with Miss? Lotus Seed asked worriedly. I don't know. Could it be that you're tired of staying here and want to go out for a walk? Grape could not help but guess. Haven't you been outside for the past few days? Could it be that young lady is tired? Lotus Seed guessed. That's impossible, right? We're all cultivators, how can we get tired so easily? Grape refuted. The young miss had saved their lives, so they had long treated Leng Ruoxue as their master. Now that they saw Leng Ruoxue's listless appearance, they were naturally very worried. You stay here with the young miss. I'll go outside and see if there's any good way to make the young miss happy. Grape said to Lianzi after some thought. Yes. Lotus Seed nodded and watched as Grape left Mingxi Garden. She then returned to Leng Ruoxue's side. For the next few days, Leng Ruoxue had yet to see the grapes. She couldn't help but feel curious. Where did the grapes go? What are you busy with? This. I'm not too sure. Lotus Seed told the truth. He did not tell her what Grape was doing. Therefore, she was very curious about Grape's mystery. Moreover, Grape was not willing to tell her, which was really strange. You don't know? Leng Ruoxue said with a slight frown. She had been thinking of an excuse to leave the Yin clan for the past few days, so she had not paid much attention to Grape's behavior. However, it was a little abnormal that even Lotus Seed did not know what the grapes were doing. As the two of them were talking, Grape sneakily walked in from outside the courtyard. When he saw Leng Ruoxue, he ran to her with a face full of joy and presented her with a treasure. Miss. Look what I've brought you. What? Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes and saw that Grape's chest was bulging. There was even a hint of white, like the fur of some kind of beast. Miss, is this your beastie? Grape took out little beastie, which she had hidden in her arms, and whispered. Little guy. Leng Ruoxue looked at the aggrieved and teary-eyed Xiao Budian and suppressed the anger in her heart. As expected, Miss recognizes it. When Grape saw Leng Ruoxue call out the little beast's name, he said happily. It seemed like her efforts these few days had not been in vain. Look at how happy Miss is now. Yes, I recognize it. It was all thanks to it that I was able to be brought to the divine realm. Where did you find it? Leng Ruoxue gritted her teeth. Looking at Leng Ruoxue's clenched teeth, Grape wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought to himself, could she have misunderstood? Why was it that when the young mist saw this little thing, it was as if she had seen her enemy? I found it by a well in the main house. At that time, it was being bullied by the children of my clan. It was very scared when it saw me, thinking that I would also want to bully it like those children. I saw that it looked a little like the beastie that Miss had mentioned, so I spent a few days trying to please it. Finally, it was willing to come back with me. Grape explained. Actually, she had gone out of her way to look for this little beast because she had heard Leng Ruoxue mention this little beast before. She had taken the initiative to think that this little beast was very important to Leng Ruoxue. Unfortunately, this little beast had always been staying in the master's main courtyard, which was not a place she could enter often. Therefore, she had been wandering around outside the main courtyard for the past few days, wanting to see if she was lucky enough to meet this little beast. The young miss would definitely be very happy. However, after walking around the main courtyard for a few days, no beasts came out. She had planned to return in disappointment but accidentally found this injured little beast by a well. She saw that the little beast looked like a fox and wanted to bring it back. Who knew that although the little beast was not big, it was very fierce. As long as she wanted to get close to it, the little beast would show its sharp teeth to scare her. Afraid of being bitten, she had to spend a few days coaxing the little beast, thus, it was only today that she was able to bring this cub back to Bright Stream Garden. Moreover, seeing that the young miss truly knew this beastie, she felt that everything she had done these past few days had been worth it. Grape, you're so considerate. Leng Ruoxue said. Miss, this is what your subordinate should do. As soon as Grape finished speaking, she wanted to hand the little beastie over to Leng Ruoxue. However, when the little beastie saw Leng Ruoxue, it was extremely resistant and kept retreating into Grape's hand. Seeing that Xiao Budian was still so afraid of her, Leng Ruoxue immediately took Xiao Budian from Grape's arms and pulled him into her embrace. Seeing the way Xiao Budian was looking at her pitifully, she could not help but chuckle. Don't be afraid. I won't hit you, even though you betrayed me. Really? The little guy timidly asked. Ever since he sneaked out from that old man's side to play, there wasn't a single person that didn't bully him. The only kind-hearted big sister even handed him over to this demon. Sob. As the last fox of the Fox clan, why was his life so bitter? It couldn't help but wail in its heart. As long as you listen to me obediently, you will do whatever I tell you to do. Otherwise, I'll make you go and accompany your ancestor. Leng Ruoxue smiled and threatened. This little thing was really too disobedient. If he didn't discipline her while she was still young, wouldn't she rebel against the heavens in the future? Besides, she couldn't let this little guy continue to think of her as a bad person. If it were to double-cross her a few more times, she would lose her little life in its hands sooner or later. Thus, she decided to adopt the strategy of seeking Xiao Budian's safety. From now on, she would let Xiao Budian stay by her side obediently and not go anywhere, in case he caused any more trouble. You're threatening me. You're a bad person. When the little guy heard that this terrifying demon actually wanted him to accompany his ancestors, his little heart trembled non-stop. His leopard cat clan only had one leopard cat left, and if he went to accompany his ancestors, wouldn't the leopard cat clan disappear from this world? No. This was absolutely not allowed. Although the old ancestor's last words had instructed him to follow this destined master well, this master was really too bad. Can it change owners? When Grape and Lotus Seed heard Leng Ruoxue's words and saw the little guy's appearance, they were a little puzzled. Wasn't it better to accompany the old grandmadam? Why did that little beast look as if it had suffered a great grievance? One had to know that in their Yin clan, there were countless people who wanted to be by the old ancestor's side, but unfortunately, they didn't have the chance. This little beast actually didn't know how blessed it was, and the two of them couldn't help but curse in their hearts. As long as you're obedient, I'll naturally dote on you. Leng Ruoxue coaxed. Really? The little guy's face was filled with doubt. Yes, you have to believe in my words. I've never lied to Beastie, but you're not allowed to betray me. Leng Ruoxue warned. I didn't betray you. The little guy said in a small voice. Then why did I come to the divine realm? Leng Ruoxue questioned. This little thing actually dared to deny it. She really couldn't be taught. It was that old man who brought you here. The little guy lowered his little head and said. If you didn't bring him out of the nightmare forest, how would I have been brought to the divine realm by him? Leng Ruoxue said in an unpleasant tone. I thought he was playing with me. That's how we've always been playing. The little guy explained with some grievance. Although he was young, he was not stupid. After seeing that the old man brought this female demon to the divine world, he knew that he had become an accomplice. Furthermore, he was also afraid that this demon would not let him off, so he had always stayed in that old man's residence. After all, compared to this demon, that old man was still quite good to him. However, after staying for a long time, he became a little bored, so he sneaked out. Who knew that the outside world would be so terrifying? Even such a cute beastie was being bullied. Woo, compared to those hateful children, the female demoness was still considered kind. At the thought of this, it snuggled in Leng Ruoxue's arms and found a comfortable position to lie down. It even closed its eyes. Seeing Xiao Budian in this state, Leng Ruoxue sighed helplessly and carried him back to the room. After the little guy stayed in Mingxi Garden for a few days, he began to like the life here. Hee. Not only were there people who served him well every day, but after spending time with the female demon for a few days, he was surprised to find that the female demon didn't seem to be as scary as before. Sometimes, she would even play with him. This also slowly improved his impression of Leng Ruoxue. In the garden, the little guy excitedly scuttled around in the flower bushes. In a moment's time, the originally beautiful flowers in the garden had become wilted. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue had no intention of stopping it. After all, the flowers and plants here did not belong to her, so even if they were destroyed, she would not feel any heartache. Furthermore, this was a good time for her and the little guy to get closer to each other, so she could not miss it. After all, she was still counting on the little guy to use his talent to bring her out of this place. She really had enough of being a canary. She didn't know what the old man's motive was for bringing her back. He actually didn't show his face all this time. However, it seemed that the old man didn't hide what happened in the Yin family. But, what was the meaning of him hiding and not showing his face? She couldn't figure out what the old man was thinking. Sister. Come and play with me. The excited Xiao Budian looked at Leng Ruoxue, who was not too far away, and shouted. Over the past few days, his title of Leng Ruoxue had changed from demon to big sister. It could be seen that the relationship between the man and the beast had grown much closer. I'm not in the mood to play, you can play by yourself. Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of hidden bitterness. She became listless again. Seeing this, Grape and Lotus Seed, who were by her side, did not change their expressions. They seemed to have gotten used to it. Sister, you're in a bad mood? What's wrong? Xiao Budian ran to Leng Ruoxue's side from the flowers and asked with concern. I've been here for almost a month. If I stay any longer, I'll become stupid. I really don't know how long that old man wants to keep me locked up. Leng Ruoxue said in an exaggerated manner. That old man is even more cunning than a fox. However, if elder sister wishes to leave, I can help you. The little guy spoke with a sense of loyalty. From this, it could be seen how successful Leng Ruoxue's abduction was. You're really willing to help me? Leng Ruoxue confirmed, but she couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. What an easily deceived little fellow. It was no wonder that she was deceived by the old man. Moreover, after spending these few days together, she also discovered that this little thing was actually a child who really needed someone to coax and accompany him. Even just giving him a little benefit could make him so happy that he couldn't find his north. So, her attitude towards the little guy had improved a lot these days. Yes. I don't want to stay here anymore. There are so many bad people here who like to bully me. The little guy said with the same feeling. Then take me out of here. Leng Ruoxue deliberately thought for a while before she replied. All right, he said. The man and the beast quickly reached a consensus. However, their conversation made Grape and Lotus, who were not far away, feel puzzled. They had no idea what they were talking about. In their eyes, how could this little beast possibly have the ability to bring Leng Ruoxue away from this place? Not to mention that the Yin residence had always been heavily guarded, and one had to go through layers of checks if they wanted to leave. Young Miss could not leave the main residence without the consent of the master. Therefore, they did not really believe what they had not pointed out. However, looking at young Miss's serious expression, the two of them were a little confused. Miss. You can't leave the main residence without the permission of the master. Grape kindly reminded. Who said that I can go anywhere I want with the little one, right? Little guy. Leng Ruoxue carried Xiao Budian into her arms with a hint of pride. Yes, that's right. With me, big sister can go anywhere she wants. The little guy excitedly nodded his little head. Grape, lotus seed, you've served me for so long, so I won't make things difficult for you. Before I leave, I'll knock you out so that you won't be implicated. However, don't try to stop me from leaving, I don't want to stay here any longer. Leng Ruoxue looked at the two maidservants and deliberately made her words very clear. Miss. We know that we can't stop you. However, the divine realm is very dangerous. It's not suitable for you to walk in the divine realm with your current strength. Lotus Seed said in a very reserved manner. In fact, she was very reluctant to let Leng Ruoxue leave. However, she knew very well that Leng Ruoxue had made up her mind to tell them this. Furthermore, the young miss had thought about it very thoroughly. However, she still felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Miss. You want to abandon us? Grape was an impetuous person, and he was more direct than Lotus Seed. Ugh. Grape's words made Leng Ruoxue's forehead fill with black lines. What did she mean by wanting to abandon them? They were not her maidservants to begin with, all right? How did leaving them in the Yin family become abandoning them? I never thought of abandoning you. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly as she looked at Grape, who had a serious and resentful expression on her face. Miss wants to leave this place, but she wants us to stay. If she isn't abandoning us, what is she? Grape complained. You're from the Yin clan, I can't possibly kidnap you all. Of course, you have to stay. Leng Ruoxue wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead as she reminded him. Why can't you take us away together, miss? I'm going to leave with you. You're not familiar with the divine realm, so I can protect you if we meet any bad guys. After all, I'm a deity. Grape said very seriously. Alright. You're stronger than me now. However, if I really encounter a bad person, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect me. Leng Ruoxue could not help but remind him. There's strength in numbers. Moreover, I don't dare to say that I'm very familiar with the divine world, but I can still be a guide for young lady. There are many dangerous places in the divine world that you can't go to, at least with young lady's current strength. Grape said very responsibly. Miss. I also want to leave with you. From now on, we're your people. Upon hearing Grape's words, Lotus Seed hurriedly added as if she was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would abandon her. Previously, she did not dare to make such a request because she was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would reject her. Now that Grape had already brought it up, she naturally did not want to be left behind. In reality, ever since Leng Ruoxue had saved them the last time, they had already given up on her. However, due to their status, they did not dare to say these words out loud. However, now that the young miss had decided to leave, if they did not say these words now, they might not have the chance anymore. Miss. Lotus Seed and I are willing to be loyal to you forever and serve you for the rest of our lives. Grape and Lotus Seed looked at each other. Then, the two of them knelt down in tacit understanding and issued a loyalty contract. With this, Leng Ruoxue could not refuse even if she wanted to. Leng Ruoxue looked at the two of them and sighed softly before saying, since you're willing to follow me, then the Yin family will have nothing to do with you in the future. Don't worry, miss. Lotus Seed and I are both orphans. Our parents have passed away a long time ago, and we don't have any relatives in the Yin family. We will never betray young lady. Grape understood Leng Ruoxue's words and quickly promised. You've already issued the loyalty contract, so I naturally believe you. In the future, don't just kneel down in front of me. I don't like this subordinate. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. She didn't expect that before leaving the Yin family, she would be able to abduct two maidservants from the Yin family. This would be the interest that the old man gave her. As for the emotional damage, he would settle it with the old man in the future. Yes. Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Grape and Lotus Seed quickly stood up. The two of you, go and pack your things. We'll leave immediately. Leng Ruoxue continued. Miss. We don't have much to pack. The two of them quickly said. Then let's go now. Little guy, I'm counting on you. Take us to a good place. Leng Ruoxue instructed. She was extremely excited. She was finally leaving this place and no longer had to be a canary. Yes, yes. Xiao Budian nodded his little head vigorously. Following that, he used a white light to envelop Leng Ruoxue and the other two within it. The eye-piercing white light caused the three of them to close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened their eyes again, the three of them and the beast had already left the Yin clan. Grape and Lotus Seed looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They never thought that in the blink of an eye, they would leave the Yin family's main residence. This was truly too inconceivable. They never thought that the little guy would actually have such abilities. No wonder the young miss wanted to find him. Now, they finally understood why the young miss had asked for the little guy's whereabouts the moment she opened her eyes when she first arrived at the Yin family. Miss. Have we really left the Yin family? Lotus Seed felt as if everything was a dream. It was so unreal. Before this, she was still thinking about how to bring Leng Ruoxue through the Yin family's many obstacles. I didn't expect him to leave so easily, This made her a little uncomfortable. But where was this? Grape, who felt that she had some understanding of the divine world, also had the same doubts. Looking around, the three humans and one beast were in the middle of a tall mountain. Moreover, this mountain was a barren mountain. Although the trees on the mountain were tall and straight, many of them had already withered. Not far away, the grass that was half the height of a person made people have no desire to go in and explore. This place was really too desolate. Where is this place? Leng Ruoxue looked at the overgrown grass in front of her, and her expression turned uglier. She clearly wanted Xiao Budian to find a good place, but where did Xiao Budian take them? A barren mountain or a barren forest? Other than the three of them and the beast, there probably wasn't even a single insect to be found. She couldn't help but complain. Miss. I don't know this place either. Grape said, a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter. We should be out of the Yin residence by now, but we have to find a way out of here. Leng Ruoxue consoled. At this moment, Xiao Budian, who knew that he was brought to the wrong place, buried his head into Leng Ruoxue's arms without saying a word and did not dare to make a sound. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes scanned the surrounding environment, trying to find a way out. However, all she could see was grass that was half the height of a human. The only way they could leave was to create a path for themselves. Miss. Let the little guy take us out of here. Doesn't it know how to teleport? Grape suggested. I can't take you guys out of here anymore. I'm still young, and I've traveled a long distance this time, so I don't have any strength left. When the little guy heard Grape's words, he raised his little head and explained. Woo. He was so tired right now. This time's transmigration had consumed all of its physical strength. It was a pity for its small body, it was really exhausted. Why were you so energetic when you were on the godly mainland? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask. Back then, Xiao Budian would always appear and disappear like a ghost. He would appear wherever he wanted to go, and they couldn't guard against him. That's different. As long as it's not a long-distance travel, it won't consume much of my energy. However, this is probably the longest distance I've traveled since I was born. I'm really exhausted. The little guy pitifully said. How long will it take for you to recover? Leng Ruoxue asked again. At least half a month. The little guy thought for a bit and said. It seems like we'll have to stay here for half a month. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Without Xiao Budian's help, it wouldn't be easy for them to leave this place. In addition, most of her spiritual beasts were in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, even if she wanted to use her flying beasts to fly away from this place, there was no way. However, since she was already here, she should just take things as they were. This godforsaken place could just be considered a part of her life in the god world. Miss. Then let's set up the tent first. Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Grape also became more at ease. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded and watched as Grape and Lotus Seed set up their tents. She found a place to start a fire. Their current location should be at the highest point of a mountain or forest. In addition to the fact that the sky was getting dark, it had become unusually cold. Miss. We'll do the hard work. The tent has been set up, so you can go and rest. After Grape and Lotus Seed had finished setting up their tents, they saw Leng Ruoxue preparing food and quickly said. I'm not as delicate as you think. Besides, it's not hard work. Cooking is a rare pleasure. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. But with us here, how can we let young Miss do this? Could it be that young Miss dislikes the food we make? Grape pursed her lips on purpose and said in a slightly dissatisfied tone. I'm scared of you. You guys do it, okay? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. During this period of time, these two maidservants' cooking skills had gotten better and better under her training. Therefore, they always wanted to rush to cook. After they were done, they would look at her with eager eyes and wait for her praise. She really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their childish behavior. This is our job to begin with. Miss, you can't snatch it from us. The Grape still acted like a good girl after getting a bargain, and her beautiful face even revealed a fox-like smile. All right. Then I'll just be a hands-off shopkeeper. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly. Having two hard-working maidservants was both a good and bad thing. The good thing was that these two maidservants would take the initiative to do what they saw without her instructions. However, this way, she had nothing to do. Yes. Grape and Lotus Seed nodded happily. After the three of them had dinner, they returned to their tents to rest. In the next few days, Leng Ruoxue and the other two wandered around the area where the tent was set up. They gradually found out where they were. The place they were standing on was indeed a very magnificent mountain, but this mountain had been abandoned for a long time. Looking at the dense weeds, it was clear that no one had come here for a long time. After clearing the weeds behind them, they looked down and saw a vast blue sea. They were at the top of the mountain, and if they accidentally fell, they would be buried in the stomachs of the fish. The three of them spent a few days investigating the terrain. They then obediently stayed in the campsite and waited for Xiao Budian to recover his strength. At this moment, Xiao Budian had already been sent into the bracelet by Leng Ruoxue and was absorbing the spiritual energy within the bracelet to his heart's content. Miss. The little guy has been resting for 10 days, right? Grape said as he sat in front of the tent and counted the days. Yes, why? Are you anxious? Leng Ruoxue asked in amusement. Yup. I don't even see an insect here, I don't know what I'm doing every day. Grape sighed. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion in the grass. The three of them immediately turned their attention to it and became alert. Grape and Lotus Seed subconsciously shielded Leng Ruoxue behind them and watched every movement in the underbrush without taking their eyes off it.